Heavenly Tyrant Martial Soul Chapter 155 to Chapter 232. On the left side, a hidden sentry suddenly woke up from his sleepy state. Hey, is there any movement? Ha ha ha, don't scare yourself. What else can there be other than rats? Don't you know what kind of place this is? It's been several years and no one has barged in. Another person laughed. No, I think I really heard something. The first person shook his head and said, I'll go take a look. He rubbed his eyes, picked up the weapon in his hand, and walked outside. However, just as he took a step, a gust of cold wind suddenly blew over. He felt as if his entire body was being haunted by evil spirits. In the next moment, he found that his body had been pierced through by a beautiful glove. His heart instantly withered as if it had been poisoned. Who is it? The other person also sensed that something was wrong and was about to get up to fight. Don't waste your energy. Just close your eyes and wait for death. Bone-melting wind, die. Ain Ran was indeed worthy of being called Ain Ran. He had ample combat experience. Dealing with 2 5th-level martial vein cultivators was as easy as flipping his hand and easily finishing them off. Xianxia couldn't help but nod his head. This was really a good comrade in arms. On the other side, Cold Plum's battle was also a pleasant surprise. This Cold Plum seemed to have even more combat experience than Ain Ran. It was as if she had walked out of the life and death arena. When she killed, she didn't hesitate at all. She was decisive and ruthless. 2 plum blossoms floated past and 2 heads fell to the ground. This servant was sent to the death arena to fight other slaves and beasts to the death. After Cold Plum came over, she didn't wait for Xianxia to ask and explained herself, so killing people is nothing to this servant. Xianxia nodded. He didn't have any intention of asking. Everyone had their own secrets. Moreover, for Cold Plum, she probably didn't want to remember the experience of the death arena. Alright, let's not talk about it anymore. Let's continue. Xianxia didn't plan to stay any longer. Killing these people didn't consume much of their energy. This first battle could be considered as an assessment of everyone's strength. After all, there was a huge difference between one's strength on the surface and one's actual combat strength. Some martial artists at the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein might not even be able to defeat those at the early stage of the 6th level of the martial vein when facing the ferocious illusory pill dealers. Of course, he had killed a total of 7 enemies this time. 6 of them were in the 5th level of the martial vein, so he had earned a total of 18 military merit points. 1 person at the 6th level of the martial vein realm and 4 military merit points added up to 22 points. The allocation of military merit points was based on the captain's allocation, which meant that Xianxia had the final say. Xianxia and Cold Plum had no objections to this at all. Ain Ran naturally wouldn't have any objections. If he did, he wouldn't have joined this team. As for how the Hidden Dragon Camp and the border guarding general's mansion knew about it, it was even simpler. Every latent Dragon Camp disciple would carry an unmarked common-grade treasure weapon with them when they came out. The only use of this artifact was to record the number of martial artists killed and their strength, as well as the number of illusion pills destroyed. Therefore, it was impossible to cheat in this matter. Of course, there was no need to be afraid of miscalculation. This was where fairness lay. The clans in Tianfeng City would never be able to do this. After that, Xianxia led his 3 teammates forward. Along the way, they encountered 9 enemies one after another. These 9 people were in the 5th level of the martial vein realm, so they were easy to deal with. Xianxia still didn't make a move. The ones who made the most moves were Cold Plum and Ain Ran. Xianxia also helped at the crucial moment. The crucial moment wasn't because the 2 of them were in danger, but because they had to keep it a secret. They couldn't let these people spread the news of the call for help. 9 people, another 27 military merit points, totaling up to 49 military merit points. However, this wasn't important. What was important was that during the battle, everyone tried to cooperate, and their tacit understanding was much better than before. Soon, the 4 of them arrived at the deepest part of the illusion pill factory, which was also the gathering point of the illusion pill dealers. Next, we'll hide here and wait. It's best to act at night. Ling Xiao found a secluded place and let the three of them eat and rest to recover their strength and energy. But we killed so many people just now. What if we're discovered? Ain Rand frowned. This location is the only way to get to the outside. I chose this place to rest to prevent anyone from eavesdropping on the news outside. Anyway, it's not far from nightfall. We'll kill whoever passes by here. If the news is leaked, we'll have to change our plan. Ling Xiao replied. He chose this place to stall for time and prevent the people inside from finding out about the deaths outside. Of course, there was a limit to this. If it wasn't for the fact that it was getting dark, this method wouldn't have worked. They would have had to force their way through. Ain Rand felt that Ling Xiao's words made sense, so she didn't say anything else. Speaking of which, he was quite lucky. It was only when the sky turned dark that he saw 3 people walking over. These 3 people should be going to replace the 3 people who were patrolling. The timing was just right. This time, Ling Xiao didn't assign tasks to others. He directly killed the 3 people to save time. Let's go. It's a dark and windy night. Let's destroy this illusion pill factory tonight. After killing the 3 martial artists who came to change shifts, Ling Xiao waved his hand and rushed toward the factory. He was very fast, but he didn't make any sound. He was like a ghost in the night. The 3 people behind him didn't dare to be slow and followed closely. The 3 of them were quite strong, so they weren't afraid of being left too far behind. Do you see that? This factory doesn't stop working day and night, but the security is more lax at night. Other than those slaves who are forced to work, all the illusion pill dealers deserve to die. Ling Xiao pointed at the fire in the factory and said softly. Brother Ling, can you confirm roughly how many people there are? Ain Rand asked. Other than the slaves, there aren't many people. There's a total of 20, but it's a little troublesome. Ling Xiao said with a frown. What's wrong? Ain Rand asked. The troublesome thing is that there are 2 martial masters, but fortunately, they are only at the early stage of the 7th level of the martial vein. There are also 10 martial artists at the 6th level of the martial vein. 4 of them are at the peak of the 6th level, and the remaining 8 are at the 5th level. Martial master. There were actually 2 more, Ain Rand's frown deepened. If there were only martial artists at the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein, he wouldn't be afraid even if there were 20 of them. Even if he couldn't beat martial artists of the same level, he could still escape. But 2 martial artists at the early stage of the 7th level of the martial vein, how could he fight them? He couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Why did he follow a lunatic like Ling Xiao? Brother Ling, this is already not something we can deal with. Let's contact the other teams to carry out the mission. Ain Rand suggested. Ling Yishua's expression was indifferent and she didn't say anything. Cold Plum didn't have any expression, as if life and death were insignificant to her. What, is Brother Ain afraid? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Ain Rand nodded. This person was quite straightforward. What if those 2 martial masters don't exist? Does Brother Ain dare to take action? Ling Xiao asked again. If there aren't those 2 martial masters, I don't care about the rest. That's good. Of the 2 martial masters, senior sister Yishui will deal with one while I deal with the other. However, I'll have to trouble the 2 of you to deal with the remaining warriors. Novel, law, Ling Xiao explained his plan. It's possible, but the chances of winning aren't high. Ain Rand frowned. Brother Ain, listen to me. These 20 warriors are located in 3 different places in the factory. In other words, as long as we plan well, we won't face more than 10 warriors at once. It's even possible that the 2 martial masters won't react until we kill the others. Ling Xiao explained. Hearing this, Ain Rand gradually calmed down. That's right. The 4 of them hadn't been discovered yet. Now that it was night time, they could definitely defeat them one by one. Even if there was an accident, as long as they acted quickly, they wouldn't be in a situation where 4 people faced 20 people. Therefore, this battle could still be fought. At this moment, voices came from the factory. Boss, something's wrong. The people we sent to change shifts haven't returned yet. Could there be an accident? One of them, a tall and powerful warrior with dark green eyes, said. This person was most likely from the Green Eyes clan. This was because the people of the Green Eyes clan all had green eyes and were relatively tall. The Ninja clan had ninja spirits similar to martial spirits. The Green Eyes clan had heroic spirits similar to martial spirits. In fact, they were all the same. However, the Ninja clan and the Green Eyes clan had more ninja spirits and heroic spirits than human warriors with martial spirits. Of course, not all of them had ninja spirits and heroic spirits. After all, it wasn't so easy to awaken or obtain them. The Green Eyes clan warrior who spoke was one of the martial masters. He should have a heroic spirit or a broken heroic spirit. The boss was the owner of the Fantasy Pill Factory. He was another martial master and also a Green Eyes clan warrior. He probably also had a heroic spirit or a broken heroic spirit. Meng, you're right. Recently, Lindsay has been trying to destroy the Fantasy Pill in Baiyun province and capture the Fantasy Pill merchants. It's right for us to be careful. The Green Eyes clan people generally didn't have surnames. Most of their names only had one word. Then what should we do, boss? Take a few people with you to take a look. Be careful. Once you discover danger, don't act rashly. Got it, boss. Meng nodded and then picked 5 people to go out with him to check the situation. This scene was witnessed by Ling Xiao and the others, and they heard everything. Let's go. Let's kill those 5 first. Ling Xiao immediately made up his mind. Although one of the 5 people was a martial master, the other 4 were only at the 6th level of the martial vein. They were not at the peak of the 6th level, so it was relatively easy to deal with them. No one would object to this decision because it was the most reasonable one. The other 3 nodded and carefully followed behind Ling Xiao. This place was very big and the environment was rather complicated. On one hand, it was convenient for these fantasy pill dealers to hide, but at the same time, it made it easier for the people who came in from the outside to hide. Not to mention that Ling Xiao and the other 3 were all at the 6th level of the martial vein. Even if they were at the 4th level of the martial vein, as long as they were careful, it would be very difficult to be discovered. Brother Meng, there's a situation here. A moment later, the fantasy pill dealers found traces of the warriors who had come to change shifts being killed. Although the corpses had already been dealt with by Ling Xiao, these people were not stupid. Moreover, they observed the traces very carefully, so they really found some clues. We can't wait any longer. Ain Ran, Cold Plum, the 2 of you go first. But remember, avoid that martial master and deal with the rest of the 6th level of the martial vein. Seeing the situation, Ling Xiao knew that he could not delay any longer, so he immediately gave the order. Understood. Ain Ran and Cold Plum both nodded. At this time, even if they doubted Ling Xiao's order, they absolutely could not rebel. Otherwise, it was very likely that all 4 of them would be finished. Cold Plum would definitely not doubt Ling Xiao because Ling Xiao could become enemies with young Master Murong for her. He could surround her and even break the rules of the latent dragon camp. Although Ain Ran was a little hesitant, he was a smart person and knew what to do at this time. Senior sister, you are in charge of entangling that martial master called Meng. The 2 of us will work together and kill him quickly. Otherwise, it will be very disadvantageous for us if this drags on. Got it. Ling Yixue nodded. The task was assigned. Ain Ran and Cold Plum rushed forward first. Because it was a sudden attack, the 2 of them killed 2 6th-level martial vein martial artists as soon as they went up. At this point, the 5 people became 3. 1 martial master and 2 6th-level martial vein martial artists. Ain Ran and Cold Plum could deal with a 6th-level martial artist each. Quickly send the signal. Although Meng looked tall and strong, he was not stupid. He knew that he had encountered an ambush, so he immediately thought of sending a distress signal. In the situation where he did not know the strength of the enemy, he was absolutely right. Since the enemy had ambushed them, it meant that they were not strong enough to kill all of them. Otherwise, they would have chosen to attack directly. However, the 2 6th-level martial vein martial artists were entangled by Ain Ran and Cold Plum and had no chance to send a signal at all. Of course, Ling Xiao would not give them this chance. Otherwise, when the reinforcements arrived, the 4 of them would be in danger. Meng saw the situation and knew that it was not good, so he planned to send a signal for help himself. But in the darkness, a white shadow suddenly attacked. Meng felt a great sense of crisis. At that moment, he stopped sending the signal because if he continued, even if he sent the signal, he would die. He would not do such a thing. Even if it was subconscious, he would not do it. Meng punched out with both fists and blocked the white shadow's palm. However, one was a passive defense and the other was an active attack. This time, Meng suffered a small loss. Layers of ice actually formed on his fists. "Who are you? Tell me your name." Ling Yixue naturally would not report. She continued to attack, trying to maintain her advantage and suppress the Blue Eyes clan. "Bastard, do you think I don't know if you don't speak? You must be Lin Zai's people. Damn it, if I survive, I will definitely finish that old bastard Lin Zai." Although his strength was inferior to Lin Zai's, the Blue Eyes clan had been tyrannical in the human territories for many years. There were many high-ranking officials in the human dynasties and Northern Han who worked for them. When Lin Zai wanted to destroy the illusion pill, they used these forces to try to kill Lin Zai. However, they did not succeed. Therefore, this guy said this purely to vent his anger. If Lin Zai died so easily, he would have died long ago. Boom, with a loud sound, a figure appeared behind Meng. The figure was dressed in black steel armor and held a huge two-handed sword in his hand. He was about 4 meters tall and the armor completely covered his head. Only through the gaps could a pair of green eyes be seen. Giant sword spirit. It seems to be a broken spirit, but it has reached the level of a 50% remnant soul. In the Blue Eyes clan, there were many similar spirits. Generally, this kind of nameless spirit was considered to be of a lower level. Of course, through cultivation, the level of the spirit could be improved, and it was absolutely possible to obtain a named spirit. After the giant sword spirit appeared, Meng's aura became even stronger. Ling Yixue began to gradually fall into a disadvantage. "Go to hell, bitch." Because of the giant sword spirit, the power of any of Meng's moves suddenly became stronger, and it was obvious that he had suppressed Ling Yixue. The killing move that he had been accumulating was finally unleashed. He waved the giant sword in his hand and slashed towards Ling Yixue's head. The giant sword was close to 2 meters long and nearly a foot wide. No matter where it cut, it would probably split Ling Yixue in half. However, at this moment, a sword light pierced through the air. It hit the weakest part of the giant sword without any deviation. Although it was not enough to send the giant sword flying, it greatly reduced the power of this move and was easily blocked by Ling Yixue. Damned brat. Meng finally realized that it wasn't 3 people who came, but 4. The youth hiding in the distance was too troublesome. He was actually good at the Imperial Sword technique. It was rare to see someone who could cultivate the Imperial Sword technique to such a level. He pondered for a moment, then separated his body from the heroic spirit. The heroic spirit stayed behind to continue entangling with Ling Yixue, while he pounced towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao secretly sneered. Although martial spirits, heroic spirits, and ninja spirits could be separated from the main body to fight together, the negative effect was that the main body would lose the bonus of the martial spirit. In other words, this Blue Eyes clan called Meng had taken the initiative to abandon his advantage. Without the broken heroic spirit, his threat to Ling Xiao was reduced to the minimum. It could be said that this was the stupidest thing Meng had ever done. He had obviously underestimated Ling Xiao's strength and treated Ling Xiao as an ordinary martial artist at the 6th level of the martial vein. After all, Ling Xiao's current cultivation was only at the late stage of the 6th level of the martial vein. From Meng's point of view, Ling Xiao might be a martial artist who was good at sneak attacks. As long as he was close in, there was nothing he could do. This guess made him do a stupid and dangerous thing. Flying slash, Meng suddenly jumped up. He was in the air, and the giant sword in his hand was raised high. The aura on it surged, causing the surrounding air to emit a hoo-hoo-hoo sound. A strong wind blew, and broken branches, rotten leaves, and gravel flew everywhere. This sword strike didn't seem magical, but Ling Xiao understood that when this giant sword was swung, it was very similar to a broadsword. Its power could be terrifying. This was a strike from an early 7th level martial vein stage martial master, using a rare, top-notch martial art. Furthermore, the realm of this top-notch martial art had most likely already reached perfection. A martial master was indeed a martial master. Their comprehension of martial arts was much stronger than an ordinary warrior's. However, no matter how strong a martial art was, it would be meaningless if it couldn't hit its target. Ling Zhao's expression did not change as he lightly stomped his right foot on the ground. His entire body transformed into an ice dragon and soared into the air, easily dodging this attack. What? When Meng saw Ling Zhao's movement technique, he could not help being shocked. Generally, warriors who used weapons such as greatswords, broadswords, and great axes tended to move slower. The most annoying thing was to encounter a warrior with outstanding movement skills like Ling Zhao. However, even though he was surprised, he was still a martial master. He had faced martial artists with outstanding movement techniques before. In order to deal with this kind of martial artist, he had racked his brains and thought of a way. He took a deep breath and raised his greatsword like a spear, aiming directly at Ling Zhao. Sword chi through the air, martial masters were terrifying not only because all their moves were more powerful, but more importantly, their aura energy had been completely transformed into true essence, and the energy in their bodies had become more abundant. Using a move like sword chi through the air would consume a large amount of true essence. It was not worth it for a martial artist at the aura realm. But martial masters were not afraid. Especially after burning true essence, not only was the sword chi fast, it could also be fired continuously. Meng stood there with his greatsword in his arms. He did not need to move at all. As long as he aimed at Ling Zhao and activated his true essence, streams of sword chi shot out from the greatsword, covering the sky and covering the earth as they aimed at Ling Zhao. It can actually be like this. When Ling Zhao saw this scene, he could not help but be alarmed. No matter how fast his movement technique was, he was still not as fast as these sword chi. After all, a human's body was not as light as sword chi. Therefore, he simply did not dodge. If Meng were to personally fight in close combat, he would not dare to meet force with force. However, this kind of sword chi was not strong in itself. Against an ordinary martial artist at the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein, it could cause a devastating blow. But could he, Ling Zhao, be the same? Ox Demon Art, Ice Demon. Boom. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. Continuous rumbling sounds exploded on Ling Zhao's body. A smug smile appeared on Meng's face. Ha ha ha, die, die. Stinking brat, you dare to cause trouble at the illusory pill factory by relying on your movement technique. You simply don't know life from death. After bombarding for a moment, Meng felt that it was about time and stopped shooting. However, when the smoke and dust settled, his originally wildly laughing face revealed an expression as if he had swallowed a goose egg. His mouth was so big that a mouse could be stuffed inside. His eyes were wide open. Not only was Ling Zhao not dead, he was also unharmed. Not bad, your sword chi is indeed powerful, but against me, it's not enough. It's far from enough. With the Ice Demon and the 9 Transformations Golden Body technique, Ling Zhao was not afraid of this kind of sword chi at all. Even if the opponent was an early-stage 7th level martial vein martial master, it would be the same. After all, any energy that moved in the air would lose energy. In addition, in order to pursue speed and quantity, the power of this move would be greatly reduced. How could it cause any harm to Ling Zhao? This time, Meng was completely at his wit's end. In close combat, his attack could indeed crush Ling Zhao, but the problem was that Ling Zhao's movement technique was too fast. He could not hit him. Sword chi through the air, he could hit Ling Zhao, but because the power was low, it could not cause any substantial damage to Ling Zhao. He thought of running away. This brat was too difficult to deal with. He had to cooperate with his boss to attack. Otherwise, he might really fail miserably. But could he escape? The moment he had the thought of running away, he discovered that Ling Zhao actually attacked. Was this brat stupid? In close combat, could it be that I, your father, am afraid of you? Meng was indeed like his name. Although he was not stupid, he was not smart either. He could not understand why Ling Zhao gave up his advantage and approached him. He only knew that his chance to kill this brat had arrived. Since you want to die, I, your father, will fulfill your wish. Meng aimed the greatsword in his hand at Ling Zhao again. but this time he was not going to use sword chi through the air. Charging stab, Meng's body suddenly leaned forward and stabbed at Ling Xiao at a relatively fast speed. Although the speed was still much slower than Ling Xiao's and couldn't be compared to the sword chi through the air, his move, sprint, was to make the sword move more lethal. The farther away, the more terrifying the power. On the contrary, the closer the distance, the less powerful it was. Ling Xiao did not retreat. He also pulled out the ice glass sword and stabbed over. Shadow King Kill, the killing move of the multiple shadow sword technique was displayed. Facing a martial artist at the early 7th level of the martial vein, Ling Xiao did not want to hold back. This was a rare opportunity. Even if he could not kill the opponent, he had to leave the opponent with serious injuries. Clang, the greatsword and the longsword met halfway. Ling Xiao did not intend to play any tricks at all because at this time, the opponent's greatsword was surrounded by destructive sword chi. If he tried to bypass the greatsword and directly attack the opponent's body, he would be courting death. He had to block the opponent's attack and at the same time give the opponent a heavy blow. Strength over strength, meet force with force. No. Meng let out a miserable cry as his body was sent flying along with his greatsword. The greatsword had already disintegrated in midair, shattering into pieces. Meng's body was riddled with wounds as blood spurted out of his mouth. Martial spirit. And more than one martial spirit. At this moment, Meng's heart was filled with regret. If he had the greatsword spirit, he definitely wouldn't have suffered this time. However, he had foolishly sent the spirit to deal with another person, resulting in the current tragedy. He had underestimated the enemy too much. He had really underestimated the enemy too much, but how could this kid be so strong? How could he have 3 broken martial spirits? No, at least one of them was a complete spirit. A complete martial spirit, otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so strong. However, in a battle between experts, one wrong step would lead to many mistakes. It was too late for him to realize it now. Behind him, Ling Yishua's palms imprinted on Meng's body. A cold aura spread throughout Meng's body, causing his already severely injured body to suffer even more injuries as he fell heavily to the ground. After all, his greatsword spirit was only a broken spirit and could only fight. How could it hold Ling Yishua back forever? The reason why Ling Yishua didn't attack together with Ling Xiao was because she was waiting for this opportunity. She was also a martial master and Meng no longer had the support of the spirit. Meng had no chance of surviving this palm strike and had completely died on the spot. On the other side, the battle between Ain Ran and Cold Plum had also ended. The two of them looked at Ling Xiao with astonishment and awe. Although they didn't see the scene where Ling Xiao used 3 martial spirits, they saw very clearly how Ling Xiao broke the move of an early 7th level martial vein realm martial master and severely injured him. It was too terrifying. He could even injure a martial master. Although he was only a low-level martial master. But it was still hard to believe. Luck. Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. He had to admit that it was really because of luck that he was able to get rid of these people so easily. If this martial master Meng had not separated his heroic spirit from his body, it would have been difficult to kill him. He was afraid that after this battle, Ling Xiao would not be as unscathed as he was now. I will give you 10 breaths of time to rest. Continue. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he sat down cross-legged and threw in as many as 20 aura chi dawn into his mouth and began to recover. Although he wasn't injured just now, using 3 martial spirits at once consumed too much energy. He had to eat more, or else he wouldn't be able to recover. Ain Ran still wanted to ask something. However, when she saw that the other 2 had also begun to rest, she did not say anything. Instead, she sat down cross-legged and began to recover. 10 breaths passed in the blink of an eye. Ling Xiao stood up and said, "There are still 15 cultivators over there. Leave the martial masters to me. As for the rest of the cultivators, you can deal with them one by one." "Leave it to you?" Ling Yishua frowned. Although she trusted Ling Xiao, she was still worried. "Senior sister, don't worry, I won't use force." Ling Xiao looked at the corpse of the Blue Eyes clan member and smiled. "Don't tell me you." Ling Yishua recalled what had happened when the Ling family was surrounded. She could guess what Ling Xiao was going to do. "That's right. That's what I want." After that, he explained his plan. Ain Ran and Cold Plum were both surprised and in disbelief. However, since Ling Xiao had suggested such a plan, it shouldn't be without reason. Therefore, they decided to take a look first. After all, this person was always able to do unexpected things. The sky was getting darker. The slaves in the dream fantasy elixir factory worked hard under the threat of death. They could not see any hope for tomorrow. Their eyes were filled with numbness. Outside the factory, a man with golden hair looked into the distance with a gloomy expression. That's strange. Brother Meng has been out for so long. Why isn't he back yet? Could something have happened to him? The man with golden hair and green eyes was the supervisor of the dream fantasy elixir factory. However, he wasn't the boss behind the scenes. How could the boss live in such a terrible environment? Boss, I'm back. Just as the man with golden hair was about to bring someone to check it out, a voice rang out. Brother Meng. Who's that in your hand? The man with golden hair saw Meng holding a person in his hand. This person's body was riddled with scars and his hair was messy. There were bloodstains all over his body. It seemed that his injuries were not light. Don't mention it, boss. The brothers I brought were killed by this kid. Meng said in annoyance. What? The man with golden hair stared at the young man. He did not look more than 15 years old, but his face was more mature. At first glance, one could tell that his strength was not ordinary. This kid may be young, but he's a martial artist at the peak of the 6th level. Boss, be careful. Don't get too close. What? Do you think he can escape from your grasp? Boss, don't underestimate this kid. Look at the injuries on my body. They're all caused by this kid. Although he's only at the peak of the 6th level, his speed is too fast. If not for my strength being so much stronger than him, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to see you alive. The more Meng said this, the more the man with golden hair believed his words. He actually approached him without any doubt to check his injuries. At this moment, Ling Xiao, who had his head drooped, suddenly moved. The ice glass sword pierced the man's chest without any hindrance. The Snow Lotus Chi art was activated and the man with golden hair's body was instantly frozen. At the same time, Ain Ran, Cold Plum, and Ling Yixue attacked at the same time. Meng, you actually betrayed me. The man with golden hair still did not understand what had happened. He burnt his true essence with all his might and shattered the ice on his body. However, Ling Xiao did not give him a chance. Shadow King kill. Puff. Another sword pierced the man with golden hair. Although the opponent avoided the vital parts, he was stabbed twice in a row. The first sword pierced his heart. Even if he was a martial master, he was not far from death. The man with golden hair was not thinking about fighting, but escaping. He did not want to die. Only by quickly finding a powerful alchemist or doctor could he save his life. As a martial master, he could only rely on his true essence to temporarily survive. However, Ling Xiao chased after him relentlessly, not giving him a chance to escape. Brat, you're courting death. The man with golden hair had no choice but to turn around and punch Ling Xiao. However, Meng's corpse suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked his punch. Ghost Ship Explosion. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Xiao used Ghost Ship Explosion and crashed into the man with golden hair. After a loud explosion, the man with golden hair was covered in wounds. However, this guy was indeed a fugitive. He was still alive even in this state. Bull Roar, Imperial Sword Technique, Dual Sword Flight. Seeing that the opponent was about to escape, Ling Xiao used his killing move, Bull Roar, doubling his attack power. At the same time, he used his strongest attack, the Imperial Sword Technique. Although the Imperial Sword Technique Black Iron Scrolls grade was not high, the Imperial Sword Technique's attack power was much stronger than ordinary martial skills. Especially at such a close distance, its power was not inferior to the attack of an early 7th level Martial Vein Realm Martial Master. The first sword pierced the man with golden hair's back. The blood that had been stopped by true essence gushed out again. The second sword pierced through the man's neck. After killing the golden-haired man, Ling Xiao took a deep breath and did not continue to fight. With Ling Yixue, a martial master, the remaining warriors were nothing to worry about. What he needed to do now was to recover, just in case. This was because he could feel a terrifying aura a few hundred meters away from them. However, this person did not seem to be hostile, but he could not be careless. If a battle really broke out, he would be at the mercy of others in his current state. A moment later, the battle between Ling Yixue, Ain Rand and Cold Plum was nearing its end. With Ling Yixue, a martial master at the early 7th level of the martial vein, the battle was very easy. 14 warriors were killed one after another. After that, Ain Rand and Cold Plum went to release all the slaves. Then, they burned down the entire fantasy pill factory. The flames burned the sky and the entire sky turned fiery red. Other than the fantasy pills, there was nothing else of value in this fantasy pill factory. Only the golden-haired man and Meng, the two martial masters, had their storage rings removed by Ling Xiao. The four of them quickly retreated. They couldn't stay in this place for long. The flame soared into the sky. Soon, people would see them and come over. The four of them had gone through a battle. Although they didn't suffer any major injuries, they still consumed a lot of energy. If they were targeted by the enemy, it would be terrible. The four of them left the fantasy pill factory and went to a secluded place. Looking at the flames that soared into the sky in the distance, they were all a little excited. Ain Rand and Cold Plum were not only excited, they were also in disbelief. Such a bold and crazy operation had actually succeeded. Two martial masters at the early 7th level of the martial vein had obtained 20 military merits. 10 martial artists at the 6th level of the martial vein had obtained 40 military merits. 8 martial artists at the 5th level of the martial vein had obtained 24 military merits. They had destroyed nearly 5,000 gene of fantasy pills. According to the reward of 10 military merits per 1,000 gene, they had obtained 50 military merits. In addition to the 49 military merits they had obtained previously, they now had 183 military merits. It had only been a day. As expected, the greater the risk, the more they would obtain. This matter that seemed impossible to Ain Rand had actually been completed just like that. His eyes were a little absent-minded and filled with disbelief. This Ling Xiao was not only a genius in martial arts, he was also a calm and wise strategist. He was the one who came up with the entire plan. Of the two most difficult martial masters to deal with, one was seriously injured by him, and the other was killed by him through a sneak attack. This person was truly terrifying. However, Ling Xiao was frowning at this moment. This was because he could feel that the powerful aura from before had also followed them to the vicinity. However, it still maintained a distance of several hundred meters. This brat actually discovered me? A man in the dark stroked his chin and laughed. Luckily, Marshal Lin reminded me to protect this kid and not let anything happen to him. Who would have thought that he would be able to achieve such an impressive result against two martial masters? This fantasy pill factory has long been a thorn in Lin Shuai's side. It was actually removed by this brat. Good. He hesitated for a moment, then turned and left. I should go and do something. This kid really doesn't need my protection. He left? Ling Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief when he felt the aura leave. In fact, this battle did not cause much damage. Other than some injuries on Ain Rand and Cold Plum, Ling Yixue and Ling Xiao were unscathed. This also further confirmed Ain Rand's thoughts. Ling Xiao was not inferior to an early-stage 7th-level martial vein realm martial master. In fact, he was even better in some aspects. He knew very well that even when Ling Xiao severely injured the martial master called Meng, he did not display his full strength. This person was simply too terrifying. This person was like a bottomless pit that could not be seen through. Let's not distribute the military merit points for now. We'll talk about it when we return to the latent dragon camp. Is that okay with you? Ling Xiao glanced at Ain Rand and Cold Plum and said. I'll listen to you, Captain. I'm fine with it too. Ain Rand now trusted and admired Ling Xiao, regardless of whether it was Ling Xiao's strength or character. He definitely did not believe that a person who dared to break the rules of the latent dragon camp for a maid would covet his military merits. In the storage ring, there was a rare top-grade martial art, 200 aura chi pills, and 100 low-grade spiritual stones. He gave Ain Rand and Cold Plum 20 aura chi pills and 10 low-grade spiritual stones respectively. He gave Ling Yixue 60 aura chi pills and 40 low-grade spiritual stones. The rest of the items were all his. After all, he contributed the most in the battle against the martial master, so it was normal for him to receive the most. He did not need the rare top-grade martial art for the time being, so he gave it to Ling Yixue to cultivate. This was a top-grade palm technique, soul-seizing palm. Ling Yixue was good at palm techniques and her soul power was strong. This palm technique was more suitable for her. Once Ling Yixue learned this palm technique, her battle prowess would increase, and she would be of more help to Ling Xiao. After obtaining the soul-seizing palm, Ling Yixue began to cultivate. Yin Ran and Cold Plum quickly treated their injuries. On the other hand, Ling Xiao closed his eyes and cultivated. Sharpening a knife would not delay the work of cutting firewood. He did not think that this delay would have a big impact. Less than a quarter of an hour after the four of them left the fantasy pill factory, dozens of figures appeared there. This also proved that Ling Xiao's judgment was correct. The fantasy pill dealer would not sit by and do nothing when their factory was destroyed. "Boss, we've searched the factory. All the slaves in the fantasy pill factory have escaped. Our men have all been killed and the fantasy pills have been burned." After a careful search, the subordinates reported to their leader. The two martial masters were also killed? The boss was a little surprised. "Yes, boss. One of them died in a strange manner. I suspect that he was controlled by someone's soul power when he was alive. The other one was probably ambushed and ran away in a hurry, but he was killed by a flying sword." The subordinate analyzed. "Do you know who did it?" The boss was obviously enraged. He released his terrifying true essence, causing the surrounding sand and stones to fly. There was no doubt that he was also a martial master, and his strength was stronger than the two martial masters that Ling Xiao and the others had killed. Moreover, he was not just a little bit stronger. "We don't know for now. I've never heard of such an expert in White Cloud Prefecture." The subordinate shook his head and said, "However, the possibility of the border general's residence being involved is the highest. It's a pity that we don't have any evidence. Otherwise, we could directly go to the border general's residence to denounce them." "Lindsay!" The boss roared and punched the void. The air began to distort and then extended into the distance. The fantasy pill factory, which was originally on fire, was completely destroyed by this punch. The flames began to extinguish gradually. "Boss." The dozens of figures around revealed a look of horror. Although their boss could not be compared to Lindsay and Wan Ben, in their eyes, he was close to a god. "Investigate." "Boss, we've sent out many people. I believe there will be results soon. No matter who it is, even if it's Lindsay, if he dares to kill the Blue Eyes clan, he will die without a burial place. I will report this to the higher-ups." "Does Lindsay really think that no one can deal with him?" The boss revealed a vicious, angry, and sorrowful expression. While Ling Zhao's team was carrying out their mission, the other teams were also carrying out their missions at the same time. Due to the meticulous planning this time, coupled with the fact that the operation was rather sudden, it caught the fantasy pill peddlers off guard. Many latent dragon camp disciples had gained a lot of military merit points from the battle. These people were all geniuses. In addition, they had experienced life and death battles before, so they were not afraid of such a real battle. However, after the initial panic and large number of casualties, the fantasy elixir dealers gradually stabilized their footing and sent experts to many places. At this moment, the latent dragon camp disciples began to suffer casualties. Soldiers were like this. From the day they joined the latent dragon camp, they should have known that it was very common to die on the battlefield. The young genius, Zhang Yuan, had followed the wrong team. In the end, he was abandoned by his team at the crucial moment and died tragically in the hands of the fantasy elixir dealers. He became the latent dragon camp's first sacrifice. Fortunately, the 12 Tiger Guards stopped most of the martial master experts. Otherwise, the casualties of the latent dragon camp geniuses would have been even more severe. Of course, in terms of casualties, their mission was very successful. This time, it could be said that they had dealt a serious blow to the fantasy elixir dealers' arrogance. Ling Xiao and the other three were still resting or cultivating. They had burned down the fantasy elixir factory of the Blue Eyes clan and had become a thorn in their side. It was a wise choice to take a break at this time. The night was quiet. The next morning, when the first ray of light shone on Ling Zhao's body, he opened his eyes. The earth energy of 5 martial veins has been transformed into true origin. Even if I encounter an early-stage martial vein level 7 martial master, I can still fight without senior sister Yishue's help. Although he had severely injured and killed an early-stage martial vein level 7 martial master in this mission, he had done so in a timely manner. However, those were all special circumstances. The first idiot had abandoned his heroic spirit, which was equivalent to destroying his own strength. The second one had been killed by a sneak attack. At that time, if he were to face a martial spirit, heroic spirit, ninja spirit, and other similar martial spirits, he would have no chance of winning unless he used the corpse of the Herculean ape. He could only run for his life. However, it was different now. Even if he were to face an early 7th level martial vein realm martial master head-on, he would not be afraid at all. As long as he used his full strength, he would definitely have a 50% chance of winning. A true half-step martial master was a martial artist at the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein with at least 5 martial veins transformed into true essence. Previously, his combat strength had reached the required level, but after all, it wasn't enough. Now, he was truly a half-step martial master. Let's go. We'll continue our mission today. After eating some food, the team of 4 left their hiding place and moved on to their next target. There was a village about 2 or 3 miles ahead of them on the path they were traveling. As this village was close to Skycloud City, most of the villagers were practitioners, but the strongest was only at the 3rd level of the martial vein. These people naturally wanted to become great practitioners one day, but at this stage, they relied on the strength of practitioners to hunt and farm, so they were considered farmers. Their village had always been very quiet and stood aloof from worldly affairs. They didn't even know the dangers of the world and didn't know how terrifying the illusion pill was. They also didn't feel that the foreign races were very scary. In the morning, a group of people came to the village and the leader was called the boss by the rest. These people were made up of Green Eyes clan and Ninja clan. There were a total of 30 of them and the weakest was at the 4th level of the martial vein. They were even stronger than the strongest in the village. Capture the young woman and kill the rest. The boss waved his hand lightly and revealed a cruel smile. Sir, please show mercy. We really didn't do anything to let you down. The old village chief knelt on the ground and begged the boss. Ha, you didn't do anything, but who asked you to be a human? Humans deserve to die. The boss laughed out loud. In the past, when he was in a bad mood, he would find a human village and massacre it. Of course, he would take away the young and beautiful women. He had probably massacred more than 10 villages, and he was too lazy to keep track of them. Lindsay once asked the ambassador of the Green Eyes clan to hand him over. However, the ambassador didn't listen to Lindsay and only fined him a month's salary, saying it was a punishment. Even so, he hated humans even more. Not only did he not restrain his actions, but he became even more aggressive. This time, his illusion pill factory was destroyed and he was furious. Naturally, he would find a village to vent his anger. Kill. The boss revealed a crazy smile. Suddenly, a bright firework flew into the sky and exploded. Everyone knew that it was a signal, but many organizations used the same signal, so the boss sitting there couldn't tell which organization sent it. Only the disciples of the Latent Dragon Camp knew that there was a special color in the firework that belonged to the Latent Dragon Camp. When the firework flew up, a person walked out of the forest. It was a young man with a strong body that didn't look human. He was one of the deputy commanders of the Latent Dragon Camp, Shirley. Shirley was in a team with another deputy commander, but they just got separated in the forest. When he came to the village, he happened to see the Green Eyes clan and the Ninja clan killing the villagers, so he sent a signal for help and stood out. The opponents were very strong. The boss was a martial master at the peak of the 7th level martial vein. The 2 subordinates on his left and right were martial masters at the early stage of the 7th level martial vein. Facing 3 martial masters at the 7th level martial vein, even Shirley knew that he was in big trouble. He was only a martial master at the early stage of the 7th level martial vein. At most, he would face a martial master of the same strength or a slightly stronger one. In this situation, he was almost doomed. The reason why he stood out was that he didn't want the villagers to be slaughtered. Of course, he also hoped that the latent dragon camp disciples or the 12 tiger guards nearby would see the signal and come to help. Is that a signal for help? With Ling Xiao's sharp senses, it was impossible for him not to notice such a signal. Moreover, they were heading in this direction. Let's go. As a disciple of the latent dragon camp, we can't leave them to die. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate and immediately flew out with the soaring cloud steps. Now that the other 3 people were following his lead, they naturally didn't hesitate and followed him closely. During the flight, Ling Xiao had entered the soul immersion state and roughly saw the situation over there. It was fine if he didn't look. With one glance, he bit his gums until they bled. You're worse than pigs and dogs. You really deserve to die. Not only did they use the fantasy elixir to poison the human martial artists, they even killed civilians. This kind of behavior was the most despicable to Ling Xiao. When he killed the fantasy elixir dealer, he was a little hesitant about whether it was right to do so and whether he could persuade them to be kind. But at this moment, he completely cut off this thought. These people must be killed without mercy. On the other side, Shirley was in great danger. No matter how strong Shirley was, he was only an early-stage 7th martial vein realm martial master. He had already been shot several times and his clothes were already stained with blood. Even so, Shirley had no intention of retreating. He even pounced in the direction of the village and attacked the executioners who were killing the villagers. A few hundred meters away from the village, there was a small team led by young Master Morong. This guy led a team of 10 people, but he had no intention of helping Shirley. Instead, he was watching from the side. It was fine if he was just afraid, but what disgusted Ling Xiao was that he had a mocking smile on his face. However, there were also hot-blooded good men like young Master Morong. A small team of 8 people joined the battle. Although the strongest person in this team was only at the peak of the 6th martial vein realm, they did not hesitate to help. After that, another team joined in. There were about 10 of them. Their participation boosted Shirley's morale. He was fighting 2 early-stage 7th martial vein realm martial masters alone, and he was even braver. Damn you little things. The boss of the Blue Eyes clan finally stood up. With a gentle wave of his hand, 7 or 8 latent dragon camp disciples were sent flying. 3 of them died on the spot. The other 4 or 5 were seriously injured and unconscious. They could no longer fight. The rest of the fantasy elixir dealers wanted to take the opportunity to kill the latent dragon camp disciples. However, what greeted them was a dazzling and sharp sword light. Ling Xiao had arrived. He increased his speed to the extreme, and even Ling Yixue could not keep up. Even so, he only managed to save a few of his seriously injured companions. Boss, that kid knows how to use the Imperial Sword technique. A person standing beside the boss of the Blue Eyes clan exclaimed. In fact, the boss of the Blue Eyes clan already had his eyes on Ling Xiao. Kid, are you the one who destroyed our fantasy elixir factory? The boss of the Blue Eyes clan stopped attacking and stared coldly at Ling Xiao. Once he stopped, the rest of the latent dragon camp disciples were relieved. Those who were seriously injured were also rescued. After a while, Ling Yixue arrived and joined the battle without saying a word. She stopped an early-stage 7th martial vein realm martial master and shared the pressure for Shirley. In a one-on-one battle, Shirley was not at all inferior. On top of that, the fantasy elixir seller who had launched the sneak attack was also being held back by the other latent dragon camp disciples. Therefore, he was like a dragon that had entered the ocean. He was alive. The owner of the Blue Eyes race didn't care about the situation over there. It was as if he only had eyes for Ling Xiao. When he thought that this kid in front of him might be the one who burned down his fantasy pill factory, he was furious. Ah, that's right. Ling Xiao nodded. At this time, there was not much difference between admitting it and lying. This was because this martial artist at the peak of the 7th level martial vein would definitely not forgive him just because of a single sentence. Since you admit it, then die. Today, none of you will be able to escape. All of you will die. Crazy laughter rang out in the village that was ablaze. At this moment, the green-eyed boss no longer cared about the villagers. Those villagers were saved by the disciples of the latent dragon camp. Ain Ran and Cold Plum also joined the ranks because they were very clear about their own strength. It was absolutely impossible for them to be a match for a martial master at the peak of the 7th level martial vein. They might not even be a match for him. If they went up, they would only cause trouble. I don't even have a 10% chance of winning against a martial master at the peak of the 7th level martial vein. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly in his heart. However, there was no change in his expression. At worst, he could just use the corpse of the Herculean ape again. It was just that the corpse of the Herculean ape could deal with a martial master at the early stage of the 7th level martial vein. Against a martial master at the peak of the 7th level martial vein, it could at most cause some damage to him, but it still couldn't kill him. Ling Xiao wouldn't use it easily until the last moment. Junior brother, I'll help you. Brother Ling, I'll help you too. Just as Ling Xiao was thinking about how to stall the green-eyed boss at the peak of the 7th level martial vein, he suddenly saw Ling Yixue and Shirlei move over. He turned his head and saw that the other two martial masters at the early stage of the 7th level martial vein had been surrounded by the rest of the latent dragon camp disciples. Although these latent dragon camp disciples were only at the peak of the 5th to 6th level martial vein, they were all geniuses. 3 or 4 at the peak of the 6th level martial vein and a few at the 5th level martial vein could trap a martial master at the early stage of the 7th level martial vein. Perhaps they couldn't win, but it was enough to stall for time. Everyone understood that the green-eyed boss, who was at the peak of the 7th level martial vein, was the key to this battle. If this person died, the battle would be over. If he didn't die, no matter how many latent dragon camp disciples there were, they would still have to die. Ha ha ha, do you think you can stop me by adding 2 more good-for-nothings? The green-eyed boss laughed loudly. He didn't care about the 2 martial veins at the early stage of the 7th level martial vein at all. Senior sister, remember not to use the thing I gave you before. Just use it at the critical moment. After all, you're not very familiar with it yet. When the battle began, Ling Xiao whispered in Ling Yixue's ear. Then, the 3 of them got into position and prepared for battle. Thunder hammer, crack, it was really like a thunder roar. The green-eyed boss waved his hand and a forging hammer wrapped in purple-blue electric current smashed towards Ling Xiao's head. You two don't have to worry about me. Just protect yourselves. Seeing that Ling Yixue and Shirlei were showing signs of approaching him, Ling Xiao let out a low shout and retreated quickly. Although he was definitely not a match for a martial master at the peak of the 7th level martial vein, he had no problem dodging with his outstanding movement technique. Boom, the forging hammer lost its target and smashed into the ground. A huge crack immediately appeared in the ground and the surrounding ground was trembling. Good fellow, is this the strength of a martial artist at the peak of the 7th level martial vein? It's really terrifying. Ling Xiao believed that if he was hit by this hammer, even if he had the 9 transformation golden body technique, he would be smashed into meat paste. Dodging was a very smart choice. Eh? The green-eyed boss cried out in surprise because he didn't expect Ling Xiao to have such a peerless movement technique. It seemed that it wouldn't be easy to deal with him. Kid, I admit that you have some ability, but if you want to avoid my killing move with just this, you're dreaming. As soon as he finished speaking, an electric dragon emerged from the cracked ground. Its speed was so fast that it left people speechless. Even Ling Xiao couldn't dodge it in an instant. It was impossible for Shirlei and Ling Yixue to save him. They watched in shock as the electric dragon pounced at Ling Xiao, but they were powerless to do anything. However, Ling Xiao's face was indifferent, as if there were no fluctuations in his emotions. Suddenly, a giant sword descended from the sky and split the electric dragon apart. The scattered electric currents scattered in all directions, but they were unable to cause any damage. Giant sword spirit. The green-eyed boss was shocked. Not only did Ling Xiao accurately predict the appearance of the electric dragon, but he also summoned the giant sword spirit. This made it difficult for him to accept. Wrong, this is called the giant sword martial spirit. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't forget to devour the spirit of the green-eyed clan called Meng. For an ordinary martial artist, 2 or 3 martial spirits were already the limit. If there were more, the soul wouldn't be able to withstand it and the body wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, for Ling Xiao, who possessed the Mountain River martial spirit, he didn't have to worry about this. The Mountain River martial spirit was all-encompassing and contained everything. Not to mention a few martial spirits, even dozens or hundreds of martial spirits could be accommodated. For Ling Xiao, now was the time to collect a large number of martial spirits. He really liked to see these opponents with martial spirits, heroic spirits, and ninja spirits. Although 50% of the giant sword's remnant soul was not as good as a complete martial spirit, it was not a problem for it to break through the lightning dragon. After all, that was only a secret move of the blue-eyed race's boss after his attack. Its power was generally not too strong. In the distance, Yin Ran, who was fighting with the illusion pill dealer, could not help but suck in a breath of cold air when he saw the appearance of the giant sword martial spirit. He was glad that he followed Ling Xiao. This person was truly terrifying, too terrifying. In front of Ling Xiao, the talent of the rest of the people was not worth mentioning. Although Ling Xiao was not strong yet, as long as he did not die and continued to develop, he would definitely become a hero among men in the future. The blue-eyed race boss looked at Ling Xiao and thought to himself, this kid's movement technique is outstanding and he also has a giant sword martial spirit. It won't be easy to kill him. It's better to kill the 2 early-stage 7th-level martial vein martial masters first before focusing on dealing with this kid. His judgment was correct. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao was even more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. Soul-seizing palm, Ling Yixue took advantage of the moment when the blue-eyed race boss was stunned to activate the rare martial art she had just learned. Coupled with her terrifying soul force, even a martial artist at the peak of the 7th-level martial vein would not dare to underestimate her. Elephant strike, Shirley did not hesitate either. His fists formed a strange move. When he punched out, it was like a giant elephant charging forward. One could even faintly hear the sound of a giant elephant. 2 early-stage 7th-level martial vein martial masters attacked the blue-eyed race boss together. This person frowned slightly. Even he would not dare to take these 2 moves head-on. Otherwise, he would really fail miserably. Break for me! The blue-eyed race boss roared. He waved the thunder hammer in his hand and smashed it at Shirley. At the same time, he leaped up and kicked at Ling Yixue. His body was suspended in midair, looking somewhat strange. This ability to stay in the air was truly terrifying. At this moment, he had already begun to burn his true essence because he wanted to end the battle quickly. In any case, there were no side effects of a martial master burning his true essence. Of course, Ling Yixue and Shirley had also burned their true essence. They did not hide this point. Boom! When the hammer of thunder was struck by the elephant bash, Shirley felt as if he had crashed into a mountain. His body was sent flying, and blood spurted out of his mouth. Pa! At the same time, the owner of the Blue Eyes race kicked Ling Yixue's palm. Ling Yixue's body glowed with rainbow-colored light. It was the defensive martial art of the 7-colored cloud cloak. A top-notch defensive martial art. Therefore, although Ling Yixue was also sent flying, she didn't vomit blood. Her face only paled slightly. This time, the blue-eyed race's boss had used most of his power on Shirley, so Shirley was heavily injured. On the other hand, Ling Yixue only suffered some minor internal injuries. A martial master at the peak of the 7th level of the martial vein was indeed worthy of his reputation. Fighting 1 against 2, he easily crushed 2 early-stage 7th-level martial vein realm martial masters. However, he had clearly underestimated Ling Yixue's soul-seizing palm. The moment he landed on the ground, the blue-eyed clan's boss's legs trembled. His vision turned black, and his brain went into a temporary coma. This was the terrifying aspect of the soul-seizing palm. The owner of the Blue Eyes race knew about this. However, he didn't know that Ling Yixue was a Spiritas, and that her soul power was stronger than the average Spiritas. This time, he really felt like he had failed miserably at an easy task. Bull Roar, Shadow King Kill, Ghost Ship Wave Breaker, Giant Sword Descend. How could Ling Xiao miss such a good opportunity? The continuous combination of moves made the martial master at the peak of the 7th level of the martial vein realm exhausted. The Shadow King Kill pierced through the chest of the blue-eyed race's boss. Unfortunately, the other party managed to dodge the fatal blow at the last moment. The ghost ship wave breaker crashed into the blue-eyed race's boss, causing blood to seep out of his mouth. The giant sword descended from the sky and left a bone-deep wound on the shoulder of the blue-eyed race's boss. However, it was a pity. A martial master at the peak of the 7th level of the martial vein realm was not an early-stage martial master. Even though Ling Xiao's combination of moves was terrifying, it still didn't kill him in the end. Audash! Little bastard, I'm going to kill you. Kill you. The blue-eyed race's boss was about to go crazy. A martial master at the peak of the 7th level of the martial vein realm was actually injured by a 6th level martial vein realm martial artist. Moreover, the injury was very serious. His self-esteem was obviously severely damaged. Amidst the angry roar, the blue-eyed race's boss finally used the hero spirit that he didn't intend to use, Thunder God. Behind him, a shadow holding the Thunder God's hammer appeared. It had golden hair and a golden armor. It was about 4 meters tall and majestic. Fortunately, it's just a broken hero spirit. Ling Xiao was slightly relieved. Even though the Thunder God hero spirit of the blue-eyed race's boss was very powerful, it was only a broken hero spirit after all. It was still much weaker than a complete hero spirit. This way, it wouldn't be too difficult for him. The appearance of the Thunder God's remnant spirit made many latent dragon camp disciples sweat for Ling Xiao and the other two. Shirley was seriously injured and temporarily unable to attack. He was taking the opportunity to heal himself. Ling Yixue was also injured. Although it wasn't very serious, it would definitely affect her. Ling Xiao was unscathed. However, the series of attacks just now failed to kill the martial master at the peak of the 7th level of the martial vein realm. Now that this guy had summoned a broken hero spirit, it was even more difficult to deal with. Ling Xiao, who bore the brunt of the attack, didn't think so. Under the state of soul imprint, Ling Xiao knew very well that his previous attacks not only had an effect, but they were also very effective. The blue-eyed race boss seemed to be powerful, but in fact, his strength was severely damaged because of his serious injuries. Moreover, the blue-eyed clan's boss now had a fatal weakness. If he seized the opportunity, it was not impossible to kill him. They still had some tricks up their sleeves. Brother Sure, eat this. Your injuries will heal faster. Taking advantage of the fact that the blue-eyed race boss couldn't attack for the time being, Ling Xiao casually threw something to Shirley. A 500-year-old golden snow lotus. Shirley was shocked. This thing was too expensive. Even if you had money, you might not be able to buy it. This was definitely a holy medicine for healing. At least, it was much better than many so-called healing elixirs. Now is not the time to be polite. Eat it. Ling Xiao did not wait for Shirley to decline and added. Shirley nodded and ate the golden snow lotus in one bite. He continued to heal himself. In the dark, young Master Murong, who had been hiding and watching, suddenly brightened up. Ling Xiao has a golden snow lotus. Although it's only a 500-year-old one, it's not bad. After I kill this guy, the snow lotus will be mine. At this moment, young Master Murong didn't plan to help. Instead, he was thinking about Ling Xiao's golden snow lotus. Listen up, follow me to kill Ling Xiao later. We'll split the loot equally. Murong, no matter what, he's a disciple of the latent dragon camp. Even if we don't help him, we can't kick him when he's down. In this team, there was still someone with a conscience. However, as soon as he said that, a red dot appeared on his throat. Tian Guang attacked and killed him instantly. Well done, brother Tian. Young Master Murong smiled. Do any of you have any objections? No. The rest of them didn't dare to have any objections. They were in the wilderness. If they were killed, they could blame it on the fantasy elixir dealer. The latent dragon camp wouldn't be able to find out. They didn't want to be killed by Tian Guang or young Master Murong. At this time, although Ling Xiao knew where Murong Xiao's team was, he didn't know about their conspiracy. Novel, law, his mind was completely focused on the blue-eyed boss in front of him. Die. The blue-eyed boss attacked. But his target was not the seriously injured Shirley. Nor was it the pale-faced Ling Yixue. It was Ling Xiao. He hated Ling Xiao to the core. It was this kid who destroyed his fantasy pill factory. It was also this kid who injured him in the battle just now. The blue-eyed boss, who summoned the remnant soul of the thunder god, was faster than Ling Xiao. Therefore, Ling Xiao's attempt to dodge his attack with his body technique advantage was tantamount to a fool's dream. Fortunately, Ling Xiao didn't plan to do so. He had a better plan. After all, he wasn't fighting alone, and the blue-eyed boss was currently fighting 1 against 3. Ling Xiao's figure retreated quickly, attracting all the blue-eyed boss' attention. "Where do you think you're going?" "Thunder Hammer." The blue-eyed boss instantly sped up. The thunder hammer in his hand shone with a purple-blue light, and the remnant soul of the thunder god behind him also flashed with lightning. Although it was the same move, the power was several times stronger. No one present could block this attack, including Ling Xiao, so he didn't plan to block it. The purple-blue hammer was about to hit Ling Xiao. Suddenly, the blue-eyed clan's boss slowed down, and his movements became sluggish. He glanced over his shoulder in horror. He saw a woman with snake hair appear behind Ling Yixue. The snake hair woman's spirit. He recognized this spirit. It was his subordinate spirit, just like the giant sword spirit. What was going on? Why did his subordinate spirit appear on these people? What was going on? This question only stayed in his mind for a short while because he didn't have the time to figure it out. If the snake hair woman's spirit became a complete spirit, it would evolve into a Medusa spirit. Those eyes could petrify the enemy. The reason why his body was so sluggish was because of the snake-haired spirit. However, his cultivation was relatively high, so only some stiff spots appeared on the surface of his skin, causing his speed to slow down, but not completely petrified. Even so, his heart was terrified to the extreme. Because he knew that the kid opposite him would definitely not let go of such a good opportunity. Terrifying finger. Of course, Ling Xiao would not let go of such a good opportunity. He had long seen that the soul of the Blue Eyes clan's boss was severely damaged and could not recover. Therefore, he had long prepared this terrifying finger attack. This was a move he had comprehended from the blue-clothed girl he had met in the Dragon Submission Mountain range. As Ling Xiao thrust out his finger, quintessential essence condensed into a thin line in the air. This thin line condensed from quintessential essence even wrapped around the soul strength that Ling Xiao was so proud of. Pucci, the boss of the Blue Eyes race, dodged the fatal blow at the last moment, but his ear was pierced. However, in the next moment, he suddenly fell into a trance. His soul, which was already severely damaged, was once again severely damaged. The terrifying part of the terrifying finger, other than its terrifying lethality, was the damage to the soul hidden in its lethality. Back then, Ling Xiao had only used his Gang Qi to forcefully perform this move, so its power was not considered too strong. However, he was now burning his quintessential essence to perform this move. The terrifying power was definitely much stronger than Ling Yixue's soul-seizing palm. The boss of the Blue Eyes race fell straight to the ground. His burly body smashed a deep hole in the ground. This scene greatly boosted the morale of the latent Dragon Camp disciples. As for the rest of the fantasy elixir dealers, they were frightened and thought that the end had come. Although that finger attack was powerful, it did not hit the vital part. Why did the boss of the Blue Eyes race suddenly lose consciousness? Tianguang, who was hiding in the dark, asked curiously. It should be Ling Yixue's credit. I didn't expect Ling Yixue to have 50% of the snake-haired woman's remnant soul. When we kill Ling Xiao later, if she is beside him, don't do anything. Master Morong still thought that Ling Xiao was just SOSO. The truly terrifying one was Ling Yixue. Brother Morong, the boss of the Blue Eyes race is about to die. Should we continue to wait? Tianguang asked again. Hehe, how is that possible? This military merit is very generous and easy to obtain. Whoever doesn't want it is a fool. Master Morong chuckled and looked at the boss of the Blue Eyes race through the gaps in the forest. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Ha ha ha, this peak level 7 Martial Vein Martial Master's head will be mine. After using the terrifying finger, Ling Xiao had consumed a lot of his soul power. Therefore, he needed to rest for a while and did not immediately pursue. Ling Yixue had the same idea. Shirley had not recovered yet. At this moment, a person suddenly flew out of the forest and waved the scimitar in his hand, slashing towards the neck of the boss of the Blue Eyes race. Tianguang, you're shameless. Shirley opened his eyes. He had almost recovered. After all, he had the golden snow lotus, so his recovery speed was much faster. However, Tianguang's speed was too fast. It was too late for him to stop him. Tianguang did not care whether Shirley was angry or not. Whoever killed this guy would get the credit. He waved his scimitar in an attempt to cut off the head of the boss of the Blue Eyes race. Under the transcendent realm, without a head, one would not be able to live. Bang! However, the moment his provocation succeeded, the boss of the Blue Eyes race suddenly opened his eyes. The thunder hammer in his hand smashed onto Tianguang's chest at an extremely fast speed. At such a close distance, Tianguang could not dodge at all. A large hole was blasted in his body and the flesh inside was burnt. In just an instant, the former 9th captain, a genius warrior with the cultivation of the peak level 6 martial vein realm, died just like that. Ling Xiao calmly took the remnant soul of the blood saber from Tianguang's body into his mountain river martial spirit. No one saw this scene. After all, strictly speaking, a martial spirit was also a kind of soul. It just did not have its own consciousness. At least, Ling Xiao had not seen anyone who could see souls. Retreat. The boss of the Blue Eyes race who killed Tianguang was also nearing the end of his life. Not to mention the injuries on his body, if the injuries to his soul were not treated in time, he would be in big trouble. Therefore, he had to escape. However, he escaped, but those fantasy pill dealers were in trouble. They were unexpectedly hacked to death by the latent Dragon Camp's disciples. Little bastard, don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I'll kill you. The boss of the Blue Eyes race did not care about the lives of his subordinates because he could not even protect himself at this time. Do you really think you still have a chance? Ling Xiao transformed into an ice dragon and chased after him. It was true that the other party was faster than him before, but with his soul injured again, he could not even summon the broken thunder god spirit. His current speed was not as fast as him. Under such circumstances, how could he let the other party go and give him a chance to take revenge in the future? Ling Xiao's speed was too fast. Ling Yixue wanted to chase after him, but because of the exhaustion, her feet trembled and she almost fell to the ground. Miss Ling, you stay and recuperate. I'll go help brother. Ling Shirley glanced at Ling Yixue and sped up to chase after them. However, what surprised him was that after chasing for more than 10 meters, the two people in front of him had disappeared. The speed of these two people was a little too fast. Do you think you can escape? 3 to 4 kilometers away, Ling Xiao finally caught up with the owner of the Blue Eyes race and stopped him halfway. Lottie's place was still deep in the desolate mountains and no one could see it. Ling Xiao could finally fight without any scruples. In the previous battle, he was still a little restrained because he was afraid that others would see his trump card. But now, facing the boss alone, he had to go all out to finish the battle in a short time. Little bastard, do you really think you can stop me alone? The boss said so, but his heart was inexplicably terrified. Where did this kid come from? He was so fast that he was no worse than an early 7th level martial vein or even a middle stage martial master. And that attack, not only was there a lot of tricks, but it was also extremely terrifying. Especially that finger just now, it had almost destroyed his consciousness. Whether I can stop you or not, you'll know when you try. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. With the ice glaze sword in his hand, he pointed at the boss. Double shadow sword technique, 1 sword 4 shadows. Ling Xiao knew very well that although the boss was now an arrow at the end of its flight, a centipede would not fall down even if it was dead. He was worried that the other party would make a near-death blow, so using the double shadow sword technique to wear down the other party's fighting spirit and true essence was the wisest way. At the moment, he really couldn't kill this battle in one move. The reason why the terrifying finger could succeed was because of Ling Yixue's snake-haired woman's remnant soul. It wouldn't be easy to succeed again. As soon as the double shadow sword technique was used, one person turned into 4 people, surrounding the boss and killing him. The boss was most annoyed by this kind of attack. Because he couldn't determine the other party's body, it was impossible to condense true essence in one place. He could only deal with it in a hurry. The thunder hammer in his hand was constantly waving, and Ling Xiao's 4 figures were constantly repelled. But after repelling them, he would come again. Going back and forth, the boss's escape speed became much slower. After a long time, he only moved less than 10 feet forward. I can't waste time like this, I have to end this quickly. The owner of the Blue Eyes race knew what Xianxia was thinking, and he could feel that someone was chasing after them. If he continued to delay, he would really fail miserably today and die at the hands of this martial artist at the 6th level of the martial vein. That kind of death was too cowardly. Thunderstorm. Suddenly, the blue-eyed clan boss roared. His true essence burned crazily, and the thunder hammer in his hand smashed directly in front of him. Boom, with a loud bang, the two figures in front of him were blasted to smithereens. Then, the owner of the Blue Eyes clan took advantage of this momentum and rushed out at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. Is this your near-death blow? Powerful indeed. Xianxia was not frightened by this attack. The reason why he used the overlapping images sword art was to force his opponent to use this move. Now that the Blue-Eyed clan's boss was burning his true essence crazily, his speed had reached its peak. However, this was like a flash in the pan, and it wouldn't last for long. Xianxia had been waiting for this opportunity. The shadow of a ghost ship appeared under his feet. Coupled with the soaring cloud steps, his speed had almost doubled. Even though he was still not as fast as the Blue-Eyed clan boss, the distance between them would not be too far apart. As long as the opponent's aura weakened, it would be easy to catch up. In fact, the help of this ghost ship's remnant soul in attack was not as great as its help in speed. It was said that in ancient times, many of those human martial artists relied on their martial souls to travel. Not to mention the Azure Dragon and White Tiger, martial souls like Ghost Ship and Immortal Palace were also very suitable for traveling. Of course, on the way, Xianxia did not forget to weaken the strength of the Blue-Eyed clan boss. Whoosh, a sword light shot out from behind him and caught up with the Blue-Eyed clan boss in a very strange trajectory. Then, it pierced through the Blue-Eyed clan boss's protective true essence. At this time, the Blue-Eyed clan boss used almost zero true essence on defense. Most of his true essence was used on movement techniques. Because of this, the powerful sword controlling technique could easily succeed. Ah! In midair, the Blue-Eyed clan boss's thigh was pierced through by the sword light. His originally swift speed was instantly slowed down. The most terrifying thing was that this flying sword was entwined with soul power. Although it was not as terrible as the terrifying finger, it still caused a huge burden to his soul. At this critical moment, the Blue-Eyed clan boss bit the tip of his tongue. This pain made him feel energetic again. Little bastard who deserves to be cut into pieces, I will not let you go, I will. The Blue-Eyed clan boss only had one thought now. That was to escape. As long as he escaped this time, he would make Xianxia suffer 1,000 times the pain and humiliation that he suffered. Perhaps because they were too focused on each other, Xianxia and the Blue-Eyed clan boss did not notice that in the forest parallel to them, there was a figure moving side by side at an extremely fast speed. Are you using self-harm to stimulate the potential in your body? Let's see how long you can last. Xianxia stood on the ghost ship and whistled through the forest. He actually felt like a ghost. In the eyes of the Blue-Eyed clan boss, it was as if he had been targeted by a ghost and could not escape. Finally, the Blue-Eyed clan boss's speed became slower and slower. His eyes revealed a look of despair. However, in an instant, this look of despair turned into a look of ruthlessness. He took out something from his storage ring. Among the 10,000 clans, the Blue-Eyed clan was most famous for its mechanical skills. Most of the Blue-Eyed clan warriors knew about mechanical puppets and the like. The thing in the Blue-Eyed clan boss's hand was a mysterious mechanism called the air-piercing strike. This thing looked like a tube, and there was nothing special about it from the outside. However, those who were familiar with it would know that the internal structure of the air-piercing strike was very complicated. It could be used to increase the power of the attack by filling it with spirit stones. The more spirit stones that were filled, the greater the power of the instantaneous attack. Of course, there was a limit to the power of this thing according to its quality. The air-piercing strike in the Blue-Eyed clan boss's hand was only equivalent to a fine treasure weapon. Filling it with 100 low-grade spirit stones was considered a full load. The attack power could reach the peak of the 7th level of the martial vein realm. The reason why he had not used it was because spirit stones were too precious. He only had less than 200 low-grade spirit stones on him and could only use it once. However, at this moment, he knew that there was no hope of escaping. There was no use in keeping this thing, so he did not hesitate to take it out. While running, he filled it with spirit stones. When all 100 low-grade spirit stones were filled, the inscription-like thing on the beautifully carved tube glowed. He thought that Xianxia could not see all of this. However, he did not know that Xianxia had always been in the state of soul immersion and had seen all of his small movements. Although Xianxia did not know what the tube in the blue-eyed clan boss's hand was or what it was used for, his intuition told him that something was wrong. I'd better make the first move. The mechanisms of the blue-eyed clan were very powerful, but this was the reason why warriors still did not dare to relax their cultivation of martial arts. No matter how powerful the things in your hands were, if you were not strong enough, you might be killed before you could use them. At that time, any treasured weapon would be useless. Little bastard, go to hell, ha 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 ha. The blue-eyed clan boss showed a ferocious face as he imagined Xianxia being blown to pieces by the sky-piercing strike. You deserve it. If you didn't pester me, you wouldn't have died. You can regret it in hell. He did not attack immediately. Because he was waiting. Waiting for Xianxia to get close enough that he could not dodge. His low-grade spirit stones were only enough for one sky-piercing strike attack, so he had to hit the target in one shot. Otherwise, he would be like a fish on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. He was nervous and excited at the same time. Life and death could be decided in a single move. Come closer. As long as he was within 30 meters, he was confident that he could kill Xianxia in one shot. Petals? Just as he showed a ferocious smile, a petal suddenly fell on his face. Is it a cherry blossom? Strange, there are no cherry blossom trees in this deep mountain. How could it be? Forget it, I can't care so much. That kid is getting closer and closer. He will be within 30 meters. There were more and more petals. The blue-eyed clan boss felt more and more strange. He could not help but look up. Only then did he realize that a vortex formed by cherry blossoms had condensed above his head. Oh no! He seemed to realize something. There was no time to wait for Xianxia to come within 30 meters. He simply wanted to use the sky-piercing strike. However, it was too late. The cherry blossom petals wrapped around his arm, and his vital essence lost connection with the sky-piercing strike. Without the activation of vital essence, the sky-piercing strike could not be used. What was more frightening was that the petals were getting denser and denser. Not only did they wrap around his arm, but they also quickly wrapped around his entire body. Cherry tree martial soul. It's a complete soul. How is this possible? The moment he was completely wrapped in cherry blossom petals, the blue-eyed clan boss finally understood that the young man in front of him was more terrifying than he had imagined. He hadn't become a martial master, yet he possessed a complete martial soul. Furthermore, it was a broken martial soul. He suddenly thought of an ancient legend. When the mountain and river martial spirit appeared, the revival of the human race would be inevitable. Could it be that this young man actually possessed the legendary mountain river martial spirit? Unfortunately, even though he had thought of this, he could no longer send this information back. As the cherry blossom petals wrapped around him, tiny needle-like energy shot out from within, crazily tearing apart his internal organs. He was only a martial master at the peak of the 7th level martial vein, not a transcendent martial artist. In the face of such a terrifying attack, he could no longer resist and lost his life, falling from the sky to the ground. Whoosh, the cherry blossom petals scattered. Xianxia withdrew his sakura tree martial soul. He really didn't like using a complete martial soul to attack. With his current cultivation, using a complete martial soul to attack would consume too much energy. Even if he was not injured, the true essence in his body was almost depleted, and only the game chi of one martial vein was left. However, even though he was exhausted, Xianxia did not forget to clean up the things on the Blue Eyes clan boss. The two people in the Dream Fantasy Pill Factory had low-grade storage rings, and the Blue Eyes clan boss was no exception. The big boss was indeed the big boss. He really had a lot of things on him. There were close to 100,000 taels of silver and 10,000 taels of gold. Of course, Xianxia did not particularly care about these. What he cared more about was that the Blue Eyes clan boss actually had 3 martial arts manuals on him. One was a top-notch entry-level martial arts manual, one was a top-notch rare martial arts manual, and one was a top-notch secret method. The most precious thing was the sky-piercing strike and 170 low-grade spirit stones on this guy. The moment Ling Xiao touched the sky-piercing strike, the mountain and river martial soul had already given him detailed information about the sky-piercing strike. Good heavens! Fortunately, I just stopped this guy from using the sky-piercing strike. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to withstand the full blow of a martial master at the peak of the 7th level martial vein. What are these? There were dozens of letters in the storage ring. These letters were secret letters between the Blue Eyes clan boss and a person who claimed to be the governor's mansion steward. He roughly flipped through the letters. There was no mention of Governor Baiyun Wanben. This Wanben was still very careful. But even so, the steward of the governor's mansion had colluded with the dream fantasy pill dealer. Lindsay would definitely like these letters. Who is it? Ling Xiao was about to put the storage ring in his pocket when a sword light suddenly shot out from the depths of the forest. He was shocked and hurriedly dodged. Even so, the sword light still left a bone-deep wound on his arm. I was careless. Ling Xiao found a place to hide and held the sky-piercing strike in his hand. Judging from the sword light, the opponent was at least an early-stage 7th level martial vein martial master. Therefore, it was difficult for him to escape in his current state. He could only rely on the sky-piercing strike. Can you dodge it? A figure flew out from the dense forest. Although he was dressed casually, his face was covered. Most of the people who would do this were acquaintances. Are you afraid that I will recognize you? Ling Xiao frowned. There were only 3 martial masters in the latent dragon camp. They were the head captain, Dai Yuling, the deputy commander, Shi Lei, and Huan Nanin. Dai Yuling, or Huan Nanin, he was sure that the opponent was not Shi Lei. If it was Shi Lei, he would be able to recognize his aura. After all, they had just fought together. Ling Xiao did not speak. He knew that the opponent was tricking him. Because he had the Mountain River Martial Soul model, he could completely hold his breath and concentrate. As long as he did not speak or move, it would be difficult for the opponent to discover him. Do you think that I won't be able to find you if you don't make a sound? The person snorted and suddenly swept the long sword in his hand around his body. Then, the surrounding trees and rocks began to explode. The place where Ling Xiao was hiding was also exposed. At this moment, Ling Xiao was chewing something in his mouth and holding the sky-piercing strike in his hand. Even though it was very dangerous, Ling Xiao did not plan to give up. He was eating the golden snow lotus that he had taken from the mountain river world to speed up his recovery. When the person saw the sky-piercing strike in Ling Xiao's hand, his attack suddenly stopped. He was obviously a little afraid. What can I do for you? Ling Xiao asked cautiously. Hand over the letters in your hand. I can give up everything else. Of course, you can also live. The opponent did not even dare to reveal his real voice. It was obvious that he had used some method to change his voice when he spoke. What if I say no? Ling Xiao did not plan to admit defeat so easily. Moreover, handing over the letters could save his life. Only a naive idiot would believe this kind of nonsense. Then you can go to hell. It's just the sky-piercing strike. I'm not afraid. The opponent was indeed a little afraid of the sky-piercing strike. Although the sky-piercing strike was powerful, it also consumed a lot of spiritual stones. For warriors below the martial master level, it was already very good to have dozens of low-grade spiritual stones. Those who had more than 100 low-grade spiritual stones would only be from wealthy families like the governor's mansion or the border general's mansion. Each sky-piercing strike would consume a low-grade spiritual stone. The masked assassin seemed to be in a hurry to destroy those letters, so he ignored the threat of the air-piercing strike and prepared to kill Ling Xiao with his ultimate skill. However, it was strange that he did not use his martial soul fragment. Ling Xiao speculated that there were 2 possibilities. The first possibility was that he did not have a martial soul fragment, but that was unlikely. If he was from the latent dragon camp, it was unlikely that he did not have a martial soul fragment. The second possibility was that he did not dare to expose his martial soul fragment, because once it was exposed, his identity might be exposed. However, even if he did not use his martial soul fragment, the masked assassin's ultimate skill could kill Ling Xiao in his current state. He could only go all out. Ling Xiao was confident in himself. With the Mountain River martial soul, he could lock onto the masked assassin's position. There was a 90% chance that the air-piercing strike would hit the masked assassin. Flower Sword's Funeral, top sword technique of the upper grade, Flower Sword. As soon as the ultimate skill was used, strange rose petals danced in front of Ling Xiao. The petals wrapped around him at an extremely fast speed. The edges of the petals were as sharp as blades, shining with a cold light. Great sword technique. Ling Xiao was shocked, but he admired it. After all, the flower sword's biggest feature was that it was very beautiful when used. Humph, you have good taste. You should be satisfied to see such a beautiful scene before you die. The masked assassin snorted. Although he said that, he did not slow down his movements. Stop. Just as Ling Xiao was about to use the air-piercing strike, a loud shout was heard. Like a giant elephant, the giant body landed in front of Ling Xiao and punched the masked assassin's sword technique with both fists. Shirley. Sorry, brother Ling, I'm late. But don't worry, with me here, he can't hurt you. Shirley was a person who knew how to repay kindness. He had previously eaten Ling Xiao's golden snow lotus, so naturally, he would not allow Ling Xiao to be killed. The opponent was strong. However, he was not weak either. Bang! In the air, the rose petals and the giant elephant's afterimage collided and exploded. What was strange was that the masked assassin actually turned around and fled without suffering any losses. Where do you think you're going? Shirley chased after him. Don't chase a cornered enemy. Damn, this guy is too impulsive. Seeing that Shirley had already disappeared into the forest, Ling Xiao could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. He wanted to call out to Shirley, but in the end, he did not succeed. I'd better hurry up and recover, lest I get into any more danger. Ling Xiao did not choose to go back to look for Ling Yixue and Yin Ran because he might encounter danger on the way. Therefore, recovering as soon as possible was the right thing to do. He had just eaten the golden snow lotus and the aura chi pill, so his recovery speed was very fast. At this time, his aura chi had already recovered 3 martial veins. Including the remaining one from before, he had 4 martial veins aura chi. It was just that the converted Jin Yuan was not so easy to convert. He could only wait for time to slowly convert it. Right now, it was best to restore his stellar energy to its peak. Although that was what he thought, the development of the situation was a little beyond his expectations. I didn't think that young Master Morong would actually dare to come. Ling Xiao was about to continue recovering when suddenly, with the terrifying vision of the soul imprint state, he sensed that young Master Morong was rushing over with 8 young martial veins cultivators. The distance was close. Since you don't know what's good for you, then today this forest will be your burial ground. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and simply swallowed more than a dozen aura chi pills. If someone saw him eating the aura chi pills like beans, they would be envious to death. After all, although the aura chi pills were not as precious as the low-grade spirit stones, they were still the most outstanding pills for the aura chi stage. Only the children of the rich and powerful families would dare to consume them like this. 5 martial veins recovered, 6 martial veins completely recovered. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and revealed a smile. At this time, although he did not have a trace of Jin Yuan in his body and was all aura chi, it was more than enough to deal with an opponent of young Master Morong's level. However, he still pretended to be weak. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to have such a day. Young Master Morong walked out of the forest and laughed as he looked at the frightened Ling Xiao. Didn't you say you wanted to take my life? Unfortunately, the person who will die today will be you. Ling Xiao frowned and said, Young Master Morong, logically speaking, you and I have no enmity between us. There is no need to fight to the death. Why are you so aggressive? Young Master Morong sneered and said, You want to trick me? Do you think I'm stupid? You should go to hell with this question. Even if you die, you still want to be a confused ghost. Attack. This person's mind could be considered meticulous. He saw through Ling Xiao's thoughts and immediately waved his hand. The other 8 martial veins cultivators had already surrounded Ling Xiao. Penetrating fist, wind sword, mountain breaking saber, all kinds of unique skills were displayed. It was obvious that they wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Young Master Morong was more cunning. Although he had summoned the Black Bear Remnant Soul and the giant axe in his hand was ready to attack, he did not participate in this attack. Meteor Strike, regardless of whether young Master Morong was involved or not, Ling Xiao had already prepared his killing move. The arrow on the bow had to be released. Moreover, as long as he killed the other 8 people, young Master Morong would not be taken seriously. This Meteor Strike was a sure kill skill comprehended from the Meteor Fist. After using it, Ling Xiao suddenly jumped into the air and punched down. It was like a huge meteor crashing into the crowd. This was originally a move with a very terrifying killing range. It was used to kill many people at once. Boom, as the ground exploded, flames shot out in all directions. The 8 people who had surrounded Ling Xiao were all killed on the spot. Some people's bodies were charred black. Some people were fragmented. Some people's internal organs were all shattered. Their dead bodies were not very good looking. What? Seeing this scene, young Master Morong finally understood that he had underestimated Ling Xiao. This guy actually recovered so quickly. No, run, he knew his limits. Seeing that he was no match for Ling Xiao, he chose to run. In order to increase his speed to the maximum, he even used the Black Bear's Remnant Soul. He looked like a huge bear running in the forest. His speed was definitely more than twice as fast as before. I must kill young Master Morong. At this point, Ling Xiao could not let young Master Morong go. Young Master Morong had tried to harm him time and time again. He even tried to kill him while he was in danger. If he let young Master Morong go under such circumstances, he would be too cowardly. To save his energy, Ling Xiao did not summon the ghost ship. Instead, he twisted his body and turned into an ice dragon to chase after young Master Morong. Even so, his speed was still much faster than young Master Morong. Although young Master Morong had escaped first, with his current speed, he would be able to catch up to young Master Morong and kill him in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. However, after a brief moment, he suddenly stopped chasing after young Master Morong. Extreme fear appeared on his face. About 500 meters away from him was a huge river. It was also the largest river in Baiyun province. It was called the Cloud River. Boats sailed on the Cloud River all year round. However, most of them were ordinary sailboats or human-powered boats. However, at this moment, a huge machine-operated boat was parked on a more remote part of the Cloud River. Ling Xiao had heard from Lindsay that the biggest sect in the ninja clan was called Black Dragon Society. The Black Dragon Society was the symbol of the Black Dragon. Currently, most of the ninja warriors in the human territory were either disciples or members of the Black Dragon Society. The appearance of the Black Dragon Society's giant mechanical ship was strange in itself. The people on the ship shocked Ling Xiao even more. There were actually 3 9th-level Martial Vane Peak warriors. One of them was Governor Wanben. Although Ling Xiao had never seen him in person, he could see his portrait in many places in Sky Cloud City. Ling Xiao didn't know the other 2, but he was sure that one of them was from the Blue Eyes clan and the other was from the Ninja clan. Although the 2 clans looked similar to humans, they had their own unique features, so they were easy to recognize. Young Master Morong actually escaped to this ship. Governor! Governor, save me! The battered and exhausted young Master Morong scrambled to the ship, but he was stopped by the ninja warriors. Wanben's face darkened. How dare you come here, you're so stupid. Although Lindsay knew about his collusion with the Ninja clan and the Blue Eyes clan, there was no evidence. If Lindsay caught him red-handed and told the Saint Emperor, Wanben would lose his position as governor. Without this power, he wouldn't be able to gain the trust of the Ninja clan and the Blue Eyes clan. How could he realize his ambition? Wanben's voice was filled with anger. In his anger, there was a strong and sinister aura that made people have no choice but to submit. Young Master Morong was the first to bear the brunt. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was as pale as paper. Governor, you don't need to be so nervous. I'll send people out now, all of them are at the 7th level of the Martial Vane realm. Within a 1-mile radius, no outsider can survive. The Ninja clan's 9th level Martial Vane realm master smiled and waved his hand casually. More than 20 people rushed out. Generally speaking, no one below the Transcendent realm could see the situation beyond a 1-mile radius. This was the reason why the ninja clan's 9th level martial vein realm master was so confident. But he didn't know that Ling Xiao was a little different. Tell me, what's going on? Wan Ben withdrew his murderous intent. He looked at young Master Morong coldly and said, I spent so much effort to send you into the latent dragon camp. Don't tell me that your identity has been exposed. Lord Governor, don't worry. I didn't reveal my identity. Young Master Morong said hurriedly, I offended someone called Ling Xiao in the latent dragon camp and was chased by that shameless guy. That's why I came here in a panic. Ling Xiao? Why does this name sound so familiar? Wan Ben frowned and said. A person flashed out from the side. It was Yulian. Reporting to Lord Governor, this Ling Xiao is from Tianfeng City's Ling family. According to my father, he was the one who heavily injured Lord Feimu and killed Lord Feiyun. At that time, his cultivation was only at the early 6th level of the martial vein. That's right, Governor. That's what my father told me. Another person stood out. It was Li Xinghui. Right now, both of their cultivations were at the peak of the 6th level martial vein. Li Xinghui was even stronger than Yulian. Sure enough, he had submitted to Wan Ben and received a lot of benefits. It was not impossible for him to become a martial master in the future. Pa. Before Wan Ben could speak, the ninja clan's peak 9th level martial master was furious. He crushed the ceramic quilt in his hand. Ling Xiao. He killed my clan's genius. I want him dead. Wan Ben glanced at young Master Morong and said, Young Master Morong, did you hear that? I'll give you a quasi-transcendent martial art and a true elemental pill. Thank you, Lord Governor. Young Master Morong was overjoyed. He did not expect that he would not be killed today. Instead, he received such benefits. Don't be in a hurry to thank me. I'll give you the things, but you have 1 year to kill Ling Xiao. Otherwise, you'll be the one to die. Get lost. Wan Ben waved his hand and said as if he was driving a dog. Young Master Morong nodded impatiently, then turned around and left. He did not dare to go back the way he came because he was afraid that he would encounter Ling Xiao again. Right now, he only wanted to find a place to quickly cultivate and break through to the 7th level martial vein. This way, with a quasi-transcendent martial art, he would not be afraid of Ling Xiao. Governor Wan, that person won't be able to do it, right? After young Master Morong left, the ninja clan's peak 9th level martial master frowned and said. Don't worry, young Master Morong is just an abandoned child. If he can succeed, that would be for the best. If he fails, he can cover up the existence of another person. Wan Ben smiled and said, Ling Xiao won't live for more than a month. Ha ha ha, so Lord Governor has already made full preparations. The ninja clan's peak 9th level martial master laughed loudly. Li Xinghui and Yulian looked at each other and felt that something was wrong. Only when they saw Ling Xiao with their own eyes and even fought with him would they understand how terrifying he was. These two peak 9th level martial masters were underestimating their opponent too much. However, their words carried little weight and they did not dare to say anything. Although Ling Xiao wanted to continue eavesdropping on their conspiracy, it was a pity that these people were very cautious. The giant mechanical ship broke through the river and sailed away from the bottom of the river. However, the dispatched 7th level martial vein realm martial masters did not return. Instead, they rushed over after receiving the order. Ling Xiao cursed inwardly and turned to run back the way he came. On the way, he met the people from the latent dragon camp who were rushing over. He did not mention the giant ship or young Master Morong because no one would believe him anyway. He only said that a large number of martial masters were coming and asked everyone to retreat. At first, some people did not believe him. However, after Shirley rushed back with injuries and said the same thing, they realized that Ling Xiao was not talking nonsense. Although the disciples of the latent dragon camp were all geniuses, they were definitely no match for more than 20 martial masters. They could only choose to quickly return to the latent dragon camp. However, on the way back, some disciples of the latent dragon camp were intercepted and killed. Fortunately, reinforcements arrived in time. Dai Yuling, Huan Nanin, and General Jiu Yu appeared together. Huan Nanin's cultivation was not too different from Shirley's. She was only a mid-7th level martial vein realm martial master. However, Dai Yuling and General Jiu Yu were terrifying. Those 7th-level martial masters could not even withstand one blow from them. This was also why Dai Yuling and General Jiu Yu did not participate in the competition for military merits. Instead, they competed with the other 11 Tiger Guards. In other words, the competition this time was divided into the Tiger Guard group and the Latent Dragon group. Otherwise, the disciples of the Latent Dragon camp would suffer a great loss. With Dai Yuling and General Jiu Yu around, the ninja clan's martial masters knew that they could not continue chasing after them. Therefore, most of the disciples of the Latent Dragon camp safely returned to the camp. On the same day, after counting, 30 disciples of the Latent Dragon camp were killed in the battle. Basically, they were killed when they retreated. Of course, only young Master Murong knew that 8 of them were killed by Ling Xiao. However, young Master Murong did not mention this. It was not that he did not want to say it, but he did not dare to. If this matter was investigated, he was afraid that he would be in more trouble than Ling Xiao. After counting the number of people, General Jiu Yu began to calculate the military merits. Ling Xiao did not choose to distribute it himself. Instead, he gave it to the weapons of the Latent Dragon camp. This way, no one would have any objections. Wait a minute, General Yu Yu. Didn't you say that the statistics will only be done after 3 months? Hua Naning frowned and said. Oh, I forgot to tell you that the Ninja Clan and the Green Eyes Clan will have a big operation soon. You guys are no longer suitable to carry out missions. Otherwise, you will only die. General Yu Yu said calmly, there's nothing wrong with 3 months becoming 3 days. It's still fair. Do you have a problem with that? Hua Naning wanted to say something, but in the end, she shook her head and said, I'll listen to the general. That's right. The statistics of the Tiger Guard team have been brought forward. After all, the plan can't keep up with the changes. Our peaceful days won't last long. He sighed and began to announce the military merit rankings. The military merit rankings of the Hidden Dragon team are as follows. General Yu Yu looked at the final list in his hand and was a little surprised. However, he quickly returned to normal. The person with the highest military merit, Ling Xiao. What? It's Ling Xiao? How can he get more military merit points than the 2 commanders? Yeah, this is too unreliable. He must have cheated. Although most of the people in the Hidden Dragon camp did not have any grudges against Ling Xiao, many of them were jealous of him. Hearing that a newcomer got the highest military merit points, they were naturally a little unconvinced. Silence. Shirley shouted, what are you all bluffing about? Brother Ling's combat power, I'm sure you all saw it in the fishing village. What are you still doubting? After he shouted, the crowd suddenly quieted down. General Yu Yu continued to announce, Ling Xiao got 120 military merit points. Wow. The crowd was once again in an uproar. It was a little shocking to get so many military merit points in 3 days. After all, in the past missions, the highest military merit points the Hidden Dragon team could get in 3 days was 60 points. The second place is Ling Yixue, 80 military merit points. The third place is Yin Ran, 70 military merit points. The top 3 were all members of Team Skyscraper. Cold Plum was a servant, so she was not qualified to be ranked. Therefore, their team's military merit points were divided among the 3 people. The fourth place, Shirley, 60 military merit points. The fifth place, Hua Naning, 50 military merit points. Sixth, young Master Murong, 40 points. Actually, young Master Murong really benefited a lot. He was the only one left in his team, so all the military merit points went to him. Otherwise, he might not have been able to get 40 military merit points. Actually, the disciples of the Latent Dragon camp didn't really care about the number of announcements. What shocked them the most was that the 3 members of Team Skyscraper actually took the top 3 spots, especially Ling Xiao, who got 120 military merit points all by himself. Wasn't this a little too terrifying? It should be known that most of the people behind him didn't have more than 10 points. Only the captains could get 20 to 30 points, but they still couldn't compare to Ling Xiao. I'll let you be proud for now. When I break through to the 7th level of the martial vein, I'll settle the score with you. Murong Xiao cast a sinister glance at Ling Xiao. He had obtained a quasi-transcendent martial art from Wan Ben and a precious true elemental pill. Next, he could use 40 military merit points to exchange for rewards. If he still couldn't break through to the martial master realm, it could only mean that he was too stupid and he should just kill himself. In fact, young Master Murong was not stupid. The fact that he could enter the latent dragon camp was enough to show his talent. Not to mention, he was one of the captain-level disciples. His talent was indisputable. With his talent and resources, it was time for him to break through. Alright, the rest of you can go exchange for your rewards. Ling Xiao, you stay here. General Jiu Yu sent the rest of the people away and asked only Ling Xiao to stay. That was because he had mentioned before that the person who ranked first in military merit points would get a special reward. Ling Xiao, I asked you to stay because I want you to choose a reward. Listen carefully and choose carefully. This might affect your future martial arts path. Ling Xiao understands. Standing there, Ling Xiao's face was expressionless. However, he was still a little excited. The special rewards of the latent dragon camp were definitely extraordinary. The first reward is to receive 3 pointers from a peak martial vein level 9 martial master. The second reward is to receive an incomplete martial soul. The third reward is to receive a precious artifact. The fourth reward is to comprehend a transcendent martial art for 2 hours. Listen carefully, it's not a quasi-transcendent martial art or an incomplete transcendent martial art. It's a true transcendent martial art. Ling Xiao did not react much to the first 3 rewards. However, the fourth reward made him excited. A transcendent martial art. That was a true transcendent martial art, however, he only had 2 hours to comprehend it. If he could not comprehend it, it might not be as good as the first 3 rewards. General Jiu Yu also suggested, a transcendent martial art is profound and powerful. However, it said that only martial masters in the transcendent realm can truly comprehend a transcendent martial art. Therefore, I think you should choose the first 3 rewards. There's no need to think about it. I want the fourth reward. Was there a need to think about it? A transcendent martial art could only be found by chance. The border general's residence probably only had 1 or 2. Why would he give up such an opportunity? That would be foolish. He could comprehend the Snow Lotus Sword technique from the incomplete transcendent martial art. Although it was not complete, why couldn't he comprehend a true transcendent martial art from a true transcendent profound martial art? Are you sure you want to do this? I don't want to discourage you, but there was once a genius who made the same choice as you. However, he regretted it later because he couldn't comprehend anything in 2 hours. Instead, it would disturb your thoughts. General Jiu Yu said, and that person was me. Is there no one who has succeeded? Ling Xiao asked. Yes. General Jiu Yu nodded, only one person has succeeded. However, she only managed to comprehend 1 move. In my opinion, it's not much different from a quasi-transcendent martial art. Who is that person? Dai Yuling. General Jiu Yuling continued, you can't be compared to her. Although you are a genius, Dai Yuling is a genius among geniuses. Furthermore, she was born with a complete martial soul. The most frightening thing is that her martial spirit is of great help to the comprehension and understanding of martial arts. Just because she can comprehend 1 or 2 moves doesn't mean you can too. Ling Xiao smiled and said, thank you for your kindness, General Jiu Yu. However, I have already made up my mind. Alright. Since you are so determined, I won't try to persuade you. General Jiu Yu shook his head. This Ling Xiao. Did he think that he would be conceited just because he got first place? Fine. I'll let you suffer a little. In the future, you will know how to act according to your capabilities. General Jiu Yu, can I comprehend it a few days later? Ling Xiao asked. Of course. However, you have to do it within 7 days. Can you tell me the reason? General Jiu Yu frowned and asked. 7 days? That's enough. Breaking through to the martial master realm in 7 days, General Yu thought he had misheard. How could the martial master realm be broken through so easily? The geniuses of the latent dragon camp had been at the peak of the 6th level for 1 or 2 years, or even 3 or 4 years. None of them dared to say that they could break through at will. Even young Master Murong, who he thought highly of, had been at the peak of the 6th level for more than a year. This Ling Xiao had just broken through to the peak of the 6th level a few days ago, yet he was so confident? Ling Xiao, it's better to be more down-to-earth on the path of martial arts. General Yu was still concerned about Ling Xiao because of Lin Zhe. He didn't want Ling Xiao to become someone who overestimated himself. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't explain anything. He had the mountain river martial spirit, so he was very clear about his situation. After 3 days of fighting, his strength had accumulated to a certain extent. The next breakthrough was just a matter of time. There wouldn't be any accidents at all. General Yu, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first. He stood up and prepared to leave. Time was of the essence. He couldn't delay. Oh, by the way, you now have 120 military merit points. You can go to the military merit hall to exchange for rewards. General Yu reminded him. Thank you for your reminder, General. Ling Xiao understands. When Ling Xiao went to the military merit hall, many geniuses of the latent dragon camp had already gone to exchange for rewards. Or martial arts. Or perhaps it was a divine weapon. Or treasures of heaven and earth. Or perhaps it was some other reward. After all, the more military merit points one had, the more rewards one could choose from, and the more rewards one could exchange for. Ling Yixue exchanged for treasures of heaven and earth that could speed up one's cultivation. Because she didn't have much time left, she had to reach the transcendent realm as soon as possible to increase her lifespan. Her pursuit of martial arts wasn't that strong, not to mention that she had just obtained a top-notch martial art like the soul-seizing palm from Ling Xiao. Coupled with the martial arts in her memory, it was enough for her. Ain Ran also exchanged for medicinal herbs that could assist in cultivation. Young Master Murong was also the same. Because young Master Murong wanted to break through to the 7th level of the martial vein, he was worried that he would not have enough true elemental dawn, so he took some supplementary herbs. Ling Xiao, just you wait. After I come out of seclusion this time, I will definitely have a good fight with you. When young Master Murong saw Ling Xiao walking towards the Hall of Merit after receiving his reward, he couldn't help but sneer. Then, he quickly walked towards his own house. Ling Xiao did not pay any attention to him. Although he wanted to kill Master Murong right now, it was not appropriate for him to do so in the latent dragon camp. On his way to the Hall of Military Merit, he met Shirlei and Hua Nanin. Both of them had exchanged for top-notch martial arts. With their current strength, it was unlikely that they would be able to achieve a breakthrough in a short period of time. Thus, it was more appropriate for them to choose top-notch martial arts. Hua Nanin nodded at Ling Xiao with a smile and left. Shirlei cupped his hands and said, Brother Ling, from now on, if you encounter any problems in the latent dragon camp, just tell me. I promise you'll be fine. Thank you, Brother Shir. Ling Xiao had a good impression of Shirlei. After exchanging some pleasantries, the two of them went to do their own things. Shirlei went back to study martial arts while Ling Xiao went to the Hall of Merit to receive a quasi-transcendent martial art and some spiritual medicine. After all, a quasi-transcendent martial art cost 100 military merit points. There were not many things that he could receive. He chose this quasi-transcendent martial art to complement his double shadow sword technique. It was called the Shadow Cultivation Secret Technique. It was a martial art secret technique. It had no offensive or defensive power. It couldn't even increase one's true origin or earth energy. However, it could be used to cultivate with the Shadow Cultivation Secret Technique. When the Shadow Cultivation Secret Technique was used, the Shadow Cultivation Secret Technique, including the martial soul avatar, could cultivate like the real body. When the martial soul avatars returned to the real body, their cultivation experience would be absorbed by the real body. Naturally, this required a strong soul power to support it. If one's soul power was depleted, they would not be able to use it anymore. Fortunately, when Ling Xiao was in the Ling family, he had already cultivated the soul condensing art, so his soul power was much higher than the average warrior's. In addition to his mountain river martial spirit, his soul power was naturally very strong. Therefore, there was no one else in the latent dragon camp who could use the Shadow Cultivation Secret Technique other than him. After returning to his room from the Hall of Merit, Ling Xiao gave all the spiritual medicine that he received to Cold Plum. With the earth energy pills, low-grade spiritual stones, and the golden snow lotus, he was not interested in those things. In addition, he gave Cold Plum a top-tier martial art, the shadow killing skill. This was a top-tier martial art technique that he had obtained from the Blue Eyes clan's boss. It would be very effective when used together with Cold Plum's Snow Plum spirit. Of course, he gave Cold Plum these things to win her over. On the other hand, Cold Plum was one of his teammates this time. However, he did not reward her with any military merit points. This was very unfair to her. "Thank you, Captain." When Cold Plum received the top-tier martial art technique, her hands were shaking. As a slave, it was difficult for her to even come into contact with high-level martial arts, let alone top-tier martial arts. "Alright, hurry up and cultivate. Just stay in this room. Also, don't call me Captain anymore. Just call me Brother Ling." Ling Xiao waved his hand and said calmly. "How can I do that? Since Captain doesn't like this name, I'll call you Young Master from now on." Cold Plum said hurriedly. "Alright, do as you wish." Ling Xiao closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Cold Plum took a deep breath and controlled her excitement. Then, she sat down with her legs crossed and ate the spiritual medicine. She began to comprehend the shadow-killing skill. At the same time, the other geniuses in the latent dragon camp were also cultivating. They had more or less obtained some military merit points and exchanged them for many rewards. This was the best time to cultivate. These geniuses were originally very talented. With the help of the spiritual medicine, their cultivation soon improved. Some of them broke through from the 5th level of the martial vein to the 6th level of the martial vein. Some of them broke through from the early stage of the 6th level of the martial vein to a higher level. Similarly, some of them did not have a breakthrough in their cultivation, but their martial arts had a breakthrough. Time passed slowly. More and more latent dragon camp disciples had a breakthrough. In these few days, the excited voices of the latent dragon camp disciples could be heard almost every day. 3 days later, Cold Plum opened her eyes and looked at her hands excitedly. She had a breakthrough. In just 3 days, she had broken through from the early stage of the 6th level of the martial vein to the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein. Not only that, but she had also comprehended most of the shadow-killing skill. This made her very shocked. Although her aptitude was good, it would definitely not be so fast. She felt the special aura in the air and suddenly understood. This was not because of her, but because of Ling Xiao. The aura that Ling Xiao exuded revealed a strange martial arts law. It was this martial arts law that not only allowed her cultivation to improve faster, but also allowed her to comprehend martial arts faster. She turned her head and looked at Ling Xiao. She found that there was only one Ling Xiao, but now there were 5 of him. Moreover, each of them was cultivating with their legs crossed, which corresponded to the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Young Master is indeed extraordinary. It's right to follow him. Cold Plum only looked for a moment before she turned and left the room. At this moment, Cold Plum knew clearly that Ling Xiao was in the limelight and there would definitely be people who disliked him and wanted to provoke him. This would definitely affect Ling Xiao's cultivation. That was not good. On the 4th day, there was indeed trouble. A prodigy who was only in the early stage of the 6th level of the martial vein came to challenge Ling Xiao. He clearly knew that he was no match for Ling Xiao, yet he still came to challenge Ling Xiao. However, before he could speak, he was sent flying by Cold Plum. Cold Plum would never allow anyone to disturb Ling Xiao at this moment. On the 5th day, someone came to cause trouble again. This time, the person who came was stronger. He had just reached the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein. Cold Plum's face darkened. She used the shadow-killing skill for the first time in a battle. The opponent could not fight back at all. His arm was cut by the sharp dagger in her hand and he fled in a hurry. If the latent dragon camp did not allow killing and maiming, Cold Plum was confident that she could kill this person. On the 6th day, the 4 doppelgangers returned to the main body in the room behind Cold Plum. Ling Xiao could feel 4 pure true essences flowing into his body and filling up the 6 martial veins in his body. At the same time, he began to attempt to break through the 7th martial vein. The challenge this time was much more difficult than the previous ones. However, Ling Xiao was very confident. The true essences from the main body and the 4 doppelgangers were not only strong but also abundant. Even the 7th martial vein was harder to break through than the previous 6. He could still succeed. The true essences flowed in his meridians, making the sound of a river. Every time it hit, the 7th martial vein would loosen up. Moreover, it was stronger than the previous one. The impact was stronger than the previous one. Boom, after 49 cycles, the 7th martial vein could no longer stop the abundant true essence from pouring in, and a crack appeared on it. After 64 cycles, the crack had become a wide path. The 7th martial vein and the other 6 martial veins had been completely opened. The true essences cycled in the 7 martial veins. After 81 cycles, the last trace of earth energy in his body was converted into true essences. The early stage of the 7th level of the martial vein, he finally broke through. Xianxia opened his eyes and let out a long breath. The silver-white true essences in his hand was obviously more condensed than earth energy and had almost turned into liquid. It was completely different from the true chi and earth energy from before. It was no wonder that martial masters could burn their true essences at will. After burning true essences, it would turn from liquid to gas and it would not be completely consumed. So for martial masters did not have any side effects. Without becoming a martial master, one would never know how powerful a martial master was. Xianxia could clearly feel that his strength had improved qualitatively. Previously, when he was at the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein, although the energy in his body was not much less than now, when facing an early 7th level martial vein martial master, he still could not guarantee a 50% chance of victory. And now, if he were to fight against an early stage 7th level martial vein realm martial master, he would be able to easily win in one move. This was a qualitative change. The difference was too great. Not only that, the moment he broke through to the 7th level of the martial vein, his 9 transformation golden body technique also broke through to the 8th transformation. In fact, when he was at the peak of the 6th level, he had already used up all the gold he got from the black scarf thief's nest. All of it was used to improve the 9 transformation golden body technique. It was a pity that he was only a piece of paper away from breaking through, but he couldn't. Now he understood. It was impossible to break through the 8th transformation of the 9 transformation golden body technique. It could only be accumulated. Only by becoming a martial master would there be a qualitative change. At the 7th transformation of this defensive martial art, one could cultivate a golden body. When using the 9 transformation golden body technique, one's body would turn golden. There would be a layer of thin film attached to the surface of the skin that could even reflect the enemy's attack. The 8th transformation was even more powerful. A martial artist of the same level would not be able to cause any damage. At the same time, it could reduce the damage of a martial artist of a higher level by half and reduce the damage of a martial artist of 2 levels by 30%. Now that Xianxia had reached this level, he was almost completely unafraid of martial artists of the same level. Unless the opponent had a divine weapon or a special martial art, they would not be able to cause any harm to him. Even if it was a martial artist of a higher level, which was the middle stage of the 7th level of the martial vein, any attack could only cause ordinary damage to him. Even a martial artist of the late stage of the 7th level of the martial vein could only cause 70% damage to him. Under such circumstances, Xianxia's advantage in battle could be imagined. However, he was more eager to reach the 9th transformation. The 9th transformation was known as the 9 transformation golden body. As long as there was gold, as long as it was not a fatal injury, even if it was a broken limb, it could be reborn. Gold, he needed a lot of gold. Just as he was about to consolidate his cultivation and go to the general of the 9th moon to receive the special reward, a soaring aura suddenly came from outside. Young Master Morong actually broke through? Xianxia frowned slightly, but immediately felt relieved. He obtained the quasi-transcendent martial art, the true energy pill, and the elixirs exchanged with military merit points. If he still can't break through, then young Master Morong can't be considered a genius. It was good that he broke through. He could be the first target for him to practice. He now wanted to know how strong his combat strength was after breaking through to the early stage of the 7th level of the martial vein. He believed that all kinds of martial arts would be improved at the same time. Naturally, many people knew that young Master Morong had broken through. After all, this guy was different from Xianxia. When Ling Xiao broke through, it was calm and did not cause any commotion. When young Master Murong broke through, he crazily released his true energy as if he was afraid that others would not know. This really made the other captains' faces turn ugly. Ling Xiao was only slightly surprised, and then focused on consolidating his cultivation. As for young Master Murong, it was different. He had just broken through and did not have time to consolidate his cultivation. As soon as he came out, except for Dai Yuling, Shirlei, Ling Yixue, and Yin Ran, basically all the disciples of the latent dragon camp went to congratulate him. Ha ha ha, congratulations Captain Murong. A martial master at the age of 16. How enviable. From now on, we have another master in the latent dragon camp. That's right. Captain Murong can now prepare to challenge for the commander's position. After young Master Murong came out, the first thing he thought of was Ling Xiao. This was an ill-fated relationship. While everyone was congratulating him, he went straight to Ling Xiao's room. As soon as he arrived, he saw Cold Plum defeating a peak 6th level martial vein martial artist. Young Master Murong could not help but be shocked. He then smiled and said, "You're Cold Plum, right? Follow me from now on." Reporting to Captain Murong, "This servant only listens to Captain Ling," Cold Plum said indifferently. "If I tell you to follow me, then just follow me. What's with all the nonsense? It's your fortune that this captain has taken a liking to you. If you say another word of nonsense, do you believe that this captain will kill you on the spot?" Young Master Murong definitely dared to do so because Cold Plum was only a servant, not a disciple of the latent dragon camp. "You're courting death." Young Master Murong was here to cause trouble for Ling Xiao. Cold Plum's indifference towards him had infuriated him, so he wanted to kill her. However, he was obviously overconfident. He did not summon the Black Bear Remnant Soul to deal with Cold Plum, nor did he use any special moves. He did not even take out his weapon. All he did was throw a punch. In his opinion, this punch was enough to kill Cold Plum. However, this punch of his had missed. Cold Plum's figure disappeared on the spot and appeared on young Master Murong's left like a ghost. Then, a cold light flashed. Young Master Murong hurriedly retracted his arm, but his sleeve was still cut. There was even a cut on his arm. Although the cut was not long or deep, it was just a flesh wound. However, to young Master Murong, it was definitely a great humiliation. He had just become a martial master, but he was injured by Cold Plum, a martial vein level 6 martial artist. Hee, look at his smug face. I thought he was strong. I didn't expect him to be weaker than Ling Xiao's maid. Hey, don't talk nonsense. Captain Murong obviously underestimated his opponent. But look at his smug face. He really thinks he can defeat Cold Plum with a single punch. Not everyone in the latent dragon camp was afraid of young Master Murong, so there were naturally such discussions. Young Master Murong's old face flushed red. He directed all his resentment at Cold Plum. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." A bear roar sounded. The shadow of a black bear appeared behind him. After becoming a martial master, his Black Bear Remnant Soul did not improve. It was still 20% Remnant Soul. However, a martial master was a martial master. The power of 20% Remnant Soul in the hands of a martial disciple and a martial master was completely different. Mountain-splitting axe. With a furious roar, young Master Murong swung his huge axe at Cold Plum. The shadow of the black bear shrouded Cold Plum, causing Cold Plum to stop circulating her earth energy for a moment. She missed the best time to dodge. She could only fight head-on. Snow Plum Blossom stood proudly behind Cold Plum. Plum blossoms danced around her. She held 2 daggers in her hands that were only about a foot long, emitting a chilling light. Bang, crack, 2 loud noises. Cold Plum. First, young Master Murong. Cold Plum. In the end, her strength and inner energy were not as good as young Master Murong's. If she chose to avoid a direct confrontation, she might have a chance to hurt him. However, she still suffered. "I'm sorry," Lung Mei's heart was filled with sorrow. Last time, it was young Master Murong who came looking for trouble and she was injured. In midair, Lung Mei bit her finger and drew a few words in the air. Suddenly, a strange red light appeared on her body. This red light was like burning blood, glaring and shocking. "Let's die together, young Master Morong!" Cold Plum screamed. She grabbed young Master Morong's arm. The red light on her body grew brighter. "That's a self-detonation technique that burns blood essence. This woman is crazy. She wants to die together with young Master Morong. Young Master Morong is doomed. Let me go. B*TCH. Let me go." Young Master Morong was horrified to find that his arm seemed to be stuck to Cold Plum's hand. He could not break free. It was impossible for him to wave his arms, so he could only use his feet to kick Lin Mei in an attempt to kick her away. However, it was useless. Cold Plum was bleeding from her mouth, but she still had a crazy smile on her face. She was determined to perish together with young Master Morong. No. Lunatic. Crazy woman. Young Master Morong did not want to die together with Cold Plum. He was a disciple of the Heavenly Ninja Academy. He came to the Latent Dragon camp as a spy and took orders from Governor Wanben. As for Lin Mei, she was merely a slave. At this moment, a figure appeared between the two of them. Cold Plum was knocked unconscious by a slap. The red light on her body quickly disappeared. "Silly girl, it's not worth it to perish together with such a beast. However, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, I might really have gone mad." That person was Ling Xiao. He hugged Cold Plum in his arms and said gently. He then looked at young Master Morong, who was panicking. "Isn't it good to be alive?" Ling Xiao asked coldly. "Humph, your maid tried to kill me. This is a serious crime in the Latent Dragon camp. She's going to die today. As her master, you can't escape the blame." Young Master Morong had just recovered from the shock and roared. "Are you done?" Ling Xiao asked calmly. "What are you trying to do?" Young Master Morong took 2 steps back in fear and asked. "You know very well what I'm trying to do. You've come here to cause trouble and hurt my people. Do you really think that I, Ling Xiao, don't dare to kill you?" Last time, Ling Xiao was in a hurry to treat Cold Plum's injuries, so he did not want to tangle with young Master Morong. However, this time, he had transferred his true origin into Cold Plum's body and stabilized her injuries. Her life was no longer in danger. In fact, Cold Plum's injuries were not as serious as the previous time. She was only in a worse state because she had used a forbidden technique. He wanted to kill young Master Morong first and then find Dai Yuling to treat Cold Plum's injuries. "Ha ha ha, what a joke. Do you really think that I'm afraid of you?" Young Master Morong seemed to have suddenly realized that he was a 7th-level Martial Vein Realm Martial Master. How could he be afraid of a peak 6th-level Martial Vein Realm Martial Master? At this moment, Ling Xiao was using the model of a peak 6th-level Martial Vein Realm Martial Master, so young Master Morong did not know that Ling Xiao had also broken through. Moreover, he had broken through earlier and more thoroughly than him. "Since you're not afraid, then make your move. I can kill you with one hand." Ling Xiao looked at young Master Morong. He did not plan to wait any longer. Young Master Morong must die today. How arrogant. Do you think that I'm still the same young Master Morong from a few days ago? The strength of a martial master is not something you can imagine. Martial master? I think I've already killed a few. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Arrogant. Giant bear splitting mountain. Facing Ling Xiao, young Master Morong did not dare to be careless. He burned his true origin with the cultivation of an early 7th-level Martial Vein Realm Martial Master and then summoned the Black Bear Remnant Soul. He held a giant axe and chopped at Ling Xiao with a terrifying aura. Die. Ling Xiao looked at the seemingly powerful attack calmly. With a slight shake of his hand, the ice-glazed sword in his hand stabbed out. It was like an avatar. His real body was still holding Cold Plum in his arms. However, there was another Ling Xiao stabbing at young Master Morong at a speed that could not be seen with the naked eye. Soundless, mysterious and unpredictable. What kind of sword technique is this? How can it be so terrifying? Countless geniuses were shocked at the sight of this sword. Pucci, the strange second Ling Xiao pierced through all of young Master Morong's attacks and then went through his body. Young Master Morong was split into 2 halves from his head to his legs. Ling Xiao did not like to kill people in this way. The reason why he did this showed that he was extremely angry. The terrified expression remained on young Master Morong's face. However, his face was soon cut in half and fell to the sides. Kill him. Ling Xiao really killed young Master Morong. This is the latent dragon camp. No one is allowed to kill their comrades. Sigh, although young Master Morong is seeking his own death, Ling Xiao is truly unfortunate. I'm afraid he's in big trouble this time. Look, the law enforcement team is here. In the distance, Huan Nanin came with 4 law enforcement team members in special uniforms. The 4 of them were all half-step martial masters. Huan Nanin was a mid-7th level martial vein realm martial master, killing young Master Morong in one move. Ling Xiao's strength shocked all the latent dragon camp disciples. However, he was in trouble because of this. Huan Nanin seemed to have known this would happen, so she brought the law enforcement team. Ling Xiao, do you know what you've done? Huan Nanin questioned Ling Xiao as she looked coldly at him. I don't know. Ling Xiao said calmly. Don't play dumb. The latent dragon camp says that you can't kill your companions or cripple them. However, you killed young Master Morong. Don't you know what you've done? Huan Nanin shouted. Of course I know the rule, but he's not my companion. Ling Xiao said calmly, he's made trouble for me twice when I was in seclusion. Not only did he injure Cold Plum, but he also almost made me suffer chi deviation. What kind of companion is he? Ling Xiao said righteously. Humph, so what if you've suffered chi deviation? He didn't break the rules of the latent dragon camp. Besides, your maid is just a servant. It doesn't matter if she's dead, let alone injured. However, she dared to fight back and attack the leader of the latent dragon camp. She deserves to die. Huan Nanin snorted. Haha. Ling Xiao couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Huan Nanin asked. I'm laughing at your shameless boasting. Ling Xiao said calmly, if you dare to touch Cold Plum today, I'll see if you'll end up like young Master Morong. Are you forcing me to fight? Huan Nanin frowned. Why should I follow such an unreasonable rule? Do it if you want to. Ling Xiao had wanted to fight with Huan Nanin for a long time. He suspected that she was the masked assassin who tried to assassinate him during the mission. He could only confirm this through a fight. Fine, I'll capture you first and then kill your servant girl. This can be considered as getting justice for young Master Morong. Huan Nanin took a deep breath and said, Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, I've been wanting to spar with you for a long time. You defeated an early 7th level martial vein stage martial master with your 6th level martial vein stage cultivation during the mission. But in front of me, you're just a piece of meat for sale. As he spoke, he suddenly released his true vitality. The terrifying aura created a huge pressure on the surrounding latent dragon camp disciples. Cut the crap. Let's do it. Ling Xiao was not afraid of Huan Nanin. If there was anyone in the latent dragon camp that he feared, it would be General September and Dai Yuling. As for the others, he was truly fearless. Put that servant girl down, lest others say that I took advantage of you. Huan Nanin looked at Cold Plum in Ling Xiao's arms and said. Junior brother, leave Cold Plum to me. Unknowingly, Ling Yixue had also appeared at the scene. Thank you, senior sister. After all, Huan Nanin was different from young Master Morong. Young Master Morong had just broken through to the LV7 martial vein and had not consolidated his cultivation yet. His inner force was very chaotic. Huan Nanin, on the other hand, was already a middle-stage LV7 martial vein master and had been in this realm for 2 years. Regardless of the quantity or quality of her true vitality, she was much stronger than young Master Morong. Therefore, Ling Xiao did not dare to underestimate his opponent. He was relieved to leave Cold Plum in Ling Yixue's care. Now, we can fight. Ling Xiao looked at Huan Nanin and said. Okay. A murderous intent flashed across Huan Nanin's eyes. As she spoke, her true vitality exploded and turned into a strange rose-red color. An extremely powerful aura exploded out, forcing the surrounding geniuses to take a few steps back to avoid being injured. The aura of a middle-stage LV7 martial vein master was indeed powerful. Flower-pinching finger, Huan Nanin did not summon her remnant soul. Perhaps she felt that with her current cultivation, she could easily defeat Ling Xiao. The aura of a middle-stage LV7 martial vein master was fully released. The terrifying true vitality burned like a roaring fire. However, with such a wild and fierce true essence, the moves displayed were extremely beautiful. This finger was like a beauty picking a flower. The finger force turned into rose petals and shot out. Although the scene was not as explosive, its power was not to be underestimated. Among the flying petals, one would feel a sharp pain just by looking at them. Meteor strike, Ling Xiao punched out, and his huge fist condensed into a flaming meteor. It tore through the void and whistled through the air. Its aura was extremely majestic, as if it was going to pierce a hole through the earth. Boom, the meteor and the rose petals collided. It was as if two thunderbolts had collided. The terrifying power exploded again and the waves rolled out for more than 10 meters. The sand and stones on the ground were sent flying and a layer of skin was lifted off the ground. Sand and dust filled the air and completely enveloped the two people in the battle. The terrifying power forced the surrounding geniuses to step back again. Even so, they were still in a sorry state. Some people's clothes were completely shredded. Some people's faces and hands were covered in blood. They were not caught off guard. They were fully prepared for defense. However, it was still a tragedy. They could not help but be shocked and stepped further away. Ox Demon Skill, Ice Demon, Meteor Punch. The ordinary Meteor Punch might not be able to keep up with Ling Xiao's current cultivation. However, after he transformed into Ice Demon, the power of the Meteor Punch was close to that of a top-level martial art. Coupled with his powerful insight in the state of soul imprint, he could almost know everything about his opponent. Even if it was only a high-level martial art, the Meteor Punch, it was still terrifying in his hands. Bang! 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 Under the continuous attacks, Huan Naning fell into a passive position. She was forced to step back by Ling Xiao. The thunderous roars rose and fell one after another. In the eyes of the onlookers, it was as if dozens of meteors were smashing toward Huan Naning. Moreover, the meteors had turned white. The eerily cold air made everyone involuntarily shudder. For a moment, Huan Naning could only defend. She could not fight back. Impossible. I'm clearly a mid-stage martial vein level 7 martial master. How could this be? Oh right, you've also broken through to the 7th level. Huan Naning finally understood why the battle today was so awkward. Although she did not underestimate her opponent at the beginning of the battle, she only treated Ling Xiao as an ordinary early-stage martial vein level 7 martial master. That was because Ling Xiao could already fight a early-stage martial vein level 7 martial master when he was at the peak of the 6th level. But now she understood that Ling Xiao had also broken through. This guy was now a martial master. If he could fight a early-stage martial master when he was at the peak of the 6th level, how powerful would he be once he became a martial master? No wonder young Master Moron was killed in one move. It turned out that this kid had also broken through. The geniuses in the crowd also noticed this and could not help but discuss it. This Ling Xiao is simply a monster. When he first arrived, he should only be an early-stage martial vein level 6 martial vein level martial artist. He must have hidden his strength at that time. But no matter what, he has reached the martial master realm in such a short time. His talent is too terrifying. Now it seems that under the 3 commanders, it's only him and Ling Yixue. I don't think so. Wasn't Huan Naning also beaten to a pulp? Haha, Commander Hua hasn't used his martial path remnant soul yet. Moreover, he is best at swordsmanship. Do you think Ling Xiao doesn't have a martial path remnant soul? Does he only know the meteor punch? Humph, I don't believe that Ling Xiao can really defeat Commander Hua. The battle continued. Whoosh, a long, thin sword appeared in his hand. At the same time, a huge rose appeared behind him. Oh, that's Commander Hua's rose remnant soul. It's 60% complete. The onlookers were excited. Huan Naning was going to fight for real, which made them very excited. That masked assassin is Huan Naning. Ling Xiao already had a confirmation in his heart. Although Huan Naning hadn't used the flower sword martial technique, he had sensed the same aura between Huan Naning and the masked assassin. Clang, he pulled out the ice-glazed sword and summoned his martial path remnant soul. This time, he chose the giant sword martial soul. Because the giant sword martial soul also used a sword, to a certain extent, it was more powerful than the remnant souls like the ghost ship and the blood saber. So far, besides the two complete martial souls, the giant sword martial soul was the most complete martial path remnant soul he had. It's 50% complete martial path remnant soul. Ling Xiao is really amazing. Although the martial path remnant soul was not as complete as Huananian's, after Ling Xiao broke through to the next realm, his mountain river martial soul had leveled up, and he had gained another special ability. Devouring genuine vitality. The description of this ability was very simple. During a fight, he could devour the opponent's genuine vitality and then turn it into his own. In this way, the longer the fight went on, the greater his advantage would be. His opponent's genuine vitality was constantly being consumed, while his own genuine vitality would not decrease. Although this ability was not invincible, it was almost invincible when fighting with an opponent of the same level. Flower Sword Rose Whirlwind. Huananin didn't seem to be afraid that Ling Xiao would recognize him. After all, Ling Xiao had no evidence to prove that he was the masked assassin. Besides, he was not the only warrior who knew the Flower Sword martial technique, and he was not the only one who had the Rose Remnant soul. This didn't mean anything. Moreover, he had no other choice. He had to use the Flower Sword and the Rose Remnant soul. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to suppress Ling Xiao. The slender sword shook, and a whirlwind suddenly rose up. Unexpectedly, there were pieces of roses that merged into the whirlwind, and the whistling sound became louder and louder. The ferocious whirlwind howled, bringing with it a ferocious true essence energy as it pounced towards Ling Xiao. Greatsword Shadow King Slash. This was a special Shadow King kill. It was the Shadow King kill under the Giant Sword Remnant Soul. Its power was naturally much stronger than an ordinary Shadow King kill. When Ling Xiao swung the Ice Glaze Sword, a giant shadow swung the sword at Huananin. Although the shadow was huge, about 4 to 5 meters tall, it was extremely fast and didn't look cumbersome at all. As the illusory figure rushed forward, it also let out a thunderous roar. Its aura was extremely powerful. Buzz buzz buzz, the giant sword shadow collided with the rose tornado, but the outcome was not immediately decided. The rose whirlwind spun madly, trying to blow the giant sword away. However, the gigantic figure seemed to have its feet planted into the ground. It was as unshakable as a boulder. Gotcha, the rose whirlwind was actually completely split apart by the giant sword's shadow. It was torn apart like a piece of paper. How can he be so strong? Huananin didn't expect that his flower sword and the rose remnant soul would lose to Ling Xiao. One had to know that this was his strongest attack. This kid was really too strong after becoming a martial master. At this moment, Huananin began to feel fear. He no longer had the arrogance and condescension he had at the beginning. However, he wouldn't admit defeat so easily. The battle between the two continued. Although Ling Xiao was still suppressing him, based on the current situation, he only had a clear advantage. It wouldn't be easy for him to win. Bang bang bang, boom, two figures flew up into the sky. Sometimes they landed on the ground. Sometimes they were entangled in a fight. Sometimes they attacked from afar with true yuan. Sand and pebbles were flying, and the wind was blowing. Ling Xiao isn't going to win, is he? How is that possible? Although he has also become a martial master, Commander Hua has become a martial master earlier. His true yuan is definitely denser than Ling Xiao's. As time goes by, Ling Xiao won't be able to win. Yes, I also think that Ling Xiao has an advantage now. However, if he can't win this battle in a short time, he won't be able to win in a long time. 10 moves, 20 moves, 30 moves. As the two of them exchanged more moves and the time they spent fighting became longer and longer, Ling Xiao's attack showed no sign of weakening. On the contrary, it seemed that he was getting stronger and stronger. This made the geniuses of the latent dragon camp who didn't think Ling Xiao would win stunned. The discussion also stopped. On the other hand, after 30 moves, Huananin was basically unable to fight anymore. After all, his true yuan was constantly being consumed. However, Ling Xiao was able to maintain his peak state with the new ability of Mountain River Martial Spirit, devouring true yuan. In comparison, it seemed that Ling Xiao was getting more and more powerful. In this battle, Ling Xiao was not just suppressing Huananin. After all, his cultivation had only improved. Whether his combat strength had improved or not was still to be seen. After the battle with Huan Nanin, Ling Xiao had a new understanding of the situation. He even tried new ways to attack Huan Nanin. He directly treated this battle as a practical test after his cultivation had improved. Finally, after 50 moves, Ling Xiao took Huan Nanin's sword head-on and then punched Huan Nanin. Huan Nanin was sent flying with blood spurting out of his mouth and crashed into the crowd. However, Huan Nanin's sword didn't leave any wound on him. He just wanted to test the defensive power of the 9 transformation golden body technique after reaching the 8th transformation. Obviously, after 50 moves, Huan Nanin's attack power was similar to that of a martial master at the early stage of the 7th level of the martial vein because he had consumed too much true yuan. Therefore, he couldn't cause any harm to him. What are you waiting for? Capture him. Huan Nanin was defeated and his face was pale. He had already given up on fighting one-on-one. He shouted and ordered the 4 members of the enforcers to attack. Enough. At this moment, General Zhou Yu arrived. General, Ling Xiao violated the rules of the latent dragon camp and killed young Master Morong. I brought people to arrest him but he dared to resist and even injured me. Huan Nanin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shouted at General Zhou Yu. I already know about this. Young Master Morong deserved to die. Ling Xiao didn't do anything wrong. General Zhou Yu said calmly, of course, you didn't know the inside story and you didn't do anything wrong. What do you mean? Huan Nanin was confused. Not only was he confused, but the surrounding geniuses were also confused. General Zhou Yu said coldly, young Master Morong is a spy from the Sky Ninja Academy. Is this reason enough? Spy. Young Master Morong is a spy from the Ninja Academy. The geniuses of the latent dragon camp who relied on young Master Morong turned pale. They were afraid that they would be implicated. I don't accept this. Huan Nanin suddenly shouted, even if Master Morong was a spy, even if he deserved to die, Ling Xiao had no right to kill him. No matter what, it's a fact that he attacked me, the leader of the enforcement team. What do you have to accept? General Zhou Yu frowned slightly. Suddenly, his aura exploded. At that moment, all the disciples of the latent dragon camp, including Ling Xiao and Huan Nanin, were shocked. General Zhou Yu is at least at the early stage of LV8 martial vein. Ling Xiao thought to himself. This guy's aura was so terrifying that no one could resist him. Huan Nanin, who was the first to bear the brunt of the aura, turned pale and trembled. Only now did he realize that the 12 tiger guards were more terrifying than he had imagined. Taking this opportunity, I hereby announce that Ling Xiao will be the future head captain of the latent dragon camp. Chief Commander. Dai Yuling will be promoted to the 12 tiger guards. General Zhou Yu continued, Huan Nanin, do you think Ling Xiao is qualified to kill Master Morong now? Yes, I understand. Huan Nanin did not dare to talk back to General Zhou Yu. General Zhou Yu was so powerful that he could kill him with a single finger. Moreover, he also realized that he was a little too excited. As a spy, it was irrational for him to act this way. Since Master Morong was dead, he should be more careful in his next move. It's good that you understand. After speaking, he glanced at Cold Plum who was in Ling Yishua's arms and said, Cold Plum, you're talented, loyal and brave. From today onwards, you're no longer a slave and you're a disciple of the latent dragon camp. TSK, Cold Plum got a blessing in disguise this time. That's right, that's right. Once she gets rid of her slave status, it's like she's completely changed. Her status is completely different from before. That's right. She can also learn the martial arts of the latent dragon camp. Compared to when she was a slave, it's totally different. Can I refuse? Cold Plum suddenly asked. Her words not only stunned the geniuses of the latent dragon camp, but even General Zhou Yu was shocked. Tell me the reason. Based on General Zhou Yu's words, if the reason was not sufficient, she would really punish Cold Plum. This servant wishes to stay by young Master Ling's side. Ah? General Zhou Yu was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. Don't worry. You're no longer a slave, and you've become a disciple of the latent dragon camp. It'll only be easier for you to get close to Ling Xiao. Hearing this, Cold Plum revealed a knowing smile. Thank you, General Jiu. Thank you, General Jiu. Alright, there's no need to thank me. Missy Shui, please take Cold Plum to the medicine hall for treatment. I'm going to take Ling Xiao to receive his special reward. General September waved his hand. His mood seemed to have improved a lot. Cold Plum, this girl, was really cute in her foolishness, but also cute in her loyalty. However, thinking about it, it made sense. Ling Xiao had fought with captain-level people twice in a row for the sake of a servant girl with a slave status. He had even killed young Master Morong. It would be strange if Lin Mei wasn't moved to tears. Ling Xiao, follow me to the border general's mansion. Extraordinary martial techniques were extremely precious. Naturally, they would not be kept in the latent dragon camp, but in the border general's mansion, which was safer, guarded by a LV9 martial vein expert. Yes. Ling Xiao had just broken through to the LV7 martial vein. He had originally planned to receive his special reward, but he was delayed by young Master Morong and Hua Nanin. Are you sure you won't change your mind? The previous 4 choices are still valid. General Jiu asked on the way. Nope. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I've made up my mind. That's good. However, speaking of which, you being able to advance to the 7th level of the martial vein in less than 7 days has truly exceeded my expectations. What surprised me even more was that you actually killed young Master Morong in one move. I didn't even have the time to stop you. General Jiu smiled bitterly. General, you were nearby just now. Why didn't you stop me? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. What if I say I want to see your true strength? General Jiu smiled. Of course. Ling Xiao nodded. It's a pity that even Hua Nanin couldn't force you to show your true strength. It seems that including Marshal Lin, our judgment of you is still a little low. Your talent is even more terrifying than we imagined. General Jiu shook his head and sighed. About young Master Morong, I once saw him with Wan Ben and 2 other LV9 martial vein experts. At that time, they were on a huge mechanical ship in Yunjiang. Ling Xiao obviously didn't like others praising him, so he changed the topic. Well, we already know about this. Otherwise, we wouldn't have confirmed that young Master Morong was a spy. General Jiu sighed and said, the reason why the mission to eradicate the fantasy pill was terminated is also because of this. According to the intelligence, soon, the ninja race and the Blue Eyes race will join forces to launch a war against the Baiyun province, Northern Han, and even the human sacred dynasty. Just because Marshal Lin destroyed the fantasy pill? Ling Xiao frowned. This is just the fuse. General Jiu shook his head and said, the human race's territory is very rich and has a lot of martial arts resources. It's the holy land of martial arts in ancient times, and it's also the holy land of resources. In recent years, the human sacred dynasty has been declining, while the ninja race, the Blue Eyes race, and other foreign races have been developing rapidly. For them, the resources and martial arts in the human race's territory are a fat piece of meat in their eyes. The fantasy elixir is just the beginning. In order to weaken the strength of the human race as much as possible, they feel that the time is right now. They will probably launch a probing attack, which is a small-scale war. However, it's hard to say where the war will spread. The Dragon Gate Harbor should be the first target, right? Ling Xiao asked. That's right. The Dragon Gate Harbor and Tianfeng City will probably become the first target of the ninja race and Blue Eyes race's joint army. General Jiu nodded and answered. Ling Xiao frowned. The Ling family of Tianfeng City, which is the current Divine Sword sect, still has his family there. Furthermore, as the supreme elder of the Divine Sword sect, he can't just sit by and watch the Divine Sword sect perish. He has to increase his strength as soon as possible. This way, when he goes back to rescue them, he will have a better chance. We're here. Just as Ling Xiao was thinking, General Jiu's voice rang out. The 2 of them entered the border guarding general's mansion from the side door. General Jiu has his own token and can come and go freely. However, when they reach the treasure pavilion of the border guarding general's mansion, General Jiu can't casually enter. The treasure pavilion is the most heavily guarded place in the border guarding general's mansion other than the general hall. There are 3 9th-level martial vein martial masters guarding this place all year round. In addition, there are 10 8th-level martial vein martial masters and 57th-level martial vein martial masters. Therefore, it is as difficult as ascending to the heavens for anyone who wants to steal anything from here. The guards here also made Ling Xiao feel the terror of the border guarding general's mansion. No wonder Wan Ben, together with the ninja race and Blue Eyes race, didn't dare to openly go against the border guarding general's mansion. With this strength, if they really fought, both sides would suffer. To enter the treasure pavilion, one must obtain the permission of the border guarding General Lin Zhe. Otherwise, no one has the qualifications. 3 seniors, please open the treasure pavilion. This is Marshal Lin's order. General Jiu Yu took out a piece of paper. This paper is made of a very special material. It has the seal of the border guarding General Lin Zhe on it and traces of his true yuan. With Lin Zhe's order, opening the treasure pavilion was naturally not a problem. However, the huge bronze door of the treasure pavilion could only be opened by 3 martial vein level 9 martial masters at the same time. Other than this door, there was no other entrance to the treasure pavilion. The hardness of the entire building was even greater than that of the huge door. Therefore, if someone tried to enter the treasure pavilion, they would have to be at least 3 martial vein level 9 martial masters. Otherwise, it would be useless. The 3 martial vein level 9 martial masters guarding the treasure pavilion walked to the front of the huge door. The 3 of them circulated their true essence at the same time. Only then did the heavy door, which was estimated to weigh tens of thousands of kilograms, open a crack. It was just enough for one person to pass through. Remember, you only have 2 hours to comprehend it. Don't blindly ask for too much, or else you might not be able to get anything. General Yu reminded Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao nodded. He naturally knew this, and he was not a greedy person. He walked into the treasure pavilion through the crack. It was actually very bright inside. There seemed to be a special mirror at the top of the treasure pavilion that could gather sunlight. Moreover, its toughness was not inferior to that of the huge door. The treasure pavilion was actually not big. Other than collecting some treasures and spirit stones from the border guard general's mansion, the rest were transcendent being martial arts. It was similar to the incomplete transcendent being martial arts that Ling Xiao had seen in the Ling family's library. Transcendent being martial arts did not appear in the form of words. They were sealed on stone tablets, tortoise shells, beast bones, and the like. It was obviously impossible to replicate them. Only by probing these things with his soul force would he be able to know what kind of profound martial arts it was. However, just like the incomplete version, there were no fixed moves for transcendent being martial arts. There was only one profound meaning, and martial artists had to comprehend their own moves or cultivation methods from it. There was no one in the treasure pavilion. However, Ling Xiao believed that his every move should be watched. After all, the treasures in this world were too magical. They could do many things that one could not even imagine. However, this did not affect him. In any case, he did not plan to steal anything from here. After entering, he immediately entered a state of enlightenment when faced with the only 6 transcendent being martial arts. He had to figure out what these 6 transcendent martial arts were and then choose one that was more suitable for him. Transcendent martial arts were extremely powerful. As long as one could comprehend one of them, not to mention below the 9th level of the martial vein, even if one was promoted to the transcendent realm, it would still be useful. Therefore, he was not greedy and could not be greedy. After all, he only had 2 hours. Imperial Wind Divine Art was a wind attribute transcendent profound meaning. It allowed one to comprehend a transcendent movement technique that allowed one to control the wind. After succeeding, no matter what movement technique one comprehended, one would possess the speed, elegance, and strangeness of the wind. The requirement was to be at least at the 7th level of the martial vein. Crimson Demonic Palm was a fire attribute transcendent profound. It allowed one to comprehend a palm technique that could control fire poison. After succeeding, no matter what kind of technique one used, one's palm technique would produce fire poison, catching the enemy off guard. Once the fire poison attacked the enemy's heart, they would be turned into ashes. The requirement was to be at least at the 8th level of the martial vein. Transcendent Flying Immortal had no elemental transcendent profundity. It could be used to comprehend extremely powerful martial techniques. Once this profundity was fused, one's moves would become unfathomable. The requirement was to be at least at the 9th level of the martial vein. It was best to use a sword. Although looking through the 6 transcendent martial arts wasted some time, Ling Xiao felt that it was worth it. Because this way, he would be able to choose a martial art that was more suitable for him. However, every transcendent martial art had a charm that made people go crazy over it. If it was not for Ling Xiao's firm mind, he might have really fallen into it and not be able to extricate himself. Although the transcendent martial arts did not have fixed moves or cultivation methods, just by comprehending it a little, one could feel the mystical and terrifying power within the profundity. In comparison, including the top-notch high-tier martial arts, they were all so simple that it was laughable. If the transcendent martial arts were compared to divine weapons, then the previous martial arts were similar to a wooden sword in the hands of a child. It was completely incomparable. Defensive martial arts. When Ling Xiao finished looking through all 6 transcendent martial arts, he discovered that the last martial art was actually a transcendent defensive martial art profundity. Heavenly Dragon Golden Body. The reason why he was so excited was because this set of Heavenly Dragon Golden Body was not only Ling Xiao's favorite defensive martial art, but its profound meaning was actually similar to the 9 transformation Golden Body technique. It could even be said that this Heavenly Dragon Golden Body was the evolved version of the 9 transformation Golden Body technique. The Heavenly Dragon Golden Body was a metal element transcendent profundity. It could be comprehended into an extremely powerful defensive martial art. Once the cultivation method was comprehended, the defense would be as strong as the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body, extremely powerful. When cultivated to the highest level, one could be reborn and completely transform their physical body into the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body. They would be impervious to fire and water, indestructible and comparable to the transcendent sage realm. After comprehending the profundity of the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body, one could also cultivate the Heavenly Dragon True Essence. This kind of energy was much stronger than ordinary True Essence. It required at least the 7th level of the martial vein. One had to cultivate at least the 7th transformation of the 9 transformation Golden Body technique. The highest level of the 9 transformation Golden Body technique, which was the 9th transformation, could regenerate broken limbs. However, the defense was not as terrifying as the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body. It was impervious to fire and water, indestructible and indestructible. Not only that, but his physical body would be completely transformed into the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body. He would be reborn and comparable to the transcendent sage realm. This meant that once he succeeded in cultivating it, even if he did not advance to the transcendent realm, he would be able to compete with a transcendent realm expert with just the strength of his physical body. A transcendent martial art is indeed a transcendent martial art. Not only does it strengthen one's defense, but it can also produce the Heavenly Dragon True Essence. Ling Xiao had nothing to hesitate about now. This Heavenly Dragon Golden Body was obviously more suitable for him compared to the other transcendent martial arts. As for offensive martial arts, he already had the Snow Lotus Sword art. Although his understanding of it was not complete, he believed that with the understanding of the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body, he would be able to better perfect the Snow Lotus Sword art. Thinking of this, he sat down cross-legged and injected his soul power into the stone tablet of the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body to comprehend it. Outside the treasure pavilion, a martial vein level 9 martial master held a mirror in his hand. The mirror clearly showed Ling Xiao's every move in the treasure pavilion. He actually chose the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body? One of the gray-haired martial masters frowned and said. There was a reason why he frowned. Before Ling Xiao, there were also geniuses who entered the treasure pavilion to comprehend transcendent martial arts. Regardless of whether they succeeded or not, their first choice was the transcendent martial arts of the martial arts category. For example, the transcendent Flying Immortal and the Scarlet Refining Divine Palm. Choosing the transcendent martial arts of the martial arts category was also the idea of the martial masters, including Lin Zhe. This was because even if one could only comprehend half a move of the transcendent martial arts, it was enough to maintain a huge advantage in terms of combat strength under the transcendent realm. However, movement techniques and defensive martial arts were different. These two types of martial arts had no moves to speak of, only cultivation methods and levels. If you want to comprehend them, you have to completely comprehend them. Otherwise, it would be meaningless. This child is a little different. Perhaps he has his own ideas. Moreover, he has cultivated the 9 transformation golden body technique before, so comprehending the heavenly dragon golden body should be easier. Ever since Ling Xiao became a martial master within 6 days, General Jiuyu felt that he could not underestimate Ling Xiao. This kid's potential was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Lao? If he can cultivate the 9 transformation golden body technique to the 7th transformation, then he might really be able to comprehend the cultivation method of the heavenly dragon golden body. The gray-haired 9th level martial master revealed a look of shock. Senior martial brother, I'm afraid you're still too optimistic about this matter. A martial master around 40 years old with shiny black hair said solemnly, have you forgotten? This heavenly dragon golden body was originally a cultivation method used by the dragon clan to condense a golden body. Therefore, although the requirements are not specifically stated, if one does not have the dragon clan's bloodline, it will be very difficult to cultivate it successfully. How could I forget about this? Jiuyu quickly informed that kid to change his martial arts. The gray-haired martial master hurriedly said. General Jiuyu shook his head and said, there's no other way. I've experienced this before. Once one enters the state of comprehension, no one is allowed to disturb them for 2 hours. This is the rule. Sigh, what a pity. This old man originally thought that there would be a genius who completely comprehended the transcendent martial arts this time. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. The gray-haired martial master sighed and said, it's been more than 10 years. Our general's mansion has never had a martial master below the 9th level who could completely comprehend the transcendent martial arts. On the contrary, there's a ninja youth called Flying Fish from the Sky Ninja Academy who completely comprehended the transcendent martial arts. Flying Fish. General Jiuyu gritted his teeth and said, Flying Fish should be about to reach the 8th level of the martial vein. He has a grudge against Ling Xiao. Sooner or later, he will come to provoke us. After this month, there should be a spar between the Sky Ninja Academy and the Latent Dragon Camp. I wonder who the Sky Ninja Academy will send. The gray-haired martial master shook his head helplessly. This was because the monthly spar was set by the governor's mansion and the general's mansion. The Sky Ninja Academy or the Latent Dragon Camp would send 3 disciples to the other side to spar. They would take turns to go. Last time, the Latent Dragon Camp sent people to the Heavenly Ninja Academy. This time, it was the Heavenly Ninja Academy's turn to send people to the Latent Dragon Camp. However, in the past 2 years, the rise of the Heavenly Ninja Academy had caused the Latent Dragon Camp to lose again and again. Apart from Dai Yuling, who had won every time, they had lost every other battle. Last time, it was the same. Dai Yuling, Huan Nanin, and Shirlei went, and in the end, Dai Yuling won by a small margin, while the other 2 lost miserably and returned empty-handed. Even Lin Zhe, the general of the border, had to admit that a human without a complete martial soul could not be compared to a ninja with a complete ninja soul. Now that Dai Yuling had been promoted to one of the 12 Tiger Guards, the small competition in the Latent Dragon Camp next month would probably not bode well for them. Of course, Ling Xiao, who was in the treasure pavilion, didn't know about this. All of his attention was now focused on the stone tablet in front of him. He was wholeheartedly comprehending the profound meaning of the heavenly dragon golden body. All kinds of strange symbols and diagrams appeared in his mind. As he comprehended, he took out the cultivation method of the 9 transformation golden body technique for reference. No wonder the 7th transformation of the 9 transformation golden body technique is included in the cultivation requirements of the heavenly dragon golden body. After careful comparison, the 9 transformation golden body technique is basically the prerequisite of the heavenly dragon golden body. Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile excitedly. The reason was simple. With the cultivation experience of the 9 transformation golden body technique, it would be relatively easier to comprehend the heavenly dragon golden body. After all, this was a transcendent martial art. If he really wanted to comprehend it alone, 2 hours would definitely not be enough. However, there should be a reason for the 2-hour time limit. For example, when he comprehended the profound meaning of the transcendent martial art in the Ling family, it was very likely that he would go crazy if he exceeded 2 hours. The time limit was not stingy. It was for the sake of the martial artist's safety. Now that Ling Xiao was comprehending the heavenly dragon golden body, it was equivalent to comprehending the foundation of the 9 transformation golden body technique. Once the foundation was laid, it would be easier to build a house. Got it. Half an hour passed. Ling Xiao's originally tightly shut eyes couldn't help but twitch, but he did not open them. Because in his mind, he already had the basic cultivation steps of the heavenly dragon golden body. These were all comprehended from the profound meaning of the heavenly dragon golden body transcendent martial arts. So that was it. The heavenly dragon golden body was equivalent to starting from the 7th transformation of the 9 transformation golden body technique. It was divided into 6 levels. The first level was basically the same as the 7th transformation of the 9 transformation golden body technique, but the effects were several times stronger. Whether it was the muscles, bones, skin, or internal organs, they would all be greatly improved, including the ability to reflect attacks. It was also better than before. The second level began to change. In this level, the heavenly dragon's true yuan could be produced. Not only could it be used for defense, it could also be used for attack. Furthermore, the heavenly dragon's true yuan could also produce a very good self-healing effect. As long as it was not a broken limb, it would automatically heal unless the heavenly dragon's true yuan was exhausted. In the third level, the heavenly dragon's scales and heavenly dragon's tendons could be cultivated. The surface of the body would be covered with golden heavenly dragon scales, and the defensive power would be even stronger. In the fourth level, the heavenly dragon's martial vein would be cultivated. In other words, the martial vein in the body would be completely transformed into the heavenly dragon's true yuan. Not only would the true yuan be more stored, but it could also be completely transformed into the heavenly dragon's true yuan. The fifth level was terrifying. In this level, the body would be completely reborn. The entire body would be transformed and upgraded. With the complete heavenly dragon's blood, one could be reborn from a single drop of blood and break through to the transcendent saint realm. After comprehending to this point, Ling Xiao's emotions fluctuated. It was no wonder that cultivating the heavenly dragon golden body to the 5th level would allow one to break through to the transcendent saint realm. This was something that he had never thought of before. Probably no one had ever thought of this before. This was because ordinary transcendent martial arts or transcendent movement techniques could not achieve this effect. There was still the last level, which was the 6th level. Impervious to fire and water, indestructible diamond, rebirth of the soul, indestructible body. Sure enough, this heavenly dragon golden body was really too powerful. At the 5th level, one could be reborn from a single drop of blood and break through to the transcendent saint realm. Moreover, it did not require gold. It was unlike the 9 transformation golden body technique. Although one could regenerate broken limbs at the 9th transformation, it required a large amount of gold. Not only that, there was a limit to how much damage one could sustain when regenerating broken limbs. Once the neck was chopped off or the heart was pierced, one would still die. However, rebirth from a single drop of blood was different. As long as there was still a drop of blood, one could be reborn. Of course, the 6th level of the heavenly dragon golden body was even more terrifying. Rebirth of the soul meant that even if one did not have any blood, as long as one's soul was still there, one could still be reborn. It was almost immortal. Such a powerful martial art, of course he had to cultivate it well. Since there was still an hour left, Ling Xiao decided to cultivate in the treasure pavilion. There were a large number of spirit stones placed in the treasure pavilion. Moreover, there was a special array to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Therefore, cultivating here was definitely twice the result with half the effort. It would be a waste not to cultivate. The first level of the heavenly dragon golden body was relatively easy. In less than 15 minutes, Ling Xiao had already succeeded in cultivating it. The second level of the heavenly dragon golden body was more difficult to cultivate. After all, cultivating the heavenly dragon true essence was definitely not an easy task. La at this moment, outside the treasure pavilion. Something's wrong. The gray-haired 9th level martial master suddenly realized that the low-grade spirit stones in the treasure pavilion were being consumed in large amounts. The abundant spirit energy had actually completely poured into Ling Xiao's body. What is this kid doing? How can comprehending a transcendent martial art consume low-grade spirit stones? The black-haired 9th level martial master was also shocked. He doesn't look like he's comprehending. He's cultivating. The gray-haired 9th level martial master laughed bitterly. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect that in just an hour, this kid actually comprehended the complete heavenly dragon golden body. Does he actually have the dragon clan's bloodline in his body? Senior brother, this isn't good. The spirit stones in the treasure pavilion all belong to the general's mansion. If he continues to consume them like this, he will be severely punished. The black-haired 9th level martial master hurriedly said. I'm not afraid of that. The gray-haired 9th level martial master smiled and stroked his beard. After all, his cultivation is still low, so he can only activate the spirit energy of the low-grade spirit stones. If he consumes it, then so be it. The rules don't say that he can't consume it. Besides, it's just a low-grade spirit stone. If he can really completely comprehend a transcendent martial art, then what are these low-grade spirit stones? General Yu was also dumbstruck. He thought to himself, Lin Shui, what kind of monster did you bring back? This kid is too heaven-defying. Inside the treasure pavilion, the consumption of low-grade spirit stones was accelerating. 10 pieces, 20 pieces, 50 pieces, 100 pieces. Suddenly, a loud dragon's roar came from the treasure pavilion. Ling Xiao finally opened his eyes. He had broken through to the second level of the heavenly dragon golden body. His body had already produced a trace of heavenly dragon true essence. At first, he was quite excited, but in the blink of an eye, his face turned gloomy. Because to break through to the second level, he had consumed over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones in the treasure pavilion. One had to know that he only had a few hundred low-grade spirit stones in the mountain river world. Although the heavenly dragon golden body did not consume gold, the consumption of spirit stones was simply a terrifying amount. But thinking about it, it was worth it. Right now, with just the strength of his physical body, he could defeat martial artists of the same realm. Martial artists of the 7th level and below were not even worth mentioning. Even though he had only broken through to the second layer, in terms of strength, he was probably more than twice as strong as when he had just become a martial master. With his terrifying physical strength and the heavenly dragon true essence, he could even challenge a late 7th level martial vein realm martial master. Even if he encountered a peak 7th level martial vein realm martial master, even if he couldn't win, he wouldn't lose. Miserably. However, the heavenly dragon golden body required too many resources. After reaching the second level, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to achieve a breakthrough. Unless he could obtain a large amount of resources. Time to go back. Ling Xiao took a deep breath, stood up, and walked out of the treasure pavilion. Why are you all looking at me like that? What puzzled Ling Xiao was that when he came out of the treasure pavilion, he saw a group of people looking at him as if he was a monster, which made him feel a little embarrassed. Monster. After a long time, everyone said at the same time. Ling Xiao, this time you used up a total of 10,200 lower spiritual stones from the treasure pavilion. This is something you have to pay back. Work hard. General Zhou Yu patted Ling Xiao's shoulder and sighed. Ling Xiao nodded. After using someone else's things, it was natural for him to return it. After all, it was very easy for him to get lower spiritual stones when he was strong. However, you can choose not to return it, but you have to do one thing. General Zhou Yu's tone suddenly changed. What is it? Ling Xiao asked. At the end of this month, the Heavenly Ninja Academy will send 3 geniuses to our Latent Dragon Camp to spar. As the commander of the Latent Dragon Camp, you should participate. I know this. I will definitely win. Ling Xiao didn't wait for General Zhou Yu to finish his words and said. No, it's not enough for you to win alone. You have to win at least 2 battles. Otherwise, the Latent Dragon Camp will lose face. General Zhou Yu said, I can make the decision. As long as you can help the Latent Dragon Camp win this battle, I will help you return the 10,000 lower spiritual stones. It's a deal? It's a deal. This deal was definitely worth it for Ling Xiao. Naturally, he wouldn't object. Afterward, he followed General Zhou Yu out of the border general's mansion and returned to the Latent Dragon Camp. Then, he went into seclusion. However, this time, he called Ling Yixue and Ling Mei to his courtyard for closed-door cultivation. These two people were the ones he trusted the most. Cold Plum's injuries had basically healed. She must have been treated by a famous doctor. You can cultivate in my courtyard from now on. You will benefit a lot if you stay by my side. Ling Xiao didn't explain much and began to consolidate his strength. He had just broken through to the second level of the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body. This level wasn't stable enough. He had to seize the time to consolidate it. In order to consolidate his cultivation, he didn't hesitate to swallow dozens of energy pills and 1,000-year-old golden snow lotus. Not only that, he also gave Ling Yixue and Cold Plum a 500-year-old golden snow lotus each. This would help them improve their cultivation. Anyway, the golden snow lotus could grow faster in the mountain river world. A day outside could allow the plant to live for 10 years inside. In other words, he could cultivate a 500-year-old golden snow lotus in 50 days. In 100 days, he could cultivate a 1,000-year-old golden snow lotus. To him, this kind of natural treasure was also precious. However, it was much easier to obtain compared to others. There were still 12 days until the end of the month. About 10 days later, Cold Plum was the first to come out of seclusion. Although she still hadn't broken through to the 7th level of the martial vein, her strength was almost invincible among those below the 7th level. The Snow Plum Remnant Soul had been perfected to 30%, and the Shadow Killing skill had been cultivated to the Greater Success realm. On the 12th day, Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue came out of seclusion almost at the same time. Ling Yixue finally broke through to the mid-7th level of the martial vein, which was very rare. In addition, her snake-haired woman remnant soul had been perfected to 60%, and the soul-seizing palm had been cultivated to the perfection realm. As for Ling Xiao, he also gained a lot. The giant sword remnant soul, the blood saber remnant soul, and the ghost ship remnant soul had all been perfected to 60%. The heavenly dragon golden body had been consolidated to the 2nd level, and the heavenly dragon true essence had filled one martial vein. However, this was already the upper limit of the heavenly dragon true essence that he could obtain at the moment. After the two came out of seclusion, they learned from Cold Plum that Hua Nanin, Shirley, and the other captain-level geniuses were also in seclusion. Probably after seeing Ling Xiao kill young Master Murong in 1 move and defeat Hua Nanin in 50 moves, they felt a sense of urgency in their hearts. This was a good thing. Young Master, Hua Nanin will probably come out of seclusion today. After all, today is the day of the monthly competition. In the past, he would always come out. I heard that he learned from his painful experience and went into seclusion. It is very likely that he has made some breakthroughs by now. Don't worry, Hua Nanin. Ling Xiao smiled and said, but I still have to thank you for providing me with this information. Those who had lost to him before would never be able to catch up to him, let alone defeat him. He was already an early-stage 7th martial vein realm martial master. He had experienced a lot and understood how terrifying his mountain river martial spirit was. If he didn't even have this bit of confidence, how could he call himself a transcendent? He didn't use the realm template because the news of him breaking through to the 7th martial vein realm had already spread throughout the latent dragon camp. There was no point in using the realm template. However, realm was one thing, strength was another. If someone treated him as an ordinary early-stage 7th martial vein realm martial master, they would be at a great disadvantage. While the three of them were talking, 3 ninja youths wearing forehead protectors walked into the latent dragon camp. Of course, General Jiu Yu followed behind them. He seemed to be guiding and supervising them. After all, this was the latent dragon camp. He couldn't let the people from the Heavenly Ninja Academy do anything overboard. The geniuses from the Heavenly Ninja Academy are here. This is bad. Are we going to lose again? The disciples of the Heavenly Ninja Academy all wore forehead protectors, so the geniuses of the latent dragon camp recognized them immediately. Those who knew the results of the previous competition didn't look too good. Although the latent dragon camp wasn't very united, they still had a common enemy when facing an external enemy. Of the 3 geniuses, one was slightly fat, one was always lazy, and the last one was a very lively girl. I heard that Dai Yuling has already joined the 12 Tiger Guards. I wonder who else can be our opponent. We can win all 3 rounds this time, right? The girl said excitedly. The people from the Latent Dragon camp are nothing to worry about. However, the competition in the Heavenly Ninja Academy is fierce. I wonder who will be chosen by Master Baiyun this time. The lazy youth used his hand to support his head and said, Master Baiyun is the strongest person in the Baiyun province. His strength is even above Governor Wan Kuan and Border General Lin Zhe. However, he likes to travel, so he only comes back once every 3 years to recruit disciples. It would be great if I can be chosen by him. The fatty who was eating snacks while walking muttered. Don't worry. Master Baiyun isn't a human, so he doesn't care about race when choosing disciples. As long as they have talent, they can choose anyone. I think he'll be choosing from our academy again. The lazy youth smiled and said, so far, Master Baiyun has already chosen 2 inner disciples, and both of them are geniuses of our ninja clan. One is Zuoleng, and the other is Naruto. Naruto has been traveling with Master Baiyun, while Zuoleng has been staying in the Heavenly Ninja Academy. His strength is much more terrifying than senior brother Flying Fish. I even heard that he killed a martial vein level 9 martial master with his 8th level martial vein cultivation. I've heard of it too. The lively girl hurriedly said. However, Ming Tian obviously doesn't think highly of the Latent Dragon camp. That's why he didn't make a move. Otherwise, Dai Yuling wouldn't be here. The lazy young man glanced at the disciples of the Latent Dragon camp in disdain and raised his voice. How dare you talk nonsense in our Latent Dragon camp? Suddenly, a figure flashed out. It was the vice commander of the Latent Dragon camp, Hua Nanin. Is this the person sent by the Latent Dragon camp to spar? Haha, a martial master in the middle of the 7th level martial vein. His cultivation is not bad, but his aura is too impetuous and his foundation is unstable. I can defeat him with one move. The lazy young man looked at Hua Nanin and smiled faintly. Don't fight with me. Let me do it. The lively girl giggled and said, I want to see the skills of the Latent Dragon camp's disciples. Fine. Although you've just broken through to the middle of the 7th level martial vein, it's more than enough to deal with him. The lazy young man nodded and said. When the two of them were talking, they didn't seem to care about Hua Nanin at all. Although Hua Nanin was a spy sent by Wanshi to the Latent Dragon camp, the 3 of them didn't know about it. Initially, Hua Nanin jumped out with the intention of feigning defeat. However, after hearing what the other party said, he was a little angry. He thought it wouldn't be too late to feign defeat after showing his strength to his opponent. Therefore, he shook the slender sword in his hand, and a rose whirlwind tore the ground apart and pounced toward the lively girl. The whirlwind tore a hole in the ground. It was obvious that although Hua Nanin's cultivation hadn't broken through, the power of her sword move had obviously increased a lot. It was even stronger than when she fought with Ling Xiao. If it was an ordinary 7th level martial vein martial master, he wouldn't dare to be careless in the face of such a powerful attack, because one wrong move would result in death. However, the vivacious girl only smiled and patted him lightly. A light green ripple appeared on her palm, and then it quickly expanded and turned into the shape of a beast's head. Upon closer inspection, it looked like a wild boar with 2 tusks. Although it didn't look impressive, the beast's head formed by true essence easily broke Hua Nanin's sword move. Not only that, after the beast's head broke the sword move, it didn't have any intention of stopping. It continued to pounce forward and crashed into Hua Nanin's body. Oh no! Bang! Bang! Hua Nanin saw that the situation wasn't good. When she tried to dodge, it was already too late. She was hit by the beast's head, and her body flew out with a bang. She crashed into 7 or 8 disciples of the Latent Dragon camp who were watching behind her. This scene made General Jiu Yu, who was standing at the side, gloomy. After all, he was one of the tiger guards in charge of the Latent Dragon camp. When he saw the vice commander of the Latent Dragon camp being sent flying with one move, his heart sank. This was because 10 days ago, Ling Xiao had taken 50 moves to defeat Hua Nanin. This girl's strength was much stronger than Ling Xiao's. Who could resist her? Moreover, according to his judgment, this girl was the weakest among the 3 geniuses from the Heavenly Ninja Academy. Damn it, the people from the Heavenly Ninja Academy are too strong. Commander Hua was defeated in one move. It's over. This time, it's too embarrassing. Dai Yuling was there before, but now, sigh, it's over. The geniuses of the latent dragon camp shook their heads. A strong sense of inferiority rose in their hearts, and they even had thoughts of betrayal. After all, people wanted to go to higher places. Talented youths naturally wanted to go to a better place. They weren't that loyal to Lindsay. This battle naturally alarmed Ling Xiao and the others. He was rushing over. In the crowd, Huan Naning jumped up. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said coldly, "I showed mercy. I didn't expect you to take it seriously." As she spoke, the vital essence on Huan Nanyan's thin sword kept spinning. She was burning her vital essence. It wasn't too much to say that he had shown mercy. After all, he didn't burn his vital essence in that move. Haha, if that's the case, come at me again. The lively girl didn't care. She just smiled as if Huan Naning was not worth mentioning in her eyes. Okay, Red Storm of the Flower Sword. Although Huan Naning was a spy, she was still the senior of these three people. After being taught a lesson by her, he couldn't hold back his anger. At most, he could explain to the governor after teaching this girl a lesson. Red Hurricane, it was at least 3 times more powerful than the Rose Whirlwind from before. As the thin sword vibrated, the air emitted the sound of metal being cut apart. It carried a strong storm and directly swept towards the lively girl. It could be said that this was the strongest move that Huan Naning could perform at the moment. It was an ultimate move that he created by combining his Rose Remnant Soul and the Flower Sword. Although it might not reach the level of a sure kill move, this move should be able to kill 3 or 4 ordinary early-stage 7th level martial vein masters. Oh, this move is more interesting. The lively girl smiled excitedly. Not only did she not retreat, but she also went forward. Behind her, a cute little pig appeared. This little pig was only a foot tall. Its pink and chubby appearance was very cute, but its eyes were filled with murderous intent. Is that a ninja soul? That's right. It should be at least 60% to 70% of a ninja soul. Amidst the crowd's discussion, the lively girl pushed her palms forward, and a strange force shot out from her hands. The pink pig remnant soul opened its mouth at the same time. This palm turned into a water arrow in the air. It looked ordinary, but it easily broke Huan Nanyan's majestic move. Huan Naning was shocked when he saw this. He hurriedly dodged to the side, trying to avoid the remaining power of the water arrow. However, he was still too slow. The water arrow pierced through Huan Nanyan's shoulder, leaving a bloody hole. Ah! Huan Naning screamed miserably. He fell to the ground with a pale face. Before this battle, he was full of confidence. However, now, his face was even uglier than a dead man's face. Hee, I thought you could bring me a surprise. Who knew that you were so useless? The lively girl clapped her hands and shrugged regretfully. Junior sister, why do you have to force me? The latent dragon camp has never won against our Heavenly Ninja Academy in the past few years. When did they not suffer a crushing defeat? The lazy young man looked back at General Jiuyu and said with a smile, Jiuyu, this is the first round. Let's not waste any more time so that the latent dragon camp won't make a fool of themselves. The 3 of us still need to go back and cultivate. General Jiuyu's expression was ugly. Although he was unhappy with the other party's words, the reality was that the human race had really declined over the years. Even the 3 geniuses sent by the Heavenly Ninja Academy were ninjas. The rest of the latent dragon camp geniuses also lowered their heads. Many of them were gnashing their teeth in anger. But even if he was angry, what could he do? They were weaker than the other party, and the other party had come to spar according to the agreement. Could it be that they would gang up on him? That would be too embarrassing. Pa. Just as everyone's morale was at its lowest, a round of applause sounded. That's a good move. It's a quasi-transcendent martial art. No wonder Huan Nanyan's sword was broken so easily. The one who walked out of the crowd was Ling Xiao. He wasn't someone who liked to stand out, but now that he was the commander-in-chief of the latent dragon camp, he would be a coward if he didn't step out when the latent dragon camp was being humiliated. Hearing this, the lively young woman and the other 3 from the Heavenly Ninja Academy were shocked. Being able to see through the move that the lively young woman had used just now was enough to prove that this person wasn't simple. The fact that this person dared to step out amidst the low morale made everyone look at him in a new light. You are? The lively young woman asked in confusion. Before Ling Xiao could answer, the lazy young man smiled and said, if I'm not wrong, you should be the one who replaced Dai Yuling as the commander-in-chief of the latent dragon camp. Brother Ling, right? That's me. Ling Xiao nodded and said. Brother Ling, you're here to spar, right? Then let's not waste any more time. Let's spar. The lazy young man looked at Ling Xiao with a smile. In his opinion, as long as he defeated Ling Xiao, today's spar would be over. Furthermore, defeating the commander-in-chief of the latent dragon camp was definitely a rare improvement for the Heavenly Ninja Academy. After all, they had never won before. Ling Xiao, Huananayan spar doesn't count. After all, you're the one who decided on the spar list. General Nine Moons suddenly reminded him. What he meant was that he wanted Ling Xiao to be more cautious and not make a rash decision. However, Ling Xiao smiled and said, Commander Hua is also a disciple of the latent dragon camp. How can his spar not count? Let's just take it that the latent dragon camp has lost. This Ling Xiao is too stupid. Yeah, isn't this the same as giving away a victory? That's not necessarily true. Since we can't win anyway, it doesn't matter who loses. Although the surrounding disciples didn't dare to speak loudly, they still dared to discuss in private. However, they didn't know that Ling Xiao had heard their words clearly. However, Ling Xiao didn't care much about those words. Ha ha ha, how conceited. Even Dai Yuling wouldn't dare to be so conceited. The lazy young man's eyes suddenly turned sharp as he spoke to Ling Xiao. There's no point in talking anymore. Send out the second person. Ling Xiao didn't want to waste time. Then I'll do it. The chubby young man put down the snacks in his hand and stepped forward. At that moment, he released his aura. Late-stage martial vein level 7 martial master. His realm was indeed higher than the lively girl from before. We don't have such a powerful martial artist in the latent dragon camp. If only Dai Yuling was still here. Yeah, what a pity. We're going to lose again. Maybe Ling Xiao can hold on for a little longer if he fights personally. To be honest, most of the people in the latent dragon camp lost their confidence after seeing the chubby young man's strength. It wasn't that they weren't confident, but that the latent dragon camp didn't have a late-stage martial vein level 7 martial master. The strongest ones should be Huananin and Shirlei. Both of them were middle-stage martial vein level 7 martial masters. Shirlei was still in seclusion and hadn't come out yet. How were they going to fight? Senior Sister Yixue, thank you for your help. Ling Xiao patted Ling Yixue's arm gently and inadvertently transferred a trace of his Sky Dragon true essence into her. This wasn't to help Ling Yixue fight, but to help Ling Yixue find her opponent's weakness. He had to admit that Ling Yixue was no match for the chubby young man in a head-on fight. Therefore, Ling Xiao had to help Ling Yixue. After all, no one said that he couldn't do so. Ling Yixue, although this girl is strong, she's no match for the chubby young man, right? Sigh, I hope she won't lose too badly. Ling Xiao is such a coward. I can't believe he's using a girl as his shield. Discussions broke out one after another. Anyway, there was nothing good to hear. You're no match for me. The chubby young man looked at Ling Yixue and said. Not necessarily. Ling Yixue circulated her true essence and a layer of snow-white true essence appeared on her body. Her sleeves fluttered even though there was no wind. Alright, I'll let you know the truth. The chubby young man frowned and clenched his fists. Ninja secret technique, giantification technique. At that moment, the chubby young man's body grew from 1.67 meters to a height of 4 to 5 meters. The fat youth's punch was too ferocious. When it came crashing down, it actually formed a gale that blew Ling Yixue's clothes with a flapping sound. The wind blew the surrounding sand and stones. If Ling Yixue was really hit by this punch, she would be severely crippled even if she didn't die. However, there was no such restriction in the small sparring between the Heavenly Ninja Academy and the Latent Dragon Camp. It could kill or even cripple the opponent. Soul-stealing palm, Ling Yixue just stood there and threw out a seemingly light palm. The palm wind wasn't that strong and the scene wasn't that majestic. However, the expression of the young man who was watching the battle from the side changed drastically. He knew very well that the fat youth's most powerful technique was the giantification technique. Combined with various martial skills, it was much more powerful. However, the strength of his body made the fat youth's soul much weaker. The fat youth was most afraid of soul attacks. However, Ling Yixue used the top martial skill, soul-stealing palm. If it was just an ordinary top martial skill, they wouldn't be afraid. However, it was a top martial skill that specialized in soul attacks. If Ling Yixue's soul power was strong enough, the fat youth would lose without a doubt. This wasn't a difference in strength. It was completely restrained. As expected, when Ling Yixue's palm came, the fat youth who was originally attacking her became absent-minded for a moment. That fierce punch directly hit his feet. Boom, a huge crack appeared on the ground and continued to crack downwards. The place where the fat youth was standing sank. So much so that his huge body also tilted. How could Ling Yixue miss such a good opportunity? She flew up and slapped the fat youth's body. However, this palm didn't hit any vital points, but a position that no one would expect. This position was the weakness of the giantification technique. This woman is too scary. How could she see the weakness of the giantification technique? Did our information leak? The lazy youth's expression was ugly. Compared to the fat youth's defeat, he was more worried about the leakage of information. Of course, he didn't know that the weakness wasn't seen by Ling Yixue, but by Ling Xiao. He just told Ling Yixue with the Sky Dragon's true essence. With one palm, the fat youth returned to his original size and then fainted. He was a late 7th level martial vein realm martial master. Ling Yixue was also a mid-stage 7th level martial vein realm martial master. There wasn't much difference between them, and Ling Yixue had restrained the fat youth from the beginning to the end, so she won very easily. I've said it before. We can't say anything until we've fought. After Ling Yixue defeated the fat youth, she returned to Ling Zhao's side. Congratulations, senior sister. Actually, you can win even if I don't help you, Ling Zhao said in a low voice. I can win, but it definitely won't be that easy. His gigantification technique is too difficult to deal with. If I can't find his weakness in a short period of time, I will definitely be at a disadvantage. The scariest thing about Ling Yixue was that she was calm enough. No matter if she won or lost, she could always clearly see her own weaknesses and strengths. Therefore, after almost every battle, she would improve quite a bit. Hehe, Heavenly Ninja Academy's geniuses are only SOSO. General Jiu could finally vent all his pent-up anger. The fat youth's face turned red, but he did not dare to be impudent here because General Yu's cultivation was much higher than his. There's still one more battle. The outcome is still uncertain. The lazy young man's face was filled with killing intent as he looked coldly at Ling Xiao. Yeah, you'll lose if there's one more battle. Ling Xiao walked out from the crowd and looked at General Jiu with a smile. General, if we win this battle, will we get any rewards? Of course. The two people who win will each get a quasi-transcendent martial art. General Jiu nodded. Moreover, the martial art will be provided by Heavenly Ninja Academy. You can choose freely. Actually, the Dean of Heavenly Ninja Academy, Wan Ben, was the one who proposed the battle. His goal was to obtain all of the quasi-transcendent martial arts in the latent dragon camp. Lin Zhe agreed to this request under pressure. Fortunately, quasi-transcendent martial arts were not transcendent martial arts. Although there were not many of them in the latent dragon camp, there were still many of them. Originally, Lin Zhe thought that the latent dragon camp would benefit from this kind of competition since there were winners and losers on both sides. However, since the beginning of the battle, the latent dragon camp had not won even once. Therefore, the latent dragon camp had been giving the martial art manuals to the Heavenly Ninja Academy's disciples for free. Oh, this is not bad. Ling Xiao smiled. He didn't really like battles that didn't have any rewards. It's not bad, but you can't win. The lazy youth waved his hand and took out a weapon that looked like a saber and a sword from his storage ring. It was a long and flat blade. Like a saber, it only had a blade on one side. However, its width was closer to that of a sword. It looked very strange. Even though this is just a spar, I hope you can understand that I will definitely not show mercy. You better not disappoint me too much and play with me more. Ling Xiao did not take out his ice-glazed sword. He only wanted to test his heavenly dragon golden body that had just broken through to the second level. Therefore, he was going to fight with his opponent with his bare hands. "I won't use more than 10 moves against you," Xianxia said calmly. The lazy youth's expression changed and he said gloomily, "Good, very good. I'd like to see how you're going to defeat me within 10 moves. Be careful not to cut your own tongue." In a flash, as soon as he finished speaking, the lazy youth suddenly pointed the strange saber in his hand at Xianxia. He instantly turned into a shadow and shot out. His target was Xiao's vital part. Qi, a light blue sword light pierced through the air and blue electric sparks were produced. The air was almost melted by the friction. Facing the attack, Xiao's expression was calm. As his body glowed with a golden light, a giant black bear appeared behind him. Obviously, it came from young Master Murong's martial art remnant soul, the black bear remnant soul. He chose this remnant soul because the black bear remnant soul represented strength and wildness. Xianxia was fighting with his bare hands. He wanted to completely suppress his opponent with strength. Then, he threw out 3 punches in a row. The meteor fist that glowed with a golden light met the light blue sword light. Crack, crack, like a broken piece of iron exploding, the light blue sword light was shattered by the terrifying golden light before it could even get close to Xiao's fist. It exploded and scattered in all directions. In the crowd, someone was accidentally shot and his body was directly shot through. It was just the afterglow of the explosion, but it was already so powerful. It could be seen how terrifying that sword light was. Even so, it was still broken by Xianxia, and it was broken very easily. Second flash. The lazy young man didn't show any signs of surprise. This was because he did not expect to defeat Xianxia in one move. If that was the case, this battle would be too boring. Moreover, his opponent was not that weak. Just as Xianxia shattered his first sword light, an illusory figure appeared behind him. It was a shadow holding a strange saber. This shadow was not very tall, only about 2 meters tall. However, the strong power contained in this shadow was definitely not to be underestimated. Swordsman Ninja Spirit. This should be one of the ninja's longest sword ninja spirits. However, to be able to perfect this ninja spirit to 70%, this child is indeed very talented. Even General Jiu Yu, who was watching the show, had to admit that this lazy youth should be the strongest of the 3 people sent by the Heavenly Ninja Academy this time. Although his cultivation was the same as the fat youth, the late 7th level of the martial vein, he did not have any obvious weaknesses. Moreover, his mind was calmer and smarter. When the ninja spirit appeared, the youth took a mysterious step. His body that was originally rushing towards Xianxia suddenly appeared on Xiao's left side. The youth suddenly moved to Xiao's side with a strange footwork, and then the strange blade in his hand slashed down again. Within a short distance, the strange blade instantly tore through the air, making a shrill whining sound as it tore through the air. Due to the friction in the air, the temperature suddenly rose, and even produced an obvious flame. It wasn't hard to guess that even with the protection of true essence, blood would splatter on the spot after being hit by this blade. Clang! What surprised everyone was that in the face of such a sudden change in moves, Xiao's body didn't move at all. He didn't even look, and only punched out with his left hand, accurately hitting the strange blade. This punch was still golden, as if it was wrapped in gold. This was the effect of the 9 transformation golden body technique combined with the heavenly dragon golden body. The violent shock caused the strange blade in the lazy youth's hand to almost fly out. This time, he couldn't help but be surprised. The strange blade in his hand was a mortal-grade artifact. Coupled with his vigorous true essence and top-grade martial arts, it actually couldn't withstand the power of the opponent's high-grade martial arts. What kind of international joke was this? Scram! Swinging away the strange blade with his left hand, Xiao's golden light became even more dazzling. His entire person faintly felt like a dragon soaring in the wild. He twisted his body, and his right hand continuously punched out several times. Each punch was full of power, causing the air to explode. Pung pung pung, ninja secret technique, body protection technique. Seeing that he couldn't dodge, the shadow behind the youth suddenly appeared in front of him. Then, true essence poured into the shadow, forming a layer of barrier, blocking the youth tightly. However, the genius youth of the Heavenly Ninja Academy clearly underestimated the power of Ling Xiao's punches. After blocking a few times, the shadow instantly exploded, and he was also forced to retreat. He hurriedly dodged, but at least he wasn't sent flying. Seeing this, General Jiu Yu couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression, and then that expression immediately turned into a brilliant smile. To be honest, he was a little worried about Ling Xiao at first, afraid that Ling Xiao would suffer in the hands of this lazy youth. After all, the other party was at the late stage of the 7th level martial vein while Ling Xiao was only at the early stage of the 7th level martial vein. But seeing this, he felt that his worries were completely unnecessary. From the looks of it, Ling Xiao did not even use 50% of his strength. To be able to defeat his opponent so easily, this brat was too terrifying. Now, he finally understood that the most terrifying thing about Ling Xiao was not his strength, but his intelligent way of fighting. In Ling Xiao's battles, he was always able to calculate everything. The opponent's weakness, the flaws in the opponent's moves, the best time to attack, the best attack moves, the best combination of moves, and so on. This allowed Ling Xiao to use only 50% of his strength to do something that could only be done with 80% or even 90% of his strength. General Jiu Yu had never seen anyone in the world who could do this. None of the 12 Tiger Guards could do it. Even Lin Shui couldn't do it. That one Ben couldn't do it either. No one in Heavenly Ninja Academy could do it either. Perhaps this was the most terrifying thing about Ling Xiao. Of course, the young genius from Heavenly Ninja Academy wouldn't be so weak. He probably didn't use all of his strength either. The following battle might be even more exciting. General Jiu Yu smiled. He was suddenly filled with confidence in Ling Xiao. Hee, senior brother, if you don't use all of your strength, I'm afraid you'll lose. The lively young girl giggled as she shouted at the lazy young man. The lazy young man was clearly provoked. With a bang, he stomped on the ground and stabilized his body that was rapidly retreating. A few more cracks appeared on the ground. The poor ground of the latent dragon camp was almost always full of holes after every battle. Perhaps it was because of this that the ground was preserved. Otherwise, if it was any other ground, it would be a heartache for half a day if it was broken. Ling Xiao. You're really powerful. You're qualified to make me use all of my strength. After saying that, black flames rose around the young genius's body. The flames burned more and more fiercely, and the wind that blew past him suddenly became scalding hot wind. The shadow behind him became more solid. However, the ninja's expression became somewhat ferocious. His body was also burning with black flames. Then, he held the strange blade with both of his hands. The black flames passed through his arms and then merged into the strange saber of the youth, causing the saber to burn. The strange black flames gave people a creepy feeling, causing many of the spectating youths to lose control of their aura chi and true essence. Black Sun Prison Break. The youth roared and then slashed at Ling Xiao with the ninja. The two strange blades merged into one and turned into a huge blade that was completely condensed from true essence and black flames. It was more than 10 meters long. It directly slashed at Ling Xiao. The huge blade was too fast and its power was too fierce. It almost directly tore the space in front of it and completely burned the air. The crackling sound was like a forest on fire. Hee, senior brother is finally serious. This blade is very powerful and fast. His opponent definitely won't be able to block or dodge it. He's definitely going to lose. The vivacious girl giggled at the chubby youth. Her originally nervous expression also relaxed. The chubby youth only nodded. He understood the power of the lazy youth's blade the best. Even in the Sky Ninja Academy, not many people could block it. At this moment, General Yu Yu's originally relaxed face had a bit of worry. The power of the youth's attack was completely out of his expectations. This should be a power that only a quasi-transcendental martial art could achieve. Ling Xiao had never cultivated a quasi-transcendental martial art before. Facing this attack, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Adding on the fact that his cultivation was not as good as his opponent's, the situation was not optimistic. General Yu Yu, there's no need to worry. Junior brother will definitely win. Although the Sky Ninja Academy genius is very powerful, in front of junior brother, he's not worth mentioning. Ling Yishua's voice sounded in General Yu's ears. You're very confident. General Yu could not help but smile bitterly. He really did not know where Ling Yishua's confidence in Ling Xiao came from. It was probably because of her bias. After all, Ling Yishua and Ling Xiao were both martial artists from Tianfeng City. Moreover, they seemed to have a close relationship. Of course, he also hoped that Ling Xiao could win. In that case, the latent dragon camp would be able to vent their anger. Die. The Sky Ninja Academy genius poured almost all of his true essence into this terrifying blade. Therefore, his face was slightly pale. However, he did not regret it because he knew the power of his blade. Just as the huge blade was about to slash down, Ling Xiao actually revealed a faint smile. This kind of move is more interesting. It was not that he was arrogant, but he really needed such a powerful move to test the defense of his golden body. Roar! A dragon's roar sounded. The golden light around Ling Xiao's body became even more dazzling. Even the black bear's remnant soul behind him was completely covered by the golden light. General Yu had only guessed that Ling Xiao was practicing the heavenly dragon golden body in the precious treasure pavilion. However, it was extremely difficult to learn a transcendent martial art. Therefore, he did not expect Ling Xiao to reach a high level in such a short period of time. However, it seemed that Ling Xiao's heavenly dragon golden body was already at the small success stage. Was there a mistake? No one could answer him. On the other side, the giant bear paw had also merged with Ling Xiao's palms. Then, his palms seemed to have solidified as he faced the giant blade. Crack, crack. The giant bear paw and the giant blade collided in the air. Then, the blade was clamped tightly between Ling Xiao's palms. Grabbing the blade with his bare hands? How the F***ck is this possible? Boom! While everyone was discussing, the giant bear paw suddenly pulled back and the giant blade shattered. The genius from the Heavenly Ninja Academy was sent flying and spat out blood. He fell to the ground and could not get up. Actually, I don't need to face this move head-on at all. That's because this move of yours is flashy but useless. It's nice to look at but useless. Ling Xiao looked at the genius on the ground and said calmly, I fought you head-on because I wanted to tell you that 3 or 4 moves are enough to defeat you. I didn't even need 10 moves. I overestimated you. You. The genius had already stood up. However, when he heard Ling Xiao's words, he could not help but be furious. He spat out another mouthful of blood and his face became even more ghastly. The latent dragon camp won this battle. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, you've really brought honor to the latent dragon camp. No, you brought honor to the border general's estate. You brought honor to the human race. General Yu was stunned for a moment before he immediately announced the result. Long live. Long live Commander Ling. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao. In the next moment, the latent dragon camp was filled with deafening roars. Regardless of whether they liked Ling Xiao or disliked Ling Xiao, they all shouted excitedly at this moment. Because they had long had enough of this attitude. At the same time, they understood that it wasn't that Heavenly Ninja Academy was too good, but that they hadn't worked hard enough. Look at Ling Xiao. He was just a newbie who had just joined the latent dragon camp, but he was able to achieve what he had today with his own ability. What reason was there not to work hard? What reason was there to complain? Where are the items? General of the Ninth Moons looked at the 3 geniuses from the Heavenly Enduring Academy and asked with a smile. Humph, if you agree to a bet, you have to accept your loss. Here are 2 quasi-transcendent martial art copies, take them. The lazy young man took out 2 secret manuals from his storage ring and handed them to General September. But don't blame us for not reminding you. You'd better memorize the contents because these 2 manuals will automatically self-destruct after 15 minutes. Having said that, he looked back at Ling Xiao and coldly said, I admit that you're very strong, but defeating me is nothing. The next time you go to the Heavenly Ninja Academy, you'll meet even stronger opponents. Compared to the true geniuses of the Heavenly Ninja Academy, you're still lacking. Then, he turned around and left in a sorry state with the help of the young girl and the chubby young man. Ling Xiao, you have a good memory. Memorize the contents of these 2 manuals first, then pass one of them to Ling Yishue. General September hurriedly handed the 2 quasi-transcendent martial art copies to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao nodded and casually flipped through them. At that moment, there was already a copy in the Mountain River world. 2 inner force cultivation methods? Ling Xiao could not help but frown. General September, there's a problem with these 2 manuals. A lot of the key parts have been changed. That's normal. General September sighed and said, although the rules say that we can't make any major changes to the secret manual, it's allowed to slightly change a few key points. We've done that in the past, so whether you can cultivate it or not will depend on your own abilities. Okay, I understand. Ling Xiao nodded. In fact, this kind of thing might be very unpleasant for others, but it was nothing to him. Because he had the Mountain River martial spirit, for this kind of quasi-transcendent martial art, only a few key parts had been modified. It was completely possible to analyze and crack it. Understand? Aren't you going to hand it over to me, and then let a martial vein level 9 martial master help me crack it? General September asked doubtfully. How long will it take? Ling Xiao asked. At least a month. General September thought for a moment and said. That won't be necessary. Ling Xiao thought to himself, my Mountain River martial spirit will probably be completely cracked in a moment, it would be faster if I did it myself. No need? Are you sure? I'm sure, and I'm sure. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he turned around and returned to his courtyard. Ling Yixue and Cold Plum also followed. The 2 of you can do whatever you want. I'm going to comprehend this quasi-transcendent martial art. After saying that, Ling Xiao entered the training room. The 2 quasi-transcendent martial arts he obtained from the Heavenly Ninja Academy were the Soul Ignition Technique and the Snow Lotus True Explanation. Both of them belonged to the category of Inner Force Cultivation Technique, but there was a big difference. Among them, the Snow Lotus True Explanation was actually the advanced version of the Snow Lotus Chi Technique. Thinking about it, the Snow Lotus Sword Technique was a transcendent sword technique, while the Snow Lotus Chi Technique was only a peak-grade martial art. It was impossible to match. Most likely, the Snow Lotus True Explanation had an advanced version, which should be a transcendent martial art. However, to be able to obtain a quasi-transcendent inner force cultivation technique, Ling Xiao was already satisfied. Since it was a quasi-transcendent martial art, compared to a peak-grade martial art, it naturally had its advantages. The outstanding part of the Snow Lotus True Explanation was that it could completely transform the foundation of the Snow Lotus Chi technique. In other words, if Ling Xiao cultivated it, it would be twice the result with half the effort. Not only that, the true essence condensed from this set of inner force cultivation technique not only had an extremely strong yin attribute, but it could also change the opponent's true essence attribute. It didn't sound very useful, right? Actually, it wasn't. If the opponent was proficient in Fire True Essence or Earth True Essence, then their martial art would definitely be compatible with these attributes. One could imagine, if the opponent used the Raging Flame Palm, but their true essence was of the Yin attribute, would the Raging Flame Palm still be powerful? Of course, this kind of change was only gradual. It was impossible to completely change the opponent's true essence all at once, so the advantage was that it could weaken the opponent's attack. If combined with the Mountain River martial spirit's ability to devour true essence, the opponent would definitely suffer a great loss. The Soul Ignition art was very interesting. Rather than calling it an inner force cultivation technique, it was better to call it a martial art that used soul strength as true essence. Of course, other than the transformation effect, it could also increase soul strength. This was a martial art that was simply tailor-made for Ling Yixue. Ling Yixue's true essence level was inferior to many people, and even inferior to martial artists in the same realm. The reason was that she was from the soul race. However, with the Soul Ignition art, she didn't need to condense true essence at all in the future. She could completely change to using soul strength as the source of energy for martial arts. Ling Yixue's soul strength was so strong that even a martial artist at the peak of the 9th level martial vein could not compare to her. If she really cultivated the Soul Ignition art, her strength would increase by more than one level. Although Ling Xiao wasn't from the Soul clan, he was born with a powerful soul. Coupled with his Mountain River martial spirit, his soul power wasn't as monstrous as Ling Yixue's, but it was much stronger than most people. There must be a reason why the Heavenly Ninja Academy chose these 2 quasi-transcendental martial arts. The Snow Lotus Truth required one to cultivate the Snow Lotus Chi technique to the perfection stage in order to cultivate it. This was equivalent to saying that it was meaningless to most martial artists. The soul ignition art was only useful for martial artists with powerful souls. It was meaningless for most martial artists. They chose these two quasi-transcendental martial arts so that they could embarrass the latent dragon camp when they lost. They didn't expect that it would help Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue instead. Ling Xiao secretly smiled and gave the two quasi-transcendental martial arts to his Mountain River martial spirit to decipher. Just as he expected, it only took a moment to decipher them. Then, he took a copy of the Soul Ignition art from the Mountain River world and gave it to Ling Yixue to study. He used the quasi-transcendental secret technique, the Shadow Cultivation secret technique, to create two clones. His main body cultivated the Snow Lotus Truth, one clone cultivated the Soul Ignition art, and the other continued to consolidate the Sky Dragon Golden Body. He had benefited a lot from the battle just now. There was a reason why he only had two doppelgangers to cultivate. Although the clones could help speed up cultivation, the consumption of physical strength and soul power would also increase proportionally. For example, if a clone could increase cultivation speed by 70%, then the consumption of physical strength and soul power would increase by 70%. He couldn't create too many clones. Because of the foundation of the Snow Lotus Chi formula, Ling Xiao was able to cultivate the Snow Lotus Truth to the initial stage within an hour. The Snow Lotus Truth had a total of 9 levels. He had already cultivated it to the 3rd level. He could clearly feel that the quality of his true yuan had improved. It had become purer and more powerful. A quasi-transcendental martial art could reach the small success stage so easily. No matter who saw it, they would be so shocked that their eyeballs would fall out. The true yuan obtained from cultivating the Snow Lotus Truth was called the Snow Lotus True Yuan. Although this kind of true essence was still a lot weaker than the Sky Dragon True Essence, it was a lot stronger than ordinary true essence. Even though the energy in one's body would transform into quintessential essence after advancing to martial master, there would still be differences in quality. The difference between high-grade martial arts, top-grade martial arts, and quasi-transcendent martial arts was especially huge. This was also the reason why after a martial artist became a martial master, they couldn't wait to cultivate a quasi-transcendent inner force cultivation method as soon as possible. It could be said that apart from a small part of the Sky Dragon True Essence, all of the true essence in his body had been converted into Snow Lotus True Essence. Ling Xiao's strength had at least doubled. If he met the genius of the Heavenly Ninja Academy again, he would be able to win even without using the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body. After all, the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body was a transcendent martial art. It was best not to use it casually to avoid getting into trouble. In the previous battle, he believed that other than the Ninth Moon General, no one knew that he had used the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body. They probably all thought that he had used the 9 Transformation Golden Body technique. After all, the two techniques were a little too similar on the surface. Next, he cultivated for nearly 2 hours and consolidated the Snow Lotus Truth to the 3rd level. The use of the Snow Lotus True Essence in his body also became more adept. On the other hand, the Soul Ignition art could be considered to have entered the entry level. After cultivating it to the 1st level, his soul power had increased by a lot. Moreover, he discovered that if he used his soul power to execute the terrifying finger, its power would become even more terrifying. Now, he could almost conclude that the blue-clothed woman he met in the Dragon Submission Mountain Range was related to the Soul Tribe. In addition, he also made a very interesting discovery. Using the Soul Ignition art, he could completely use his soul power to execute the martial arts he cultivated. The power was almost the same as using True Essence, but the effect was as different as heaven and earth. Using True Essence to execute a martial skill still emphasized on the destruction of the body. On the other hand, martial arts executed with soul power focused on destroying the soul. This meant that he had 2 different ways of executing the same martial arts. If he could use it flexibly in battle, it would be impossible for his opponent to guard against it. In addition, Ling Xiao discovered that in the process of cultivating the extraordinary martial arts Heavenly Dragon Golden Body and quasi-transcendental martial arts, he actually had a slight understanding of the first form of the Snow Lotus Sword technique that he had comprehended from the remnant extraordinary martial arts. This was probably related to the Snow Lotus truth and the extraordinary profound of the heavenly dragon golden body. After the mountain river martial spirit absorbed the extraordinary profound of the heavenly dragon golden body, it gradually simulated the extraordinary profound of the Snow Lotus sword technique. However, this was not a simple matter. After such a long time of comprehension, he had only comprehended the first form of the Snow Lotus sword technique, flying snow, to about 60 to 70% mastery. He should be able to try using it in an attack. Its power would not be inferior to a quasi-transcendental martial art, but it would not reach the level of a transcendent martial art. However, at this rate, he estimated that he would soon completely comprehend the first form. At that time, Ling Xiao would have one more trump card. Sensing that he was unable to make any further progress, Ling Xiao stopped his closed-door cultivation. Instead, he sorted out his current situation. Currently, he had two complete martial spirits, the cherry tree martial spirit and the dark cloud martial spirit. However, he did not dare to use the complete martial spirits. After all, it would attract too much jealousy. Unless he was on the verge of death, he would not use it easily. He had 4 martial Dao remnant souls, the ghost ship remnant soul, the giant sword remnant soul, the blood blade remnant soul, and the black bear remnant soul. Currently, these 4 martial Dao remnant souls had their own special uses. When the ghost ship remnant soul was used with the soaring cloud steps, its speed would not be inferior to a quasi-transcendental martial art. Moreover, it could save a lot of true yuan and also had a certain degree of attack power. When the giant sword remnant soul was used with the sword move, it could greatly increase the power of the sword move. When the blood blade remnant soul was used with the sword move, it could make the sword move more strange and unexpected. When the black bear remnant soul was used in barehanded combat, it could increase the power of the move and increase the strength of the body. It could be said that he did not want to give up any of these 4 remnant souls because they were all useful. When he encountered different enemies, he could use the remnant souls. As for the martial arts he was currently cultivating, they were mainly Transcendent Martial Art Heavenly Dragon Golden Body Transcendent Incomplete Snow Lotus Sword Arts Quasi-Transcendent Martial Arts Soul Ignition Art, Snow Lotus Truth, Shadow Cultivation Secret Technique Top Grade Martial Arts Multiple Shadow Sword Art, Power Not Inferior to a Quasi-Transcendental Martial Art 9 Transformation Golden Body Technique, Last Transformation, Imperial Sword Art, Attack Power. Comparable to a quasi-transcendental martial art, unique martial arts Soaring Cloud Steps and Ox Demon Art, they surpassed all high-grade martial arts and were currently slightly inferior to quasi-transcendental martial arts. Special martial arts Terrifying Finger and Geocentric Ice Lotus. Currently, high-grade martial arts could not keep up with the pace. Although Ling Xiao used Meteor Fist to defeat the genius of Heavenly Ninja Academy. However, he was very clear that he actually relied on Heavenly Dragon Golden Body. Right now, he desperately wanted to obtain a set of fist or palm techniques so that he could fight barehanded. After all, after obtaining Heavenly Dragon Golden Body, barehanded combat would be able to display its greatest strength. After assessing his strength, Ling Xiao felt that he had already surpassed his peers by quite a bit. However, when he thought of General Yuling and Dai Yuling, he was very clear that he could not slack off. Of course, when one's cultivation reached a bottleneck, it was not a bad idea to go out and relax. He had just walked out of the cultivation room when Cold Plum walked over. Young master, Missy Shui is still in closed-door cultivation. Besides that, there's a rumor circulating in the latent dragon camp that you might want to know about. Oh? What's the rumor? Ling Xiao asked. Cold Plum replied, it's rumored that the #1 expert in Baiyun province, Master Baiyun, will be accepting disciples once every 3 years. This time, he will be accepting disciples from the entire Baiyun province. The location is Sky Cloud City, but those who will be chosen are either from Heavenly Ninja Academy or Latent Dragon Camp. This Master Baiyun is more powerful than Wanben and Lin Shui? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. It's rumored that he might be a transcendent. Cold Plum replied. Transcendent? Since he's a transcendent, I'll have to give it a try. If one could become a transcendence disciple, it would definitely be beneficial to one's cultivation. Young master, please don't let your guard down. This Master Baiyun only accepts young people below 16 years old. Moreover, he only looks at their innate potential and not their cultivation or strength. The 12 Tiger Guards are very powerful, right? but none of them were chosen by him. Cold Plum explained. Has anyone been chosen before? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Yes, 2 people from Heavenly Ninja Academy were chosen. In the past, there was a genius from the Governor Manor who was also chosen. Master Baiyun has had this rule for over 100 years, but he only has 5 disciples. Cold Plum nodded. From Cold Plum's words, one could tell that this Master Baiyun's selection of disciples was very strict. No matter what, I have to try. If you don't try, the possibility is 0. If you try, at least the possibility won't be 0. Thank you for telling me this news. Ling Xiao smiled and said, let's not talk about this anymore. Come, let's exchange some pointers. There are some things I want to explore in battle. For the next 3 days, Ling Xiao basically spent his time cultivating and exchanging pointers. His cultivation base, strength, and combat ability had to be improved. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, General Jiu Yu gathered all the Latent Dragon Camp disciples again and announced a piece of news. 1 day later, Master Baiyun will return to Sky Cloud City and will be recruiting disciples at White Cloud Monastery. All disciples under the age of 16 can go and try. It doesn't matter if your cultivation base is low. This news caused an uproar in the Latent Dragon Camp like a volcanic eruption. Everyone became excited. Especially the disciples under the age of 16, all of them rubbed their fists and were ready to jump over the Dragon Gate. There was actually a reason why they acted this way. It was said that no matter how weak one's strength was, as long as one was chosen by Master Baiyun, they would be able to reach the 8th layer martial vein, or even the 9th layer martial vein within a year. To many disciples who couldn't catch up in their cultivation, this was simply the best chance to change their fate. Master Baiyun was a person whom even Governor Wan Kuan and Border Garrison General Lin Zhe were extremely respectful towards. It showed how glorious it was to become this person's disciple. When the news spread, including Latent Dragon Camp, Heavenly Ninja Academy and even the entire White Cloud Province, all the young practitioners under the age of 16 were so excited that they couldn't sleep. From all over White Cloud Province, there were many talented young practitioners who rushed towards Sky Cloud City. In an instant, Sky Cloud City was overcrowded and many people couldn't even enter the city. Those who were not involved could only camp outside the city, and only those talented practitioners who came to try their luck were allowed to enter the city. After the initial agitation, Ling Zhao's emotions gradually calmed down. He didn't like to hand his fate over to others. If he could become Master Baiyun's disciple, that would be the best. If not, he didn't care. He believed that with his Mountain River martial spirit, he could do it better than anyone else. However, there were a few people in Latent Dragon Camp who actually broke through under the immense pressure. The most conspicuous one among them was Yin Ran. Yin Ran had broken through to the 7th level of the martial vein and was promoted to a martial master. From a martial disciple to a martial master, it seemed as though it was just a promotion of one realm, but the status in the world was totally different. Once she became a martial master, she would be revered by many. Ling Xiao personally went to congratulate Yin Ran and gave her a rare top-grade martial art. This kind of martial art didn't have much meaning to him, but to Yin Ran, it was totally different. Yin Ran urgently needed a top-grade martial art to raise her ability. After the congratulatory ceremony, Ling Xiao returned to his courtyard to continue cultivating. Even if it was just 1 day, he wasn't willing to waste any time. Was currently his main cultivation method, so naturally he had to persevere in cultivating it. So his main body had always been cultivating this. Even though the true essence in his body was already comparable to a practitioner at the 7th level of the martial vein, but no one would complain about their own ability. After all, this was a quasi-transcendent level internal cultivation method. The sooner he cultivated it to the perfection stage or even the perfection stage, the better it would be for him. Of the 2 doppelgangers, one of them insisted on cultivating. This was his only transcendent level martial art, so he couldn't stop cultivating it. The other doppelganger persisted in improving. The power of was far stronger than he had imagined. Currently, Ling Xiao had only cultivated it to the perfection stage and had not entered the perfection stage yet. Even so, its attack power was already comparable to a quasi-transcendent level martial art. The next afternoon, he suddenly had a slight understanding of and finally stepped into the perfection stage. He also comprehended the 2nd level of the sure kill skill, this sure-kill skill was used in conjunction with the giant sword remnant soul. The stronger the giant sword remnant soul was, the more powerful it would be. Compared to, it was naturally more powerful. When he used, the wind and clouds changed color and the heaven and earth trembled. The giant shadow in the void slashed down with its sword, and there was a faint trace of a transcendent level martial art. It could be said that the power of this move, even when facing an 8th level martial vein martial master, was completely superior. This was under the condition that the giant sword remnant soul had not turned into a complete soul and did not rely on seemed a little useless. However, it didn't matter. Xianxia had modified and combined it with the blood saber remnant soul to transform it into. Although the power of this move was still inferior to, it was even more unpredictable. In the past, when was used, it relied on speed to win. But now, when was used, the opponent would not know where this move would come from. It was unknown how many blood saber afterimages would appear. A day passed very quickly. General Jiaoyu announced again, "Rest well today. Tomorrow, we will head to Baiyun Temple together." At this time, Xianxia had also come out of seclusion. Although her realm was still at the middle of the 7th level of the martial vein realm, Xianxia felt that even if Xianxia met a martial artist at the peak of the 7th level of the martial vein realm, she would not be afraid. There was actually a feeling that he could not see through her. Shirley, who had been in seclusion, also came out. His cultivation had reached the late stage of the 7th level of the martial vein, which was even stronger than Hua Nanin. This was probably the so-called innocence of a child. Because Shirley was focused on cultivation, but Hua Nanin liked to play tricks too much, so in the end, she delayed her cultivation. She was originally stronger than Shirley. Now, she was at a disadvantage. The night was cold as water, and the moon was bright in the sky. Xianxia stopped cultivating and invited Shirley, Ran, Xianxia, and Cold Plum to drink tea and chat. The few of them were a little excited. Including Xianxia. Ever since he obtained the Mountain River martial soul, his cultivation had been increasing crazily. He had trampled many geniuses who were once stronger than him. Even so, he still did not want to give up any opportunity to increase his cultivation. This was because the blue-clothed girl he met in the Dragon Submission mountain range would often appear in his mind. That girl's cultivation was still low at that time, and the grade of her Mountain River martial soul was not high enough, so he could not determine her age. But now that he thought about it, that girl was probably not more than 20 years old. A 20-year-old transcendent warrior, every time he thought of this, he could not calm down. However, he did not lose confidence. He only became more hardworking and diligent, and was even more unwilling to give up any opportunity. Now, how could he remain calm when he was the disciple of Master Baiyun, who had the potential to become a transcendent warrior? The young martial artists basically did not sleep the entire night. However, this was nothing to them. Once one's strength had risen to the 4th level and above, one would only need to rest for an hour to fully recover. Not to mention a martial master like Xianxia. In the morning, the bugle horn sounded in the military camp. Including Xianxia, all the disciples under the age of 16 in the latent dragon camp followed General Jiaoyu to Baiyun Temple. Baiyun Temple was located on Baiyun Mountain, and there was only one path up the mountain. It was easy to defend and difficult to attack. And this was only on the surface. In fact, there were restrictions on this path. The selection had been going on secretly since the foot of the mountain. But many people did not know about it. As long as a martial artist didn't have perseverance and willpower, it would be impossible. Therefore, this seemingly endless path of stairs became the first hurdle for all young martial artists. Under normal circumstances, as long as a martial artist above the 4th level of the martial vein, they would be able to reach it if they persevered. However, there weren't many people who could persevere until the end. At the foot of the mountain, tens of thousands of martial artists had come to participate in the selection. But when they reached Baiyun Monastery, there were less than 1,000 left. The vast majority of people couldn't even bear this bit of hardship. But thinking about it, it was normal. There were many young geniuses who were respected in their own families. They ate the best, drank the best, and used the best. Therefore, they doubted whether there was any point in suffering like this. In any case, he might not be chosen by Master Baiyun. In front of the Baiyun Temple was the second checkpoint. It was a test of comprehension. The Dao children brought over a stone tablet. There was a passage on it, and it contained a martial art move. Only by comprehending it would one be qualified to enter the White Cloud Temple. This was even crazier than the previous checkpoints. In the end, the 1,000 people were reduced to 50. Among them, there were 7 people from the latent dragon camp: Dai Yuling, Ling Xiao, Shirlei, Ling Yixue, Huan Nanin, Yin Ran, and Cold Plum. The remaining 40 or so people were all disciples of the Heavenly Ninja Academy. None of the young martial artists who came from outside were left. They were all eliminated. And this was only the second checkpoint. Baiyun Monastery opened. A total of 52 people entered. However, the moment they entered the Baiyun Monastery, all of their breathing became rapid. In the Baiyun Monastery, a terrifying aura spread out. No one told them that this was the third checkpoint. It was a test of courage, and endurance. Thump, thump, as soon as they entered the Baiyun Monastery, people knelt on the ground one after another. Their faces were pale, and their bodies were drenched in cold sweat. If they just knelt, they wouldn't be eliminated. However, those who fainted were carried out directly. 1 person, 2 people, 3 people, soon, the original 52 people became 22 people. In the latent dragon camp, Huan Nanin fainted and was eliminated. The remaining people who were eliminated were all disciples of the Heavenly Ninja Academy. The current number of people was 6 from the latent dragon camp and 16 from the Heavenly Ninja Academy. Finally, the huge pressure disappeared. 3 figures appeared in front of everyone. Lin Zhe, Wan Ben, and the Baiyun Monastery's master were still in the enlightened state. These 3 people were all at the peak of the 9th level martial vein. The terrifying aura just now came from the 3 of them. It's actually them. No wonder their aura is so powerful. But the governor, the general, and the Baiyun Monastery's master are all at the peak of the 9th level martial vein. They are all famous and powerful figures. Why would they be willing to help Master Baiyun? You don't know, right? Actually, these 3 can barely be considered Master Baiyun's disciples. Someone from the Heavenly Ninja Academy snorted coldly. Barely? Yes, they can't be considered Master Baiyun's true disciples. They can only be considered disciples. The man said complacently. What? Everyone was shocked. Including Ling Xiao, no one could believe that this was true. In the Baiyun province, other than Master Baiyun, these 3 people were the most famous. Moreover, their cultivation was at the peak of the 9th level martial vein. How could they not be true disciples? They could only be considered disciples, no matter how one thought about it. A disciple could not be compared to a true disciple. A disciple can only receive occasional guidance from a master, but a true disciple can cultivate with a master and receive careful guidance from a master. Whether it is resources or conditions, they are much better than a disciple. The Heavenly Ninja Academy disciple continued. Our Heavenly Ninja Academy's 2 super geniuses, Zuoleng and Ming Tian, are Master Baiyun's true disciples. Zuoleng, Ming Tian, this was the first time Ling Xiao had heard of these 2 people. You probably haven't heard of them. Zuoleng is only 15 years old. With his cultivation at the peak of the 8th level martial vein, he can easily kill a 9th level martial vein martial master. And Ming Tian is only 16 years old. He is the only 9th level martial master under the age of 16 in the Baiyun province. Good fellow. As expected, there is always someone better. Whether it is Zuoleng or Ming Tian, any one of them can easily destroy Tianfeng City. Ling Xiao could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The warriors of Tianfeng City were still fighting among themselves. Now that he thought about it, those so-called geniuses were just a joke compared to these 2 people. It's a pity that these 2 peerless geniuses are ninja warriors. Another person sighed. Ninja warriors, Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. This was the territory of the human race. In the Baiyun province, which belonged to the human race, human warriors were actually trampled under the feet of ninja warriors. This was truly a humiliation. At this moment, Zuoleng and Ming Tian were leaning against a pillar and chatting casually. One was cold, while the other was talkative. But what they had in common was that their auras were incomparably powerful. In front of them, the other geniuses seemed to be overshadowed. It was like a grain of rice competing with the bright moon. Among the 22 people, only one of them still had clear eyes. That was Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao never thought that he was weaker than anyone. Especially after he obtained the Mountain River Martial Soul, his cultivation speed had increased by leaps and bounds. The geniuses that were once out of his reach were all left behind by him. You should be proud to be able to come here. The 22 of you, regardless of whether you can become the master's disciple in the end, will receive a quasi-transcendent martial art as your reward. You can choose whatever you want. The Baiyun Monastery master bowed to the crowd and said with a smile, "Then please follow me to the True Spirit Palace." "Senior brother, I'm afraid that there are a lot of people entering the True Spirit Palace this time. I remember that back then, only 3 of us were able to make it to the end." Lin Zhe smiled and said to Seiji Yi, "Yes, you're right. The young people nowadays are much stronger than us in the past. However, it's a pity that none of us were chosen as the master's direct disciple. We were all just entry-level disciples." The Baiyun Monastery master nodded, then suddenly shook his head. He was somewhat disappointed. From this, it could be seen that becoming Master Baiyun's direct disciple was really extraordinary. It's good enough to become an entry-level disciple." Wanren snorted coldly. He had lived for more than half of his life. He had power and strength, but the only thing he couldn't let go was that he couldn't become Master Baiyun's direct disciple. This was a sore point in his heart. But come to think of it, the reason why his life changed so much, from an ordinary disciple of a small family to the current governor of Baiyun, was closely related to him being accepted as an entry-level disciple by Master Baiyun. It was the same for entry-level disciples. He really couldn't imagine what a direct disciple would be like. He heard that the other 3 direct disciples of Master Baiyun had already reached the transcendent realm, but he didn't know if it was true. They followed the Baiyun Monastery master through a garden and arrived at the so-called True Spirit Palace. Legend had it that Master Baiyun had an epiphany here and finally broke through the shackles to reach the transcendent realm. The True Spirit Palace had obviously been repaired and remodeled, so it was the most eye-catching building in the Baiyun Monastery. Outside the True Spirit Palace, the Baiyun Monastery master cupped his hands and said, "Master, there are 22 people who passed the 3 stages this time. They are all here. Please give me your orders. Come in." This voice was very amiable. It gave people the feeling that it was an amiable grandpa speaking. There was no arrogance or pressure in it at all. However, when they heard his words, it gave everyone a huge pressure. Therefore, this might was not a pretense, but a reflection of strength. Even if a transcendent warrior looked like an ordinary old man, those who knew his strength would definitely not dare to be impudent in front of him. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and followed the crowd in front of him. At this moment, a cold voice sounded in his ears. "Ling Xiao, you killed my brother. I'll make you pay for this blood debt sooner or later." "Flying fish? I killed your brother? You've killed hundreds and thousands of people of the Ling family and countless human warriors. How are you going to settle this debt of blood?" Ling Xiao snorted and sent a secret voice-sending message. In any case, as long as one was a martial master, they would naturally be able to learn this technique. Then let's see who dies first. Because this was the True Spirit Palace, Flying Fish did not dare to say anything. He closed his mouth and walked into the palace. Ling Xiao did not continue to argue with him. After all, in front of a transcendent martial artist, no matter what one did, there was nothing one could hide. He had already decided that this time, no matter what, he would not use the Mountain River martial spirit. This was his trump card, the best medicine for his success. He could not easily reveal it to anyone. Unless one day, he had enough strength to protect himself. However, it was obviously not now. The 22 young warriors who entered the palace had similar emotions as Ling Xiao. Perhaps, they were even more nervous than Ling Xiao. Even Lin Zhe, Wan Ben, and the Baiyun Monastery master had serious expressions and did not dare to utter a word. On the contrary, Zhuo Leng and Ming Tian did not seem to care. They were still chatting happily. A true disciple was indeed a true disciple. Even the treatment was different. "That's Master Baiyun?" Someone asked in astonishment. This was because Master Baiyun's image was too different from what they had imagined. In their imagination, Master Baiyun should have an extraordinary and majestic appearance. At the very least, he should have the demeanor of a master. However, in reality, this Master Baiyun was dressed like a farmer. He was even trimming a strange flower. There were 7 flowers on this flower. All of them were transparent like crystals. There was no color, and they did not look like they were wilting. Master Baiyun rolled up his trousers. The clothes on his upper body made him look like an old farmer. He had a straw hat on his head and a tobacco pouch in his mouth. "Shut up. You dare to doubt Master Baiyun?" Wan Ben snorted and almost killed the young man with a slap. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Grandmaster Baiyun breathed out a smoke ring, and easily blocked Wan Ben. "All of you are good kids. Why do you need to make such a big fuss? Who am I to you? In your eyes, I am extraordinary and invincible. But when you truly reach my level, you will understand that this old man is simply not worth mentioning." Master Baiyun smiled and put down the scissors in his hand. He then walked over and knocked the tobacco pouch on the wall twice. After making sure that it was extinguished, he put it in his storage ring. "Master, you're too modest," Wan Ben said. "Modest?" Master Baiyun smiled and did not refute. Instead, he looked at the 22 young men standing below. "When I accept disciples, I don't care what race you are. It doesn't matter if you're a human, a ninja, or a blue-eyed clan. In the end, you're all inferior races. So, you don't have to worry about your background. As long as you have enough talent and potential, you can become my disciple." As he spoke, his gaze swept over the 22 young martial artists below the stage like lightning. Except for Ling Xiao, everyone felt as if they were electrocuted. Their souls fluctuated violently and their minds went blank. Fortunately, Master Baiyun did not mean to hurt them. Otherwise, none of them would be alive. Master Baiyun's gaze fell on Ling Yixue. He was stunned for a moment and said, "I didn't expect to meet such a genius." "Interesting. Master, you found a promising talent?" Lin Zai and Wan Ben asked in unison. Unfortunately, only one of them is qualified to be my true disciple." Master Baiyun sighed. What? Hearing this, the 22 people who were full of confidence and anticipation were shocked. They were even a little angry. "Master, you're right." No one dared to doubt Master Baiyun's judgment. He could see the level and talent of those people at a glance. "Alright, stop flattering me. I'm old and my eyesight is not good. I'll let the 7-star flower prove it." Master Baiyun was a cautious person. After all, he was selecting disciples. He did not eliminate all of them with just a glance. Inside the True Spirit Palace, the atmosphere was somewhat stifling. Novel, law, 22 young geniuses lost their excitement after hearing Grandmaster Baiyun's words. Among these 22 people, only one was qualified to become Grandmaster Baiyun's true disciple. This was too shocking. Ling Xiao was also surprised. Although he didn't get along with many people from the Heavenly Ninja Academy, he was still surprised by some people's talents. How could only one person be qualified, but Grandmaster Baiyun couldn't be wrong? He didn't care. After all, the Mountain River martial spirit was so powerful that he didn't need to care too much about his master's existence. From Tianfeng City until now, he had basically been cultivating and comprehending by himself. The Mountain River martial spirit also helped him solve the problems he encountered in his martial arts practice. Because of this, the problems that many self-taught geniuses had not appeared in him at all. The martial arts he used were all textbook accurate. The reason why he came today was because of Grandmaster Baiyun's resources. After all, the Mountain River martial spirit couldn't provide him with martial arts manuals and cultivation resources for the time being. As for the others, they didn't have such a good attitude. These people had placed all their hopes of advancing to the transcendent realm on Grandmaster Baiyun. If they couldn't pass the selection, then all their efforts would have been for naught. "Grandmaster, I'm only 16 years old and my cultivation has reached the peak of the 7th layer martial vein. It's only a matter of time before I break through to the 8th layer martial vein. I'm confident in this point. May I ask, why am I not qualified?" Finally, someone couldn't help but ask. The one who spoke was Flying Fish. He was the strongest among the 20 people. He was closer to the 8th layer martial vein than Dai Yuling, who was also at the peak of the 7th layer martial vein. Grandmaster Baiyun didn't get angry. He only smiled and said, "You should all know that the final stage of the 9th layer martial vein is to open all 9 martial veins. Do you know what this means? This means that even if your cultivation reaches the peak of the 9th layer martial vein, it's only laying the foundation." Laying the foundation? The peak of the 9th layer martial vein is only laying the foundation? These words were too shocking. Other than Grandmaster Baiyun, no one else would dare to say such a thing. That's right, it's only the basic stage. Only by opening 9 martial veins can one leave the mortal world and truly enter the realm of cultivation. That's why you said you were already at the peak of the 7th martial veins. In fact, this only proves that your aptitude is not bad. It has a certain reference value for this old man to accept a disciple, but it's really not that big. Master Baiyun continued, "This is the reason why this old man said that there is no requirement for cultivation. As long as one is above the 4th level of the martial vein and under the age of 16, one can participate in the selection." What about those before the 4th level of the martial vein? A voice asked. If you can't reach the 4th level of the martial vein at the age of 16, then you're just trash. Grandmaster Baiyun said coldly. Although this was unpleasant to hear, it was the truth. However, Ling Xiao was more concerned about the foundation stage that Master Baiyun mentioned. Martial arts had a foundation. He understood this foundation very well. That was to say, before he could completely practice martial arts, he had to temper his body. This was the case for the basic martial arts that he practiced, barbaric bull strength. Only when his physical condition reached a certain level could he practice low-level martial arts. He guessed that the foundation stage of the realm also meant this. According to this theory, even a martial artist at the peak of the 9th level of the martial vein had not entered the true stage of cultivation. It was just a process of tempering the body and developing the body's potential. Above the transcendent realm was the true cultivation. Wasn't this a little too shocking? He suddenly remembered something that Lindsay had told him before. In the process of opening the martial vein, there were 3 paths that could lead to the transcendent realm. Soul, inner strength, body, simply put, it was the essence, energy, and spirit. Training any one of them to the extreme would allow one to advance to the transcendent realm. Of course, if all 3 were present, the effect would be even better. At that time, he did not understand the meaning of these words. Now, he finally understood that whether it was the soul, inner strength, or body, they were all building a foundation. Only when the foundation was solid could one begin to cultivate. Some people simply pursued powerful combat techniques and rapid improvement of their cultivation, but they forgot this point. The result was that it was all for nothing. Even if one advanced to the peak of the 9th level of the martial vein, if one's essence, energy, and spirit were not strong enough, it would be impossible to advance to the transcendent realm. The so-called combat skills and cultivation were just a kind of support in order to survive. It was a method to make one's essence, energy, and spirit stronger. However, many martial artists had put the cart before the horse. Master, you keep saying that strength is not important, and cultivation is not important. Then what is important? Because of Master Baiyun's kind attitude when Fei Yu asked, there were more people asking questions now. Everyone was not as afraid as before. Potential. Potential? To be precise, it's the potential to advance to the transcendent realm. Master Baiyun explained, there are 3 directions to this potential. One is the potential of the body, the second is the potential of the soul, and the third is the potential of the inner strength. With potential, there will be a future. Master Baiyun continued, after the transcendent realm, martial artists are actually divided into some special constitutions. This is the conclusion of many seniors. They believe that only with these special constitutions can one advance to the transcendent realm. When I was looking at you just now, I was trying to see if any of you had these special constitutions. Fortunately, there was one person who did. Of course, other than these special constitutions, there are also exceptions. After all, no one can understand all the special constitutions. Therefore, there is the 7-star flower. Master Baiyun smiled, then pointed at the transparent crystal-like flower behind him. The 7-star flower is very special. It can determine whether a martial artist has the potential to advance to the transcendent realm. It has a total of 7 flowers. As long as 5 of them light up, it means that the martial artist can advance to the transcendent realm, as long as there is no accident during the cultivation process. Oh my god, there is such a thing in this world. Ling Xiao felt that he was a little ignorant now. The outside world was really interesting. He wanted to know how much potential he had. Did he have a special constitution? Arrange for the children to take the test. You know the test method, I don't need to tell you more, right? Master Baiyun said to Seiji. I will obey Master's decree. The head of the Baiyun monastery nodded his head. Then, he ordered the 22 people to line up and take the test one by one. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but the geniuses from the Heavenly Ninja Academy lined up in front, while the 6 from the Latent Dragon Camp lined up behind them. However, it didn't matter. After all, being the first to take the test wouldn't necessarily bring any benefits. How much potential one had would never change. The test method is very simple. Drip your first blood. Seiji said to Flying Fish, who was in the first place. Junior understands. Sigh, I'm afraid that the only qualified person that Master Baiyun has his eyes on is senior brother Feiyu. He reached the peak of the 7th level of the martial vein at such a young age. Although strength isn't directly related to the disciple selection, if he doesn't have enough potential, he wouldn't be able to cultivate so quickly. We're here to accompany the Crown Prince in his studies, but it's not bad if we can become the Master's disciple. It's not just not bad. General Lin and Governor Wan are both the Master's disciples. If I can reach their level, I'll be very happy. Some people were discussing in low voices, but Master Baiyun didn't stop them. Curiosity was a young man's nature, and he felt that it was lively. Feiyu also believed that he was the only one that Master Baiyun had his eyes on. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Then, he bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood onto the 7-star flower. Wang, a strange sound was heard, and the 7-star flower began to change. The first flower was black, white, and red. The second flower was the same. When it came to the third flower, only white and red were left. When it came to the fourth flower, only white was left. The fifth flower wasn't completely lit up. Only half of it was white, while the other half was still transparent. Black represents soul potential. Your soul potential is 2 stars. White represents inner strength potential. Your inner strength potential is 4.5 stars, the strongest of the 3. Red represents body potential. Your body potential is 3 stars. Seiji explained. Yes, 4.5 stars inner strength potential is not bad. Although you're not qualified to become this old man's direct disciple, you can still become my disciple. Master Baiyun stroked his beard and said. What? Feiyu's body suddenly took a step back, and he almost fell to the ground. This was like a bolt from the blue. He originally thought that he was the only one qualified to become Master Baiyun's direct disciple. But now, he realized that he wasn't. His expectations were too high, and so was his disappointment. So, it was normal for him to have a strong reaction. Go back. Seeing Feiyu standing there in a daze, Wang Kai coldly snorted. Only then did Feiyu walk to the side in a daze. The arrogance from before had already been completely wiped out. No one laughed at him. Instead, because of Feiyu's failure, many people felt even more uneasy. With Flying Fish's frightening talent, if even he was not qualified, then what about the others? The second was Heavenly Ninja Academy's Fei Lu. His cultivation was at the late stage of the 7th level martial vein. That day, he had gone to Tianfeng City with Feiyu, Feiyun, and Fei Mu. Fei Lu was even more nervous than Feiyu. He bit his finger a few times with trembling hands, but he couldn't bite through it. In the end, he couldn't bear to watch any longer. He casually pointed at Feilu's finger, and a drop of blood dripped onto the 7 stars flower. Soul potential 2 stars, internal energy potential 4 stars, physical potential 3 stars. Seiji said faintly. 4-star inner force potential, you can make do with being an inner disciple. I'll count you in, but don't even think about becoming a true disciple. Grandmaster Baiyun shook his head. Although he had already sensed that 21 of these people might not meet his requirements, to be honest, he still hoped that something unexpected would happen. However, after these 2 people passed, he was clearly a little disappointed. Fei Lu's performance was even worse than flying fish's. This was because he had once fantasized that if flying fish could not become a direct disciple, then that direct disciple should be him. However, the reality was too cruel. He was directly carried to the side by someone. After that, the geniuses of the Heavenly Ninja Academy were continuously tested. For the majority of the people, the highest potential they had was only 3 stars. They couldn't even reach 4 stars. However, in the end, 3 interesting geniuses appeared. Ling Xiao knew these 3 people. They were the 3 youths that had gone to the latent dragon camp to spar. The fat youth's physical potential was close to 4 stars 90%, almost reaching 5 stars. This was a pleasant surprise. However, his soul and internal energy potential were only a pitiful 1 star. The lively girl's soul potential was close to 4 stars 90%, also almost reaching 5 stars. The other 2 types of potential were also a pitiful 1 star. The lazy youth's soul potential and internal energy potential were both 4.5 stars. Only his physical potential was half a star, not even reaching 1 star. The 3 of them were fortunate enough to become Grandmaster Baiyun's inner disciples like Fei Yu and Fei Lu. At this time, Ling Xiao also learned their names. The fat youth's name was Dia Wu, the lively girl's name was Zhu Hua, and the lazy youth's name was Lu Xing Dia Wu. Zhu Hua, your potential has shocked this old man. In the future, you'll be the top 2 among the inner disciples. If you perform well, you'll have a high chance of becoming a direct disciple. Grandmaster Baiyun had high hopes for these 2 geniuses. Although it was true that they were biased, their potential was close to 5 stars. This meant that they had the highest chance of breaking through to the transcendent realm. These 3 people's talents are much better than most of the latent dragon camp's disciples. Only they have the qualifications to become inner disciples. I'm afraid that the remaining 6 people in the latent dragon camp will suffer. Ling Xiao could not help but sigh. This was not something he wanted to see. However, he could not change one's potential. He could only accept the 7-star flower's judgment. However, Grandmaster Baiyun had just said that one of them had the qualifications to become a direct disciple. Now that the Heavenly Ninja Academy's geniuses had all been tested, there were only 6 latent dragon camp disciples left. Didn't this mean that this genius was in the latent dragon camp? At this moment, Lin Zai's face was filled with ecstasy. This was because he knew that if the latent dragon camp could produce a direct disciple of Grandmaster Baiyun, they would not be suppressed so badly by the Heavenly Ninja Academy. Wan Ben's face did not look too good. The Heavenly Ninja Academy's disciples did not look too good either. When it was the latent dragon camp's turn, the first one to take the test was Yin Ran. Ling Xiao was the temporary leader of the latent dragon camp, so he was at the back. There was only one person behind him, and that was Cold Plum. Soul, inner energy, and physical strength are all 3. 5 stars. This was Yin Ran's test result. Sigh, you're too average. Actually, your talent is the most balanced. You're considered a genius among ordinary martial artists. You're still undecided. Grandmaster Baiyun sighed. He did not count Yin Ran as an inner disciple, but he did not exclude her either. It seemed like he was waiting to see how the others were doing. After Yin Ran, it was Shirley's turn. Soul and inner energy potential are 2 stars. Physical strength potential is 4 stars. You're one of the inner disciples. Grandmaster Baiyun said faintly. At this moment, he was too lazy to comment. Shirley's potential was similar to Fei Lu's, except that it was slightly weaker. After Shirley, it was Dai Yuling's turn. Oh? When Dai Yuling's blood dripped onto the 7-star flower, there was a shocking change. All of her potential is 4 stars. 90%. Gosh, she's the strongest one so far. That's right. Dai Yuling is usually quiet. I didn't expect her to have such terrifying potential. Humph, she still hasn't reached 5 stars. There are only 3 people left. I suspect that there's no one here who has the potential to reach 5 stars. What's your name? This was the first time Master Baiyun took the initiative to ask for the name of a genius. Dai Yuling. That's a good name. How about this, child? I'll make an exception and let you become my true disciple. Although you don't have any potential to reach 5 stars, you can advance 3 of them simultaneously and reach 90% of 4 stars. This is also very rare. Master Baiyun said with a smile. So she's the direct disciple that Master Baiyun mentioned. No wonder, her potential is awesome. Yeah. TSK, I'm so envious. Thank you, Master. Dai Yuling was usually very calm, but today she couldn't hold back her excitement and knelt on the ground. Get up, the next one. Master Baiyun looked at Ling Yixue with a strange look in his eyes. Ling Yixue walked to the front of the 7-star flower and dripped a drop of blood calmly. In this world, other than Ling Xiao, there was nothing else that could excite her. Wang! A terrifying sound was heard. The 7-star flower actually trembled violently. Pa! It shattered. The 7-star flower shattered? How is this possible? Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Master Baiyun was dumbfounded. He had never seen such a situation before. How did you fall into the mortal world? Master Baiyun said something inexplicable. He then sighed and said, your potential is amazing, but this old man is not worthy to be your master. If you think highly of this old man, you can become this old man's direct disciple. Another direct disciple? This time even Zuolang and Ming Tian were shocked. Her soul potential exceeds 7-star, which is why the 7-star flower exploded. You might not understand, but this 7-star flower is only a tool to test the potential of a lower race. She belongs to a higher race, so she will have another test tool. Master Baiyun explained and then looked at Ling Xiao and Ling Plum. The 7-star flower shattered, so you can't complete the test. However, I still have a 7-star flower that hasn't grown yet. There are only 4 flowers. If either of you can reach 4-star potential, you'll be my direct disciple. Ling Xiao nodded and didn't object. The rest didn't dare to object. 4-star potential wasn't considered weak. As for 5-star potential, no one thought about it because Master Baiyun's eyesight wasn't bad. If Ling Xiao and Ling Plum had 5-star potential, he would definitely be able to see it. Ling Xiao walked forward and casually dripped a drop of blood on it. Master Baiyun said faintly. Lin Zai. I know you love talents. But it's good enough that he can become my disciple. Lin Zai gritted his teeth and said, Master, you're being unfair. It's not his fault that the 7-star flower is broken. If he can get another 7-star flower, I believe that his potential will definitely reach 90% of 4-star. Usually, Lin Zai wouldn't contradict his own master. But this time, he was really going all out for Ling Xiao. Lin Zai, do you think the 7-star flower is a wildflower that grows by the roadside? I've been searching for it for many years and only got 2. One is mature and the other is just at the 4-flower level. Master Baiyun seemed a little angry. Master. You'll regret it. Lin Zai said. Really? Then I'd like to see what he can do to make me regret it. Marshal Lin, that's enough. I'm satisfied to be Master Baiyun's disciple. I hope you won't fight because of me. Ling Xiao was touched by Lin Zai's actions. But he could see that Master Baiyun would never agree. Instead of making a fuss, he might as well take a step back. He didn't have the 7-star flower to prove it anyway. Hee, this kid is not bad. Lin Zai, you should learn more from this kid. Okay, next. Master Baiyun didn't want to be entangled in this issue anymore. Cold Plum walked forward and dripped a drop of blood. Soul potential, 3-star, internal energy potential, 3-star, body potential, 4-star. Not bad. You're qualified to be my disciple. That kid is called Yin Ran, right? I'm sorry. You don't have a chance. Although Yin Ran's potential was good, she was a little lacking compared to these people. Yin Ran felt helpless, but there was nothing she could do. Okay. Ling Yixue, Dai Yuling, Dia Wu, Zhu Hua, Fei Yu, Ling Xiao, Fei Lu, Lu Xing, Shirlei, Cold Plum, the 10 of you stay. The rest can go and get the quasi-transcendent martial arts. The master of Baiyun Monastery said loudly. Although the rest weren't convinced, they didn't dare to behave atrociously here. Not to mention Master Baiyun, who was in the transcendent realm, even Lin Zhe, Wan Ben, and the master of Baiyun Monastery, who were at the peak of the 9th level martial vein, could crush them with a finger. From today onwards, Ling Yixue and Dai Yuling will be my direct disciples. The other 8 will be my inner disciples. Now, acknowledge me as your master. Master Baiyun was in a good mood. He thought that only Ling Yixue could become his direct disciple. He didn't expect Dai Yuling to be so good too. This was the first time he had received 2 true disciples. Zuoleng and Ming Tian only received their disciples after 3 years. The 10 of them performed the ceremony of acknowledging him as their master. Master Baiyun stroked his beard and looked at the other 8 indifferently. Finally, his gaze stopped on Ling Yixue and Dai Yuling, revealing a happy smile. Sure enough, although they were all disciples, the difference between a direct disciple and an inner disciple was huge. The so-called direct disciple was able to obtain Master Baiyun's inheritance. As for the inner disciples, they could only obtain some resources and occasional guidance from Master Baiyun. It was absolutely impossible for him to obtain the true inheritance of Yi Futian. The 8 of you, remember this. Being an inner disciple is nothing. After you leave, don't say that you are my disciple. If you go against my words, you won't even have the chance to receive my guidance in the future. Do you understand? These words were a little hurtful, but Master Baiyun was absolutely serious. Most of the experts cherished their reputation. They didn't want others to say that they had picked trash as disciples. In fact, this was the case. Master Baiyun would impart his lifelong secret to Zuoleng, Ming Tian, Ling Yixue, and Dai Yuling. They were his true disciples. As for the other 8 people, they really couldn't be considered as disciples. This was the truth. Disciple will obey master's orders. Ling Xiao and the other 8 lowered their heads and said. Alright, Lin Zhe, Wan Ben, you guys should still have things to do. Master still has some things to say to these kids. Master Baiyun heard the 8's reply and nodded with satisfaction. He then said to Lin Zhe and Wan Ben. Yes. After Lin Zhe and Wan Ben left, the Baiyun Monastery's master still went to preside over the distribution of quasi-transcendent martial arts. In the entire True Spirit Palace, only Master Baiyun's 4 direct disciples and 8 inner disciples were left. In the True Spirit Palace, Master Baiyun sat facing his 12 disciples with a warm smile on his face. Novel, Law, today, no matter if you're a new direct disciple or a new disciple, you can ask me a question. Think carefully about what you want to ask. Of course, you can give up, but you don't have to force yourself. An expert was indeed an expert. He immediately saw through the little one's thoughts. At this moment, the little ones must have a lot of questions to ask. He gave them this opportunity to deepen the relationship between master and disciple. After all, as a transcendent saint stage martial artist, he had traveled the world and walked the path more than the little ones. It would be strange if the little ones had no questions. Master, please explain to me about special physique. Dai Yuling was the first to ask. They had never heard of special physique before. It was only during this test that Master Baiyun mentioned it. Because of this, they were a little confused. Special physique is a miraculous physique formed when one's essence, energy, and spirit reach a certain level. Master Baiyun explained, you all know that there are different grades for combat in this world. To a martial artist, the body is also a combat tool, and it's even more important. Therefore, it's also divided into different grades. It's also divided into treasured physique, spirit physique, and so on? Fei Yu hurriedly asked. It should be said that there's a mortal physique in front of treasured physique. It's like a mortal weapon. Among weapons. It's just an ordinary weapon and an ordinary body. Master Baiyun answered. Our world has a population of more than 100 billion. The size of our territory is beyond your imagination. In the transcendent realm, people divide these people into different grades, which are the so-called potential grades. You can say that more than 90% of the lower races are born with mortal physique. Unless they have a fortuitous encounter, their body's potential won't change. So that was the case. It was Ling Zhao's first time hearing such a thing. It was very refreshing. Mortal physique is also divided into different grades: low, intermediate, advanced, and pinnacle. Therefore, don't think that everyone has a mortal body and that everyone is the same. In fact, that's not the case. Master's 7-star flower is used to test mortal bodies: low level, middle level, and high level treasured bodies. 1 star is the low level mortal physique, 2 stars is the mid level mortal physique, 3 stars is the high level mortal physique, 4 stars is the peak level mortal physique, and 5 stars is the low level treasure physique. Generally, the physique of a treasure body and above will have some special characteristics. For example, Ling Xiao's soul power is extremely strong. She can be said to be a soul body. However, as for the specific level, I dare not say. After all, a 6-star treasure body is a middle-grade treasure body, and a 7-star treasure body is a high-grade treasure body. Ling Xiao caused the 7-star flower to shatter not only because her potential exceeded that of a high-grade treasure body, but also because she was unable to control her own potential. Otherwise, even if her potential exceeded that of a 7-star treasure body, it wouldn't have shattered. On this point, Ling Xiao and Cold Plum did a better job. Their potential should be above 4 stars and below 5 stars. However, they didn't shatter the 7-star flower, which only had 4 flowers. This means that their control of their potential is very good. Of course, Master has also taken some precautions. In short, as long as you can achieve a treasure body, you will have an innate advantage in cultivation. At the very least, on the path of martial arts, it will be easier for you to break through compared to a mortal body. As long as you are willing to work hard, you will definitely be able to break through to the transcendent realm. It is only a matter of time. However, it is different for a mortal body. Whether you can break through to the transcendent realm or not depends entirely on luck. The biggest possibility is that you will not be able to break through even if you cultivate hard for a lifetime. Master, you just said that potential is innate, but it can also be changed. Ling Xiao asked a question that was very important to him. He felt that before he obtained the Mountain River martial spirit, his potential was only at the peak level mortal physique. He really couldn't reach the treasure body. However, after obtaining the Mountain River martial spirit, the situation was very different. Therefore, he had to ask this question clearly. Of course, there are already many people who have changed their potential through hard work. However, it is very difficult. It can even be said that there is a slim chance of survival. Master Baiyun nodded and said, some special spiritual herbs, special bloodlines, and special martial spirits can change a martial artist's potential. Thank you for your explanation, Master. Although Master Baiyun didn't explain it in detail, Ling Xiao already got the answer he wanted and was satisfied. Although he was very clear that his cultivation speed was accelerated because of the Mountain River martial spirit, he didn't understand why. Now he understood that the Mountain River martial spirit had changed his potential. As for what level of potential he had now, even he didn't know. It would be great if he could repair the 7-star flower. Ling Xiao thought of his Mountain River martial spirit. It had the ability of production and creation, and there was a branch under the creation ability, which was maintenance. Later, he would try to see if he could get the fragments of the 7-star flower. If he could, then perhaps he would know his current potential. While he was thinking about the 7-star flower, several people had already asked questions. When he came back to his senses, Ling Xiao was already asking questions. Master, we all know that above the peak of the 9th level martial vein is the Transcendent Sage Realm. However, are there any other realms above the Transcendent Sage Realm? In fact, everyone present had thought about this question. Was the path of martial arts endless? Yes. Master Baiyun gave an affirmative answer. However, I have yet to touch that stage, so I can't explain it clearly. It's like when you were at the 1st or 2nd level martial vein, you had never heard of the Transcendent Sage Realm. Even if you had heard of it, you wouldn't understand it at all. Ling Xiao could understand what he said. When he was only at the 1st level martial vein, he only hoped to become a martial disciple and advance to the 4th level martial vein. Later, he obtained the Mountain River martial spirit and his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Only then did he have the idea of advancing to martial master and even the peak of the 9th level martial vein. Later on, he finally met a Transcendent Sage Realm expert and his horizons were broadened. The Transcendent Sage Realm was still a place they couldn't touch, let alone the realms above it. Therefore, Master Baiyun couldn't answer them. Master, can you give us some suggestions for our cultivation? How can we maximize our chances of advancing to the Transcendent Sage Realm? Zhu Hua's question was also considered a crucial one, and many people were concerned about it. Her soul potential was at 90% of 4 stars, very close to 5 stars. In other words, her physique was extremely close to a treasure body, and it was very possible for her to advance to the Transcendent Sage Realm. The purpose of asking this question was naturally to know what they needed to pay attention to in their current cultivation so that it might be easier to advance in the future. Focus on your specialty, reduce your obsession with techniques and killing, and try to focus on soul cultivation. Although Master Baiyun's suggestion was correct, it was still possible to focus on one aspect and advance to the Transcendent Realm before developing the other two. However, Ling Xiao had a different idea. He felt that since the 9th level of the martial vein was the foundation stage, if he did that, he would definitely become crippled. Once he advanced to the Transcendent Realm, there would definitely be a huge drawback. Therefore, he decided to focus on his soul, inner strength, and body. After all, he had always been doing this: Soul Ignition Art, Snow Lotus Truth, and Heavenly Dragon Golden Body. Together with his Shadow Cultivation secret technique, he could definitely achieve the same level of development. Alright, the questions are over. You can all go back and prepare to move to Baiyun Temple. This place is more free and quieter. It's more suitable for cultivation. After the 12 people finished their questions, Master Baiyun waved his hand and said, Master, this disciple has a presumptuous request. I hope you can agree to it. Ling Xiao did not forget his thoughts. Speak. Can I have the fragments of the 7-star flower? Ling Xiao asked. Ling Xiao, are you crazy? How dare you make such an unreasonable request? Fei Yu questioned. He was really afraid that Ling Xiao would offend Master Baiyun and cause them, the new disciples, to be kicked out. It's fine. Can you tell me, what do you want those fragments for? Master Baiyun waved his hand and signaled Fei Yu to stop talking. He then looked at Ling Xiao and asked. This disciple is just curious. Of course, Ling Xiao would not tell the truth. Forget it. It's impossible to save the shattered 7-star flower anyway. If you like it, take it. Master Baiyun glanced at Ling Xiao. To be honest, he felt that this young man was a little strange. He clearly saw through everything, but he felt uneasy, as if he was missing something. He was probably overthinking it. He was just a young man without any special constitution. Even if he had something special, so what? With a bitter smile, Master Baiyun simply agreed to Ling Xiao's request. In fact, it was just as he had said. The shattered 7-star flower was no different from ordinary glass shards. Ling Xiao carefully placed all the fragments of the 7-star flower into his storage ring. He did not dare to casually open his Mountain River world here for fear that Grandmaster Baiyun would discover it. The Mountain River martial spirit was too miraculous. He was afraid that Grandmaster Baiyun would be greedy, which would be troublesome. After the 10 new disciples left, Master Baiyun looked at Ming Tian and Zuoleng, who were still in the True Spirit Palace, and said, The 2 of you have been following me for 3 years. You have performed very well in all aspects. From today onwards, I will impart to you 2 an absolute art. You must learn it well. Zuoleng and Ming Tian looked at each other with joy on their faces. In the past 3 years, although they had received a lot of pointers from Grandmaster Baiyun and learned a lot of things, they had not learned Grandmaster Baiyun's true secret technique. This transcendent warrior was very cautious. Even if it was a true disciple, he still had to test loyalty and other factors. 3 years was a transition period. Other than Ling Yixue, the 10 people who had become his disciples today were actually not worth mentioning when compared to the 2 youths in front of them. Ling Yixue was a little special. He did not intend to impart any absolute art to her. Naturally, he had other intentions for keeping her by his side. After walking out of the True Spirit Palace, Fei Yu immediately blocked Ling Xiao's path. Ling Xiao, you are crazy. We have finally become Grandmaster Baiyun's disciples. How dare you ask for anything from him? Do you want to cause everyone to be driven away? At this moment, Ling Zhao's mind was focused on the mountain river world. His soul had already entered the mountain river world and was studying how to repair the 7-star flower. According to his analysis, the 7-star flower could be repaired through the creation ability, but it required some materials. 1 fine-grade artifact, 100 aura chi pills, 1 millennium snow lotus, and 10 natural crystals. This was the list given to him by the mountain river martial spirit. He had the aura chi pills and the millennium snow lotus. What he lacked now were fine-grade artifacts and natural crystals. The ice-glass sword and breeze sword in his hands were only mortal-grade artifacts. They were definitely not enough. As for natural crystals, they were not that expensive. 1 piece was 1,000 gold taels. 10 pieces would be 10,000 gold taels. He could afford it. The problem was that natural crystals were hard to come by, especially the higher-grade ones. Ling Xiao, I am asking you a question. Seeing that Ling Xiao did not reply for a long time, Feiyu was clearly annoyed. Ling Xiao came back to his senses and looked at Feiyu. If he is going to drive us away because of such a small matter, then Grandmaster Baiyun is only SOSO. Do you think Grandmaster is that kind of person? You are twisting words and forcing logic. Feiyu roared. I am twisting words and forcing logic? Am I asking for too much? It is just some fragments of the 7-star flower. Do you dare to swear that you will not ask Grandmaster for anything in the future? Ling Xiao asked indifferently. Of course, Feiyu did not dare to swear. He wanted to become Grandmaster Baiyun's disciple. Naturally, he wanted to obtain benefits from Grandmaster Baiyun. If he did not ask for anything, then what was the point? He was just using Ling Xiao as a pretext to make a fuss. You what? If you have nothing to say, then get out of my way. I still have things to do. Ling Xiao was not afraid of Feiyu at all. Although Feiyu was a peak 7th level martial vein martial master and he did not have much confidence in winning, it was still impossible for Feiyu to injure him. I really don't know what you are so arrogant about. You are merely 4.5 stars. You are not even comparable to Diawu and Zhu Hua, not to mention senior brothers Wu Leng and senior brother Ming Tian. Feiyu coldly snorted. That's right. Among all of you, only Ling Yixue is passable. However, Ling Yixue's control of her potential is too weak. Fei Lu also stood out and said, you should know that when senior brothers Wu Leng and senior brother Ming Tian took the test, their potential reached 7 stars. Moreover, their 7-star flowers did not shatter. Their potential is not inferior to Ling Yixue's, but their control is better. Did you hear that? If you have potential but can't control it, then you can't use it. It is meaningless. Feiyu looked at Ling Xiao and sneered, don't think that you can do anything just because your cultivation has increased quickly. If your potential is not good enough, then you will never be able to reach the Transcendent Saint stage. So, you should learn to be obedient in front of us. Is that so? I really want to see who will be the first to break through to the Transcendent Saint stage. Fei Lu and Feiyu's words shocked the other geniuses. However, Ling Xiao was different. Although he was a little surprised, he did not feel bad about it. Instead, it aroused his fighting spirit. Shameless boasting. Feiyu said disdainfully. Ling Xiao did not say anything and continued to walk out of the Baiyun Monastery. When the group arrived outside the Baiyun Monastery, they realized that there were many people standing outside. Among them were the Latent Dragon Camp Xin Ran and Hua Nanin, as well as the Heavenly Ninja Academies Li Xinghui and Shi Yulian. In addition, Lin Zai, Wan Ben, the Baiyun Monastery's Daoist Rani, and the 9 Moons General were also there. Ling Xiao even saw his old enemies, Shilong and Li Yunxing. They were now following Wan Ben to do things for the ninja clan. Ling Xiao, I challenge you. Li Xinghui had long hated Ling Xiao during the Heaven Peak City's tournament. Later on, he found out that his brother Li Xingyun was killed by Ling Xiao. Even when Li family's practitioners besieged Ling Xiao that day, many of them died in Ling Zhao's hands. So Li Xinghui had always wanted to take revenge. He came to Sky Cloud City earlier than Ling Xiao and broke through to the 7th level of the martial vein earlier. After all, when they were in Heaven Peak City, His cultivation was much higher than Ling Xiao's and he was already at the 6th level of the martial vein peak. Adding on to the fact that after the test, his potential wasn't considered low. All 3 categories were 3 stars 90%. Among the ordinary practitioners, he was considered to have high aptitude which was close to the peak. After coming to Sky Cloud City, he received Wanren and Sky Ninja Academy's nurturing. Now that his cultivation was at the 7th level of the martial vein middle stage, he was confident that he had already surpassed Ling Xiao. He hated that Ling Xiao had always been hiding in the latent dragon camp, so he didn't have the chance to seek revenge on Ling Xiao. Today they met here and his potential was even lower than Ling Xiao's, so how could he possibly give up on this opportunity? Ling Xiao was about to reject when he suddenly thought of the materials he needed to restore the 7-star flower and changed his mind. You can challenge me, but there has to be a reward. Tell me. Li Xinghui said. 1 fine quality treasure and 10 natural crystals. Ling Xiao didn't ask for much. As long as he could gather the materials, he would be able to restore the 7-star flower. Alright, I promise you. But we have to go up to White Cloud Observatory's Life and Death Cliff and sign the life and death contract. We will fight to the death. Li Xinghui gritted his teeth. Have you thought it through? Ling Xiao wasn't the kind of person who killed indiscriminately. He killed Li Xingyun because Li Xingyun killed his family. He killed Li family's practitioners because Li family's practitioners had besieged his family. But Li Xinghui didn't have any deep hatred with him and it wasn't to the point where they would fight to the death. Why, are you afraid? Li Xinghui said coldly. Is the latent dragon camp's commander-in-chief such a coward? That's right, that's right. Latent Dragon Camp is full of cowards. Coward. Many geniuses from the Heavenly Enduring Academy began to jeer. Wanben also said, as a warrior, you should disregard life and death. Only when you are between life and death can you have a breakthrough. I say, Lindsay, this disciple of yours doesn't look like much. He's just kind-hearted and doesn't want to kill too much. Lindsay said calmly. Ha ha ha, I think he's just afraid of death. Wanben mocked. Fine, since you want to die so badly, I'll fulfill your wish. Go to the life and death cliff and sign the life and death letter. However, I'll add 1 more item to the prize, and that is a quasi-transcendent martial arts technique. No problem. Wanben answered for Li Xinghui. Today, I am here. If Li Xinghui dies, I will give you what he owes. With Lord Governor's words, Ling Xiao can rest assured. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Then, he and Li Xinghui signed the life and death agreement in front of everyone. After that, everyone went to the White Cloud Monastery's life and death cliff. This life and death cliff was originally a place used by Sky Cloud City to settle disputes. If the law couldn't solve the problem, then they would use force to solve it. On the life and death cliff, regardless of life or death, no one needed to be responsible. Ling Xiao stood there and almost became everyone's focus. Even Master Baiyun, Zuoleng and Ming Tian who were in the True Spirit Hall were watching this battle through a special mirror. I've long heard that there's a 14-year-old genius in the latent dragon camp called Ling Xiao. Is that him? That's right. He's only 14 years old and he's already a martial master. This kind of innate talent is really shocking. No wonder he was chosen by Master Baiyun as his disciple. I heard that he seems to be able to use many kinds of martial arts remnant soul. I wonder if it's true. It should be true. This kind of rumor isn't baseless. After all, he's the one who defeated Lu Xing. Li Xinghui had also defeated Lu Xing before, so there's nothing to be proud of. Well, that's right. When Li Xinghui had just advanced to the early 7th level of the martial vein, his strength had already surpassed Lu Xing's. Coupled with the cultivation of Governor Wanben, he's now a mid-7th level martial vein martial master. His strength is definitely above Lu Xing's. I've also heard that Li Xinghui would have been sent out if it weren't for the fact that the latent dragon camp was too weak. I didn't expect Lu Xing to suffer a loss. If I had known earlier, I would have sent Li Xinghui. Yes, potential doesn't represent strength. Ling Zhao's potential may be higher than Li Xinghui's, but his strength is definitely not as good as Li Xinghui's. It'll be a pity if he dies today. Do you think Master Baiyun will intervene? If Ling Xiao was a true disciple, it might be possible. However, he's not. Master Baiyun has never cared too much about his disciples. This was obviously what someone who knew the inside story said. In any case, in today's battle, although there were a few people who supported Ling Xiao, most people didn't think that Ling Xiao would win. Especially in the life and death battle, Li Xinghui was too brutal. He displayed his animal martial soul to the fullest. They felt that it was a pity that Ling Xiao's potential was higher than Li Xinghui's. In the future, he would definitely surpass Li Xinghui. It would be a pity if he died here today. Listening to the crowd's discussion, Ling Xiao had an impulse to laugh. Most of these people were seeing him for the first time. Hadn't they heard that he had defeated Li Xinghui in Tianfeng City? He would never lose to someone who had won once. Ling Xiao, your potential is indeed good. I didn't expect that you're stronger than me. Li Xinghui stood there and looked coldly at Ling Xiao. He said, however, you have to understand that no matter how strong your potential is, you'll still die if you don't have strength. In his eyes, it was as if Ling Xiao had already become a corpse. Ling Xiao said indifferently, you're right. Without strength, it's useless no matter how good your potential is. If you die, you'll have nothing left. It's a pity that you're the only one who will die today. Shameless boasting. Li Xinghui shouted, don't think that you can still defeat me today just because you've defeated me before. With your strength, you'll only be an average disciple in the Sky Ninja Academy. The latent dragon camp is not even worth mentioning. Wan Ben was probably the one who ordered Li Xinghui to belittle the latent dragon camp in front of Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe was unhappy, but he couldn't be calculated with a level 7 martial master. He could only hold back his anger for the time being. Seeing Lin Zhe's expression, Wan Ben laughed secretly. He pretended to glare at Li Xinghui and said, nonsense. How can the latent dragon camp's strength be slandered by a brat like you? Although they lost the sparring matches at the end of the month, you can't say that. Li Xinghui said indifferently, I'm frank and outspoken. I'm just speaking the truth. If I've offended General Lin and the latent dragon camp, please forgive me. Frank and outspoken. Ling Xiao was the commander-in-chief of the latent dragon camp and he respected Lin Zhe. Li Xinghui's slandering of Lin Zhe and the latent dragon camp had already made him very unhappy. Hee, I wanted to give you a chance because it wasn't easy for you to cultivate to the martial master realm. However, your words have already made me very unhappy. If I can't defeat you in 6 moves, I'll kill myself on the spot. Ling Zhao's words were cold and resolute. However, as soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Hearing that Ling Xiao could defeat Li Xinghui in 6 moves, Lin Zhe shook his head and sighed. General Yu smiled bitterly, Ling Xiao is still too young, that's why he's so impulsive. It's not worth it. If he can't win in 6 moves, is he really going to commit suicide? That's not worth it. I don't think so. Ling Yishua's cold eyes were filled with conviction. She and Ling Xiao came here from the Ling family in Tianfeng City, so she knew Ling Xiao better than anyone else. General Yu shook his head and smiled bitterly, Miss Yishue, do you really think that Ling Xiao can defeat Li Xinghui in 6 moves? That's not possible, although I'm not happy, if I'm not wrong, Li Xinghui is much stronger than Shirlei and Hua Naning in our latent dragon camp. I remember that Ling Xiao defeated Hua Naning in 50 moves, right? Ling Yishue didn't say anything, but she smiled lightly. When Ling Xiao fought Hua Naning, he was only training himself. Otherwise, he would have finished her in 10 moves. The current Ling Xiao was more than twice as strong as before. No one was optimistic about Ling Xiao's chances. Even the geniuses from the latent dragon camp were shaking their heads secretly. They felt that Ling Xiao was too arrogant. He was usually a steady person, so why was he so different today? On the Heavenly Ninja Academy's side, Fei Yu and Fei Lu were sneering. They wanted to avenge Fei Mu and Fei Yun, but they didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so stupid and arrogant. It seemed that this idiot was going to commit suicide today. Such a way of dying was not only stupid, but also embarrassing. It was the biggest joke in the world. Lu Xing, who had fought with Ling Xiao, also muttered, he really doesn't know what's good for him. He had fought with both Ling Xiao and Li Xinghui, so he knew their strength very well. In his opinion, Ling Xiao might be able to defeat Li Xinghui, but in 6 moves, he was simply too arrogant. In the latent dragon camp, Shirlei and the others hoped that Ling Xiao could really defeat Li Xinghui in 6 moves. After all, Li Xinghui's words were too harsh. He did not take the latent dragon camp seriously at all. However, even they felt that it was very unlikely. Such arrogance. Li Xinghui roared, and his clothes fluttered without wind. The silhouette of a white tiger became clearer and clearer behind him. Then, a white light burst out from his body. His feet moved, and a crack appeared on the solid rock floor. Then, he pounced forward like a ferocious beast. His hands were like tiger claws as he suddenly grabbed at the air. Gotcha! The air was torn apart by the tiger claws, and the silver-white light claws flew out from his hands. Then, they turned into 4 or 5 times the size of a tiger claw in the air and covered Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was standing there. He had no intention of dodging or retreating. His originally ordinary aura suddenly became fierce. Behind him, the silhouette of the blood knife ancestor became clearer. Especially the ancestor's eyes, which were filled with evil charm. It was obvious that he was someone who did not play according to common sense. Oh my god, both of their incomplete martial souls have reached 70%. They're on par with each other. A cry of surprise broke out from the crowd. It had to be said that Li Xinghui's improvement was very fast. When he was in Tianfeng City, his incomplete martial soul was only 10%. Now, it had reached 70%. However, it seemed that his incomplete martial soul was not very stable. He must have used some medicine to forcefully increase it. After all, Wan Qi was the governor of Baiyun province. He had more resources than Lin Zhe. Moreover, he had the ninja tribe and the Blue Eyes tribe behind him. At this moment, Ling Xiao did not care about the shouts in the crowd. He unsheathed the ice-glazed sword, and waves of terrifying sword qi gushed out from his body. He seemed to have turned into a sharp sword and was constantly accumulating power. He was waiting for a terrifying explosion of power. First move. Ling Xiao stabbed out with his sword. As he shouted, his figure became unpredictable. His sword's momentum was also erratic. His figure was like a ghost. It was completely illogical. Rip the silver-white tiger claw directly pierced through Ling Xiao's body. However, it was just a meaningless afterimage. Bang! Behind the afterimage, a huge rock was crushed. It was enough to show the terrifying power of Li Xinghui's claw. However, the crowd did not have time to be surprised because Ling Xiao's sword had already stabbed towards Li Xinghui's heart from a strange angle. Since it was a battle of life and death, Ling Xiao did not intend to be merciful. Being merciful in such a battle was simply courting death. After all, Li Xinghui still had the ability to kill him. How can this sword technique be so strange? Li Xinghui was shocked. He did not expect that there would be such a terrifying and strange sword technique in this world. It was clearly him who had made the first move and was about to hit Ling Xiao. However, in the blink of an eye, the situation had changed. Ling Xiao had seized the opportunity to take the initiative, and he was now in a passive position. However, at this time, even though he was shocked, he had no time to marvel. Danger was in front of him. He frantically accelerated the circulation of the vital essence in his body. Purple crystal divine skill. With a roar, the vital essence in Li Xinghui's body quickly gathered in front of his chest. After the silver-white light converged, it quickly condensed into a strange, beautiful crystal-like shield. This shield was diamond-shaped and looked as thick as a solid object. It did not look like it was condensed of vital essence at all. He believed that its defense would not be low. At the same time, Li Xinghui's whole body was wrapped in a layer of purple-blue aura. This was also the effect of the purple crystal divine skill. A disdainful sneer appeared on Ling Xiao's face when he saw this. The ice-glass sword in his hand did not change. However, this sword had condensed more snow lotus vital essence, and its penetrating power became even more terrifying. Qi, the seemingly thick purple crystal shield did not have the slightest effect and was instantly pierced by the sword. Then, the purple crystal shield shattered like glass. It did not have any blocking effect at all. Impossible. How could the purple crystal shield be broken? Due to his excitement, Wan Ben actually couldn't help but smash a huge rock beside him with his palm. The rock fragments flew, scaring the nearby Heavenly Ninja Academy disciples into hurriedly retreating. However, there were still a few people who were covered in blood. It was no wonder that Wan Ben had lost his composure. The Purple Crystal Divine Skill was a top-grade defensive martial art in Heavenly Ninja Academy. It could be said that even a quasi-transcendent martial art could resist for a long time. It was impossible for a martial artist of the same realm to break this purple crystal shield in a short time. However, the reality was that Ling Xiao, who was at the early 7th stage of the martial vein realm, had broken the defensive martial art that Heavenly Ninja Academy was so proud of with a single sword. His True Yuan should be all quasi-transcendent True Yuan now. The Baiyun Monastery master was still a Taoist master. He could be considered a bystander and said softly to Wan Ben. Those shattered rocks did not pose any threat to him, so he did not move at all. Quasi-transcendent vital essence? This kid actually cultivated a quasi-transcendent internal strength mental cultivation method? Wan Ben was taken aback again. Heavenly Ninja Academy also had quasi-transcendent internal strength mental cultivation methods, but it was not something that could be cultivated. Cultivating quasi-transcendent martial arts, if one's aptitude was not at the peak of the mortal body, then the possibility of failure was very high. There was even a possibility of cultivation deviation. Get out of my way! Li Xinghui roared. The purple crystal True Yuan condensed around his body to a single point, finally slowing down Ling Zhao's sword attack and preventing his heart from being pierced. Not only that, the furious Li Xinghui tried to reverse the situation. His left hand controlled the purple crystal True Yuan, while his right hand formed a tiger claw. Then, with a terrifying tiger roar, he directly grabbed at Ling Zhao's head. Strong winds wreaked havoc. Ling Xiao felt a sharp pain on his face, as if the skin on his face was being torn apart. Even his hair was blown up. However, his opponent could attack with his bare hands. He could do the same. Meteor strike. Boom! The energy that was originally exploding in all directions was forcibly condensed together by Ling Xiao using a mysterious method. It looked like a black hole swallowing a meteor. The originally large-range attack instantly became a one-on-one fixed-point attack. A terrifying amount of true essence condensed on Ling Zhao's left fist, and he punched out with a ferocious fist force. It collided with Li Xinghui's claw. Above their heads, an illusory white tiger and an illusory blood knife ancestor clashed. There was no instant explosion, as if they were devouring each other. Terrifying energy continuously surged out from their bodies. At this time, the terrifying aspects of Ling Zhao's True Yuan and martial soul were revealed. His True Yuan was the quasi-transcendent Snow Lotus True Yuan. In the process of confrontation, it constantly froze Li Xinghui's True Yuan, causing the True Yuan that his opponent could use to decrease. Not only that, but the Mountain River martial soul's ability to devour True Yuan was also devouring Li Xinghui's True Yuan and transforming it into Ling Zhao's own True Yuan. As a result, the collision that seemed to be evenly matched at first finally erupted in an instant. Boom! A thunderous sound exploded between the two of them. The purple-blue light and the snow-white light collapsed, shooting in all directions. Not only was the momentum great, but the scene was also shocking. Not good. The spectators hurriedly blocked the overflowing aura. Those who were strong set up a thick True Yuan shield in front of them, blocking the impact of the terrifying aura. As if a crossbow arrow had shot at the shield, it actually made raindrop smashing sound, and the shield was also constantly shaking. Those who were weaker could not block it and could only turn around and fly away, avoiding the terrifying aura. Even so, many people were still injured. On the life and death cliff, regardless of life and death. This was not only for the two parties, but also for the spectators. To die here. To be more precise, it was Li Xinghui who suddenly retreated because he had suffered a great loss in the battle. Ling Xiao only slightly calmed his chaotic true essence before thrusting his sword out once again. Due to the increase in his strength and the change in his Jinyuan, the might of his previous sword moves had increased significantly. The way. Damn it. Li Xinghui had just stood firm, and before he had time to think about what to do, he saw Ling Zhao's attack coming again. He was helpless. Even though he was furious, he was suppressed by his opponent. He really had nowhere to vent his anger. At this time, he could only urge all the True Yuan in his body and completely condense it on his legs. He then flew up and kicked Ling Zhao's sword aura. Crackle, the True Yuan on Li Xinghui's legs was broken again, and the remaining sword aura went up, injuring Li Xinghui's meridians. Not only that, but the ice glass sword also left a deep wound on Li Xinghui's right leg. The two staggered, and Ling Zhao's ghostly figure finally appeared again. The continuous attacks did not kill Li Xinghui, so he had to take a rest. Am I seeing things? This is too unbelievable. The two have only exchanged 3 moves, and Li Xinghui was seriously injured. Could it be that Ling Xiao really has the strength to kill Li Xinghui in 6 moves? It's too scary. The quasi-transcendent True Yuan is more terrifying than I imagined. True Yuan against True Yuan. How terrifying would it be if it was transcendent True Yuan? It's not just about True Yuan. Didn't you guys notice that Ling Xiao is much better than Li Xinghui in terms of timing and flaws? This guy is too calm in the battle. It's so calm that it makes people's scalp numb. There are still 3 moves left. Li Xinghui can still take it. This guy is also very fierce. If he really can't take it, not only will he lose face, but he will also lose his life. He was so sarcastic to the latent dragon camp before, but he was killed in 6 moves. Even if he dies, I'm afraid his reputation will spread far and wide. Yeah. If he can't take it, he'll die and his reputation will spread far and wide. If he can take it, he'll die and his reputation will spread far and wide. Everything depends on these 3 moves. Seeing Li Xinghui's right leg bleeding and blood spurting out from his mouth, the spectators were all shocked. Even Lin Zhe and Wan Ben were shocked. In the True Spirit Palace, Master Bai Yun also frowned. He did not expect Ling Zhao's fighting style to be so extraordinary. Although he did not have any advantage in terms of martial technique or strength, he was able to suppress his opponent as if he could see through all of his opponent's attacks. Did this old man really do something wrong? Master Bai Yun did not listen to Lin Zhe and did not choose Ling Xiao as a prodisciple. He was really confused now. Although transcendent realm martial artists looked high and mighty, they were just newcomers on another level who had just entered the cultivation realm. It was normal for them to have poor judgment. Ling Xiao. Li Xinghui's open wound was healing at an accelerated rate. This was the terrifying part of an animal-type martial soul. It had an extremely strong resistance and recovery ability. However, Li Xinghui's martial soul was still a remnant soul, so its recovery ability was not too strong. It could only stop the bleeding now. If it was a complete martial soul, its recovery ability would not be inferior to the 9 transformation golden body technique's 9th transformation limb regrowth. Li Xinghui stopped the bleeding and roared at Ling Xiao, "You want to kill me in 6 moves? Dream on. I'll make you cut your throat on the spot." His eyes were red as if a fire was burning. The remaining sword chi in his body was completely shattered by him. He just stared at Ling Xiao, and the aura on his body became stronger and stronger. The white tiger phantom behind him condensed a little more. The terrifying beast-like aura became even stronger. Looking at it, Li Xinghui was just like a white tiger, opening his bloody maw and staring at Ling Xiao, incomparably ferocious. Due to the pressure of survival, Li Xinghui forced out his potential at this critical moment, and forcibly perfected his martial path remnant soul to 80%. An 80% martial path remnant soul was very close to a complete soul. The terrifying aura completely suppressed Ling Zhao's 70% martial path remnant soul. Die. Roar, the image of a white tiger flew out from his body. The terrifying aura tore the rocks on the life and death cliff apart as if it had been scratched by the tiger's claws. The surrounding air was instantly shattered like glass, forming a temporary vacuum zone. Ha ha ha, 80% martial path remnant soul. This time, Ling Xiao is dead for sure. Let alone defeating Li Xinghui in 6 moves, he will lose this time. Flying Fish laughed excitedly. The pressure of an 80% martial path remnant soul was too shocking. In the entire Heavenly Ninja Academy, other than the ninja warriors who had a complete ninja soul, this was the strongest martial path remnant soul. He didn't even want to blink. He wanted to see Ling Xiao get swallowed by the huge white tiger and torn to pieces. Wan Ben also revealed a satisfied smile. Ling Xiao, who had terrifying potential, followed Lin Zhe. Sooner or later, he would be a threat to the Heavenly Ninja Academy. Now that he was killed, it was definitely a good thing for him. On the latent dragon campsite, Lin Zhe, General Yu Yu, and the others didn't look too good. Ling Xiao originally had a huge advantage. But now that Li Xinghui's martial path remnant soul had a sudden breakthrough, they started to worry again. On the other hand, Ling Yixue still had a confident expression. She believed that Ling Xiao had expected this before the battle. To others, Li Xinghui's martial path remnant soul breakthrough was an accident. But to Ling Xiao, this was completely within his calculations. Many people thought that Ling Xiao's most terrifying aspect was his potential. However, Ling Yixue knew that they were all wrong. Ling Xiao's most terrifying aspect was his calculations. Good. Just as Ling Yixue said, Ling Xiao had already calculated that Li Xinghui's martial path remnant soul would break through. Not only did he calculate it, but he also continuously attacked to force the martial path remnant soul to break through. The stronger the martial path remnant soul was, the more pressure he would feel. Taking advantage of this pressure, he made a breakthrough in his cultivation. Originally, he had been cultivating for the past few days, and his cultivation had already shown signs of a breakthrough, but he lacked an opportunity. Today's opportunity was created by him. Of course, it could also be said that Li Xinghui delivered himself to him. Facing this incomparably terrifying attack, Ling Xiao's true yuan began to circulate crazily. A certain barrier in his seventh martial vein was forcefully broken. At this moment, the long-awaited breakthrough had finally arrived. And Li Xinghui was just a poor martial path remnant soul. It wasn't that his martial Dao remnant soul had broken through, but that his cultivation had risen from the early 7th level of the martial vein to the middle 7th level of the martial vein. It seemed like a small breakthrough, but what it brought to him was a sudden surge in his strength. Thank you, brotherly. Looking at Li Xinghui, Ling Xiao revealed a sincere smile. The Zhen Yuan in his body circulated, and a vigorous aura covered his entire body. Wan's martial path was Ling Ling death. Because, especially this kid's scheming, he had completely played Li Xinghui in the palm of his hand. Li's death. How could he swallow this as the dignified Governor Baiyun? Ha ha ha, this kid made me worry for nothing. Looks like there's no need to worry about him. He's the most reliable one. Lindsay could also see that Ling Xiao had broken through, and it was a planned breakthrough. He couldn't help but laugh. He was in an incomparably good mood. General Nine Moons was also in a daze. He muttered to himself, I knew that Ling Xiao's talent was amazing, but I didn't expect him to have reached this stage. If Li Xinghui's remnant soul breakthrough during the battle was shocking, then what Ling Xiao was doing now was simply a pioneering work. Breaking through under great pressure. This kind of thing had always happened occasionally, but it was also very rare. However, the fact that great pressure could help a cultivator break through was something that countless cultivators had proven one after another. However, he had never seen anyone who could completely control this kind of pressure in their hands without wasting any of it. Today was an eye-opener for him. What was more amazing was that Ling Xiao's breakthrough of a small realm produced a terrifying pressure that was even more terrifying than many cultivators' breakthrough of a large realm. This showed that Ling Xiao's cultivation was too solid. Step by step, there was absolutely no emptiness. Boom, he took a step forward. The shadow behind Ling Xiao changed. It changed from the blood blade remnant soul to the giant sword remnant soul. The soaring sword, intense sword again. A terrifying sword chi pierced the clear sky, dispersing the clouds in the sky. He really has two kinds of martial path remnant souls? I thought it was just a rumor. It's too terrifying. Two kinds of martial path remnant souls that are 70% complete. Is this kid a monster? Seeing that Ling Xiao suddenly changed his martial path remnant soul, the crowd exclaimed again. Master, what's going on? Didn't you say that a cultivator can only have one kind of soul assistance? In the True Spirit Palace, Suolun looked at Master Baiyun in shock and asked, but why does he have two kinds of martial path remnant souls? This doesn't make sense. Master Baiyun was also somewhat puzzled. He smiled bitterly and shook his head, I'm also a little confused. Maybe it's because his body structure is different from ordinary people. Even if it was a transcendent realm cultivator, he could only use such a deceptive explanation. It wasn't that he was weak, but that the mountain river martial soul was too mysterious. It wasn't something that people of his realm could understand. Ling Xiao held the sword with both hands and then looked at Li Xinghui. Looking at the white tiger that was pouncing at him, he directly attacked. Unfortunately, you can't wait for the sixth move. With the breakthrough in cultivation, Ling Xiao's strength had greatly increased. Naturally, he could end the battle without the sixth move. Oh no, what's going on with my true yuan? Me too. Why is my true yuan flying towards the battlefield? The crowd suddenly realized that the true yuan in their body was out of control. It forcibly broke through the barriers of their bodies and flew towards Ling Xiao. At this time, they were surprised to find that all the true yuan had entered Ling Xiao's giant sword remnant soul, causing the remnant soul's aura to become stronger and stronger. Most of the geniuses present were only 7th level martial vein realm martial masters. They couldn't stop the true yuan from gushing out. They were so scared that their faces turned pale and they didn't know what to do. Evil. Wan Ben snorted coldly and waved his hand. The air here was suddenly separated from the air of the battlefield. At this time, the genius's true yuan calmed down. Governor, you're wrong. The true yuan is heading towards the righteous path, towards the great Tao. How can you say that it's evil? Although Lindsay also felt that this matter was strange, he didn't quite agree with Wan Ben's words. Wan Ben was not qualified to say that others were evil. Humph. Wan Ben snorted coldly and didn't say anything because he was now very concerned about the changes in the battlefield. Although the giant sword remnant soul's aura didn't rise further, Ling Xiao's sword move had long been prepared. Giant spirit kill, how terrifying was this sword move, how fierce was it, how invincible was it? The terrifying sword chi condensed into a huge sword shadow, as if it was going to cut the world apart. Then, it accurately pierced the huge white tiger's shadow. Boom! The moment the sword shadow and the tiger phantom collided, the tiger phantom shattered into pieces like it was made of glass. The sword shadow weakened slightly, but its momentum didn't decrease. It ruthlessly stabbed Li Xinghui's purple crystal shield and then pierced through Li Xinghui's body. A huge rock behind Li Xinghui was completely shattered. Li Xinghui's body was already on the verge of collapse. Ling Xiao didn't show mercy. There was no need to show mercy. He wouldn't kill a person indiscriminately, but he also wouldn't have any mercy for those who wanted to kill him. No. A miserable cry was heard as a figure dashed out from the crowd and held on to Li Xinghui's corpse, which was about to fall to the ground. It was Li Yunxing, Li Xinghui's father. Tianfeng City's Li family's patriarch, one of the main culprits who besieged the Ling family. Oh heavens, he killed Li Xinghui in just 4 moves. What was with that sword earlier? That power felt as though it was comparable to a complete martial spirit's attack. It's not that exaggerated, but it's definitely stronger than Li Xinghui's 80% remnant soul. I feel that it's still the problem of the quality of his true essence. This Ling Xiao's foundation is too solid and his true essence is extremely dense. I'm afraid that he won't lose to an 8th level martial vein master. Terrifying, this lad is going to be famous in Skycloud City today. What ability does this lad have? I heard that he was originally a beggar. How did he become so terrifying, making people jealous? A beggar turning into a genius, how can anyone accept this? Seeing the results, everyone was shocked. All of them were amazed. But most of them were jealous and unhappy. What they couldn't accept the most was that Ling Xiao was originally a beggar and not a member of a reputable family or a disciple from a large sect. This feeling of disparity was really unbearable for them and their jealousy was born from this. Over at the latent dragon camp, Lin Zhe and the rest were all laughing heartily after a false alarm. Ling Xiao's performance had actually exceeded their expectations. This lad's innate talent was probably much stronger than what Master Bai Yun had described. Lin Zhe already had a plan. Since Master Bai Yun wasn't willing to accept Ling Xiao as his successor disciple, then he would accept him. This kind of genius was absolutely qualified to inherit his legacy. In actual fact, he had originally sent the latent dragon camp's disciples out to hunt the fantasy pill dealers so that he could select a disciple. In this chaotic world, as a general, he could be said to be in a precarious situation and his potential had reached its limit. He was afraid that he would never be able to break through to the exceptional realm. Ling Xiao had a brighter future than him, and was worth nurturing. General Jiu Yu turned to look at Ling Yixue and could not help but sigh. Today, I finally understand what it means to be a peerless genius. Ling Xiao, this name might soon become the most outstanding young talent in Baiyun province and even the human race's sacred dynasty. He'll definitely be able to compete with the geniuses of the ninjas, blue-eyed clans, and barbarians. General, you still underestimated him. Ling Yixue shook her head, her eyes filled with excitement. General September was stunned for a moment. He suddenly recalled Master Baiyun's words. The human race, the ninja race, the Blue Eyes race, and the barbarian race were all inferior races. Although their appearances were quite different, they were still in human form and couldn't go beyond that. However, things were different for the intermediate and advanced races. Their appearance had changed greatly, and their talents were much stronger than those of the lower races. Unless one could ascend to the Transcendent Saint stage, it would be difficult to enter the worlds of these races. The human race's sacred dynasty was very large, but compared to the entire world, it was just a drop in the ocean. However, General September was not very clear about these things. He looked at Ling Xiao and felt that perhaps this young man could tell him what the outside world was like in the future. Li Yunxing, who was holding Li Xinghui's corpse, was furious. He stared at Ling Xiao and roared, "You executioner, you killed 2 of my sons. I'll kill you." After saying that, he suddenly stabbed his sword at Ling Xiao. Clang, with a crisp sound, the space shook violently. Ling Xiao's clothes fluttered in the wind. General September instantly appeared in front of him and smashed Li Yunxing's sword energy with a punch. Li Yunxing, don't forget that this is the life and death cliff. Your son and Ling Xiao signed the life and death agreement. What do you want to do in front of Governor Wan and General Lin? The one who died is my son. Li Yunxing roared. Of course, he knew that what he did was against the rules. However, Li Xinghui was his only son, and this son's talent was much better than Li Xingyun's. He had always hoped that his son could become Governor Wan's right-hand man. Then, in the future, their Li family could return to Tianfeng City and take control of it. But now, Li Xinghui was killed by Ling Xiao. His beautiful dream was like a shattered mirror that could not be restored. He had lost his mind and wanted to kill Ling Xiao at all costs. Yes, the one who died is your son. However, this life and death battle was also instigated by your son. You didn't stop it before and even supported it. Perhaps you thought that the one who died would be Ling Xiao. If that was the case, I'm afraid you would be very happy, right? General September sneered. Now that your son is dead, are you angry? What were you doing earlier? Enough. Wan Ben coldly glanced at Ling Xiao, who was standing there, and then looked at Li Yunxing. On the cliff of life and death are determined by fate. Li Yunxing, do you intend to bury the entire Li family with you? Hearing this, Li Yunxing trembled. He did not say anything else and quickly left with his son's corpse. Before leaving, he looked at Ling Xiao with a vicious gaze. From the looks of it, he really wanted to skin Ling Xiao alive. In fact, Wan Ben was also very unhappy. This result made him lose face. He wished he could kill Ling Xiao on the spot. However, he was the governor and this was Baiyun Taoist temple. There were some things that could not be done in front of others. There was another person who was also very unhappy. That person was Fei Yu. Not only because Ling Xiao had killed Fei Mu and Fei Yun, but more importantly, Fei Yu realized that Shi Yulian, who he had brought back from Tianfeng City and treated as his own woman, was now staring at Ling Xiao in a daze. This was simply unbearable for him. The thing that a man could not accept the most was his beloved woman falling in love with another man. Fei Yu felt that his self-esteem had been severely challenged. His anger gradually began to devour his scarlet heart. Ling Xiao, don't think that you're so great just because you killed Li Xinghui. In front of me, Fei Yu, you're nothing. Flying Fish's expression did not change, but deep down, her heart was in turmoil. Although he said that Ling Xiao was nothing in front of him, he did not dare to challenge Ling Xiao on the cliff of life and death. Because he was afraid of death, he did not have full confidence in winning. Fortunately, he was about to break through to the 8th stage of the martial vein. At that time, he would be the first to kill Ling Xiao. He could not let this person continue to be so arrogant. Giving Ling Xiao a vicious look, Fei Yu took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He knew that what he needed now was patience. In Shi Yulian's eyes, there was only Ling Xiao left. that young man in green suddenly appeared in the Tianfeng City tournament. He rose like a comet and defeated many experts. In the end, he defeated Li Xinghui and took first place. At that time, she felt that Ling Xiao was not a fish in a pond, so she wanted to seduce Ling Xiao to join the Shi family. However, the appearance of the ninja clan disrupted her plans. She thought that Ling Xiao would stop there. A meteor came quickly and left quickly as well. However, today, Ling Xiao killed Li Xinghui in 4 moves. She suddenly understood something. A sapling that could grow into a towering tree had to have experienced many hardships. Shi Yulian regretted that she did not insist on stopping her father. She was also glad that she did not challenge Ling Xiao like Li Xinghui did. Ling Xiao received a fine weapon from Governor Wanben. It was an axe, 10 celestial crystals, and a quasi-transcendent martial technique that he had carefully selected. Then, he left the Baiyun Temple under the cheers of the Latent Dragon Camp disciples. He returned to the Latent Dragon Camp to pack his things. Behind him were the furious gazes of the Heavenly Ninja Academy's geniuses. When he returned to the Latent Dragon Camp, Lin Zhe personally hosted a farewell party for Ling Xiao, Ling Yixue, and the others. On this day, Ling Zhao's name became a legend in the Latent Dragon Camp and was talked about by the people who came after him. Ling Yixue and Dai Yuling had become Master Baiyun's direct disciples. However, Ling Xiao killing Li Xinghui in 4 moves on the cliff of life and death was even more exciting. Compared to the 2 mysterious girls, Ling Xiao was more suitable to be a legendary civilian hero. That day, Lin Zhe even accepted Ling Xiao as his direct disciple in front of everyone in the Latent Dragon Camp. Lin Zhe did not have any children. Since Ling Xiao became his only direct disciple, it meant that he had inherited his legacy and everything. It was a supreme honor. However, after the celebration party, Lin Zhe told Ling Xiao that although he could obtain some things by becoming his direct disciple, he might face more dangers. He asked Ling Xiao if he was still willing to be his disciple. He gave Ling Xiao a chance to reject. Ling Xiao only smiled in response to Lin Zhe's question. Marshal Lin, I, Ling Xiao, have admired you since I was young. It's still the same today. It's the honor of my life to be your disciple. Good. Good kid. With your words, I, Lin Zhe, will be satisfied even if I die on the battlefield. Lin Zhe was a tough guy. He had never cried before. However, he cried this time. Tears flowed down his face, his body trembled, and his voice choked. In fact, he had accepted disciples before. However, 2 of them were killed, and one of them betrayed his sect because he could not stand being assassinated every day. So after that, he was unwilling to accept any more disciples. Even if the 12 tiger guards were so outstanding, he had never thought of taking them as his disciples. However, Ling Zhao's appearance changed his mind. This was because he felt that Ling Xiao was someone who could inherit his legacy. Even if he died, Ling Xiao could still make the border-guarding general's estate stand tall in Baiyun province and not collapse. The 12 tiger guards were no match for Wanben, but Ling Xiao could. This was a kind of unconditional trust, but he was willing to gamble on Ling Xiao. On that day, Ling Xiao, Ling Yixue, Dai Yuling, and the others moved from the Latent Dragon Camp to the White Cloud Temple. There was no courtyard here, and no one to serve them. The food was very simple, and life was very poor. However, no one complained. This was because the 12 geniuses, including Ling Xiao, all knew that this bit of hardship was nothing. Once they could become a powerhouse like Grandmaster Baiyun, what else could they not obtain? Of course, although the food and accommodation were not good, they were very rich in resources. In the White Cloud Temple, all the new disciples would receive 50,000 taels of silver as their monthly allowance, 100 low-grade spirit stones, and 10 true elemental pills. In addition, there were many natural treasures, spiritual herbs, and so on. This was an advantage. Disregarding everything else, just this point alone was enough to make countless martial artists envious. In addition, they could also receive guidance from Grandmaster Baiyun. So what if they ate a little? As soon as he moved into the White Cloud Temple, Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, he immersed himself in the mountain river world and watched the 7-star flower being repaired bit by bit. The beautiful flower that looked like it was made of crystal was completely repaired after 15 minutes. Of course, the price was a large amount of materials. After the 7-star flower was repaired, Ling Xiao could not wait to test his potential. 7 flowers, all with 3 colors, soul potential of 7 stars, inner force potential of 7 stars, and physical potential of 7 stars. Moreover, he had obviously not fully released his potential. In other words, his potential was not worse than any of the 4 direct disciples of Grandmaster Baiyun. In fact, he was even stronger than them. After all, no matter if it was Zuoleng, Ming Tian, or Ling Yixue, they only had a potential of 7 stars and above. Dai Yuling was not even 5 stars. But what about him? All 3 of his potentials were 7 stars and above. In the past, he did not understand why he cultivated so quickly and comprehended martial arts so quickly. Now, he had a clearer answer. After confirming his potential, Ling Xiao was even more confident about his future. After all, potential was really important. After that, he put his mind on cultivation. He had just obtained a quasi-transcendent martial art, the Divine Prison King Fist, from Wan Ben. This was a set of fist techniques that Ling Xiao had chosen himself. According to the analysis of the Mountain River martial spirit, after cultivating the Divine Prison King Fist to the perfection stage, as long as he could obtain a corresponding martial spirit, it could evolve into a transcendent martial art. He could obtain new moves and become stronger. When he saw Wan Ben's expression, he knew how good this thing was. He probably wanted to slap Ling Xiao to death. However, Ling Xiao did not care about that. In any case, he had already offended Wan Ben. It did not matter if he offended him one more time. The most important thing was that this martial art was good. Although his meteor fist had improved countless times, as his cultivation continued to increase, it gradually could not keep up with the pace. Although it was a little regretful, when it was time to give it up, he still had to give it up. Of course, the meteor fist could still be used to deal with small fries or martial artists who were weaker than him. The Divine Prison King Fist had a total of 4 moves: Bull's Head Shatter, Horse's Face Shatter, Impermanence Twist, and Ghost King Annihilation. However, as a quasi-transcendent martial art, it was not easy to cultivate. Ling Xiao created 3 doppelgangers. His main body began to comprehend the Divine Prison King Fist. As for the other 2 doppelgangers, one continued to cultivate the Sky Dragon Golden Body, and the other continued to cultivate the Snow Lotus Truth. The Snow Lotus Truth was an internal cultivation method that must be cultivated. Otherwise, it would be difficult to increase the realm. The Sky Dragon Golden Body was a body tempering technique that must be cultivated. Moreover, this was the only transcendent martial art that Ling Xiao had mastered so far. Naturally, he had to focus on it. Moreover, once the Sky Dragon Golden Body broke through to the 5th level, he could be promoted to the Transcendent Realm. There was no need to worry about the problem of how to break through to the Transcendent Realm. As for the other things, he could temporarily put them aside. Baiyun Temple was really a good place. It was said that this place was chosen by Master Baiyun and a special formation was set up here, so that cultivation could be twice the result with half the effort. It only took Ling Xiao 2 hours to completely master the first move of the Divine Incarcerate King's Fist, Bullhead Smash. However, in the process of cultivating the Divine Prison King Fist, Ling Xiao also discovered some problems. His 9 transformation golden body technique had not reached the 9th transformation, which was troublesome. Because the power of the first move of the Divine Prison King Fist was too terrifying, when it attacked, it would cause the joints to fall off, and even fracture and cramp. If he could cultivate the 9 transformation golden body technique to the 9th transformation, he would not have to worry about this problem. The 9th transformation could regenerate severed limbs, not to mention the problem of joints falling off and fractures. Ling Xiao sorted out all his belongings in the Mountain River realm. If he were to sell all his silver, Xianxia pills, medicinal herbs, and top-rated martial arts, then he should be able to exchange for enough gold to break through. Not only that, he would still have quite a bit left. After all, top-rated martial arts were extremely valuable, especially top-rated martial arts. One book could be sold for at least 1,000,000 taels of gold. This thing was useless to him, but to most practitioners, it was still very useful. It could be said that some people might not be able to buy it even if they had the money. Adding on the Xianxia pills, he had no use for them now. He was already in the martial master realm and the Xianxia pills had no effect on him, so he might as well exchange all his accumulated gold. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated as he turned around and left White Cloud Temple, heading towards Sky Cloud City to exchange for gold. Sky Cloud City was the capital of White Cloud Province and there were plenty of big shops. Here, there were also plenty of places to exchange for gold, and compared to Sky Peak City, it was 10 times more prosperous, so there was no need to worry about the good stuff not being sold at a good price. Thinking about it, he was really lucky. After obtaining the Mountain River Martial Spirit, the cultivation conditions had changed completely. In the past, when he just arrived at the Ling family, he didn't even have any allowance and was only given food and water. At that time, if he was able to get a few pieces of silver, he would probably be extremely excited. But now, he could exchange for a few million taels of gold casually. This was the benefit that power brought to him. This also strengthened his confidence to continue on this path. From White Cloud Peak to the bustling Sky Cloud City Market, although it was a distance of over 10 miles, but to Ling Xiao, it was really nothing. He didn't even need any riding tools, and just based on his movement skills, he quickly arrived at the bustling streets. Ever since he came to Sky Cloud City, he had not had the chance to walk around properly. Today, he had no intention to walk around. Because he knew very well that once one's power was strong, one could walk around anywhere. But as a weakling, walking on the streets might cause one to meet with unexpected misfortune. Anyway, once a practitioner advanced to the transcendent realm, their lifespan would increase by a few hundred years, so there was no need to walk around now. To exchange for gold, the first choice was naturally the auction house. Auction houses had the most abundant reserves of gold and spirit stones, and this was also the place where practitioners liked to trade. The biggest auction house in Sky Cloud City was the Sky Ninja auction house, opened by the ninjas. Ling Xiao didn't care who opened it. Anyway, as long as he could exchange for the gold he wanted, it would be enough. In a sense, if the ninjas didn't mess around in human territory, he would welcome to trade. At least, the goods would be more plentiful. Of course, the illusion pill was an exception. That kind of harmful thing should have been banned long ago. Sir, may I know what service you require? Is it an auction item or auction item? As soon as they arrived at the entrance of the auction house, a shop assistant walked over and asked with a smile while bending over. This person was from the human race. But the Sky Ninja level of the lower two, to the sky to Cloud Martial Spirit to Sky Cloud, I want to exchange for some gold. Is that possible? Ling to Sky to ask to Ling Cloud Sky Cloud, how much do you? To Sky gold? How? Auction gold? To Sky to exchange? How much do you to exchange? Gold. To gold? To exchange? How much? The shop assistant said with a smile. I'll ask for 10 million for now. Ling Xiao stroked his chin and said. He had already calculated before he came. The things he brought were enough to exchange for 10 million gold. But even if it was 10 million, after he cultivated there probably wouldn't be much left. What? The shop assistant was dumbstruck and couldn't say a word for a long time. The few staff members who were busy also looked at Ling Xiao in shock. It wasn't that they hadn't seen rich people before. But to exchange for so much gold at one go, this was the first time. Is this person crazy? 10 million gold, that's 90% of Sky Ninja auction house's gold reserves. The few practitioners who came to the auction house to auction started to discuss. They couldn't understand Ling Xiao's strange actions. Which family did this kid come from? Is he here to make fun of us? A 50-over-year-old man walked out from the backstage. His cultivation was at the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein, close to the martial master realm. This person was obviously unhappy with Ling Xiao's actions. Adding on to the fact that Ling Xiao wasn't that old, only 14 years old, it was easy to guess which family's unlucky kid had come to play. Shopkeeper 1. The shop assistants bowed towards the shopkeeper with a face full of reverence. This shopkeeper 1 was one of the shopkeepers of the Sky Ninja auction house. From his surname, one would know that he was from the Wan family. With his power and authority, it made him rather famous in Sky Cloud City. Shopkeeper 1, he's just a kid. Just give him a few spanks, he won't dare to do it again. Right, don't make things difficult for a kid. The surrounding practitioners started to plead for Ling Xiao. The main point was that they knew how cruel the ninjas were. In the past, there were 7 or 8-year-old beggars who came in to beg for food and were beaten to death. But they only dared to persuade and didn't dare to be nosy and stop shopkeeper Wan. Because they didn't have the guts. Offending the governor manor, offending the ninjas, unless you were from the border general's residence, otherwise don't even think of surviving in Sky Cloud City. Have fun? Ling Xiao frowned. Is this how the Sky Ninja auction house treats its customers? Even if you have the time, I don't have the time to come here to have fun. Shopkeeper Wan replied coldly, Kid, there are many customers here today so I won't haggle with you. After 3 counts, if you don't scram, then I will use force. Today, Shopkeeper Wan's mood wasn't very good. Someone from the governor manor was killed on the life and death cliff and the governor was in a bad mood. The entire Wan family's mood wasn't good either. Kid, hurry up and leave. It'll be dangerous if you're late. That's right, kid. You can have fun elsewhere but here, you can't do that. This is the ninja auction house. A few practitioners who passed by tried their best to persuade Ling Xiao, hoping that he would leave quickly. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, If the Sky Ninja auction house can't take out 10 million taels of gold, then I will naturally leave. Shopkeeper Wan, give me a definite answer. Nonsense, in the entire Sky Cloud City, only our Sky Ninja auction house and Jade Eye Clan's Queen's Trading Company can take out 10 million taels of gold. Shopkeeper Wan was furious. This kid actually dared to look down on the Sky Ninja auction house? Since you can take it out, then hurry up and get it. I'm still in a hurry to go back and cultivate. Ling Xiao said impatiently. The other party's attitude made him extremely unhappy. If it wasn't for the urgent need for gold, he really wouldn't be bothered to stay here. Kid, you're looking for death. Shopkeeper Wan was really angry. Suddenly, he struck out a palm directly towards Ling Xiao's chest. The terrifying aura of the peak 6th level of the martial vein spread out, scaring the surrounding practitioners until they were trembling with fear. Their blood was boiling and they felt extremely uncomfortable. Humph, is the Wan family also overbearing and shameless? Ling Xiao snorted coldly. He didn't even make a move. A terrifying aura gushed out from his body like a sharp sword, directly piercing towards Shopkeeper Wan's palm. At that moment, Shopkeeper Wan was scared out of his wits. He simply saw his own death. Just as he was unable to move and could only wait for death, that terrifying aura suddenly dissipated. Shopkeeper Wan's face was deathly pale, his body was like a leaf in the cold wind, trembling non-stop. He wanted to stop but was unable to control himself. Novel, La, Young Master, thank you for not killing me, gold. I will get someone to prepare the gold immediately. His voice was also trembling, as though his body was immersed in an ice cellar. Shopkeeper Wan's attitude suddenly changed, which made the few assistants in the auction house totally confused. But there were a few practitioners with strong cultivations who understood what had happened. Although Ling Xiao's aura was hard to capture, but ordinary 6th level martial vein practitioners were still able to sense it. 7th level martial master. How old is he? One of the 6th level practitioners sat there paralyzed, as he muttered to himself in shock. It wasn't that he hadn't seen a martial master before. After all, this was Sky Cloud City and there were quite a number of martial masters. But a 14 to 15-year-old martial master, he really hadn't seen one before. When the people beside him heard what he said, they were so shocked that their eyes widened. Earlier they were still calling him a wimpy kid, asking him to go home quickly. But they didn't expect this wimpy kid in their eyes to be so much stronger than them. Thank you for your righteous words earlier. Ling Xiao cupped his hands, words of thanks still needed to be said. After all, these few words were for his own good. This made him, a former beggar, feel warmth. No need. That's what we should do. The few of them hurriedly waved their hands. Ling Xiao smiled at them and found a seat to sit down. He looked at Shopkeeper Wan and asked, My time is tight, when can I withdraw the gold? Don't worry, young master, the gold is in the auction house's vault, but are you? Shopkeeper Wan spoke cautiously now, for fear that he would be killed by Ling Xiao's sword if he offended him. Suspecting that I don't have goods worth 10 million taels of gold? Ling Xiao smiled, and with a wave of his hand, a top-grade martial art was taken out by him. I have 4 top-notch martial arts manuals. In addition, I also have a large amount of Orochi pills, silver, herbs, high-grade martial arts, middle-grade martial arts, and so on. Do you want me to take them all out for you to see? It's not convenient here. Young master, please come to the VIP room. We will have someone evaluate it for you. As long as the value is enough, you can take it away with 10 million taels of gold. However, do you need a beast carriage to help transport it? Shopkeeper 1 replied with a flattering smile. There's no need for a beast carriage. The VIP room is too small. This room is quite big. Let your people come over and estimate. As he spoke, Ling Xiao took out martial arts manuals, silver, gems, Xianxia pills, and other items from the mountain river world. There were indeed too many things. If he went to the VIP room, he definitely wouldn't be able to fit them all. The staff of the auction house began to estimate the value. Shopkeeper 1 even invited 2 level 7 martial masters to come over. After all, the price of a top-notch martial art was not something that an ordinary martial artist could estimate. Seeing these things, the surrounding cultivators couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Good lord, top-notch martial arts. Moreover, there were 4 or 5 of them. For cultivators like them, such martial arts were simply something that could only be encountered but not sought. This young martial master actually used them to exchange for gold. Although gold was quite precious, it couldn't be compared with top-notch martial arts. By the way, there are also a few low-grade storage rings. Please help me estimate the price. I only want gold. Ling Xiao now wanted to cultivate the 9 transformation golden body technique to the highest level. In the future, he would continue to consume gold, so it was definitely right to prepare more. Anyway, although low-grade storage rings were precious, he didn't need them. As for Ling Yixue and Cold Plum, because they had become Master Baiyun's disciples, they had also received storage rings from Linzai. There was no need for him to give them away. Even the storage rings can be exchanged for gold. A cultivator stood up directly. Young master, I'm willing to buy your storage ring for 1 million taels of gold. I also want one. Me too. Low-grade storage rings shouldn't be so expensive. But these things were too rare and too important to cultivators. So it was normal for them to be willing to pay a high price for it. This is Heaven Ninja Auction House. It's not your turn to bid. Young master, you have a total of 6 low-grade storage rings. How about we sell each of them at 1,200,000 taels of gold? Shopkeeper 1 was afraid of Ling Xiao, but he wasn't afraid of the other cultivators. What's more, he had a martial master to protect him. No problem. What Ling Xiao valued was gold. Since the auction house was willing to give him more, he would sell it to the auction house. But do you have enough gold in reserve? Young master, don't worry about this. This is only one of our auction houses in Skycloud City. We have 3 other branches. It's not a problem to gather 20 million taels of gold. Shopkeeper 1 said confidently. In fact, gold was nothing. These years, the ninjas had occupied several gold mines in the human territory. They didn't lack gold. That's good. Ling Xiao sipped his tea as he waited for the other party to estimate the value. About the time it took to drink 2 cups of tea. The calculation is out. Young master, your things plus the low-grade storage rings are worth a total of 19,450,000 taels of gold. We have 11 million taels of gold in the vault and 10 million taels of gold in the golden cart. It's enough. Shopkeeper 1 said with a smile. This was definitely a big business. Well, that's good. I'll take the gold. Before Shopkeeper 1 could understand what he meant, he saw Ling Xiao waving his hand and the 10 million taels of gold in the golden cart disappeared. So you have a high-grade storage ring. No wonder. Shopkeeper 1 didn't know about the mountain river world and thought that Ling Xiao had a high-grade storage ring. Otherwise, how could he store 10 million taels of gold in one go? After that, he and the 2 martial masters took Ling Xiao to the vault to withdraw the remaining 9 million taels of gold. Young master, take care. Looking at Ling Xiao's back, Shopkeeper 1 couldn't stop smiling. However, after a while, his face became gloomy and he said to the two middle-stage 7th-level martial vein martial masters beside him, "You two follow him." Speaking of this, he put his hand across his neck and made a killing gesture. Of course, the onlookers didn't notice this and didn't hear his words. But the two martial masters suddenly left the auction house. Even a fool could guess what would happen. In fact, it was not only shopkeeper one who was thinking about Xianxia. Wealth moved people's hearts. Nearly 20 million taels of gold and a high-grade storage ring. This was a huge temptation. Cold plum, don't hide. Come out quickly. After walking for a while, Xianxia shook his head with a wry smile. In fact, he had already felt that Cold Plum had followed him to the city, but he didn't point it out. But now he was going back, so it didn't matter if he called her out. "Young master, you are being followed," Cold Plum said as soon as she appeared. "I know." Xianxia just smiled faintly. The reason why he called Cold Plum out was that he was afraid that Cold Plum would be plotted against. It would be much safer to follow him. Cold Plum was obviously a little surprised. The people who followed Xianxia were all 7th-level martial masters and were divided into 4 groups. "Young master, you still have to be careful. The 2 people from the Heaven Ninja auction house are very strong." Cold Plum was not as calm as Xianxia. After all, she was only at the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein and had yet to break through to the martial master realm. "La yes, they are very strong. They are not far from Li Xinghui. Furthermore, there are 2 of them. In terms of combat experience, they should be better than Li Xinghui." Xianxia analyzed as he walked, but it's nothing. He had just successfully cultivated the first move of the Divine Prison King's Fist and was itching for a fight. Now that someone had delivered themselves to his door for him to practice, why not? "Cold Plum, don't make a move later." Xianxia suddenly stopped and said. "Young master. There's no need to say any more. I have something new that I want to try. If you make a move, I won't be able to predict it." "Alright then, but if young master is in danger, I have to make a move," Cold Plum insisted. "Up to you." Xianxia was not a stubborn person. If there really was danger, he naturally wanted someone to help. After the discussion, Xianxia simply turned around and looked at the 2 late-stage 7th-level martial vein martial masters who were trying to hide not far away. His green clothes fluttered in the wind like a sword immortal. "There's no need for the 2 of you to hide. After following me for so long, if you don't make a move, I'll have to return to the White Cloud Temple," Xianxia said indifferently as he stared at a patch of trees. Whoosh whoosh. 2 figures rushed out and surrounded Xianxia from both sides. Since they had been discovered, there was no point in them hiding. The rest of the warriors did not make a move. They planned to take advantage of the fight between the Sandpiper and the Clam. They wanted to see the outcome of this battle before making a decision. Xianxia suddenly took a step forward. The entire space suddenly became incomparably cold. This step seemed to have changed the surrounding environment. The originally tree-lined world suddenly became dark and damp. There even seemed to be an aura of decay and death. In his ears, it was as if he could hear the cries of ghosts and howls of wolves. There seemed to be ghosts playing in his body. The cultivators hiding in the dark all looked at them in horror. The 2 7th-level martial masters from the Heavenly Ninja auction house paused for a moment, and their bodies clearly trembled for a moment. However, they immediately seemed to have escaped from that predicament. Then, they turned into 2 afterimages. Like 2 black arrows, they tore through the air and shot towards Xianxia. "Divine Hell King's Fist, bullhead splitting." A cold voice came out of Xiao's mouth. He assumed a strange posture. At that moment, the 2 afterimages suddenly stopped, and their bodies became stiff, as if a terrifying cold wind had entered their bodies. His entire body was about to be swallowed by this strange coldness. Terrifying chilly winds howled between heaven and earth. The 2 afterimages desperately used all kinds of martial arts in an attempt to protect themselves. One of them waved his palms continuously. A man's long saber flashed with a cold light. The ripples produced by his true essence struggled in this space where the cold wind was raging. Huff. Huff. Loud panting sounds could be heard. In everyone's eyes, Xianxia disappeared. In his place was a giant monster. It had the head of an ox and the body of a human. It held a huge axe in its hand. The most terrifying thing was the aura of death that was constantly emitting from the monster's body. Die. Heavy footsteps sounded on the ground. The Minotaur waved its huge axe and approached the two 7th-level martial masters step by step. The slower it was, the stronger the panic in their hearts. With every step it took, the hearts of the two trembled. Stubborn resistance. Perhaps this was the current situation of these two people. They crazily swallowed and spat out their true essence, resisting the terrifying cold wind in an attempt to shatter this dark space. However, it was useless. The Minotaur still walked to their side, and its huge axe fiercely chopped down between the two of them. Crack! Crack! The two martial masters split open like they were made of porcelain. Divine Hell King's fist, not only did it possess terrifying power, it could also cause the enemy to hallucinate and fall into it, completely losing the ability to resist. If Ling Xiao had mastered this martial art when he was dealing with Li Xinghui, then Li Xinghui would have been killed in one move. Terrifying, even Ling Xiao felt that this Divine Hell King's fist was too terrifying. Two 7th-level martial masters died just like that. They didn't even have the chance to make a move before they died in the illusion they created. In the dark, the martial warriors who followed along were in a state of shock. Their hearts trembled uncontrollably, as if they had seen the most terrifying thing in their lives. Ghost. A demon from hell. Not a human. Terrified cries rose and fell one after another. Everyone fled, leaving only the two cold corpses, Ling Xiao and Cold Plum. What a pity. After a long time, Ling Xiao sighed. What's wrong, young master? Are you still not satisfied with this power? Cold Plum asked doubtfully. I forgot something. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, I originally planned to use the ghost ship's remnant soul and the Divine Hell King's fist together to test the effect, but I forgot. Cold Plum was speechless. She thought it was something serious, but her young master really treated the two late 7th-level Martial Vein Realm martial masters as test subjects. Forget it, let's go back. The side effects of the Divine Hell King's fist are too great. Both of my arms are completely fractured. Ling Xiao shook his arms that were hanging on both sides of his body and said, it's time to cultivate the 9 transformation golden body technique to the highest level. Young master, we haven't searched those two's bodies yet. Cold Plum reminded him. There's no need to search. Death warriors like them usually don't have anything good on them. I'm afraid they don't even have a storage ring. Ling Xiao shook his head and said. Although he said that, Ling Xiao, who was once a beggar, was still unwilling to let go of the two corpses. Unfortunately, just as he had guessed, the two of them did not have a storage ring or even a money bag. What's this? Ling Xiao struck out with his palm and a ball of flame burned the two corpses clean. He had once cultivated the Red Sun skill. Although he basically did not use it now because its level was too low, it was not a problem for him to do this kind of thing. What was interesting was that when the corpse and even the bones were burned away, there was a piece of black metal that was preserved. It seems to be a sword. Cold Plum said. It's obviously a 1-foot-long iron piece. How did it become a sword? Ling Xiao asked in confusion. It said that in the ancient times, there was a swordsman of the human clan. His sword was a 1-foot-long iron piece. Cold Plum explained, this swordsman always killed people with his sword. So it didn't matter what he used. The enemy's divine weapons were useless to him. So powerful. Ling Xiao had never heard of such an expert. I heard it from one of the captains of the latent dragon camp. That captain seems to be the descendant of this swordsman. Damn, this terrifying killing intent can make people collapse in an instant. The moment Ling Xiao picked up the iron piece, he saw many scenes of death. If his soul was not strong enough, he would have collapsed in an instant. This thing was originally wrapped in something that prevented the killing intent from leaking out. However, it was burned when he burned the corpses. I'll keep it first and study it later. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao put the iron piece into his Mountain River martial soul. Baiyun Temple. Novel, Law. After Ling Xiao returned, he separated from Cold Plum and returned to their respective rooms to cultivate. In order to make it easier to absorb, Ling Xiao did not directly use the gold to cultivate. He went to find the master of the Baiyun temple for help. He drained all the water from a pool in the temple and then poured the scalding gold liquid into it. In order to prevent the gold liquid from solidifying, Ling Xiao also added some special herbs. In any case, he was now Lin Zai's direct disciple and Master Baiyun's disciple. It was relatively easy for him to get some herbs. After doing these things, Ling Xiao mixed the Herculean ape's beast core into the scalding gold liquid. This time, not only did he want to raise the 9 transformation golden body technique to the 9th transformation, but he also wanted to raise his cultivation base and the heavenly dragon golden body to the next realm. Therefore, in addition to the gold liquid, the Herculean ape's beast core and 72 special body tempering herbs were necessary. To be honest, in the past, he could not buy these herbs even if he had the money. But now, he could get them for free. This was probably the biggest benefit of becoming Lin Zai's successor. This pool of golden liquid was definitely worth more than 15 million taels of gold. If it was anyone else, they would be flabbergasted. Even Master Baiyun's 2 direct disciples, Zuoleng and Ming Tian, were shocked when they heard Ling Xiao's extravagant cultivation method. After preparing everything, Ling Xiao jumped into the gold liquid. If it was an ordinary martial artist, their body would have been scalded or even melted by the scalding gold liquid. But Ling Xiao was different. His physical body was very strong. The 9 transformation golden body technique was cultivated to the 8th transformation, the heavenly dragon golden body was cultivated to the 2nd level, and he even obtained the golden dragon's bloodline. This was definitely not something that an ordinary 7th level martial master could compare to. The seemingly scalding gold liquid could melt most things, but it could not cause any harm to his body. However, the troublesome thing was that he could not use the shadow cultivation secret technique because his doppelganger could not withstand the high temperature. Only his main body could. Of course, this was not a big problem. In any case, it was tempering one's body. Every aspect of one's body would be improved accordingly. One should not be too greedy. Gulp, as Ling Xiao began to revolve his true essence and cultivate, the golden liquid actually began to tumble, emitting a faint trace of steam. The golden liquid looked very beautiful. It hurts. At this moment, Ling Xiao felt a bone-piercing pain. It was as if a blazing flame had drilled into the crevices of his body and was beginning to disintegrate it. That kind of pain had already exceeded the limits of what an ordinary martial master could endure. Even Ling Xiao was in so much pain that cold sweat trickled down his forehead. His face was deathly pale. However, Ling Xiao did not give up. He was very clear that this intense pain was not a bad thing, but the tyrannical medicinal power was taking effect. As long as he could endure it, his cultivation would be considered a success. Not far away, the Baiyun monastery master sat cross-legged while Ling Yixue and Cold Plum sat beside him. They were all protecting Ling Xiao. There was no need to mention Ling Yixue and Cold Plum. The Baiyun monastery master was still a perfected person who had been entrusted by Lin Zai to secretly protect Ling Xiao. Your friend is amazing. With such a terrifying medicinal power, I'm afraid that even an 8th level martial vein realm martial master would not be able to withstand it. He actually withstood it just like that? The Baiyun monastery master was shocked. Ling Yixue nodded but did not say anything. She was also anxious to increase her strength. Ling Xiao's continuous increase in strength had caused her pressure to increase because she felt that if her strength was not as good as Ling Xiao's, she would not be able to protect Ling Xiao. Fortunately, she had become Master Baiyun's direct disciple and received more than 10 times more resources than Ling Xiao. With this advantage, she should be able to barely keep up with Ling Xiao's cultivation speed. Leng Mei, on the other hand, was purely shocked. She had never thought that she would be able to catch up to Ling Xiao's cultivation speed, because in terms of potential, she really could not compare to Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue, these 2 monsters. Her thoughts were also very simple. Even if she was weak, she would swear to follow Ling Xiao, even if she had to pay with her life. The mountain and river martial spirit in his body was frantically operating. Ling Xiao felt that the mountain and river diagram at this time seemed to have become a huge whirlpool, sucking all the surrounding resources into Ling Xiao's body. The pain gradually subsided. The mountain and river martial spirit played a very important role. It controlled the speed of the golden liquid to prevent too much pain from causing Xiao to faint. That would be too dangerous. However, Xiao was not satisfied with this speed. The mountain and river martial spirit was his martial spirit, so he could freely control it. On this basis, he began to slowly increase the amount of golden liquid. The pain became stronger again. His blood vessels and meridians felt like they were about to swell. That was because too much energy was pouring in and the meridians in his body were relatively narrow. He continued to increase. His meridians felt like they were about to explode. Only then did Xiao stop increasing the amount of golden liquid. Although he was eager to become stronger, he was always a calm and rational person no matter what. With the current amount of golden liquid, it had long surpassed the input of a mid-8th level martial vein realm martial master. He could be proud of it. 2 hours later, Xiao's meridians began to adapt to the feeling of exploding. He knew that his meridians had become tougher and more spacious. Therefore, he increased the amount of golden liquid again, and once again reached the limit before stopping. During this process, he began to operate the Snow Lotus Truth. This was his strongest internal cultivation method at present. Not only did it help to absorb the medicinal power, it also helped to alleviate the pain. The golden liquid was blazing hot, and the Snow Lotus True Essence was ice cold. The two were a perfect match. 3 hours passed. Only half of the entire pool of golden liquid was left. Xiao's body seemed to have turned into gold, shining with golden light. In the night, it looked so bright. A day passed. The pool of golden liquid mixture was completely absorbed. Xiao's eyes emitted 2 rays of golden light. He put on his clothes, returned to his exclusive practice room, and began to refine the terrifying energy absorbed by his body. 10 days later, Xiao's practice room suddenly burst out a golden light, piercing the dark clouds above White Cloud Peak. The 9th cycle of the 9 Revolutions Golden Body Technique, he had finally mastered it. However, he did not stop cultivating, because this realm still needed to be consolidated, and there was still a large amount of energy accumulated in his body that had not been digested. Another 10 days passed. The 9 Revolutions Golden Body Technique had completely consolidated at the 9th cycle, and was finally at the Great Perfection realm. The progress of the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body was very slow. After all, it was an extraordinary martial art. After entering the 2nd level, it was like a snail climbing. However, at least he had glimpsed the door to the 3rd level, so his efforts were not in vain. With the help of the terrifying medicinal power, the Snow Lotus Truth was directly promoted to the Great Perfection realm, which was the 6th level. The Snow Lotus True Essence in Xiao's body became even more vigorous. Of course, the most surprising thing was the increase in cultivation. Taking advantage of the improvement of the 9 Revolutions Golden Body Technique and the Snow Lotus Truth, Xiao's cultivation broke through to the late 7th level martial vein, extremely close to the peak. With his current cultivation, it was impossible for him to have any opponent within the 7th level. The only question was how many moves he would need to win. Even if it was an early 8th level martial vein martial master, he would have the strength to fight. If he used the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body with his martial spirit, it was not impossible for him to win. Of course, he also understood that he might be able to win against an early 8th level martial vein expert, but it was still very difficult to win against monsters like Swelung and Ming Tian. After all, these two people were like him, belonging to the ranks of geniuses, super geniuses who could challenge those of a higher level. Therefore, Xiao's first priority was to improve his cultivation. Once he advanced to the 8th level martial vein, he would be able to compete with monsters like Swelung. After a month of seclusion, Xiao seemed to have been reborn. His late-stage 7th level martial vein cultivation had been completely consolidated, and the 9 Transformation Golden Body Technique had also been consolidated at the Great Perfection stage. Next, it was time to focus all his energy on the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body. As for cultivating the 9 Transformation Golden Body Technique to the Perfection stage, it didn't make much sense. It was just a stronger defense, which was not much different from cultivating the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body. The Snow Lotus Truth had also been consolidated at the 6th level. He had completely mastered the first move of the Divine Prison King Fist, and with the 9th transformation of the 9 Transformation Golden Body Technique, he could unleash an unimaginable magical effect. At the same time, his ghost ship, giant sword, blood saber, and black bear remnant had also been perfected to 80%. He was getting closer and closer to a complete martial soul. When he killed Li Xinghui that day, because of Li Yunqing's sudden appearance, he couldn't devour Li Xinghui's white tiger remnant soul. But it didn't matter. Martial souls were more precious than quantity. At present, he had 4 remnant souls and 3 complete souls, which were completely enough. After coming out of seclusion, Ling Xiao found that Cold Plum and Ling Yishua's cultivation had also changed. Cold Plum had broken through the 7th level and become a martial master. Before Ling Xiao went into seclusion, he secretly tested Cold Plum's potential and found that Cold Plum's physical potential had reached 7 stars. Although it was still a little weaker than him and Ling Yishue, this potential was already on par with Sui Leng and Ming Tian. Breaking through to the transcendent stage was absolutely no problem. Breaking through to the martial master realm was even easier. Cold Plum's cultivation had stagnated because she didn't have good martial arts and resources. Otherwise, her cultivation today was probably stronger than Ling Zhao's. As for Ling Yishue, after receiving personal guidance from Master Baiyun, her cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. She was already at the peak of the 7th level martial vein, 1 level higher than Ling Xiao. Furthermore, Ling Xiao could feel that Ling Yishue had learned a soul-tempering martial art that was even more powerful than soul ignition art. However, it should only be a quasi-transcendental martial art. This made Ling Xiao a little puzzled. Logically speaking, with Ling Yishue's potential, it was reasonable for Master Baiyun to teach her a transcendent martial art. She couldn't understand what the old man was thinking. Shirley's cultivation had also broken through. He was also at the peak of the 7th level of the martial vein. This was the benefit of becoming Master Baiyun's disciple. Ling Xiao, Ling Yishue, Cold Plum, Shirley, and Dai Yuling. The 5 of them were all from the latent dragon camp and had a good relationship with each other. However, when Ling Xiao came out of seclusion today, Dai Yuling was still in seclusion. Therefore, only the other 3 came to congratulate him. Junior brother Ling, you must have benefited a lot from being in seclusion for a month, right? Shirley said with a smile as he ate the fruit. Now, they were all Master Baiyun's inner disciples. Although they entered at the same time, according to age, it was not a problem for Shirley to call Ling Xiao junior brother. Among all the disciples of Master Baiyun, Ling Xiao was the youngest, so he could be considered the youngest junior brother. My cultivation breakthrough is a little slow. I'm only at the late stage of the 7th level of the martial vein. I'm still a little weaker than senior brother Shi. Ling Xiao said with a smile. You don't have to be modest. Your cultivation is slightly inferior, but that's because you started late. I reckon that it won't be long before you leave me behind. How about this, while my cultivation is still slightly higher than yours, let's exchange some pointers. How about this? Shirley swallowed the fruit together with the core and said excitedly. Sure. Let's spar and find the loopholes in our cultivation. The 4 of them were now considered friends. This kind of spar was naturally to find the loopholes and fill in the gaps. There was no need to risk their lives or be too serious. After a round of sparring, the strength ranking of the 4 people was very clear. Ling Xiao was the strongest, followed by Ling Yishue. Shirley and Cold Plum were actually evenly matched. From this point, it could be seen how terrifying the potential of Cold Plum's body was. If it wasn't for the 7-star flower being broken, Master Baiyun would have 2 more direct disciples. Originally, Ling Xiao planned to tell Master Baiyun about this, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. Master Baiyun was not as magical as he imagined. He was really not good at judging people. Becoming his direct disciple might not be a good thing. Of course, more importantly, he could not reveal the matter of the 7-star flower being repaired to anyone. Otherwise, he would be killed. I'm really convinced. I thought that after cultivating the quasi-transcendent martial arts taught by Master Baiyun, I could at least tie with you. I didn't expect the difference to be so big. Shirley smiled bitterly. Junior brother Ling, tell me the truth. How much strength did you use when you fought with me? You want to hear the truth? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Of course it's the truth. Otherwise, why would I ask? About 50%, Ling Xiao said lightly. That's too much of a blow. I used 100% of my strength, and you only used 50%. You actually won so easily. If you go to the Technique Inheritance Hall again, wouldn't I be less than 10% of your strength? Shirley smiled bitterly. Not to that extent. But what kind of place is the Technique Inheritance Hall? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. The Technique Inheritance Hall is Master's exclusive place in Baiyun Temple. In fact, it's also where martial arts manuals are stored. However, the martial arts manuals there are only quasi-transcendent and transcendental martial arts. There aren't even any top-level martial arts manuals. In addition, there are some notes of Master's experiences over the years. Shirley replied. Master said that direct disciples can comprehend transcendent martial arts as they wish, but they can only comprehend it once a day for 2 hours at most. Meanwhile, us inner disciples can look at quasi-transcendent martial arts as we wish. However, we are not allowed to bring them out. We have 6 hours to study them every day. Oh? Hearing this, Ling Xiao could not help but smile. For now, quasi-transcendent martial arts were still very useful to him. This time, the Mountain River Martial Soul's duplication ability would be put to great use. Others only had 6 hours to study, but he did not need to. He could just copy it and read it slowly. The Soaring Cloud Steps and Ox Demon art still needed to evolve. Right now, he could not rely on top-level martial arts to evolve them. Only quasi-transcendent martial arts could allow them to evolve again and have a qualitative change. These two mystical arts were probably even more mystical than what the Ling clan's patriarch had said. The more Ling Xiao cultivated, the more he felt this way. There's one more thing. Master said that when Dai Yuling, Diao Wu, Zhu Hua, Lu Xing, Fei Yu, and Fei Lu come out of seclusion, he would personally inspect everyone's cultivation. Not including Zuoleng and Ming Tian? Ling Xiao asked. Including? Shirley nodded. Don't underestimate this sparring. Master will give out special rewards according to the results of the sparring. It doesn't matter if there are rewards or not. I really want to spar with Dai Yuling. In Ling Zhao's eyes, Dai Yuling was very mysterious and very powerful. She was even more powerful than the geniuses of the Sky Ninja Academy. Other than Zuoleng and Ming Tian, the third strongest was probably this girl. Ling Xiao did not know when those people would come out of seclusion. He did not want to waste time. Since he knew about the Technique Inheritance Hall, he definitely had to take a look. The martial arts and scriptures in the Technique Inheritance Hall were all collected by Master Baiyun when he traveled the world. There were many things that could not be seen outside. Only those who became Master Baiyun's disciple had the qualifications to view them. Other than transcendent martial arts, Ling Zhao's other books could be read, including astronomy, geography, and interesting news. In the outside world, quasi-transcendent martial arts were things that all martial masters yearned for, including Martial Vein Level 9 martial masters. But here, Ling Xiao could read quasi-transcendent martial arts as he wished. This was probably the biggest benefit of becoming a transcendence disciple. However, he could read them, cultivate them, and learn them, but he was not allowed to bring them out. Of course, this restriction did not mean much to Ling Xiao. Every time he picked up a quasi-transcendent martial art, he could easily copy it. After reading the introduction, he would take a few more glances if he was interested, and throw back those he was not. Anyway, he had already finished copying them. On the path of martial arts, one could not be greedy. Therefore, Ling Zhao's goal was very clear. His defensive martial art was the transcendent martial art Heavenly Dragon Golden Body. His inner strength cultivation method was the quasi-transcendent martial art Snow Lotus Truth. His fist technique was the quasi-transcendent martial art Divine Prison King Fist. His cultivation method was the quasi-transcendent martial art Shadow Cultivation Secret Technique. His soul cultivation method was the quasi-transcendent martial art Soul Ignition Art. Therefore, he did not need to choose any of these martial arts. Multiple Shadow Sword Technique was slightly inferior. It was a high-grade martial art. Although it was said that after obtaining a killing move, its power was not inferior to quasi-transcendent martial arts. However, it was only a high-grade martial art, so it had to be improved. In addition, Soaring Cloud Steps needed to be improved, Imperial Sword technique also needed to be improved, and Ox Demon skill also needed to be improved. This way, his goal was very clear. After a careful selection, Ling Xiao could not help but sigh. Transcendent martial artists are indeed transcendent martial artists. The quasi-transcendent martial arts in Master Bai Yun's inheritance hall are so comprehensive that it makes one speechless. It is even richer than the high-grade martial arts in the Ling family's library. Multiple Shadow Sword technique was the complete version of 13 Shadow Swords. It was a quasi-transcendent martial art. The first 6 levels were exactly the same as the multiple Shadow Sword technique, or even the same thing. However, this 13 Shadow Swords had 3 more levels. At the 7th level, the number of shadow clones could increase to 6. At the 8th level, the number of shadow doppelgangers could increase to 9. At the 9th level of perfection, the number of shadow clones could be increased to 13. In an instant, 13 sword shadows could be shot out, which was extremely terrifying. Imperial Sword Technique Bronze Scroll, a quasi-transcendent martial art, also known as 5 Elements Imperial Sword Technique. More importantly, after cultivating it, one would be able to infuse the power of the 5 elements into one's flying sword, resulting in different effects. It was far more powerful and faster than the Black Metal Scroll, and its effects were far more miraculous. There were a total of 5 moves: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The order didn't matter. As for the cultivation of Soaring Cloud Steps and Ox Demon arts, they required a large number of quasi-transcendent martial arts as a foundation. This was not a problem. In the past, when he didn't have this Shadow Cultivator secret technique, he could do it. Now that he had this Shadow Cultivator secret technique, his cultivation speed was even faster. He just needed to cultivate a few more quasi-transcendent martial arts as materials to upgrade these 2 mystical arts. Others would be in a hurry to cultivate after choosing a martial art. After all, there were only 6 hours a day. However, there was no need for Ling Xiao to do so. He could slowly cultivate after he returned. Therefore, at this moment, he began to flip through the notes and books left behind by Grandmaster Bai Yun, hoping to understand more about this world. When he was still a beggar, Ling Xiao loved to listen to his grandfather's stories about the outside world. However, his grandfather, Hong Qi, was only a beggar in the end. He didn't know much. The most he talked about was the matters of Baiyun province. He couldn't even talk about the entirety of Northern Han, much less the human race's holy dynasty, the various countries overseas, and the entire world. It can't be. Isn't the human sacred dynasty the center of the world? Why is it only a country on the Heavenly Dragon continent? After reading one of the records, Ling Xiao was dumbfounded. This world was called the Mystic World. The Mystic World had 13 continents, and the Heavenly Dragon continent was only one of them. The human sacred dynasty was located on this continent. Although it was considered a relatively large country, it was only ranked 3rd. Ling Xiao found it hard to accept this fact for a while. In the traditional view, the human sacred dynasty was the center of the world. It was the largest country and also the only country that belonged to the human race. However, it seemed that the reality was a little different. On the Heavenly Dragon continent, there were hundreds of small and large countries. However, there were only 3 countries that were more powerful: the human sacred dynasty, the Blue Eyes Empire, and the barbarian Golden Tribe. The ninja country where the ninja clan was located was relatively famous, but it was only a small country. However, the ninja clan's martial arts development was obviously better than the human sacred dynasty. Therefore, their reputation on the Heavenly Dragon continent had gradually surpassed the human sacred dynasty. The current human sacred dynasty could be said to be bullied by everyone. It was originally composed of 13 vassal countries and was incomparably powerful. It was indeed the most powerful country on the Heavenly Dragon continent. However, with the disappearance of the martial spirit, the human sacred dynasty's internal decayed and degenerated. This colossus was almost in a state of disintegration. Ling Xiao couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. At that time, he felt that the Heavenly Peak City was the most prosperous city and Sky Cloud City was an unreachable place. Now, he suddenly realized that not to mention Sky Cloud City, the entire Baiyun province was nothing. After all, Baiyun province was only a province that belonged to the human sacred dynasty's 13 vassal countries, the northern Han country. Unfortunately, when he wanted to read more, he realized that it was too little. Other than the human sacred dynasty in the heavenly dragon continent which had a more detailed record, the rest were all mentioned in passing. The other 12 continents in the mystic world didn't even have a name. This meant that Master Baiyun didn't know either. It seemed that if he wanted to know these, he could only wait until he became stronger and advanced to the transcendent realm before he went out to explore. How big was the mystic world? What magical things would there be on the 13 continents? These really made one's blood boil. Ling Xiao suddenly felt that there was one more reason for him to increase his strength. That was to search for the secrets of this world. The world was so big, he had to take a look. After leaving the cultivation hall, Ling Xiao entered into a state of cultivation again. But this time he only had one goal, and that was to evolve the movement skills had always been very important to him. Although the ghost ship's remnant soul combined with was close to the standard of a quasi-transcendent movement skill, but it still wasn't qualified. This made him fall behind others in terms of movement skills. Was after all an auxiliary skill, whereas was an important means to protect his life, so he couldn't be careless. To evolve was relatively simple. He only needed to use 2 sets of quasi-transcendent movement skills as the foundation. Some people might say that since he already had quasi-transcendent movement skills, then why did he need to evolve? The reason was simple. After evolving, even if it wasn't a transcendent movement skill, then it would definitely be the strongest quasi-transcendent movement skill. In this way, it would definitely be much more valiant than other quasi-transcendent movement skills. 7 days later, Ling Xiao came out of closed-door cultivation once again. At the same time, Dai Yuling and the others also came out of closed-door cultivation. The Baiyun Monastery's master was still presiding over the examination. Master Baiyun's 12 disciples under the age of 16 were all gathered in the Baiyun Monastery's martial arts practice hall. "Is Master not coming?" Feiyu asked Master Baiyun in disappointment. During this period of time, although his cultivation hadn't reached the 8th level of the martial vein realm, he had cultivated a quasi-transcendent movement skill to perfection. He really wanted to show off his skills in front of Master Baiyun. "Master doesn't need to come, he can see it. So, you guys have to perform well," Daoist Ran said with a smile. "Great." Flying Fish clenched her fist and looked at Ling Xiao. She clearly wanted to spar with Ling Xiao. Although they couldn't kill or cripple people in the martial arts practice hall, teaching Ling Xiao a lesson was still good. Since today is an assessment, everyone has to fight. However, it's best to choose opponents with similar strength. Otherwise, it won't be meaningful. An assessment was an assessment, not a competition. It was an assessment prepared by Master Baiyun to assess the cultivation situation of his disciples. Therefore, it was natural for him to see the problem with the opponents with similar strength. If the difference in strength was too great, then there was no need to spar. "Senior brother Iran, that would be a waste of time. Why don't I be the defending champion and let them spar with me? During the spar, I just need to maintain the same cultivation level as my opponent. How about it?" Ming Tian said with a smile. "That's a good idea. It's fairer to use you as a reference." Daoist Ran thought for a moment and nodded. Master Baiyun didn't set any rules for the assessment, so he had the final say. "Who's first?" Ming Tian arrived at the center of the martial arts practice hall and looked at the remaining 11 people. "I'll go." The first one to fight was actually Zhuoleng. The two of them should be very familiar with each other. Despite having the same cultivation level, they were evenly matched. As expected, the two of them had similar talent and potential. It was just that Ming Tian's cultivation level was much higher than Zhuoleng's. After that, Flying Fish, Butterfly Dance, Zhu Hua, Lu Xing, Shirlei, Ling Yixue, Dai Yuling, and Cold Plum fought with Ming Tian one after another. Of course, Ling Yixue lasted the longest. She lasted until the 100th move and still didn't fall into a disadvantage. However, she gradually lost after the 100th move. Although Ming Tian suppressed his cultivation, the quality and density of his true essence was still stronger than Ling Yixue's. More importantly, he used a transcendent martial art. Ling Yixue finally lost after the 120th move. This was normal. The one that surprised everyone the most was Cold Plum. Cold Plum's endurance was actually second only to Ling Yishua's. She only lost after more than 90 moves, and even left a scar on Ming Tian's hand. Eh? In the darkness, a surprised voice sounded. Others didn't notice it, but Ling Xiao did. It turned out that Master Bai Yun had been paying attention to this assessment, but he didn't show himself. You are the only one left. Ming Tian smiled at Ling Xiao and said, I'm very interested in you. Come on. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, forget it. Why? Ming Tian was puzzled. If we're at the same level of cultivation, senior brother, you'll lose. Moreover, it won't be of much use to me. Ling Xiao explained, it would be better to let me exchange blows with Dai Yuling, who is at the early stage of the 8th level martial vein. The effect might be better. How dare you? Are you looking down on senior brother Ming Tian? Before Ming Tian could say anything, the geniuses from the Heavenly Enduring Academy were unhappy. Not at all. Ling Xiao was too lazy to explain. It wasn't that he looked down on Ming Tian, but if they were at the same level of cultivation, he was definitely stronger than Ming Tian. Without any pressure, he felt that this kind of exchange was meaningless. Ling Xiao, you can't be the only one who's special. You should exchange blows with Ming Tian first. This is to test your cultivation, not to fight. Daoist Ran looked at Ling Xiao and said. Forget it. Since Daoist Ran has spoken, I'll listen to you. Ling Xiao knew that Daoist Ran had a good relationship with Lin Zai. Even if he didn't give Lin Zai face, he had to give Daoist Ran face. Junior brother Ling, your cultivation is at the late stage of the 7th level martial vein, right? Don't worry, I'll suppress my cultivation to the early stage of the 7th level martial vein. If you win, I'll call you senior brother. Ming Tian was clearly angered by Ling Xiao's words and said coldly. That's not necessary. I heard that senior brother Ming Tian has a fine treasure sword called the Drifting Snow Sword. If I win, how about you give that sword to me? Ling Xiao just shook his head and continued. Ha ha ha, no problem. Ming Tian didn't think that he would lose to Ling Xiao at all. He had the Transcendent Internal Strength Mantra and Transcendent Martial Skill. He also had the Quasi-Transcendent Martial Skill and Quasi-Transcendent Martial Skill. Challenging someone of a higher level was as common as drinking water. Ling Xiao was only at the late stage of the 7th level martial vein. He thought that suppressing his cultivation to the early stage of the 7th level martial vein was more than enough. One had to know that when he was at the peak of the 6th level martial vein, he had killed a martial artist at the peak of the 7th level martial vein. Now that he was dealing with Ling Xiao at the early stage of the 7th level martial vein, he was already very cautious. He really wasn't arrogant. Thank you, senior brother. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Okay, make your move. Ming Tian waved his hand and said. Whoosh, in an instant, Ling Xiao's figure disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already behind Ming Tian. The whole process was like teleportation. Too fast, everyone present was surprised. Even Ling Yishue, who had always known Ling Xiao very well, didn't expect that Ling Xiao's speed was even more terrifying than before. This speed was too terrifying. No wonder he said that even Ming Tian couldn't win against him at the same level of cultivation. Just this movement alone was enough to be in an invincible position. Quasi-transcendent martial skill? No, this is the entry level of the transcendent martial skill. The pupils of the Baiyun Monastery's perfected person suddenly shrank as he stared at Ling Xiao in disbelief. He guessed right. In these 7 days, Ling Xiao had finally successfully upgraded the Soaring Cloud Steps. Now the Soaring Cloud Steps had been completely reborn and evolved into an entry-level transcendent martial skill. The name had also changed to Cloud Dragon Divine Walk. This was more thorough than the previous evolution. After all, it had evolved into a transcendent martial skill, so it was reasonable for such a big change to occur. Bloodblade Shadow King Kill, Ling Xiao instantly activated the multiple shadow sword art to the peak of the 6th level, and then the Bloodblade Remnant Soul appeared behind him. This was an extremely strange shadow. It completely went from a position that Ming Tian couldn't imagine. When the sword light appeared, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Ah! Ming Tian couldn't resist at all and his body was pierced by the sword. I already said that you can't be my opponent at the same level of cultivation, let alone the early 7th level of the martial vein. If this was a battle of life and death, you would already be dead. Xiao returned to his original position. He stood there with a cold expression on his face. If he couldn't even kill a martial master at the early 7th level of the martial vein in an instant, his years of cultivation would have been in vain. Humph, Ming Tian, you idiot, you underestimated the enemy too much. Zuolong couldn't help but curse. In fact, although he said so, if he were Ming Tian, he would probably be at a disadvantage when facing Xiao. Shut up. Ming Tian glared at Zuolong and then said to Xiao while healing his wounds, yes, I admit that I underestimated you. Let's have another battle. This time, I'll fight with you at the same level of cultivation. How about it? Being pierced by Xiao's sword in the abdomen was nothing to him, but he had really lost face. So he wanted to win a round. Before that, senior brother, shouldn't you give me the drifting snow sword first? Xiao said lightly. This is the floating snow sword, for you. Can we start again now? Ming Tian casually threw a fine quality sword to Xiao. Although fine quality swords were very precious, he was not good at using swords. This sword was originally intended to be sold. Even if he gave it to Xiao, he would not hesitate too much. Good sword. Xiao held the floating snow sword in his hand and felt that it was indeed much stronger than the ice glass sword. The advantage of a weapon was that it could increase the power of one's moves and save Jin Yuan. It was definitely not just a decoration. Xiao, who had obtained the floating snow sword, casually put away the ice glass sword and looked at Ming Tian. Senior brother Ming Tian, I hope you can fight me with the cultivation of the early 8th level martial vein realm. Otherwise, you still have no chance of winning. Ming Tian's expression changed greatly and he was furious. He coldly snorted and said, I indeed underestimated you. I admit that I am not your opponent with the cultivation of the early 7th level martial vein realm. However, I have never lost to someone of the same cultivation. Don't talk nonsense. That's true, but senior brother Ming Tian, are you not going to take out a wager? Xiao said without changing his expression. He felt that if Ming Tian was not willing to show his cultivation of the early 8th level martial vein realm, it would be a waste of time. Therefore, a wager was necessary. Xiao, don't push your luck. Fei Yu, who was beside him, could not stand it anymore and shouted. Shut up. Ming Tian fiercely glared at Fei Yu, then took out a Jin Yuan Dan and said, this is a high-grade Jin Yuan Dan. It is the best pill under the transcendent realm. How about using it as a wager? Thank you for the pill, senior brother. Xiao nodded and then shook the floating snow sword. It was still the same fighting style as before. Bloodblade Shadow King Slash, a strange sword move pierced straight towards Ming Tian. However, this time, the angle and direction of the move were completely different. The terrifying thing about the Bloodblade Remnant Soul was that even if it was the same move, it could attack in a completely different way, making it impossible for the enemy to guard against it. Humph, do you think I will be injured by the same move? Ming Tian coldly snorted. Suddenly, the shadow of a silver fox appeared behind him. The fox had 9 tails, its eyes were fierce, and its claws were extremely sharp. As soon as it appeared, it exuded a very powerful and strange aura. 9-tailed ninja. And it's a complete ninja spirit. Perfect souls can be divided into 3 levels, transparent, incorporeal, and corporeal. Naruto's ninja soul is obviously in the incorporeal state. Is this a complete ninja soul? Xiao can't win. Although his remnant soul has reached 80%, there is still a huge difference between it and a complete soul. Moreover, Naruto's complete soul has already entered the 2nd stage. The 9-tailed ninja spirit suddenly appeared, and a blood-red wind suddenly appeared around Ming Tian's body, forming a layer of blood-red armor. Xiao's drifting snow sword stabbed into this layer of armor, but it did not cause any damage. Instead, it was bounced back by the powerful force. Ha ha ha, Xiao, do you still dare to say that you're invincible under the same cultivation level? Seeing that he had easily broken through Xiao's attack, Ming Tian's confidence was greatly boosted. His previously slightly shaken heart had completely returned to normal. It was quite strong. Xiao frowned slightly. He could feel that Naruto's body was not as simple as a complete soul. The armor on the surface of his body should be a special effect caused by some kind of transcendent inner strength mental cultivation method. Although his blood blade Shadow Monarch slash was strange, its power was still slightly inferior and could not pierce through it. Ling Xiao, who had been bounced back, easily stabilized his body. His expression did not change at all. No one could guess what he was thinking. Looking at Naruto again, not only did the nine-tailed fox behind him look more ferocious, but the armor on his body had also undergone some changes. It had actually turned into the appearance of a fox. Whoosh, suddenly, a claw appeared from the blood-red armor and clawed at Ling Xiao with lightning speed. That's the transcendent inner strength mental cultivation method of the ninja clan, Demon Fox Feather Close technique. I didn't expect that in just a month, he would have already cultivated this transcendent inner strength mental cultivation method to the 4th level, entering the realm of great success. A genius is indeed a genius. The Baiyun Monastery master sighed. On one hand, he was muttering to himself, and on the other hand, he was actually explaining to the others. Gigantic Spirit Kill. Facing Naruto's attack, Ling Xiao did not retreat. After dodging the attack with the Cloud Dragon Divine Travel, the remnant soul behind him also turned into the remnant soul of a giant sword. At the same time, the drifting snow sword condensed a huge sword chi and stabbed at Naruto. What a strong attack, but it's meaningless against my Demon Fox Feather Close technique. Naruto did not put the gigantic spirit kill in his eyes at all. On the strange Demon Fox Feather Close, blood-red claws constantly appeared, forcibly blocking the sword chi of the gigantic spirit kill. Something happened that shocked Naruto. Although the gigantic spirit kill did not cause any harm to him, he was surprised to find that part of his true essence was constantly freezing. Some of the true essence that had leaked out actually merged back into the gigantic spirit kill and attacked him instead. This caused his Demon Fox Feather Close to suffer repeated attacks, forcing him to increase the output of his true essence. However, don't forget that he had suppressed his cultivation to the late stage of the 7th level martial vein. Forcefully using a transcendent martial art at the great success stage would cause a huge burden. Now that he had to increase the output of his true essence, the situation was not good. If you don't increase your cultivation, you'll lose. Ling Xiao was not afraid of a battle of attrition the least. Damn it, I don't believe that I can't win against you at the same cultivation level. Naruto was an arrogant person, a confident person, a person filled with pride. He was absolutely unwilling to admit defeat. As he increased the input of true essence, the red Demon Fox Feather Close became much bigger. Behind him, the nine-tailed ninja spirit also pounced forward and slapped at Ling Xiao with its claws. You don't believe it? Then I'll show you something interesting. Ling Xiao suddenly took out the ice glass sword. The drifting snow sword in his right hand and the ice glass sword in his left. Not only that, behind him, the blood saber remnant soul appeared again, but the giant sword remnant soul did not disappear. 2 martial Dao remnant souls appeared at the same time? How is this possible? This time, even the Baiyun Monastery master stood up in shock. The rest of the people did not know what to say. Even in the ancient times when martial spirits were prosperous, there were very few people who had more than 2 martial spirits at the same time. And there was only one person who could use 2 martial spirits at the same time. That person was the Mountain River Great Emperor who had created the sacred dynasty of the human race. However, the Mountain River Great Emperor had turned his body into mountains and rivers, so it was impossible for him to appear again. He also did not have any descendants who could inherit his martial spirit. What's wrong with this kid? 2 martial Dao remnant souls are still remnant souls. There's nothing great about them. Naruto said disdainfully. Is that so? A smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face as he suddenly struck with both swords. Giant Spirit Kill. Blood Saber Shadow King Kill. Dual Sword Kill. The terrifying strength combined with the strange technique caused Naruto's expression to change greatly. So what if he had an extraordinary inner strength mental cultivation method? At the late stage of the 7th level martial vein, he was unable to display the full power of the extraordinary inner strength mental cultivation method. However, Ling Xiao could display his unique skills to his heart's content. Freak. He's really a freak. It's impossible for Ming Tian to defeat Ling Xiao in terms of cultivation. Dai Yuling could see that Ling Xiao was a true genius. Even a genius like Ming Tian had no advantage in front of Ling Xiao. Using two kinds of sure-kill skills at the same time was simply unimaginable for ordinary warriors because the consumption was not something they could bear. But Ling Xiao was different. Ling Xiao's genuine essence was too abundant. In terms of genuine essence abundance, he was not inferior to a martial master at the peak of the 8th level of the martial vein. Moreover, he could use the special effect of the mountain river martial spirit to constantly devour genuine essence to replenish his consumption. It was very simple to use two killing moves. No. Impossible. Ming Tian's face became very ugly. He was very clear about the power of Ling Xiao's attack. In that instant, his aura rose rapidly from the late 7th level of the martial vein to the peak of the 7th level of the martial vein. Not enough, it's not enough. Ming Tian's face became more and more ugly. He had already released his cultivation to the peak of the 7th level of the martial vein, but he still felt that he could not block Ling Xiao's attack. Boom, there was a loud noise. The blood-red claws touched the two-sword chi. Ling Xiao flew out and somersaulted more than 10 times before he could stand firm. Not only that, but there was also a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Both of his arms were broken by the sharp red claws. On the other side, Ming Tian was unharmed, but his face was not good at all. Because he had just raised his cultivation to the early 8th level of the martial vein, he had gained the upper hand in this battle by suppressing his cultivation. It's over? Shirley was stunned for a moment and asked. Ming Tian, you're too cruel. I said that you can't cause serious disability in a spar. Do you want to cripple Ling Xiao? The master of the Baiyun monastery wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Everything had happened too quickly. He hadn't expected that Ming Tian would be forced to use his early 8th level martial vein cultivation. Ming Tian lowered his head and didn't say anything. He only felt humiliated. He had two transcendent martial arts, and both of them had already reached the large success stage. Yet, he actually had to rely on his cultivation to suppress his opponent. It was too embarrassing. The geniuses from the Heavenly Ninja Academy had a flash of joy on their faces. In his heart, he cursed, serves you right. Ling Xiao was crippled. No matter how good his potential was, it was meaningless. Junior brother. Young master. On the latent dragon campsite, Ling Yixue and Cold Plum hurried over to support Ling Xiao. Ling Yixue's face was gloomy. She swore that she would use the same method to cripple Ming Tian to avenge Ling Xiao. Don't come over. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao shook his head and shouted, Senior brother Ming Tian, our battle isn't over yet. Early 8th level martial vein cultivation, this is more interesting. Ling Xiao, don't mess around. We know how you feel, but how can you fight with your arms broken? The master of the Baiyun monastery, Shirley, and the others all thought that Ling Xiao was a little crazy because he was crippled. Broken arms? Ling Xiao smiled. Suddenly, his arms flickered with golden light. In just a moment, his broken arms had regenerated. Regenerating broken limbs. How can a mere martial master regenerate broken limbs? Isn't this a level that only transcendent martial artists can achieve? I heard that the 9 transformation golden body technique has reached the 9th transformation. With a large amount of gold, one can achieve this. However, I heard that other than the creator of the 9 transformation golden body technique, no one else has been able to reach this level. Ha ha ha, this kid, why does he always surprise people? Shirley laughed heartily. Looking at the geniuses of the Heavenly Ninja Academy, their originally smiling faces became extremely awkward. They thought that Ling Xiao was crippled and could no longer pose a threat to them. However, in reality, Ling Xiao had once again slapped their faces, giving them another shock. Senior brother Ming Tian, let's continue. Ling Xiao moved his arms and felt that it was exactly the same as before. The 9 transformation golden body technique was indeed magical. Although it cost him 2 million gold to regenerate his arms, it was worth it. Continue? Ming Tian frowned and said, do you really think that you can challenge my 8th level martial vein cultivation with your late 7th level martial vein cultivation? Although the early 8th level martial vein was still far from his true cultivation, the early 9th level martial vein, at this level, His mastery of transcendent martial arts would be more skillful and his abilities would be greatly improved. He really didn't believe that Ling Xiao could defeat him. I only have a 20% chance of defeating you, who is at the early 8th level martial vein. However, I have a 50% chance of winning if we fight to a draw. Ling Xiao said indifferently, how about this, senior brother, if I can maintain the high-grade true elemental Dan just now, how about you give it to me? Previously, you violated the rules to increase your strength, so it doesn't count. In order to challenge Ming Tian, who had raised his strength to the early 8th level martial vein, Ling Xiao could be considered to be going all out. Because fighting with such an expert would benefit him greatly. Only under such immense pressure could he make breakthroughs in all aspects faster. All right. I'll fulfill your wish. Ming Tian gritted his teeth and said. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Since Ling Xiao had the ability to regenerate broken limbs, then he didn't need to hold back. He had to teach this fellow a lesson. He knew that even if his broken limbs were regenerated, the pain would still exist. It was a good opportunity to let Ling Xiao suffer a little so that he wouldn't dare to look down on him like this. Although he and Ling Xiao were both disciples of Master Bai Yun, he was a true disciple and Ling Xiao was only an entry-level disciple. He really couldn't bear to make a fool of himself. Come on! He roared angrily and his aura soared. The demon fox feather coat became even more solid and the nine-tailed ninja spirit behind him let out a deafening howl. He didn't believe that a complete ninja spirit, an early 8th level martial vein cultivation, and an extraordinary inner force cultivation method wouldn't be able to suppress Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. The blood saber remnant soul and the giant sword remnant soul behind him disappeared at the same time. Replacing them was a cherry tree. However, this cherry tree was a little strange. It was actually pitch black. Even the petals were pitch black. Cherry tree martial spirit? Complete martial spirit. Ling Xiao actually has a complete martial spirit. How many trump cards does this brat have that he hasn't used yet? The onlookers were already a little numb from the repeated attacks. Only Fei Yu and Fei Mu were so hateful that their eyes were bleeding. This was because they knew that Ling Xiao's cherry tree martial spirit was the cherry tree ninja spirit that he had taken from Fei Mu. Ling Xiao didn't care about Fei Yu and Fei Lu's gazes. He knew very well that Ming Tian, who had suppressed his strength to the early 8th level martial vein, was definitely stronger than a martial master of the same cultivation level. Therefore, he was going to attack with all his might. The first move of the Divine Hell King Fist, Bull's Head Smash, the pitch-black cherry trees were cherry blossoms from hell. The aura of decay and death filled the place and enveloped the entire martial arts practice hall. In the cherry blossom forest, a bowl of death spat out black air from its nostrils. Its scarlet eyes were fixed on Ming Tian, who was not far away. Unknowingly, Ling Xiao's entire body was wrapped by the bowl of death. This was the special effect of the bull demon art under the Divine Hell King Fist. Seeing this scene, Ming Tian gave up on underestimating his opponent. The demon fox feather cloak technique was paired with the extraordinary martial technique, Nine-Tail Blast Fist. Ming Tian slowly punched out with his fists. A crimson light condensed in his hands, exuding a dangerous aura. The master of the Baiyun Monastery also became nervous. He didn't dare to be careless because he could feel that Ming Tian's punch could kill any martial artist below the early stage of the 8th level of the martial vein. He wasn't sure if Ling Xiao would die. But he had to be careful. He couldn't react when Ling Xiao's arms were torn apart. This time, he couldn't do the same. Terrifying. Ling Xiao also felt that his Divine Prison King Fist was no match for the Nine-Tail Blast Fist. What should he do? Of course, he had a way. The Sky Dragon true essence in his body was extracted and integrated into the Divine Prison King Fist. A strange scene appeared. There seemed to be a golden dragon coiling around the Ox of Death, and the aura of the Divine Prison King Fist suddenly soared. This isn't right. The Divine Prison King Fist is only a quasi-transcendent martial technique, but the power of this punch is no less than that. What's going on? Swelling narrowed his eyes and stared at Ling Xiao. Originally, he didn't care about Ling Xiao, but today's battle changed his mind. Even he couldn't deal with Ling Xiao's endless means. Unless he suppressed it with his cultivation. The master of the Baiyun Monastery was also shocked. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to be able to increase the power of the divine prison king fist to such an extent. It's not enough. Ling Xiao knew very well that he was still no match for Ming Tian. At that moment, his whole body flickered with golden light as he displayed the Sky Dragon golden body. This was a transcendent martial technique, which was no worse than Ming Tian's transcendent martial technique. It can still become stronger? Cold sweat oozed from Ming Tian's forehead. He knew very well that he had exerted 100% of his combat strength under the early stage of the 8th level of the martial vein. But why did he feel that his opponent had caught up? Boom! Once again, the power of Ling Xiao's divine Hell King fist increased again. In the dark cherry blossom forest, a ghost ship floated over and injected an even more terrifying aura into this punch. Finally, the fists of the two men collided. The entire martial arts practice hall was shaken. Except for the Baiyun Monastery master and Zuoleng, the rest of the people were scared witless and their expressions changed greatly. A terrifying power seeped into their bodies, eroding their true essence, forcing them to sit cross-legged on the ground and circulate their true essence to expel this terrifying aura. And this aura was merely the aura that leaked out from the collision of their fists. Boom! Boom! In the martial arts practice hall, the ground that had been specially reinforced was still trembling from the impact. The entire martial arts practice hall began to shake. The two figures separated. Ling Xiao floated backwards and landed firmly on the ground. Although his clothes were a bit messy and torn, there was no trace of injury on his body. The terror of the heavenly dragon golden body was truly astonishing. Combined with the defensive power of the 9 transformations golden body technique, he was actually able to negate most of the damage caused by Ming Tian. The rest of the damage was basically transferred to the ground beneath his feet. On the other hand, Ming Tian's situation was even worse than his. Not only were his clothes tattered, but there were even several scars on his body. Although these scars looked very light and almost did not cause any harm to Ming Tian. But he was injured after all. "Senior brother, thank you for showing mercy." Ling Xiao cupped his hands and said. "I did not show mercy. You should be proud." Ming Tian frowned and then shook his head. "A loss is a loss. Here's the True Essence pill." While speaking, Ming Tian threw a high-grade True Essence pill to Ling Xiao. However, although this guy seemed to admit defeat on the surface, he was still up to no good. The True Essence pill was wrapped in his blazing True Essence pill. If he was not careful, he would definitely make a fool of himself. He did not want to hurt Ling Xiao. He just wanted to embarrass Ling Xiao. However, it was a pity. Ling Xiao did not even give him the chance. Under the protection of the heavenly dragon golden body, the blazing True Essence was completely absorbed by Ling Xiao in a moment. To Ming Tian, this was called losing the wife and losing the soldiers. Don't be too proud. Today, I suppressed my cultivation, so the extraordinary martial skill could not display its original power. You took advantage of me. Seeing that Ling Xiao did not suffer a loss, Ming Tian could not help but say. Of course, I understand. Ling Xiao knew very well that although Ming Tian said those words out of indignation, he was telling the truth and not spouting nonsense. Outside the martial arts hall, inside the True Spirit Hall, Master Baiyun, Lin Zai, and Wan Ben sat cross-legged there. At the moment when Ling Xiao and Ming Tian's battle ended, Lin Zai said with a smile, "Master, you saw it. Ling Xiao's potential is much stronger than you imagined. He defeated Ming Tian, who was in the early stage of the 8th level martial vein when he was only in the late stage of the 7th level martial vein. I'm afraid his potential is even stronger than Ming Tian's." Lin Zai, don't brag too much. He was just lucky. If Ming Tian did not underestimate him, he would have already lost. Wan Ben naturally did not want Lin Zai to be proud. This child is a little strange. Master has indeed misjudged him. However, he has already acknowledged you as his master, so he can no longer be my true disciple. Master Baiyun shook his head and furrowed his brows. He had really miscalculated this time. He did not expect Ling Xiao, this freak, to be so terrifying. Master, I can expel him from the sect and let him acknowledge you as his master. Lin Zai said anxiously. There is no need to expel him from the sect. Just let him change the name of the sect. Master Baiyun said lightly. All right, thank you, Master. I believe Ling Xiao will be happy to do so. Lin Zhe was very excited. Although he was a little disappointed in the depths of his heart that such a good genius was going to be handed over to someone else. However, he was very clear that becoming Master Baiyun's true disciple was definitely better than following him. Ming Tian is about to get angry. Master Baiyun suddenly smiled and said, speaking of which, I really have to thank Ling Xiao. Ming Tian is actually very talented. It's just that he is more playful and not as diligent as Zuoleng. Otherwise, he would have already reached the peak of the 9th level martial vein. Next, you will see Ming Tian's serious state. Master Baiyun really thought highly of Ling Xiao. No matter how outstanding Ling Xiao's performance was, he was not his true disciple after all. Therefore, his attitude was naturally different. Come, the 11 of you play with me. I want to vent. Ming Tian was indeed angry. He was angry. After all, the feeling of suppressing one's cultivation and not being able to display it freely was too unpleasant. 11 of you together? Zuoleng said with a smile, Ming Tian, I understand that you want to vent, but do you really want to do this? Of course. Ming Tian looked at Ling Xiao and said, don't worry, I won't target you. You can attack me as much as you want. You guys play with him. Of course, remember that the purpose of this battle is to gain some enlightenment from it. Master Baiyun said with a smile. Ming Tian was an early 9th level martial vein martial master. Among the rest, the strongest was Zuoleng, who was already at the peak of the 8th level martial vein martial master. Dai Yuling was an early 8th level martial vein martial master. Senior brother Ming Tian, you should know that besieging isn't just a matter of numbers. Are you sure you want to do this? You'll be at a disadvantage. Ling Xiao knew that Ming Tian would definitely target him from the start of the battle. Even he wouldn't dare to face an early 9th level martial vein realm martial master head-on. At that time, he wouldn't even have the chance to run away. The difference in cultivation was too big. It wasn't something that could be made up for by cultivation techniques and talent. Therefore, he didn't want to do that. Thank you for your concern, junior brother. However, your worries are unnecessary. Even if you all attack together, you won't be able to last more than 3 moves against me. Ming Tian said with a smile. What a headache. Why don't senior brother Ming Tian give us some rewards? We can't be defeated by you for nothing, right? Ling Xiao didn't like to do things that didn't benefit him. No matter what the final result is, each of you will get a low-grade true elemental pill. The Baiyun Monastery Master said. Master Baiyun was really biased towards Ming Tian. In order to let Ming Tian regain his confidence, he was willing to give out 11 low-grade true elemental pills. True elemental pills weren't jelly beans. Even if it was a low-grade true elemental pill, it was still extremely precious. One pill was worth at least 100,000 gold taels. Not many people could afford it. Monastery Master, this won't do. What if we win? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. That's impossible. The Baiyun Monastery Master shook his head and said, let's not talk about your cultivation. Even if 11 peak 8th level martial vein realm martial masters joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat Ming Tian. I'm just saying what if. Ling Xiao insisted. Let's not talk about winning. As long as you can injure Ming Tian, each of you will get 10 true elemental pills. The Baiyun Monastery Master said with a smile. Alright, Monastery Master is straightforward. Ling Xiao smiled and called the 4 people of the Latent Dragon camp together. He whispered a few words in their ears. It wasn't that he didn't want to join forces with the geniuses of the Heavenly Enduring Academy. It was just that he didn't trust them. If he joined forces with them, he would be held back. Do as I say. Is there a problem? Ling Xiao looked at the Latent Dragon camp after he finished speaking. No problem. Dai Yuling nodded. Actually, there were 4 people here. As long as Dai Yuling agreed, the other 3 would definitely agree. Then it's settled. Have you finished your discussion? Ming Tian had already reached the center of the martial arts demonstration hall. He looked at Ling Xiao impatiently. It's over. Let's begin. Although Ling Xiao said that, he stood outside with the other 4 members of the latent dragon camp and did not join in. Coward. Flying Fish cursed and stood with Fei Lu, Diao Wu, Zhu Hua, Lu Xing, and Zuo Leng, surrounding Ming Tian. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. Facts would prove everything. At this moment, the atmosphere in the martial arts practice hall was a little strange. Ming Tian stood in the center. He was surrounded by the geniuses of the Heavenly Enduring Academy. Outside the circle were a few people from the latent dragon camp. So what if he was a level 9 martial master? Unless you're a transcendent martial artist, if you're so arrogant, you're just waiting to suffer. Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. He believed in his plan. Even if he couldn't defeat Ming Tian, he would definitely injure him. At the same time, the 3 people in the True Spirit Palace were arguing. This Ling Xiao probably doesn't know how powerful a 9th level martial master is. Wan Ben sneered. Sigh, he's taken advantage of Ming Tian twice in a row. He's already a little arrogant. That's not a good personality. Master Baiyun also sighed. Master, I don't think Ling Xiao is that kind of person. Lin Zai didn't agree with their point of view. Lin Zai, you're too protective of this Ling Xiao. Do you dare to make a bet with your master? Master Baiyun said faintly. Disciple doesn't dare. Lin Zai hurriedly shook his head. Are you going to disobey your master's order? Master Baiyun frowned. If Ming Tian is unharmed in this battle, you should reconcile with Wan Ben and listen to him in the future. We're all from inferior races. What's the point of fighting? So what if it's the human territory? It might be better to let the stronger Green Eyes race and Ninja race rule it. Master, don't mention this again. It's not like you haven't seen the dirty things done by the Green Eyes race and Ninja race. If the human race gives up resistance, it will be a crisis of extinction. Lin Zai basically wouldn't go against Master Baiyun, but he really couldn't agree with Master Baiyun's opinion on this matter. I said it's a bet. If Ming Tian is injured, I'll never mention this again. Moreover, I can save you once at a critical moment. Master Baiyun smiled. Isn't this a very good bet? Or you don't dare to bet at all? You don't believe in that Ling Xiao? Master, can I give this chance to save my life to Ling Xiao? Lin Zai said after a moment of silence. Master Baiyun was stunned for a moment, but then he nodded. I didn't expect you to value him so much. All right, I promise you. Thank you, Master. The 3 stopped talking and began to pay close attention to the battle in the martial arts hall. Susanu's sword. Zuo Leng took the lead to attack. Behind him, a huge shadow suddenly appeared. This shadow was a very famous ninja of the ninja race, Susanu. It was also known as Susanu's ninja. And it was also the 2nd stage of the complete soul. In terms of ninja, Zuo Leng didn't lose to Ming Tian. With a roar, Susanu brandished the huge sword in his hand and slashed towards Ming Tian. Around Zuo Leng's body, there was a strange black flame burning, wrapping around his body, as if it could burn everything. If it was any other early 9th level martial vein martial artist, they would have no choice but to react under the pressure of such a powerful aura. But Ming Tian didn't move. Behind him, the gigantic 9-tailed fox let out a roar, and the terrifying pressure was crushed. On his body, the demon fox feather robe was obviously more gorgeous than before. At the same time, the other 5 people of the Heavenly Ninja Academy also launched an attack. Of course, they were mainly cooperating with Zuo Leng. Ninja secret art, gigantification technique, Diao Wu instantly gigantified and slashed at Ming Tian with a huge blade. Ninja secret art, shadow transformation technique. Lu Xing didn't move, but a shadow quickly approached Ming Tian from the ground. This shadow turned into a sharp blade. Not only was it fast, but it was also very difficult to detect. While swallowing palm, Fei Yu also moved. The image of a whale appeared behind him. It was also a complete ninja soul, but it was the 1st stage of the transparent body. Flowing water sword, Fei Lu stabbed out with his sword. The sound of flowing water came from behind him, turning into countless water arrows that shot towards Ming Tian. From the looks of it, his ninja soul should be a complete flowing water ninja soul. Flying flower slash, Zhu Hua also moved. The pink pig behind her opened its mouth and spat out countless flower petals, turning into sharp blades that shot towards Ming Tian. It seemed that these 6 people didn't hold back. They wanted to gain some insights from the battle with Ming Tian. Of course, they knew that Master Bai Yun should be watching this battle from the shadows, so they wanted to show off their strength. Among the 6 people, Zhuoleng's attack was the strongest. And the combined attack of the 6 people was even more terrifying. Most early 9th level martial vein martial artists wouldn't be able to easily deal with such an attack. However, Ming Tian stood there with a disdainful smile on his face. Feather Storm, Ming Tian didn't use any extraordinary martial skill, but only the extraordinary internal cultivation technique, Demon Fox Feather Cloak technique. Novel, law, at that moment, a blood-red storm raged and swept across the surroundings. The wind howled as if the earth was shaking. He stood there like a demon descending to the mortal world, majestic. Huff bang, Zhuoleng's attack was the strongest, but the counterattack was also the strongest. The terrifying feather storm condensed into a giant claw and slapped on Susanu's body. A terrifying aura quickly spread and raged. Susanu immediately collapsed, and Zhuoleng's body was also sent flying. It took him a lot of effort to stabilize his body, but blood was already seeping out from the corner of his mouth. Boom, Zhuoleng was defeated, and the other 5 people's attacks were like paper, unable to withstand a single blow. The 5 figures came quickly and left quickly, but they were a little embarrassed when they left. They all crashed into the pillars of the martial arts hall and vomited blood crazily. Fortunately, they were all martial masters, and Ming Tian was obviously merciful. Otherwise, they would all be dead. In the True Spirit Palace, Lindsay was shocked. He really didn't expect Ming Tian, who was in the early 9th level of a martial vein realm, to be so powerful. His strength was definitely on par with him, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the martial vein realm. Wan Ben laughed heartily. After all, Ming Tian also came from the Heavenly Ninja Academy and had a good relationship with him. As for Master Bai Yun, his expression wasn't so exaggerated, but there was a slightly proud smile on his face. This was the disciple he had chosen. This was Ming Tian's true strength. This attack is only 60 to 70% of Ming Tian's strength. Lindsay, do you understand now? Ling Xiao can't even get close to him, let alone injure him. Master Bai Yun looked at Lindsay and smiled. Lindsay frowned and said, Master, Ling Xiao and the others haven't made a move yet. I say, Lindsay, don't be so stubborn. In fact, you should also understand that Ling Xiao and the others have no chance. Could it be that you think their combined attack is stronger than Zhuoleng's attack? Wan Ben sneered. Lindsay opened his mouth but didn't say anything. He wasn't going to admit defeat until the battle was over. In the middle of the martial arts hall, Ming Tian stood there like a god of war. His confidence had been struck twice in a row, but this time it was completely recovered. Around him, Zhuoleng and the others were all pale and battered. This guy is indeed strong, but it's not beyond my expectations. Let's move. Ling Zhao's voice rang out while Ming Tian was still enjoying his victory. As his voice was heard, the 5 people from the latent dragon camp began to move. Ming Tian looked at them with disdain. In comparison, it was obvious that the 6 people from before were stronger. However, what confused him was that the 5 people from the latent dragon camp did not attack at the same time. Only Shirley rushed forward. Cold Plum was nowhere to be found. Dai Yuling followed Shirley. Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue remained where they were. What was he trying to do? Not to mention Ming Tian, even the 3 experts in the True Spirit Palace didn't understand. They were getting closer. Shirley's body suddenly changed. He became taller, at least 4 to 5 meters tall. Not only that, but he also turned into a giant with an elephant's head. This is the elephant tribe, a middle-grade tribe. Although he doesn't have a martial soul, ninja soul, or heroic spirit, he has the immemorial mammoth bloodline. As long as his bloodline is awakened, he'll be equally strong. The Baiyun Monastery master explained. This was the first time Shirley revealed his tribe. He was afraid of trouble in the past, but this time, he had no choice. He had to go all out against Ming Tian. Oh? It's the elephant tribe. But it's useless. Ming Tian sneered. Then, a blood-red claw shot out from the demon fox. Feather coat. It grabbed at Shirley. Elephant fist, Shirley punched out with both fists. He used 100% of his strength to resist the blood-red claw. At the same time, Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue moved. The two didn't need to say anything. After working together for a long time, they knew what to do. Terrifying finger. Soul-snatching palm, these two martial skills were both soul attacks. Ling Xiao had already analyzed that Ming Tian's defense was too strong. Under the cultivation of the 9th level martial vein, none of his attacks would be able to break through. The other party's only weakness was his soul. He had investigated before. Ming Tian's soul potential was only 1 star, which was worse than most ordinary martial artists. Therefore, soul attacks were absolutely effective against Ming Tian. Buzz, at that moment, the demon fox feather coat actually dissipated. Ming Tian's eyes were dull, as if he had lost control of his true essence. Boom, Shirley was shocked to find that his elephant fist actually landed on Ming Tian's body. Cold Plum, who had disappeared, also appeared near Ming Tian. The dagger in her hand pierced towards Ming Tian's arm. However, at this moment, Ming Tian's dull eyes suddenly regained clarity. Humph! With a cold snort, Shirley and Cold Plum were sent flying at the same time. You think you're smart? My soul potential is very poor, but do you think I don't know how to make up for my shortcomings? I have a treasure on me that specializes in resisting soul attacks. Ming Tian revealed a disdainful smile. However, after a moment, his expression changed again. He didn't know when, but a dark cloud had appeared above his head. Cold snowflakes fluttered down. In the snow, a faintly discernible white light flashed. Snow Lotus Sword Art's flying snow. A wound that wasn't deep was left on Ming Tian's fair neck, but it was very obvious. Ling Xiao sheathed his sword. However, everyone was puzzled to find that there were actually 2 Ling Xiaos standing in the martial arts demonstration hall. One was still standing with Ling Yixue at this moment. The other was looking at Ming Tian with a smile on his face. Thank you for letting me win. Ling Xiao smiled, then looked at Dai Yuling and said, I'll have to trouble senior sister to help save senior brother Shir and Cold Plum. His plan wasn't complicated. Shirley and Cold Plum would numb Ming Tian, while Dai Yuling would attract Ming Tian's attention. Then, Ling Yixue and his martial soul avatar would use soul attacks to confuse Ming Tian. Ming Tian would mistakenly think that they were going to attack his soul. In reality, all of this was just a pretense. There was only one real attack. It was the transcendent sword skill that Ling Xiao had finally comprehended, flying snow. After such a long time, he had only comprehended this move from the Snow Lotus sword art. This was also because he had come into contact with the complete Sky Dragon golden body and the result of his fight with Ming Tian today. Ming Tian's demon fox feather cloak art and nine-tail cannon fist allowed him to gain a deeper understanding of the transcendent profoundness of Snow Lotus sword art. Speaking of which, he had to thank Ming Tian. But there was one exception. He was smiling casually. As for the rest of the people, they were completely immobilized. No one had expected this, including the people who cooperated with Ling Xiao. They didn't expect this plan to succeed. They couldn't understand how Ling Xiao had grasped Ming Tian's situation, and how he had grasped the timing of his sneak attack so accurately. This was too terrifying, even more terrifying than a powerful cultivation. I feel like I've lived in vain before. Ever since I saw Ling Xiao, I realized that there are some geniuses in this world that can't be judged by common sense. The Baiyun Monastery master took a deep breath, and an excited expression appeared on his face. Ling Xiao. Ming Tian was infuriated. Originally, he could have fought against the other 11 geniuses by himself and intimidated the others. He could achieve a complete victory, however, Ling Xiao was an anomaly. Not only was he not defeated, but he also injured him, leaving a bloody scar on his neck. That was not a scar, but a humiliation. Ever since he started practicing martial arts, he had never lost to a martial artist of the same level. Even challenging someone of a higher level had become a common occurrence. After becoming Great Master Baiyun's true disciple, he became one of the best among the younger generation. He was a true genius. He thought that Zhuo Leng would be his only opponent. As long as he could suppress Zhuo Leng, he would be the number one of the younger generation. However, Ling Zhao's appearance drove him crazy. First, he defeated him with his late-stage 7th-level martial vein cultivation base when he controlled his cultivation base to the early-stage 8th-level martial vein. Then, in the midst of this chaotic battle, he slit his neck with a sword. Although the injury was not worth mentioning to him. However, the injury to his pride was more painful than the injury to his body. In the True Spirit Palace, Wanben seemed to be angrier and more agitated than Ming Tian. Shameless, you only know how to sneak attack. Lin Zhe chuckled. Haha, it was Ming Tian who asked the 11 of us to besiege him. Why are you blaming Ling Xiao now? That's not shameless, but scheming. The corner of Master Baiyun's mouth twitched, but he did not say anything. His figure gradually faded from the spot as if he had disappeared into thin air. After a long time, Lin Zhe heard Master Baiyun's voice. You've taught a good disciple. Not bad at all. Don't worry, I've lost the bet. I won't interfere in the matter between you and Wanben. If that kid is in trouble, I'll save him. At this time, Master Baiyun no longer called himself master. It was obvious that he was unhappy. After all, Ling Xiao injured Ming Tian, which was a slap to his face. After Master Baiyun left the True Spirit Palace, he appeared in the martial arts hall. The assessment is over. To be honest, your performance disappointed me, so the reward is cancelled. Cancel? The master of the Baiyun Taoist temple was still in a daze. He could not help but say, Master, Ling Zhao's performance is absolutely unexpected. How can you say that you are disappointed? What I want is true strength and talent, not schemes and trickery. Master Baiyun said calmly, in the face of great power, all schemes are meaningless. You will understand this when you reach the Transcendence Realm. So, Ling Xiao, remember this. Don't play any tricks. Just focus on improving your cultivation. After saying that, he looked at Ming Tian and said, Ming Tian, you don't have to be too discouraged. It's not a big deal to lose to a scheme. However, you were stabbed after all, so you won't get any rewards. Although he said this on the surface, he secretly transmitted a message to Crying Heaven. After this, Yuan's Woleng will come to Master's place. Master will teach you even more powerful secret arts. In addition, don't worry about the rewards. Whatever Master has, he will definitely give it to the two of you first. Master Baiyun thought that no one had heard what he said. However, he was wrong. Although Ling Xiao could not hear what he said, the mountain and river martial spirit could analyze his words based on the fluctuation of true essence. I didn't expect a Transcendence Realm warrior to be so biased. Ling Xiao snorted coldly in his heart, but he did not say anything. After all, the opponent was too strong. If he wanted to kill him, he only needed one palm. He had no chance of surviving. Ling Xiao would not do meaningless things. The assessment ended in a hurry. Although Ling Xiao did not receive Master Baiyun's reward, he received a fine-quality sword, Drifting Snow Sword, because of the bet. 1 high-grade True Essence Dan. 10 low-grade True Essence Dawn. In addition, Lin Zhe also compensated him by giving him 100 low-grade Spirit Stones and 10 low-grade True Essence Dawn. Lin Zhe's words were very simple. Don't mind Master's words. He is old and confused. There are many things that you young people can't see clearly. Of course, Ling Xiao did not care about Master Baiyun's words. He believed that although cultivation was important, fighting skills were equally important. No matter when, if you could control everything about your opponent in the palm of your hand, you could use schemes to reduce your opponent's strength and create an advantage for yourself. That was definitely a good thing. Technique and cultivation were complementary to each other. A warrior trained by Master Baiyun, no matter how strong he was just a simple-minded idiot. Once he met a smart person, no matter how strong he was, he would be played around. When he returned to his residence, Ling Xiao did not care about this matter anymore. Since Master Baiyun was obviously biased, he could not place his hopes on this old man. In fact, he did not plan to do so from the beginning. Today, after fighting with Ming Tian, he realized that Transcendence Realm martial arts were the same as top-notch martial arts. They were also divided into different grades. Elementary, rare, high grade. However, after high grade, there was another grade, absolute peak. His heavenly dragon golden body and snow lotus sword art were both relatively high grade. However, he was not very clear about what grade they were. Because until now, his understanding of Transcendence Realm martial arts was still too little. As for Cloud Dragon Divine Walk, it should be classified as an elementary Transcendence Realm martial art. After all, according to the evolution rules of soaring cloud steps, it basically went up one grade at a time. It would not increase by too much all at once. After returning to his residence, Ling Xiao began to cultivate again. He had benefited a lot from the fight with Ming Tian. He took 10 true elemental pills and his main body began to break through to the peak of the 7th level of the martial vein. Of the 2 doppelgangers, one of them began to cultivate 13 shadow transformation swords. After all, at the current stage, quasi-transcendence realm martial arts were easier to cultivate and had more moves. The other doppelganger began to consolidate the first move of Snow Lotus Sword Art, Flying Snow. The difficulty of comprehending Snow Lotus Sword Art was really a headache. This time, he had finally comprehended some Transcendence Realm profound meaning from the fight. He could take advantage of this opportunity to perfect Flying Snow. For the next 10 days, Ling Xiao did not come out. He was completely in seclusion. 10 days later, in the training room, Ling Xiao stabbed out with his sword and actually created 13 doppelgangers. Not only was the scene grander, but the key was that the power had increased by several times. The power of the 2 sure kill moves, Giant Spirit Kill and Bloodblade Shadow King Kill, had also greatly increased. Before, it was only the power of a top-grade martial art. But now, it was the power of a quasi-transcendence realm martial art. Of course, it could not be compared. Not to mention, the 13 doppelgangers were not just doppelgangers. Each doppelganger could increase the power of Ling Xiao's sword moves by about 70%. Now that there were 10 more doppelgangers, the power of the attack had increased by 7 times compared to before. How terrifying was this? If he had mastered 13 shadow transformation swords before the fight with Ming Tian, it would have been easier to deal with Ming Tian, whose cultivation was suppressed to the early 8th level of the martial vein. In addition, Ling Xiao could already use the first form of Snow Lotus Sword incantation, Flying Snow. However, this was an extraordinary skill and it had a high requirement for one's true essence and cultivation. He was only at the late stage of the 7th level of the martial vein, so he was unable to unleash the full power of this move. Unfortunately, with 10 true essence pills in his body, although he felt that he was just a step away from breaking through, it was still difficult to do so. However, Ling Xiao was not in a hurry. It was easier to break through in a battle. As long as the accumulated energy had reached the critical point, it would be fine. What he needed now was external pressure. He decided to go out and do something to stimulate the true essence in his body. However, the moment he stepped out, he saw Cold Plum anxiously waiting for him. "What's wrong?" Ling Xiao asked curiously. Something happened. A mechanical ship from the Blue Eyes clan blasted open the Dragon Gate harbor. Currently, the Sky Peak city has been completely occupied by the Blue Eyes clan and the ninjas. The mechanical beasts from the Blue Eyes clan and the demonic beasts reared by the ninjas are heading towards Sky Cloud City. Cold Plum explained briefly, "I'm not sure about the details, but General Lin said that once you're out, you should make a trip to the Latent Dragon camp." "Let's go." Ling Xiao did not ask further. As Lin Zai's direct disciple, if Lin Zai was in trouble, he would definitely help. Moreover, ever since he came to Sky Cloud City, Lin Zai had been treating him well, so he could not be a heartless person. In the Latent Dragon camp. When Ling Xiao and Cold Plum arrived, there were already many people gathered here. Other than the Latent Dragon camp disciples, Ling Yixue, Shirlei, and Dai Yuling had also arrived. I won't go into the details. Now that Marshal Lin has led the border army to confront the Blue Eyes clan, the ninjas are very cunning this time. They did not help the Blue Eyes clan openly, but they have secretly supported the Blue Eyes clan with a large number of demonic beasts. General Yu saw that most of the people had arrived and immediately said loudly, "The situation is critical and it's time for you to serve the country. If you're afraid of death, you can choose not to go, but you will be kicked out of the Latent Dragon camp forever. Remember, this isn't training, nor is it a spar. It's a true slaughter of life and death. Your opponents might be even stronger than you. Other than a large number of martial warriors, there will also be 7th, 8th, and even 9th level martial masters. In addition, among the mechanical beasts and demonic beasts, there will also be existences equivalent to martial artist rank 7, 8, or 9. Although this might scare a lot of people, General September felt that it was necessary to make things clear. After all, this was war, not child's play. Letting someone who was afraid of death appear on the battlefield might result in a meaningless death. When he said this, many young geniuses' faces turned pale and their bodies began to tremble. Some even had thoughts of retreating on the spot. What latent dragon camp, what future, whatever dream of becoming a transcendent warrior, all of it was thrown away. To them, if they lost their lives, what was the point of wanting those things? Ling Xiao also felt tremendous pressure. He had seen a peak 8th level demonic beast, the Herculean divine ape, and had even fought with it. That kind of terror was still fresh in his mind. There was also a 9th level martial master, an existence like Ming Tian. Most of the latent dragon camp's disciples would be killed before they could even get close. It was too easy for a 9th level martial master and a 9th level demonic beast to destroy a city like Tianfeng City. When the country is in danger, everyone has a responsibility. This time, there is no fixed mission. You can hunt the enemies to your heart's content. Choose the method you like the most or the most suitable. Not every genius was a coward. At least 90% of the latent dragon camp were hot-blooded youths. They knew that they might die, but their blood did not turn cold because of this. They were still burning with passion. The battlefield is a battlefield, but it's also a place for training. What you get there might be more than what you get after a few years of seclusion. The threat of death can fully stimulate your potential. General September continued, the martial warriors who survive in the battlefield can at least increase their potential by 1 to 2 stars. This is the full potential of their body. This is also the reason why martial warriors who come from the battlefield can easily advance to the transcendent realm. Rumble, just as General September was speaking, the ground of the entire latent dragon camp suddenly shook. A loud roar was heard from afar and the ground seemed to be trembling. Quickly look over there. Why is there such a huge mechanical beast? Those with good eyesight quickly discovered that a huge elephant had appeared about 10 miles away from the latent dragon camp. This huge elephant was about 10 meters tall and its entire body was obviously made of some kind of crystal. Every time it moved, there would be an earthquake. If this fellow really entered Skycloud City would be trampled into smithereens. Terrifying, Ling Xiao quickly activated his mountain river martial spirit and activated the soul imprint state. A clear image from afar appeared in his mind. So miserable, he could clearly see that under the huge elephant's feet, there were numerous corpses that had been trampled into meat paste. And these people were all martial warriors and even martial masters. In a village a few hundred meters away from the huge elephant, the houses had completely collapsed and the number of ordinary people who were crushed to death was uncountable. These people had fainted from the terrifying sound and didn't even have time to escape. Baiyun Governor Wan Ben, who should have arranged for the commoners to escape, did not do so. Coincidentally, he had actually returned to the capital to report on his work. Now that they were far away from Baiyun province, everything that happened here had become Lindsay's alone. It's hopeless. This is Blue Eyes Clan's strongest mechanical beast, huge elephant puppet. It's equivalent to a human 9th level martial vein martial master. Near the huge elephant, there were many practitioners who were trembling in fear when they saw the miserable situation. Many of them had even forgotten to escape and just knelt there waiting for death. Whereas some of them were running madly towards the distance. Boom, another loud sound was heard and the huge elephant puppet's nose spat out a ball of water, directly exploding on the pass which was less than 1 mile away from Skycloud City. 10 over practitioners were blown into smithereens and the pass was also blasted into smithereens by the water cannon. One must know that among these 10 over practitioners, there were 2 7th level martial masters and 1 8th level martial master. In the end, they were all gone just like that. They didn't even have time to make a move. Roar, moo, woof, behind the huge elephant puppet, there were various demonic beasts and mechanical beasts. These demonic beasts and mechanical beasts were the vanguard of the Blue Eyes Clan practitioners. Their weakest ability was equivalent to a human practitioner who was at the 4th level martial vein realm. On their backs, those who were either standing or sitting were the practitioners from the Blue Eyes Clan. There were also some ninja practitioners who were hiding in the dark during the crossing, killing those who had slipped through the net. The war had broken out, even though not everyone had Ling Zhao's terrifying eyesight, but that huge elephant puppet was simply too huge and the impact it had caused had already spread to the latent dragon camp. They were naturally very clear that now was the moment of Sky Cloud City's life and death. Alright, let's stop talking here. Everyone, let's move out. Kill the enemy and the military merits obtained will be doubled. I hope everyone can survive. General Jiu Yu saw that the situation wasn't right and didn't waste any more words. He stood up and said loudly and then turned towards the last barrier outside Sky Cloud City, the city protection mountain outside the city. On the mountain, most of the latent dragon camp's geniuses had arrived. A few of them ran away and were killed by General Jiu Yu. If it was during normal times, he wouldn't have done so. But during wartime, running away would severely affect their morale. Previously, he had already given these people a chance to inform him in advance if something happened. But these people didn't do so. Instead, they ran away when they reached the battle formation. This made people suspect that they had some special motives. After all, it was an open secret that there were spies from Heavenly Ninja Academy in the latent dragon camp. But as for who the spy was, even General Jiu Yu didn't know. His deterrent killing stopped the latent dragon camp's geniuses from running away. They clenched their teeth and prepared for the battle with the Blue Eyes clan. But standing on the mountain, the horrifying scene was still terrifying. Outside the city protection mountain, there were mechanical beasts, demonic beasts, Blue Eyes clan and some ninja practitioners. Ling Xiao made a rough calculation and estimated that there were about 30 to 40,000 of them that could be seen with the naked eye. These were all practitioners, mechanical beasts and demonic beasts. They weren't ordinary people. 30 to 40,000 people was enough to surround Sky Cloud City till not even a drop of water could trickle through. Blue Eyes clan is indeed ambitious. They are even more blatant than the ninjas in the matter of the fantasy pill. This time, they even invaded Baiyun province. Their ambition is as clear as day. General Jiu Yu said angrily. Sky Cloud City's garrison is less than 20,000. 8,000 of them are the Governor Manor's guards. Marshal Lin can only mobilize about 10,000 people and most of them are practitioners below the 4th level of the martial vein. He continued, luckily most of them are practitioners below the 4th level of the martial vein or have mechanical beasts and demonic beasts that are equivalent to them. Otherwise, we have no chance of winning this battle. Comparatively speaking, practitioners were easier to deal with. The more troublesome ones were the mechanical beasts. These mechanical beasts were made of special materials and had amazing defense. Without the cultivation of the 4th level of the martial vein, it was impossible to break through their defense. The latent dragon camp's geniuses were here to deal with the mechanical beasts. They could leave the rest to the army. Let's begin. Don't listen to my orders. Fight on your own and choose the mechanical beasts. After General Jiu Yu finished his words, he leaped out and joined the battle formation. The rest of the latent dragon camp disciples also joined the battle. There was no time to hesitate. Once Sky Cloud City was breached, it would definitely be a tragic massacre. They had family and friends so they didn't want to see such a scene. Bang 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 bang, all sorts of attacks smashed onto the mechanical beast's body, emitting the sound of metal clashing. It was as if they were smashing onto steel. If one looked closely, they would realize that most of the mechanical beasts were made of steel, so it was not strange for them to make such a sound. For warriors below the martial disciple level, their attacks were like scratching an itch. They had no effect at all. Boom, Ling Xiao suddenly appeared, and with a punch, the two ferocious bull-shaped mechanical beasts instantly turned into two piles of scrap metal. You guys go and deal with those demonic beasts and the blue-eyed clan warriors. Leave these mechanisms to us. Ling Xiao's hands flowed with true essence. He stood there like a god of war descending from the heavens. The martial arts students, who were currently being troubled by the mechanical beasts, saw that Ling Xiao, who was only 14 or 15 years old, had killed two mechanical beasts that were equivalent to a martial artist at the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein with a single punch. At first, he was shocked, then he was pleasantly surprised. He's a genius from the latent dragon camp. We're saved. All martial artists above the 4th level, try your best to kill the mechanical beasts. The rest of the martial artists, deal with the blue-eyed clan warriors and the demonic beasts below the 4th level. Lin Zai's voice rang out. He was the overall commander of this battle. Before Ling Xiao and the others arrived, he had already killed a blue-eyed clan warrior who was at the peak of the 9th level of the martial vein. He was now injured and was recovering. Otherwise, the giant elephant puppet would not have been so unscrupulous. Yes. With Lin Zai's command, the battle became more orderly. It was not as chaotic as before. Other than Ling Xiao, the other disciples of the latent dragon camp had already joined the battle. Since most of them were martial artists above the 4th level of the martial vein, they were naturally dealing with the mechanical beasts. With their participation in the battle, although it was not enough to completely change the situation, they could gain some advantages. Especially Dai Yuling, Ling Yixue, Shirlei, Cold Plum and Ling Xiao. The 5 of them had gained many benefits from Master Bai Yun and their abilities had increased tremendously. When they took action, the 7th level demonic beasts and 7th level mechanical beasts were basically nothing. In an instant, dozens of mechanical beasts and demonic beasts below the 7th level were either destroyed or killed. This boosted the morale of the Sky Cloud City's defenders. However, there were stronger ones among the mechanical beasts and demonic beasts. The blue-eyed clan had obviously come prepared and with the help of the ninjas, they quickly turned the tables around. Both parties continued to be in a stalemate. The battle became more and more intense. The killing became more and more tragic. Death became a common occurrence on the battlefield. The geniuses of the latent dragon camp also started to sacrifice themselves. 1, 2, 3, when they died, they did not cower. Instead, they risked their lives to perish together with the mechanical beasts or demonic beasts. Even though this scene made General Jiao Yuling's heart ache. It made Lin Zai's heart ache. But there was no other way. That damned Wan Ben did not allow the governor's residents to help, and even the Heavenly Ninja Academy's disciples secretly helped the blue-eyed clan. Under such circumstances, the geniuses of the latent dragon camp had to fight. Otherwise, there would be no meaning in training them. Bam, caw-caw on the battlefield, there was a figure shuttling back and forth like lightning. Every time he stopped, there would be mechanical beasts destroyed and demonic beasts killed. With just one punch, there would be 5 to 6 mechanical beasts that were destroyed at the same time. This terrifying attack power, as well as frightening movement skills and speed, caused many martial artists of the same cultivation level to be greatly surprised. Of course, after the shock, they were naturally delighted. After all, he was one of their own. Lin Zai looked at Ling Zhao's performance and nodded silently. He was right about this child. Not only was his innate talent outstanding, he also had a sense of righteousness for the country and knew how to help when the country was in danger. Actually, as Master Bai Yun's disciple, even if he did not participate in this battle, he would not lose his life. Because he could totally leave this place. But he did not do so. Ling Yixue, Cold Plum, Shirlei, Dai Yuling and the rest were obviously influenced by Ling Xiao and played an important role on the battlefield. Be careful, suddenly, Lin Zai stood up abruptly. Because he saw a level 8 mechanical beast rushing toward Ling Xiao, followed by 4 or 5 level 6 and level 7 mechanical beasts. Obviously, Ling Xiao's performance had attracted the attention of the blue-eyed clan. They were ready to kill Ling Xiao to establish their dominance. On the battlefield, such a hero would usually be a thorn in the side of others. Ling Xiao was no exception. He had destroyed too many mechanical beasts and killed too many demonic beasts. Marshal Lin, don't worry. On the battlefield, Ling Xiao would not call Lin Zai master or master. Here, he was a soldier. Although the level 8 mechanical beasts were powerful, they were just puppets. They did not have intelligence or brains and only relied on simple programs to launch attacks. These mechanical beasts relied on these inscriptions and large amounts of spirit stones to maintain their movements. No brains, no intelligence. Towards such an existence, Ling Xiao would remain vigilant, but he would definitely not be afraid. He had already entered the soul state. He was completely clear where the weakness of the mechanical beasts was. Meteor strike, both fists swung out, terrifying true essence roared and exploded in the midst of the mechanical beasts. The lower-level mechanical beasts fell to the ground one after another, motionless and completely useless. However, the higher-level 7th and 8th level mechanical beasts were still intact. This defense is indeed amazing. Ling Xiao shook his fist and finally pulled out the floating snow sword and ice glass sword. With 2 swords in hand, he was confident and powerful. "Young man, do you need help?" A powerful 8th level martial artist shouted from the side. "No need." Ling Xiao shook his head and made a charging posture. The 2 swords formed a strange cross shape. Then, he lightly stepped on the ground and instantly shot out. Shadow transforming 13 swords, 9 swords clone/, 9 clones slashed at the 9 mechanical beasts at the same time. Ka ka ka, in just an instant, 8 level 7 mechanical beasts all fell to the ground. Green smoke rose from their bodies and they were completely paralyzed. What shocked the other experts was that this time, the mechanical beasts were not completely destroyed. Instead, each of them had been hit by a sword. The most amazing thing was that this sword had pierced right into the core of the mechanical beasts. That was the key to the mechanical beasts being able to move. As long as it was destroyed, the mechanical beasts would naturally become useless. Was it simple? No, one had to know that the mechanical beasts had different shapes and their cores were different. It was simply impossible to accurately find the core of the 8 mechanical beasts. At the very least, the other 8th level martial masters could not do it. But Ling Xiao did it. Not only did he find these locations, but he also destroyed these cores. Bang! Ling Xiao's 9th sword pierced the 8th level mechanical beast. It was a mechanical beast that looked like a leopard. At the critical moment, the leopard mechanical beast used its claws to block Ling Xiao's sword, protecting its core. Ling Xiao's figure rapidly retreated, and then he steadied himself, feeling that the true essence in his body was a bit chaotic. However, that leopard mechanical beast was even worse off than him. Its claws were actually sliced open, and it retreated back into the group of beasts in a panic. "Hooray!" The martial artists began to shout. One had to know that once a level 8 mechanical beast charged into the crowd, the destruction it caused would be shocking. At that time, at least several hundred martial artists would be killed or injured. Ling Xiao repelled this guy, which was equivalent to saving hundreds of lives. Wow, he is indeed a genius of the latent dragon camp. The power of his attack is comparable to that of an early LV8 martial artist. I was worried for nothing. Yeah, he really helped us a lot this time. Ignoring the praises of others, Ling Xiao calmed the restless quintessential essence in his body and looked at the mechanical beast hiding in the herd of beasts. Compared to level 8 demonic beasts, mechanical beasts had stronger defense, but they were inferior in other aspects. Compared to an early stage 8th stage martial master, the only advantage he had was his defense. He felt that he should be able to kill it. As long as he killed this level 8 mechanical beast, not only would it affect the battle situation, it might even affect the entire battle situation. After all, even if the Blue Eyes clan brought many experts this time, there would not be more than 100 level 8 mechanical beasts. If one died, there would be one less beast. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared again. It was true that mechanical beasts were very strong. However, due to their size, most of them were very clumsy. At the very least, the leopard mechanical beast that he was facing now could not be compared to his speed. Giant Spirit Kill. When his figure reappeared, the giant sword Remnant Soul appeared behind him at the same time. Only the floating snow sword was left in his hand, which turned into a huge sword shadow and enveloped the leopard mechanical beast. This was the giant spirit kill below the 9th level of 13 swords shadow transformation. Its power was 7 times stronger than before. The leopard mechanical beast could not dodge at all. It could only wave its claws and block the huge sword shadow. However, in the next moment, the leopard mechanical beast's eyes dimmed and suddenly stopped moving. It turned out that the giant spirit kill was just a cover for Ling Xiao to create a diversion. Moreover, the one who used the giant spirit kill was not his main body, but his martial spirit avatar. At present, his martial spirit avatar had 70% of his main body's strength, which was basically equivalent to an early stage 5th stage martial artist. With this kind of strength, using the giant spirit kill was just for show. It was scattered by the leopard mechanical beast's claw. At the same time, the martial spirit avatar was also scattered. However, this was not a problem. Ling Xiao's main body only seized the opportunity to pierce the ice glass sword into the core of the leopard mechanical beast. Good boy, really good. It's not just good. Us 8th stage martial vein martial masters can't do it. Yeah, his speed is so fast and he can find the weakness of the mechanical beast so accurately. This boy is simply the nemesis of the mechanical beast. Ling Xiao successfully destroyed the leopard mechanical beast and returned to the battle formation, receiving the praise of many martial artists. Just as he expected, the destruction of the level 8 leopard mechanical beast immediately boosted the morale of the nearby martial artists. The battle situation once again developed in a favorable direction for the defenders. Roar chirpawoo. Perhaps it was because Ling Xiao had killed the level 8 mechanical beast that the experts of the Blue Eyes clan were ready to make a move. A peak level 9 martial master, 6 late 9th stage martial masters, a peak level 9 mechanical beast, 3 high level 9 mechanical beasts, a peak level 9 demonic beast, and 3 high level 9 demonic beasts were all pouncing towards Ling Xiao. This was also the ultimate force of the Blue Eyes clan to start this war. Ling Xiao, retreat. Facing this terrifying force, the border general's mansion had no choice but to move. 9 Sun's Chankuan fist. A figure shot out from the crowd. He looked very young. He faced the peak level 9 martial master of the Blue Eyes clan who was pouncing towards Ling Xiao. Boom, the two sides fought and were actually evenly matched. At this time, Ling Xiao noticed that this person was none other than the supervisor of the latent dragon camp, General of the 9 Moons. As far as he knew, General of the 9 Moons was definitely not more than 30 years old. Looking at his strength, he could actually go head-to-head with a peak level 9 martial master of the Blue Eyes clan. He was also a level 9 martial master. And it was very likely that he was a late 9th stage or even a peak level martial master. The shock of General of the 9 Moons was not over yet. Another 10 figures rose into the air. Each of them faced their own opponent. These 10 people were all level 9 martial masters. And judging from their clothes, there was no doubt that they were the rumored 12 Tiger Guards. It seemed that among the 12 Tiger Guards, Dai Yuling's cultivation was the weakest, only at the 8th level of the martial vein. The other 11 were all at the 9th level of the martial vein. Especially General of the 9 Moons and General of the 1st Moon. Both of them were at the peak of the 9th level of the martial vein, second only to Linzai. Therefore, General of the 9 Moons faced a peak level 9 martial master of the Blue Eyes clan. General of the 1st Moon faced a peak level 9 demonic beast. In addition to the 12 Tiger Guards, there were a few other level 9 martial masters wearing general's armor who charged out of the battle formation and faced the level 9 demonic beasts, level 9 mechanical beasts, and level 9 martial masters of the Blue Eyes clan other than the giant elephant puppet. Leave the giant elephant puppet to me. Just as Linzai slowly got up and was about to destroy the giant elephant puppet, a figure appeared on the mountain. This person was dressed in green and looked free and unrestrained. He seemed to be stronger than Linzai. Brother Qi. Linzai was pleasantly surprised when he saw this person. Have you found Yuehua school? The green-robed man revealed a bitter smile. I found him. Not only did I find Yuehua school, but the other sects also appeared one after another. What's the situation? Didn't you say that these sects are very secretive and difficult to find? Linzai asked doubtfully. The green-robed man was circulating his true qi and preparing to battle the giant elephant puppet. However, he still had no problem speaking. The mountain river martial spirit has appeared and the human race's revival is in sight. The 12 sects that formed the sacred dynasty have also returned. Haven't you noticed that there are more and more practitioners who have awakened their incomplete martial spirits? Among the 12 sects, there are even people with complete martial spirits. Speaking of this, the green-robed man suddenly rushed out. Brother, after this war is over, I will tell you the details. Linzai had many questions. But he knew that now was not the time to talk. So he closed his eyes again and made use of the time to recover. If there was any danger, he would be able to fight. At this point, the enemies who were equivalent to 9th-level martial masters had their opponents and were temporarily unable to cause any harm to Skycloud City. The war had once again entered a stalemate stage. Suddenly, an 8th level peak martial master's neck was instantly sliced off. He only had time to scream once before he lost all signs of life. What's going on? This sudden change made everyone on tenterhooks. Although an 8th level peak martial master was not comparable to a 9th level martial master, but his strength was still extremely valiant. How could he not be worried? When his head was strangely chopped off, consecutive screams were heard and another 3 to 4 8th level martial masters were killed. Marshal Lin, there's an invisible assassin. Ling Xiao shouted loudly. In the state of soul entrancing, he could see that there was an additional black shadow on the city moat. That's right, there was only one black shadow. However, this black shadow's cultivation was at the early stage of the 9th level martial vein. He wasn't the strongest, but because he could hide his aura, even Lin Zhe didn't notice him. Invisible assassin, hearing up to here, everyone could not help feeling a chill in their hearts. Unseen danger was the most terrifying danger. Ling Xiao noticed that this invisible assassin should be a ninja martial artist. He looked a little like Naruto. If he didn't guess wrong, it should be Mingtian's father or uncle. He stopped fighting and reported the situation to Lin Zhe. This was a big deal. If something went wrong, everyone on the Moat Mountain would be killed except for Lin Zhe. This person was very smart. He only killed martial artists of the 9th tier and below. Even if a 9th tier martial artist could not see, their reactions were sharp enough. Once they got close, they might be killed instead. Ninja assassin? So, the Ninja clan and the Blue Eyes clan are in cahoots? Lin Zhe began to panic. Marshal Lin, no matter what, we have to get rid of this assassin first. Otherwise, we will suffer heavy casualties. Dai Yuling said with a frown. What a headache. If he doesn't come near me, I can't do anything about it. Lin Zhe rubbed his head. He was very strong, definitely much stronger than this assassin. He could kill him with a single slash. But the problem was that he could not see this assassin, nor could he sense his existence. The assassin would quickly escape after killing someone. Even if he attacked, it would be too late. Marshal Lin, why don't we withdraw everyone and form a defensive formation? This way, the assassin won't be able to succeed easily. Someone suggested. That won't do. For the sake of a stealthy assassin, if we were to rashly withdraw from the battlefield, those who are currently fighting with the enemy's 9th tier experts would lose their support and fall into a predicament. Lin Zhe shook his head. But Marshal Lin, this invisible assassin is very fast, and he is also able to hide his body and aura. Even a 9th level martial master can only sense his existence at a close distance. We are simply unable to capture his movements. A peak 8th tier martial master smiled bitterly. The others also lowered their heads, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, a few more martial artists were inexplicably stabbed in their vitals, dying tragically on the spot without even seeing the enemy. Marshal Lin, I'll hold this guy back. How about you kill him? Seeing this, Ling Xiao could not help but ask. He knew that he had no chance of winning against an early 9th tier martial vein martial artist. Even if he escaped, it would be very difficult. He might even be killed. But seeing so many martial artists being killed by this person, he really could not remain indifferent. Many of the martial artists here were real men who had shed their blood on the battlefield to protect the lives of ordinary people. Now, they were being killed one by one. How could Ling Xiao just stand by and watch? The key was that he was the only one who could see the assassin's whereabouts. He could see it very clearly, and his eyes could follow it. No. Lin Zhe waved his hand and rejected Ling Xiao's suggestion. But at this moment, Ling Xiao suddenly roared, 9 moons, watch out behind you. In Ling Xiao's sight, the assassin had sneaked behind General 9 Moons to attack. He probably thought that although General 9 Moons was strong, he was fighting a peak 9th tier martial artist from the Blue Eyes clan, so it was more suitable for a sneak attack. General 9 Moons heard Ling Xiao's shout and did not dare to be negligent. He used all his strength to blast out a palm, temporarily pushing back the enemy on the battlefield. Then, he jumped and used a very strange movement technique to avoid the sneak attack behind him. Even so, a part of his sleeve was still cut off. It was a close call. The assassin did not intend to fight General 9 Moons head-on. After failing his attack, he quickly escaped, causing General Nine Moon's counterattack to hit empty air. Marshal Lin, I can't hesitate. This disciple understands that you are doing this for my own good. But I really won't die so easily. Ling Xiao had a good impression of General Nine Moons. If General Nine Moons was killed in front of him, it would be really difficult to accept. Are you sure there's no problem? Lin Zhe valued Ling Xiao the most. He really did not want Ling Xiao to take this risk. If Ling Xiao really died in battle because of this, then it would be too late for regrets. Marshal Lin, you don't believe me? Ling Xiao did not explain anything. He jumped out. Since Lin Zhe was worried about him, he would let Lin Zhe be at ease. I'll be right back. On the battlefield, Ling Xiao completely concealed his aura. If one did not pay attention, they would think that he had suddenly disappeared from the battlefield. He was there, but there was no aura. In addition, the battlefield was very chaotic. It was really impossible to see him with just the eyes. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. He did not expose any aura, but at this time, he was able to condense his true origin energy on the drifting snow sword in his hand. This seemed to be a very contradictory thing, but he had managed to do it. This was because he did not rely on martial arts to conceal his aura. He relied on the model of the Mountain River martial soul. At this time, he was acting like an ordinary person. Under the state of soul imprint, the Mountain River martial spirit's analytical ability sped up. Ling Xiao was paying attention to every move of the invisible ninja assassin. This included the changes in his muscles and bones, as well as the flow of his true origin. It even included the direction of his next target. Everything was under Ling Xiao's control. He kept getting closer to the invisible assassin, but he didn't attack. He was waiting for the moment when his opponent would attack. That was when his opponent was at his strongest, and also when his opponent's weakness was the greatest. Lin Shuai, your disciple is really not simple. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Ling Xiao was simply an oriole waiting to pounce. And the invisible assassin was a praying mantis. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Although Ling Xiao didn't reveal any aura, he stood there like an ordinary but sharp sword. Once unsheathed, blood would definitely be spilled. Whoosh, the invisible assassin finally found his next target. Although his sneak attack on General Yu Yu didn't succeed, it caused a huge impact. General Yu Yu, who originally had the upper hand, was at a disadvantage in the following battle. So this time, his target was still the level 9 experts. General Yu Yu, Ling Xiao realized that the invisible assassin was speeding towards General Yu Yu. If his attack landed, General Yu Yu would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. He could imagine that General Yu Yu, who was fighting a level 9 peak demonic beast, would be in a terrible state when faced with this sudden attack. Whoosh, at that moment, Ling Xiao also turned into an afterimage and shot out. Lin Zhe and the others instantly became nervous. They didn't dare to make a sound, afraid that the invisible assassin would notice Ling Xiao's existence. This scene caused many martial artists who were in the midst of battle to become nervous. Their opponents weren't very strong, so they still had the time to pay attention to Ling Xiao's situation. Pfft. Ah. The drifting snow sword pierced the invisible assassin's head, and a flower of blood floated out. The invisible assassin cried out in alarm and suddenly retreated. There's blood? And there's a scream? His attack actually succeeded. How amazing! Even a peak 8th stage martial master found it hard to understand how Ling Xiao had managed to stab the invisible assassin. Even if he could completely restrain his aura, his opponent was constantly moving at high speed. He would only pause for a moment when he attacked. This opportunity was fleeting. Even they were unable to grasp it. How did Ling Xiao, a 7th level martial vein martial master, do it? What a pity! Ling Xiao retreated almost at the same time as the invisible assassin, his figure quickly disappearing. The other party didn't even notice who had launched the attack. It was a pity that Ling Xiao was not very satisfied with this attack. The other party was indeed worthy of being an early 9th level martial vein realm martial master. Even if he was an assassin, his defensive power was not something an ordinary martial artist could compare to. Although Ling Xiao didn't use any powerful martial skills to ensure that his sword strike hit its target, it only managed to pierce through the skin a little. It was too hard. After all, the drifting snow sword was a fine-grade artifact. However, the fact that he was injured meant that it was still effective. Since one sword wasn't enough, then 13, Ling Xiao's mouth revealed a sneer. He knew that he couldn't kill this invisible assassin, but what he wanted to do was not to kill him, but to infuriate him. Then, he would let the other party change the assassination target to Ling Xiao. Lin Shui, are you relieved now? Ling Xiao returned to Lin Zai's side and said with a smile. You brat, forget it. Be careful. I'll ambush you nearby. You lure that guy over and I'll kill him. Lin Zai didn't know why, but he felt that Ling Xiao was really reassuring, even more so than the 12 tiger guards. Lin Shui, although your idea is good, it's okay to deal with demonic beasts and mechanical beasts. However, it's not good enough to deal with cunning ninjas. Ling Xiao said with a smile, I have a better idea. So. Can it really work? After listening to Ling Xiao's method, Lin Zai couldn't help but frown. Don't worry, it will definitely work. Ling Xiao nodded. Well then, we'll do as you say. Lin Zai also thought about it. If he ambushed, it would definitely arouse the other party's suspicion. After all, a peak 9th level martial Vein Realm martial master suddenly disappeared. Anyone would become cautious. The next moment, Ling Xiao used the same trick again. When the invisible assassin launched another sneak attack, he drew his sword again. But this time, the other party was obviously prepared. Little bastard, it's you. The invisible assassin discovered Ling Xiao's existence. He was so angry that he wanted to spit fire. He was actually injured by a 7th level martial Vein Realm martial master. If this spread out, it would be embarrassing. He carefully glanced at Lin Zai's position. He found that Lin Zai was still sitting there, recovering from his injuries. He was relieved. This shouldn't be a trap. This kid's first sneak attack was successful, so he was a little proud and came for the second time. Well, since you like sneak attacks so much, I'll let you die under a sneak attack. The Ninja Clan's invisible assassin sneered. He lightly blocked Ling Xiao's attack and prepared to counterattack. But suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. The attack of this 7th level martial Vein Realm martial master was far stronger than he had imagined. Even he had to be careful. Moreover, after the opponent's sword, there was another sword. What was even more terrifying was that this sword attack seemed to have completely accumulated into a single attack, increasing the attack power by several times. Stinking brat, you're courting death. A total of 13 swords, the attack of a mere 7th level martial Vein Realm martial master actually made him unable to counterattack for a while. This was too embarrassing. Although he was not injured, he was angry. He suddenly stabbed out with his dagger, trying to kill this complacent kid on the spot. Bang, the young warrior in front of him collapsed and disappeared into smoke. Clone, and it was a martial spirit clone. Could this kid be a disciple of the 12 hidden sects? The invisible assassin was shocked. However, in this moment of pause, Ling Xiao had already used his strongest move. Flying snow, and it was even more pure and powerful flying snow. It was even more powerful than the move he used against Ming Tian that day. Poochie, this time, the invisible assassin was not lightly injured. He had been stabbed in the leg. And it was a wound so deep that bone could be seen. Aren't you fast? Then I'll stab your leg. Lin Shui, it's up to you. Cloud Dragon Godly Travel. After stabbing the invisible assassin, Ling Xiao did not have the slightest intention of staying. He used his extraordinary movement technique to turn around and flee. Before the invisible assassin could understand what was going on, a large saber suddenly appeared in front of him. Lin Zai was a peak 9th level expert. Even if it was a distance of several hundred meters, he could cross it in an instant. He definitely had the ability to kill the invisible assassin in an instant, but unfortunately, he could not see the sky. But now, Ling Xiao had poured his Sky Dragon True Essence into the invisible assassin's body through the floating snow sword. Even when invisible, that trace of Sky Dragon True Essence could still show the position of the invisible assassin. Of course, the invisible assassin did not understand this. He did not understand why Ling Xiao insisted on attacking him even though he knew that he could not kill him. Gotcha, there was no shocking aura. This was because Lindsay had condensed all his anger and true essence on the blade. With this slash, the invisible assassin only had time to move his body slightly before a third of his right arm, body, and leg were cut off. The saber technique used by Lindsay seemed ordinary, but it was a genuine extraordinary saber technique. In addition, his cultivation was much stronger than the invisible assassin's. If this slash had hit a vital point, the invisible assassin would have died without a doubt. However, in the end, he was still at a disadvantage because he could not see anyone. He could only follow the guidance of the heavenly dragon true essence to attack, but it was still slightly off. Even so, the invisible assassin was still struggling at death's door as he fled in panic towards the local battle formation. You want to leave after killing someone? Dream on. If it was an early 9th level martial vein realm martial master at his peak, Xianxia would definitely not be a match for him. But at this moment, the invisible assassin only had half of his life left. Not to mention him, even an ordinary 7th level martial master could kill this guy. After all, Lindsay's attack was no joke. Not only did it cause superficial damage, but it also caused true essence to wreak havoc in the opponent's body. Lindsay's true essence was like a steel needle, causing the invisible assassin to be extremely weak. He was so weak that most martial masters had the ability to kill him. The problem was that this guy could be invisible, so no one could do anything. I'll send you on your way, Bloodblade Shadow King / Lingzhao's Cloud Dragon Divine travel was too fast. In an instant, he caught up with the fleeing invisible assassin. Then, he shook his sword. At an extremely strange angle, he stabbed at the invisible assassin's weakest spot. Poochie, once again, the invisible assassin was stabbed by Xianxia. The result this time was naturally different from before. The invisible assassin was not injured before and did not have to deal with Lindsay's terrifying true essence. And now, the invisible assassin's strength was probably not even comparable to a peak 7th level martial vein realm martial artist. Lingzhao's sword stabbed out as a crazy amount of snow lotus true essence poured into the drifting snow sword, fusing with the body of the invisible assassin. The wound that had already split open became even more terrifying. Crack! Crack, the invisible assassin's body gradually froze, and then appeared in front of everyone. Xianxia lightly kicked over, and the sparkling and translucent body fell to the ground and turned into ice cubes. Even though there wasn't a huge commotion, there was no terrifying destruction. However, this scene deeply shocked all the warriors who saw this scene. The invisible assassin has been killed. The biggest problem has been solved. What's that young man's name? He doesn't even know? He is Lin Shuai's true disciple, Xiao. No wonder, so it was him. No wonder he could kill the invisible assassin. The battlefield was in an uproar, the morale of the city defense mountains defending army soared once again and the battle situation started to tilt towards Skycloud City's advantage. Even in the battle between the 9th stage experts, Skycloud City's side had started to gain the upper hand. Good lad, well done. Lindsay stood there with his broadsword resting on his shoulder. The wound on his shoulder had been torn open due to the previous slash, and it was bleeding. But he didn't care at all. His heart was only filled with excitement and joy. That was his disciple, his true disciple. Lin Shuai, whose credit should this go to? Xiao smiled and asked. Naturally it's you. Lindsay smiled and said, if it wasn't for you, the number of people who died in the hands of the invisible assassin would have increased, and even the 9th stage experts would have fallen because of this. With you around, everything has changed. I'm only here to assist, it's too embarrassing to snatch credit from you. Anyone with discerning eyes could tell that this battle to kill the invisible assassin was initiated by Xianxia, planned by Xianxia and finally settled by Xianxia. Without Lindsay, other experts could also complete the task. But without Xianxia, no one could do anything. With the death of the invisible assassin, the ninjas instantly turned into a pile of loose sand, totally losing their fighting spirit. Without the help of the ninjas, the Blue Eyes clan couldn't do anything on their own and gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. It could be said that if there were no other accidents, this battle should have ended here. In the battle just now, Xianxia had consumed a lot of energy, so he retreated to the back and began to recover his true essence. Dad. In the battle formation of the Blue Eyes clan, there was a man wrapped in black clothes. He was Ming Tian. Seeing his father's tragic death, killed by Ling Xiao, he couldn't wait to rush over to avenge his father. But he was quickly stopped by the ninjas. You'll die if you go. Don't forget that the 12 hidden sects of the human race have reappeared in the world. We have to be more careful. Otherwise, if we offend the people of the 12 sects, we won't even know how we died. Are the 12 hidden sects really that scary? Ming Tian was a little unconvinced. What if I told you that your master, Master Bai Yun, is just an outer disciple of the Yuehua school, one of the 12 sects? What would you think? What? Ming Tian's eyes widened, completely unable to accept this. Don't be so surprised. Rumor has it that the 12 hidden sects will only reappear in the world when the mountain and river martial spirit appears, and the outer disciples of the 12 sects are all transcendents. The ninja continued, the 12 sects are the 12 sects that founded the human race's sacred dynasty. After you reach the transcendents, find a way to enter them. If you can't enter the 12 sects, it's impossible to annex the human race's sacred dynasty. Ming Tian gritted his teeth and said, I understand. I'll remember my father's revenge. After he finished speaking, he turned and left the battlefield. Under the command of the ninja expert, all the ninja warriors on the battlefield actually retreated completely. Damn ninjas, how dare you betray us? When the Blue Eyes clan's peak 9th level powerhouse saw this, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. This war was originally discussed with the ninjas. They were in the open while the ninjas were in the dark, but now they had been betrayed. General, we can't hold on any longer. The human race has begun to counterattack. General, what should we do? Should we retreat? The giant elephant puppet has been suppressed. We have no other means. The Blue Eyes clan fell into panic. Sky Cloud City's side finally changed from defense to offense and began a strategic counterattack. Ling Xiao sat cross-legged quietly at the back. Currently, the human race had the upper hand on the battlefield, so he didn't need to be anxious. He had just obtained a complete ninja soul from the ninja assassin, the Shadow Ninja Soul. This was a very terrifying ninja soul. Although it didn't have any effect on attack or defense, it could completely make the warrior invisible. Not only would the body be invisible, even the breath would completely disappear. Unless one's cultivation was stronger than the Shadow Ninja Soul and had a higher realm or special ability, otherwise, one wouldn't be able to detect it. If one's strength was stronger, they might be able to sense it within 10 meters. The so-called Big Realm referred to the improvement between the 9th level martial vein and the Transcendence. So it could be said that under the Transcendence, the Shadow Ninja Soul was almost invincible. If the ninja assassin hadn't met the freak Ling Xiao today, he might have been able to completely change the situation of the battlefield. Ling Xiao had never tried to fuse two martial souls together. But it wasn't a difficult task. He realized that the Mountain River martial soul's biggest feature was its compatibility. Not only could it absorb any martial soul, but it could also fuse two or more martial souls together to form a new martial soul. He hadn't tried it before because he didn't have enough martial souls. But now, he could give it a try. Blood Saber Martial Soul and Shadow Martial Soul. He closed his eyes and his soul entered the Mountain River Martial Soul. He found that the Mountain River diagram listed the features of the Blood Saber Martial Soul and Shadow Martial Soul in detail. Blood Saber Martial Soul strengthens weapon-type martial skills, can make moves more unpredictable, can summon Blood Saber Ancestor to help. Shadow Martial Soul hides all auras, invisibility, can control shadows. After these two martial souls fused, the new martial soul was also listed. The new martial soul had all the features of the Blood Saber Martial Soul and the Shadow Martial Soul. The fusion of these two martial souls was really good. But some martial soul fusions weren't so suitable. For example, the Black Bear Martial Soul and the Shadow Martial Soul that focused on strength were difficult to fuse. Even if they fused, there would be many problems with their features canceling out each other. The Mountain River Martial Soul would give the answer whether the features would be cancelled out or not. Ling Xiao didn't have to worry about it. The new martial soul will be called Blood Shadow. Ling Xiao thought for a while and gave the new martial soul a name. Because the Blood Shadow Martial Soul had inherited the features of the Shadow Martial Soul and the Blood Saber Martial Soul, it was now a complete martial soul. In this way, Ling Xiao had 3 complete martial souls. In the previous battle to eliminate the illusion pill dealer, he had also obtained a Thunder God spirit. At that time, because many things had happened and the Thunder God spirit didn't seem to be compatible with his moves, he didn't transform it. But now was different. Since he found that martial souls could be fused, he could give it a try. The main feature of the Thunder God martial soul was that it had lightning attribute damage and could summon the Thunder God to attack. This didn't conflict with any martial soul. However, after some thought, Xianxia decided to merge the Thunder God martial soul and the Black Bear martial soul to form the Thunder Bear martial soul. As a result, not only did this martial soul possess the characteristics of the Black Bear martial soul, but it also possessed the lightning attribute, greatly increasing its power. Ghost Ship Remnant Soul, Giant Sword Remnant Soul, Thunder Bear Remnant Soul, Blood Shadow Martial Soul, Virtual Form, Dark Cloud Martial Soul, Transparent Form, Cherry Tree Martial Soul, Transparent Form, Mountain River Martial Soul, Unknown. These were all of Xianxia's martial souls. He did not choose to fuse them again because according to the analysis of the Mountain and River Martial Soul, the result of fusing the other martial souls would not be very good. He would either lose a lot of characteristics or be unable to fuse with them. Although fusing with one's martial soul was the best way to improve the performance of one's martial soul, it didn't mean that it would be better. Xianxia would choose the best way to use his martial soul. Moreover, he already had 3 complete martial souls that could be used in battle. There was no need to rush to fuse them. Furthermore, if a martial soul had too many characteristics, it would affect the performance of certain characteristics. Generally speaking, it was best to fuse 3 martial souls into one. It would be a waste to fuse more, and it would be counterproductive. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia opened his eyes. After the martial soul fusion, although his cultivation did not improve, he had a lot more ways to use his martial souls. His fighting strength had also improved a lot. If he met the invisible assassin again, he would definitely be able to deal with it more easily. And, just as Xianxia stood up, suddenly, he felt a bone-piercing chill all over his body. It was as if a pair of eyes were staring at him, causing his blood to freeze. He looked in the direction of the gaze. His face became extremely ugly. Among the Blue Eyes clan, there was a middle-aged man about 40 years old. This person was dressed in black, like an unsheathed blade of slaughter. Just by standing there, he could give people a huge sense of oppression. Of course, this was not the reason why Xianxia's face changed. After all, his soul was strong. The oppression that the opponent gave him from a mile away was not enough to make him afraid. The reason why his face changed was because the analysis of the Mountain and River martial soul told him that this person's strength was stronger than Master Baiyun. Transcendence Realm, this was the 3rd Transcendence Realm practitioner that he had met. The first was the blue-robed lady, the second was Master Baiyun and the third was this person. The black-robed man sneered at Xianxia, as if he was looking at a group of corpses, without any emotions. At this moment, the Blue Eyes clan's 9th level peak martial master actually gave the order to retreat. The Sky Cloud City's guards who were in high spirits thought that the enemy was escaping, so they prepared to give chase. Lindsay also stood up and prepared to give the order to give chase. Marshal Lin, get everyone to retreat and form a defensive formation. Xianxia suddenly shouted. No one understood why Xianxia did this. Lindsay also hesitated for a moment, but due to his trust in Xianxia, he still changed the sound of the attack drum to that of a retreat. The gong sounded. No matter if they were willing or not, as soldiers, they had to retreat. The city guards who were preparing to give chase retreated and formed a new defense on the city defense mountain. Xianxia, what's going on? If we miss this opportunity, I won't be able to answer to the soldiers. Although Lindsay followed Xiao's instructions, but until now, he still didn't understand why. Xiao didn't say a word, only pointing his finger to the front. Just at this moment, a cry that sounded like it came from hell was heard and all the city guards shuddered. Lindsay didn't ask any more. Because he knew that something terrifying was coming. That was a wolf's cry. But after that wolf cry, even the 9th level peak demonic beasts started to shiver, not to mention the other demonic beasts. On the city guard's side, the 9th level peak practitioners also felt that their breathing was not smooth and their true essence was in disorder, so suppressed that they felt like vomiting blood. Bang bang bang, a series of falling sounds were heard. Those practitioners who were below the martial master realm actually fell straight onto the ground, and the lower their cultivation, the worse the situation. Luckily, Xiao reminded them and they didn't rush over. Relying on the 9th level expert's chi to protect them, they were only seriously injured. If they really rushed over, they believed that all of them would die from bleeding from their 7 orifices. This is a ferocious beast. Qi Yuan clenched his teeth and said. Ferocious beast? The rumored demonic beast which had broken through the 9th level peak limit? The demonic beast which is equivalent to a human transcendence realm practitioner? Lindsay asked in shock. Brother Qi, are you sure? It can't be wrong. If you don't have any transcendence realm practitioners here, then Sky Cloud City will definitely not be able to hold on. Qi Yuan's expression turned extremely ugly. He was very clear about the ferocious beast's terror. Even if it was a slightly weaker transcendence realm practitioner, if they met one, they would have to retreat. Moreover, there weren't any strong practitioners of that realm here. Senior brother, quickly go and get master. Lindsay looked at the White Cloud Observatory master and shouted anxiously, this concerns the lives of tens of millions of people in Sky Cloud City. Sigh. Lindsay sighed. He was very clear about Master Baiyun's character. In his eyes, ordinary people's lives were as worthless as ants. Even ordinary warriors were nothing in that person's eyes. Unless they had the potential to advance to the extraordinary level, otherwise they were all trash. This was Master Baiyun's point of view. No one could change that. Lindsay couldn't either. Brother Lin, if there really isn't any extraordinary realm practitioner, then let's join forces and drag it out as long as we can. The others can escape as far as they can. There's no hope. Qi Yuan looked at Lindsay and his voice was filled with sorrow and helplessness. Count me in as well. Master Baiyun also stood out. The 3 peak 9th level martial masters could be said to be the strongest among the peak 9th level martial masters. If the 3 of them were still unable to stop the ferocious beast, then everything would be over. Despair spread among the guards and many of them even gave up on escaping. Facing the beast's pursuit, even if they escaped, where could they escape to? Perhaps I can ask Master to help. Xiao suddenly said. You? Master Baiyun smiled bitterly. If it was Ming Tian or Zhuoleng, it might be possible. But you really can't. I know, Master doesn't think highly of me, but have you forgotten that Master lost the bet to Lin Shuai and he promised to protect me once? Let's use it today. Xiao explained. Are you sure you want to use it? Master Baiyun asked in shock. A chance for an extraordinary practitioner to protect you is extremely rare. At this stage, it's even more important than any other martial arts. Are you sure? I'm sure. Xiao said indifferently, when the nest is overturned, no egg will remain intact. If Sky Cloud City is destroyed, I will be a stray dog. No matter how many chances I have, it won't be enough. Lindsay, what do you think? Master Baiyun looked at Lindsay and asked. He knew that the reason why Lindsay gave this chance to Xiao was to protect Xiao's potential. It's his decision. Lindsay only felt pride at this moment. Xiao was willing to give up such a chance for Sky Cloud City. It was really commendable. Alright then, Xiao, what do you intend to do? That's a beast. Even if it's a first-level beast, it's equivalent to a first-level extraordinary practitioner. It can easily destroy an ordinary country. Master Baiyun frowned. Are you sure you can survive before Master saves you? I'm not sure. Xiao shook his head. What he said was the truth. The decision this time was the one he was most uncertain about, but he was willing to give it a try. He didn't have any grand ideas, nor did he want to talk about saving the common people. However, he knew very well that once the ferocious beasts broke through the city, the entire Baiyun province would become a living hell. Hong Qi, Ling Luo, Ling Yixue, Ling Mei, Ling Yihong, Lin Zai, and the others had to die. He was a person who valued relationships too much. He would remember anyone who treated him slightly better for the rest of his life. Even if it was just for these people, he had to try. This was a crisis, but it was also an opportunity. Suddenly, the wind started blowing on the mountain. It wasn't very strong, but it was very cold. The cold wind blew, and the black wolf-shaped beast that was 3 to 4 meters tall slowly walked over. Along the way, all the beasts prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling. The weaker warriors couldn't control their legs. Their bodies trembled, and some even knelt on the ground. "Awoo," the wolf howled again. Linzai, Master Baiyun, Qi Yuan, and the other 9th-level warriors stood in front and formed a barrier, blocking the terrifying hell for countless warriors. The beast stopped howling, and its eyes revealed a cold light. It looked at the 9th-level warriors with disdain. Just this gaze alone made the 9th-level warriors, except for Linzai, Master Baiyun, and Qi Yuan, tremble in fear. Blood seeped out of the corners of their mouths. It was too terrifying. This was the strength of a beast that was equivalent to a transcendent warrior. "Marshal Lin, this is the guy who killed December," General Jiu Yu suddenly said with a pale face. Dai Yuling was replaced as one of the 12 Tiger Guards because one of them had died in battle. And this person was none other than December. All along, the geniuses of the latent dragon camp were very confused and wanted to know what had happened to December. But today, Ling Xiao finally understood. December was dead, he was killed by the beast in front of him. "I know." Lin Zai's voice was very calm. Even though he was filled with resentment in his heart, it was meaningless when facing a vicious beast. Everything depended on strength. "Ling Xiao, listen up. The 3 of us will attack with all our strength. You take the opportunity to get close. As long as your life is threatened, Master will definitely take action. He's not the kind of person who doesn't keep his promise." Lin Zai looked at Ling Xiao and said. He wanted to do this because he wanted to reduce the chances of Ling Xiao dying as much as possible. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would have been killed by the wolf-shaped vicious beast in an instant if he were to go up and draw its aggro. "Understood." Ling Xiao nodded. At this time, it was useless to say anything. "Go." 3 figures dashed out. They were the strongest existence in Sky Cloud City other than Master Baiyun. If even they couldn't stop the wolf-shaped beast, then they could only place their hopes on Master Baiyun. "The rest of you, get into your defensive positions and prepare to defend till death." General Yu became the temporary commander. He was very clear that Lin Zai and the other 2 alone wouldn't be able to stop the wolf-shaped beast. They had to prepare for the worst. When despair reached a certain limit, it might make one even more determined. Because since they were going to die anyway, they might as well die in a spectacular manner. To these practitioners, it was such a simple logic. They didn't need to consider too much. Under General Yu's command, everyone was ready for battle. If the Blue Eyes clan intruders wanted to enter Sky Cloud City, they could only step over their dead bodies. Laughed. The wolf-shaped beast actually laughed. But it was a ridicule. Perhaps in its eyes, this was just the useless actions of a group of ants. Lin Zai raised his saber and condensed a huge blade of vital energy. A shadow flickered behind his back as the power of his martial spirit was pushed to the maximum. Master Baiyun and Qi Yuan pressed on Lin Zai's back respectively as 90% of their remnant souls flickered behind their backs. The power was all added onto Lin Zai's attack. 3 men make a tiger. Although the combined power of the 3 of them couldn't reach the power of a transcendent stage practitioner, but the distance was already very close, so the effect was much better than a scattered attack. The only pity was that after the ancient times, the human race had yet to produce a complete martial spirit. Of course, Ling Xiao was an exception. Otherwise, with the combination of a complete martial spirit, this attack would be even stronger. The terrifying power was condensed into one point. Lin Zai's saber had already been brandished as the terrifying power whizzed past. Ling Xiao had a feeling that this saber, not to mention him, even if it was any practitioners below the transcendent stage, they would not be able to block it. Boom, the saber had yet to descend, but the terrifying saber chi had already landed on the ground. The ground around the wolf-shaped beast seemed to have been hit by a meteorite as it started to collapse. The wolf-shaped beast could not escape from the combined attack of Lin Zai and the other 2. However, it did not seem to plan to escape. There was a strange look in its eyes. It seemed to be praising Lin Zai for his powerful attack. However, there was no fear in its eyes, not even the slightest bit of panic. Looking at the terrifying attack, the wolf-shaped beast lifted its paw gently. There was no terrifying aura. It was as if it was just casually extending its paw. Clang, a crisp sound was heard. The huge blade finally landed on the wolf-shaped beast's paw. There was no rumble or explosion as he had imagined. The wolf-shaped beast swatted the attack away as if it was swatting a mosquito. Boom, the terrifying attack did not cause any effect. Instead, it was swatted back. Lin Zhe, the master of the Baiyun Monastery, and Qi Yuan were the first to bear the brunt. The three of them instantly turned pale as they spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their eyes were filled with confusion. This was an expression that could only be seen in complete despair. Their strongest attack was exchanged for a weak counterattack. Only the three of them who were deeply involved in the attack would understand this kind of despair. Ling Xiao, no. Just when Lin Zhe and the others were unable to extricate themselves from the shock, Ling Xiao moved. Thanks to the combined attack of the three of them, he saw the wolf-shaped beast's weakness. A beast was a beast after all. Even if its combat power was equivalent to a transcendent warrior, it was still too stupid in dealing with many things. Before this, Ling Xiao did not have the confidence to survive for 10 minutes under the attack of this beast. However, he was confident now. There was no problem for him to last for 10 minutes. Even the time it took for an incense stick to burn would not be a problem. He rushed out. His figure flickered in the air. The reason why he was not completely invisible was to attract the beast to attack him. Otherwise, Master Baiyun would not have come if he was not in danger. The beast quickly noticed him. Its eyes were filled with coldness and disdain. It swatted its paw down casually. This claw seemed simple, but it actually contained the profundity of a transcendent martial art, causing people to be speechless. However, Ling Xiao did not have time to admire the beast. Under this terrifying pressure, he was like a nimble swallow. He avoided the crazy typhoon and appeared behind the wolf-shaped beast at an unbelievable angle. Bam! The wolf-shaped ferocious beast's claws slammed onto the ground, creating dozens of cracks in the ground. The nearby demonic beasts, martial artists, and mechanical beasts were all affected. Many of them fell into the cracks, howling miserably. Just a casual swing had such power. If it used its full strength, Sky Cloud City was nothing. However, Ling Xiao was safe and sound under such a terrifying attack. In the eyes of Lin Zhe and the others, this scene was like a stupid human being troubled by a fly. Humans were strong. He could kill a fly with a single slap. But if he couldn't hit the target, it would be meaningless. However, despite their surprise, Lin Zhe and the others did not relax at all. Humans could invent all kinds of tools. The wolf-shaped ferocious beast naturally had its own special abilities. Otherwise, if it was played by a 7th-level martial vein master, its reputation as a ferocious beast would be greatly reduced. Boom, the aura shot up to the clouds. The wolf-shaped beast's body burned with blazing flames. The flames covered the sky and enveloped the 100-meter radius around it. In a moment of carelessness, Ling Xiao's clothes were burnt. This was not the most troublesome part. The most troublesome part was that the moment he paused, the wolf-shaped beast caught onto his traces and attacked him with hatred. There was no way to evade it. Am I going to die? Facing this fatal attack, Ling Xiao did not have any possibility of evading. His ji was drawn in by the opponent as though he was imprisoned. No matter how fast he was, it was meaningless if he could not move. It felt like a fly bumping into a spider web. At the last moment of his life, Ling Xiao mobilized all the true essence in his body and used it on to protect his vital parts. Even if he knew that he was going to die, he was not willing to give up his last hope. Humans should not place all their hopes on others. Boom! Pa, the wolf claw slammed on the ground. Junior brother. Ling Yixue almost went berserk on the spot. Luckily she was knocked unconscious by General Jiu Yu, otherwise she would have lost her rationality and sent herself to death. Ling Xiao. Lin Zhe cried. Dead, Ling Xiao was dead. Ling Xiao, whom he had high hopes for, died just like that. This child, for Sky Cloud City, died under the claws of a beast. A mournful atmosphere shrouded the entire city guards. Only Huan Nanin and the rest revealed a complacent smile. These people were Wan Ben's men and they could not wait for Ling Xiao to die. Now that Ling Xiao was dead, if it was not for the wrong occasion, they would have started celebrating. Sigh, I'm still too late. this child doesn't know what's good for him. A sigh was heard and a figure landed in front of the wolf-shaped beast. His speed was very fast. Although he could not break away from the human category and could not fly continuously, he could not stay at a distance of more than 20 meters for too long. But compared to the majority of practitioners, he was already very strong. The person who came was Master Baiyun. There was no mournful expression on his face, only a tinge of pity. After all, Ling Xiao's potential was not bad. Although he felt that it was not as good as will learn tomorrow, but he was still his inner disciple. It was a pity that he died just like that. Awoo! The wolf-shaped beast quickly sensed Master Baiyun's presence. This was enough to threaten its existence. It had no choice but to take it seriously. As for the fly which it had just slapped to death, it did not care about it anymore. Primeval Chaos / Master Baiyun felt that since he was here, he had to do something. One had to look at the owner before beating a dog. This beast had killed his inner disciple, and if he did not do anything, he would not be able to survive in the world. He gently waved his right hand, and a strange true essence chi blade flew out. It looked like the scene was not as dazzling as Lin Zai's previous attack. However, the oppressive feeling this strike gave the wolf-shaped beast was much stronger than the previous one. The wolf-shaped beast's eyes finally revealed a serious expression. It stared intently at Master Baiyun and opened its mouth to spit out a ball of red flame. Boom, the red flame and the milky white chi blade collided. The terrifying power spread out and sent the demonic beasts, mechanical beasts, and practitioners who did not manage to dodge in time flying. Those who were too close, even if they were 9th-level experts, were instantly covered in blood. It seemed that they would not survive. Master Baiyun. Seeing this scene, the practitioners who were originally in despair showed ecstasy. After all, Ling Xiao did not die in vain. He had attracted Master Baiyun. Although showing ecstasy at this time might be a bit unfair to Ling Xiao, they were really happy. Master Baiyun stood there. Although he was still dressed like an old farmer, he looked like a god who had descended from the sky. Especially that terrifying attack, it actually overshadowed the wolf-shaped beast in terms of momentum. This could not help but make people feel confident. No one noticed. In the underground fissure that was dozens of meters deep, a person whose limbs were completely broken and many parts of his body were completely smashed was stuck there. He was Ling Xiao. He was not dead yet. Although he was very miserable, at the critical moment, he protected all his vital parts and used the fissure in the ground to speed up and escape. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Master Baiyun fighting the wolf-shaped beast. He had to take advantage of this opportunity to recover. Fortunately, there was still a large amount of gold in the mountain river world. He could use the 9 transformation golden body technique to recover. Otherwise, he would probably die if he just lay there. When the big shots fought, they naturally wouldn't care about an ant like him. He could be at ease. On the ground, the battle between Master Baiyun and the wolf-shaped beast was about to start. With Master here, this beast is naturally no match for him. It's a pity for Ling Xiao. If he could hold on a little longer, he wouldn't have to die. The Master of Baiyun Monastery sighed. Yes, it's a pity. With that young man's potential, he might have been able to enter the 12th sex. Qi Yuan also sighed endlessly. Although he didn't know Ling Xiao well, he saw the scene just now very clearly. Ling Xiao was able to dodge the wolf-shaped beast's attack with his peak 7th level martial vein cultivation. Even if he only dodged once, this ability wasn't something an ordinary martial artist could do. This was a true genius. Lin Zai was speechless. There were still yellow tears in the corner of his eyes. To him, Ling Xiao was like his own son. Other than Ling Yixue and Cold Plum, no one else was sadder than him. Boom! Master Baiyun's aura soared. True Yuan gushed out from his body, forming a substantial wave that wrapped around him. After so many years, I've finally met an opponent that I can fight. He looked at the wolf-shaped beast indifferently. The aura in his body had been released without reservation. He knew that it was impossible to deal with such a beast without using his full strength. Although a transcendent Saint Realm martial artist couldn't fly or soar, they could still hover or glide in the air for a short period of time. This was much more powerful than a 9th level martial vein martial artist. Ling Xiao was still an exception. His soaring cloud steps was too special. Now that it had evolved into Cloud Dragon Divine Walk, it was even more mysterious. He could also do what a transcendent Saint Realm martial artist could do, but he still couldn't fly. If he wanted to fly, he could only rely on demonic beasts, mechanical beasts, flying martial spirits, etc. Hal the wolf-shaped beast was the first to attack. It opened its bloody mouth and a ball of crimson flames condensed into the shape of a sphere. Then, the surrounding ground began to be scorched black. Heat waves rolled and fiery winds wreaked havoc. The red ball whistled as it caused the air to distort, as though it was a meteor crashing towards Master Baiyun and Skycloud City. Lindsay had a feeling that if the crimson fireball hit him, he would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Speaking of which, they were still lucky. The wolf-shaped beast did not take the initiative to attack and only reflected their attacks back. Otherwise, not only would the 3 peak 9th level martial vein experts die, the tens of thousands of martial artists behind them would also die. This terrifying pressure really made people feel a lingering fear. Primordial Chaos Thunderbolt Palm, Master Baiyun clasped his palms together. Terrifying true essence quickly condensed between his palms, and the faint sound of thunder and lightning could be heard. Then, he suddenly separated his palms and pushed them forward. 2 solid palm prints broke through the void with the sound of thunder and lightning as they whizzed towards the wolf-shaped beast. The practitioners and demonic beasts were scared witless as all of them tried their best to hide far away. The destructive blow from the earlier exchange had caused them to suffer deep injuries. Many of them had died on the spot. This was a battle between transcendents. It was simply too terrifying. Boom, the air suddenly lit up. Both palms collided with the crimson ball and it quickly exploded. The terrifying aftermath had not disappeared and the 2 figures on the ground had already scuttled out. Amidst the booming sounds, Master Baiyun had already exchanged more than 10 moves with the wolf-shaped beast. Their battle speed was too fast and ordinary practitioners' eyes could not keep up with it. In their eyes, there was only the sound of explosions and the flashes of fire and lightning. Luckily, most of the practitioners and demonic beasts had escaped. Otherwise, under the battle between these 2 transcendents, they would probably have been torn into pieces by the raging energy. The 9th level peak demonic beast was actually lying on the ground and wailing. This level of battle was simply too terrifying. Deep underground, Ling Xiao's arms, legs and other damaged parts of his body were enveloped in golden light. Large amounts of gold were constantly consumed and his body was also constantly recovering. The current him did not need to care about these things. Therefore, he was in a leisurely mood to enjoy the battle between these 2 experts. Others might not be able to see the battle in detail. However, Ling Xiao could see everything clearly. In terms of moves, there was nothing new about these 2 experts. What they displayed was different from ordinary practitioners. Their strength, speed and the quality of their true essence had increased. At the same time, their comprehension of moves had far surpassed ordinary practitioners. If an ordinary practitioner used the same move, they might only be able to shatter a ceramic cup. However, when they used it, they could directly destroy a tall building. This was the difference. No wonder people said that when transcendence arrived, the emperor would retreat. In an ordinary country like Northern Han, the monarch was at most a peak 9th level martial vein expert. When facing a transcendence, he would instead have to kneel. Otherwise, the fate of the country would have been decided in an instant. There was a story about a certain country's monarch buying something that a transcendence wanted in an auction house. As a result, the country was erased from the map the next day. 10,000 li of territory became scorched earth. Although this story sounded somewhat cruel, it was the truth. In front of a transcendence, the nobles and generals of the secular world were not even worth a fart. They definitely had the power to easily change the fate of a country. Clearly, Great Master Baiyun was an expert at this level. He could order the Baiyun province's governor and the border general around, but no one dared to say anything to his face. In the entire Northern Han, in the human race's sacred dynasty, and even in the heavenly dragon continent, he was a true martial arts legend. Of course, that was before the hidden sects reappeared in the world. Now, because of the appearance of the mountain and river martial spirit, many things had quietly changed. It was just that many people did not know about it. The clash of transcendence might only take the time to brew a cup of tea, but they had already exchanged over 100 blows. Both sides exchanged blows and the scene was extremely terrifying. Amidst the loud rumbling, the wolf-shaped beast cried out miserably. Its body was already riddled with scars and blood stains. There were even a few wounds that revealed eerie white bones. On the other side, Great Master Baiyun's situation was not good either. His clothes were already tattered and there were several burn marks on his body, cutting a sorry figure. But overall, Great Master Baiyun still had the upper hand in this battle and could be considered to have firmly suppressed the wolf-shaped beast. His injuries were insignificant, whereas the other party's injuries were all serious. Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of turbid air as he felt a little nervous. Because this battle not only decided the fate of the two experts, but also the fate of Sky Cloud City and the entire Baiyun province. Although Great Master Baiyun had the upper hand, but before the results were out, it was hard to say anything. Awuwa, the wolf-shaped beast, finally retreated. Its cold eyes had an additional trace of fear. Master Baiyun roared. He gathered vital essence in his hands and was ready to use his killer move. However, at that moment, the wolf-shaped beast actually opened its mouth and spat out a dozen fireballs in succession. Then, it turned around and fled. The fireballs were no longer as powerful as before. They were all shattered by the 12 tiger guards and did not cause any harm. Kill. Lin Zhe saw the situation and knew that his chance had come. The Blue-Eyed Clan was doomed. Avenge Ling Xiao and our dead soldiers. Defeat the Blue-Eyed Clan. Kill. 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 Deafening roars were heard. The morale of the human soldiers led by Lin Zhe was greatly boosted. They rushed forward in an overwhelming manner. On the contrary, the Blue-Eyed Clan threw away their armor and fled in a panic. They were no longer as powerful as when they first arrived. Master Baiyun did not care about the outcome of the battle. He only had eyes for the wolf-shaped beast. The moment the beast fled, he chased after it. Bang! Suddenly, a scene that no one had expected happened. Master Baiyun, who had just fled, was punched back. Blood flowed from his mouth and his face turned pale. Obviously, he was seriously injured. On the other side, a man in bright silver armor stood there and gently stroked the wounded wolf-shaped beast. He seemed to be intimate with it. The beast lay beside him and let out a low whine. What was going on? The people who were chasing the Blue-Eyed Clan stopped. Master Baiyun was beaten back and was obviously seriously injured. This was not an ordinary thing. Ling Xiao also observed the scene nervously. That wolf-shaped ferocious beast actually had a master. Furthermore, this master's strength was likely much stronger than Grandmaster Baiyun. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to make Master Baiyun vomit blood with one punch. Who are you? Master Baiyun asked coldly. Although his face was pale, he might be able to injure his opponent if he fought to the death. Hee, a mere transcendent realm level 1 martial artist dares to hurt my pet. This punch is to teach you a lesson. Bright silver armor sneered. Pet? Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Such a powerful beast was actually just this person's pet. Where did this man come from? How could he be so powerful? Are you from the Beast King Palace? Suddenly, Qi Yuan's voice rang out. Although his voice wasn't loud, many people nearby heard it very clearly. Ling Xiao also heard this sentence because he was in the state of soul immersion. Beast King Palace? Beast King Palace, one of the 12 hidden sects? Master Baiyun's expression changed drastically as he turned around and asked Qi Yuan. It can't be wrong. His armor has the symbol of the Beast King Palace. It's the head of a fierce tiger. Qi Yuan nodded. TSK, I didn't expect someone in this secular world to know about our Beast King Palace. Ha 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 ha, interesting. Since you know about the Beast King Palace, then you should know how terrifying we are. Today, I have no other intentions other than to ask you a question. Your Excellency, please speak. Qi Yuan said very carefully. At least you know what's good for you. I wonder if the mountain and river martial spirit has appeared in your Baiyun province? Asked Bright Silver Armor. Hearing this question, Ling Xiao's heart couldn't help but tighten. He secretly felt lucky that he hadn't used the mountain and river martial spirit. Although he knew that the mountain and river martial spirit was very powerful in battle, he had been restraining himself from using it because he was afraid of being targeted. He didn't expect that someone would really come looking for him today. Mountain and river martial spirit? How could such a level of martial spirit appear in such a remote place? Even if it appeared, it should be in the 12th sex, right? Qiyuan frowned and said, I'm really sorry, I really haven't seen it before. Lindsay also nodded and said, Brother, I'm the border general. I know all the young practitioners in Baiyun province who have some aptitude, but I've never heard of anyone who has the mountain and river martial spirit. I've also never heard of it before. If there really is one, I'll definitely take him in as a successor disciple. Master Baiyun also said. I can see that you're not lying, but... Bright Silver Armor suddenly sneered and said, the ninjas have already submitted to our Beast King Palace, but you've killed many of them today. Although it's a little bullying, Sky Cloud City shouldn't continue to exist. After saying that, he suddenly punched out. The power of this punch was enough to destroy the entire Sky Cloud City. Humph, Beast King Palace's people are indeed unscrupulous. But today, I'll protect Sky Cloud City. A cold snort. A ray of sword light. Then, the fist shattered. A white-robed swordsman appeared on the battlefield. One hand holding a sword and the other hand behind his back, his long hair fluttered like a sword immortal. Sword King sex people? Bright Silver Armor's face was slightly gloomy and then suddenly laughed, ha ha ha, I was just joking. If there really is a practitioner who has awakened the mountain and river martial spirit, wouldn't I have killed for nothing? Since you're here, I'll leave. He didn't stay any longer and used some unknown method to keep the wolf-shaped beast. After a few flashes, he had already disappeared into the vast forest. Sword King sect is also one of the 12 sects. Qiyuan was extremely shocked. Originally, the 12 sects had not been seen for tens of thousands of years, but today, he met 2 of them. Thank you for saving us, otherwise Sky Cloud City would have been destroyed. Lindsay hurriedly cupped his hands and said. No need. My goal is the same as his. We are both looking for the mountain and river martial spirit awakened. After all, Northern Han is considered to be under our Sword King sect. I'm leaving. This person didn't say much, and with a shake of his sword, he was like a ray of sword light piercing through the sky and disappeared in an instant. Although he still couldn't fly, this person's movement skills were much better than Master Baiyun's. Unknowingly, the remnants of the Blue Eyes clan had already retreated from the Cloud River and boarded the giant mechanical ship towards the Blue Eyes Kingdom. Lindsay didn't send out troops to pursue them. The sudden appearance of Beast King Palace and Sword King sect made his heart heavy. Master, are you all right? He walked towards Master Baiyun and asked. I'm fine. Master Baiyun shook his head and said, it's been tens of thousands of years. The reappearance of the 12 sects in the Sky Dragon continent is a huge matter. My injuries are nothing. But Master, what does the reappearance of the 12 sects have to do with us? Lindsay asked puzzledly. Rumor has it that only when the mountain and river martial spirit awakens will the 12 sects reappear in the world. The human race will have a new era of prosperity. Master Baiyun explained, I believe the 12 sects and the other sects that are second to the 12 sects will start to recruit disciples. The martial artists will really have a springtime. The human race doesn't have a complete martial spirit. They are even inferior to the Blue Eyes clan and the Ninja clan. How can they be prosperous? Someone asked. The mountain and river martial spirit is the ancestor of all martial spirits. Once it appears, the rest of the martial spirits will be awakened one after another. This is also the reason why there are more and more young martial artists awakening their martial spirit remnant recently. Master Baiyun smiled bitterly and said, why didn't I think of this? Sigh, I don't know which unlucky guy got the mountain and river martial spirit. I'm afraid he will never have a day of peace in his life. Shouldn't it be lucky to get the mountain and river martial spirit? Why is he unlucky? The mountain river martial spirit is powerful, but if you can't control it, you won't live past 16 years old. Even if you live past 16 years old, you've seen the scene today. There are many people who want to get the mountain river martial spirit. This martial spirit doesn't belong to any one person. It belongs to the virtuous. Master Baiyun explained, as long as the person with the mountain river martial spirit dies in battle, the martial spirit will be transferred to another person. Then wouldn't the person with the mountain river martial spirit become the target of public criticism? Lindsay was shocked. You're right. However, a treasure is a treasure. Even so, there will still be countless people fighting over it. This is a cruel elimination competition. Once you're eliminated, you'll end up dead. Master Baiyun nodded and said, but putting aside the mountain river martial spirit, it's definitely an opportunity for you and others. The reappearance of the 12 sects may cause a bloodbath, but at the same time, it will give you more opportunities to advance. That's right. Master is right. Qi Yuan nodded and said, the Yuehua school that I once hoped to join is one of the 12 sects. It's also my lifelong wish. Unfortunately, my cultivation is too weak. I couldn't even pass the Yuehua school's first assessment. It can't be. Brother Qi, you're a top existence among the peak 9th level martial vein experts. You can't even pass the first assessment? General Jiu asked in shock. Humph, that's nothing. Don't forget that I'm just an outer disciple of the Yuehua school. I'm also the most useless outer disciple. Master Baiyun snorted and said, do you really think it's easy to join the 12 sects? If you don't reach the transcendent realm, don't even think about it. When he said this, Master Baiyun seemed to have a strong sense of unwillingness and helplessness. He wasn't young anymore, but he was only an outer disciple of the Yuehua school. Moreover, he was at the bottom of the outer disciples. Ling Xiao couldn't help but think of his situation in the Ling family. At that time, he was in fear every day. He was afraid that he would be kicked out of the Ling family and it would be impossible for him to practice martial arts. Master Baiyun's life in the Yuehua school was definitely not easy. Isn't the transcendent realm the peak of martial arts? Shirley couldn't help but ask. The peak of martial arts? Ha 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 ha. Master Baiyun laughed and said, aren't you looking down on martial arts too much? To put it bluntly, anyone below the transcendent realm is nothing but an ant. The martial arts you've learned are merely the castrated version. True martial arts can only be learned and comprehended after reaching the transcendent realm. The 9th level of the martial vein is just the foundation, the transcendent realm is just the beginning. I am only at the first level of the transcendent realm, the lowest level of the transcendent realm. If it wasn't for the Sword King sect, the disciples of the Beast King Palace would have killed us as easily as killing a bunch of ants. Master Baiyun's words were too shocking. This was simply unacceptable to many martial artists who had been bitterly cultivating. If the transcendent realm was only the beginning, then what was the 9th level of the martial vein that they had bitterly pursued for their entire lives, the strongest among the ants? They were still ants. Ling Xiao suddenly thought of the blue-clothed lady he had met in the Dragon Submission Mountain Range. That lady in blue was definitely a transcendent realm cultivator, but if he were to carefully sense her strength, it was likely that she was even stronger than the experts from the Sword King sect and Beast King Palace. Ordinary martial artists would feel discouraged and hopeless. However, the ambitious genius martial artists were filled with anticipation after hearing Master Baiyun's words. This was because they understood that there was also hope amidst the crisis. For them, the next thing to do was to work hard to enter those hidden sections. Even if they couldn't enter the 12 sects, it would still be better for them to enter the other sects that were relatively weaker. The Heavenly Ninja Academy and the Latent Dragon Camp were not even worth mentioning when compared to these hidden sections. Qi Yuan, did you find out about any changes during your trip to the Yuehua school? Master Baiyun's sect was the Yuehua school. However, due to his old age, he was unable to make any progress, so it was equivalent to him being abandoned. It wasn't much different from being expelled from the sect, but it wasn't officially announced. The Yuehua school gave Master Baiyun a condition to return to the sect, which was to find at least one true genius to enter the Yuehua school. This was also the reason why Master Baiyun had been desperately searching for genius martial artists. Unfortunately, among those so-called geniuses, only Zhuo Leng and Ming Tian were worthy of his attention. As for the others, they were nothing at all. Ling Yixue was very talented, but unfortunately, she was of the Soul clan and probably couldn't enter the Yuehua school. This was also the reason why he wasn't willing to focus on cultivating Ling Yixue. Master, due to the appearance of the mountain and river martial spirit, the Yuehua school and the other sects are preparing to expand their strength and recruit disciples. I think the previous requirements would be slightly lower. Even if they can't reach the transcendent realm, as long as they can reach the 9th level of the martial vein, it's still possible to pass the entrance examination. Qi Yuan replied. Then you haven't passed? Master Baiyun frowned and asked. I'm ashamed. We're all 9th level experts, but those who can pass the examination are all geniuses. Qi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, although I'm strong, I didn't even pass the 7-star flower test. This is the most basic test. Only 5-star geniuses and above are qualified to take the rest of the tests. I see. Does that mean the sect is going to expand its enrollment? Yes. When I came back, I saw the announcement from the Yuehua school. In 3 months, there should be a large-scale enrollment. Qi Yuan replied. Well, if that's the case, I should be notified soon. As soon as he finished speaking, a red shadow suddenly flew over from 1,000 meters away. Master Baiyun reached out and caught it. It was a letter. This soft letter was thrown from 1,000 meters away and could still be so accurate. This kind of control of true essence could only be achieved by a transcendent realm martial artist. As expected, Master Baiyun's face was filled with ecstasy when he opened the letter. In 3 months, the Yuehua school will expand its enrollment. At that time, I can recommend 3 people to go. These 3 people don't need to go through the 7-star flower test or audition. They can start the entrance examination directly. As soon as he said this, Ling Yixue and Dai Yuling, as true disciples, were moved. If Master Baiyun were to recommend, he would definitely recommend Suoleng and Ming Tian. This was without a doubt. As for the third person, he would probably choose between Dai Yuling and Ling Yixue. As for the other disciples, they didn't have much hope. However, no one would be willing to give up like this. You don't need to be discouraged. This time, the Yuehua school will expand its enrollment to the entire country of Northern Han. Within Northern Han's borders, including the ninjas and the blue-eyed clan living here, everyone is qualified to go. Master Baiyun smiled and said, Master will definitely not be biased. At that time, as long as one's potential is above 5-star, their strength will determine who will go to the Yuehua school. Finished speaking, he didn't stay any longer. He turned around and quickly left. His words were only polite. If one's potential was above 5-star, they would have already become his true disciple. Who would still be a mere disciple, however, his words reminded Ling Xiao of something. Baiyun Sect, True Spirit Hall. Novel, Law. Master Baiyun sat at the head of the table with Suoleng and Ming Tian beside him. In front of him sat Ling Xiao, Ling Yixue and the rest. There were still 4 successor disciples and 8 inner disciples. At this moment, Master Baiyun's injuries were almost healed and the expert from Beast King Palace didn't have the intention to kill him. He was probably afraid of the Yuehua school behind Master Baiyun. Ling Xiao coming back from the dead made Sky Cloud City's people shocked. Even Master Baiyun didn't dare to believe it. However, Master Baiyun wasn't sure how magical the 9th transformation of the 9 transformation golden body technique was. Ling Xiao's resurrection was a good thing, so he didn't ask much. What he was most concerned about now was the expansion of the sect. Although he didn't think highly of Ling Xiao was his inner disciple after all. He was happy that Ling Xiao was still alive. Do you know why I'm not concerned about the conflict between the Blue Eyes clan, Ninja clan and the Human clan? Grand Master Baiyun suddenly asked. The 12 of them shook their heads. Although they had different thoughts in their hearts, they didn't dare to say it out. Forget it, I'll tell you today. Master Baiyun revealed a kind smile and said, during the ancient times, there was no such thing as ninja spirit or heroic spirit. There was also no ninja clan or Blue Eyes clan. Ah? Everyone was stunned. At that time, the Human clan was the only race that ruled the Sky Dragon continent. They were the spirit of all living things. There were a large number of immemorial demonic beasts and ferocious beasts in the Sky Dragon continent. Their strength was much stronger than the demonic beasts and ferocious beasts of today. Master Baiyun continued, at that time, the Human clan only relied on their martial spirit. Then what about the Ninja clan and Blue Eyes clan? Ming Tian couldn't help but ask. About 100,000 years ago, the 12 sects had a common leader. He longed for immortality, so he sent Su Dao's warriors to the sea to search for the immortal panacea. When Su Dao left, he brought 1,000 men and women, and they were the ancestors of the ninja clan. Master Baiyun replied, Su Dao called himself the Ninja Emperor, which means he was the first emperor of the ninja clan. This was the beginning of the ninja clan. As for the so-called ninja spirit, it was just a name change. It's still a martial spirit. As for the Blue Eyes clan, they were separated from the human race at almost the same time. At that time, the 12 alliance leaders had a child. He had blonde hair and blue eyes and was different from ordinary people. Therefore, he was considered a monster and would bring bad luck. Therefore, the alliance leader banished the child's mother and her people to the wildlands. No way, the ninja clan and the Blue Eyes clan were actually separated from the human clan? Anyone who heard of this matter would be extremely shocked. This was because the grudges between the Blue Eyes clan, the ninja clan, and the human clan had been going on for thousands of years. Although you can't believe it, this is indeed true. This is also the reason why the 12 sects were willing to recruit disciples from the ninja clan and the Blue Eyes clan after they reappeared in the world. Master Baiyun sighed and said, other than the ninja clan and the Blue Eyes clan, there's also the barbarian clan. It was a clan created by the younger brother of the 12 sects alliance leader. It was also the human clan at first. The human clan, the barbarian clan, the Blue Eyes clan, and the ninja clan are actually from the same bloodline? Are they the inferior clans that you mentioned? Everyone present was a little uneasy. They had just fought a huge battle with the Blue Eyes clan and the ninja clan, and countless people were injured. In the end, they got such a result. That's right. The 12 sects exist to let the human clan regain the status of being the wisest of all creatures. Only then will the human clan be qualified to rule the Sky Dragon continent again and compete with the other clans on the 12 continents. Master Baiyun nodded and said, Master's meaning is very simple. Previously, when you were fighting, I was too lazy to care. However, now that the Mountain River martial spirit has appeared and the 12 sects have reappeared, the other 12 continents will soon know about this matter. We have a common enemy, so I hope you will stop fighting among yourselves. I will obey Master's orders. Although the 12 young geniuses answered very straightforwardly, no one knew what they were thinking. Well, this matter ends here. Next, Lin Zhe and Wan Ben will announce your military merits. When the time comes, you can enter the Technique Inheritance Hall to receive your rewards. After Master Baiyun finished speaking, the disciples were confused. Ling Xiao and the others from the Latent Dragon Camp had military merits. What about Zuoleng and Ming Tian? What about the geniuses from the Sky Ninja Academy? They also had military merits. I know you're confused, but it's actually very simple. In your eyes, this war is a battle of life and death, but in my eyes, this is just a trial to test you. Master Baiyun explained, the Latent Dragon Camp's military merits are obtained by killing the Green Eyes clan and the Ninja clan. The Sky Ninja Academy's military merits are obtained by killing the human clan. Do you understand now? Although Master Baiyun's words were a little hard for the 12 young disciples to accept, Master Baiyun had always been like this. He didn't seem to care about the casualties on both sides, so it was normal for him to do such a thing. Well, read out the military merits according to the number. I believe the two of you have arranged the order, right? Master Baiyun glanced at Lin Zhe and Wan Ben and said. Here, Lin Zhe represented the human clan, while Wan Ben, who had just returned, represented the Green Eyes clan and the Ninja clan. Let me read it. Wan Ben took the military merit book and read. First, Wan Ben's expression was obviously not very good. He paused for a while before continuing. The first is Ling Xiao, with 1060 military merits. Huh? Hearing this, Master Baiyun was a little surprised. He glanced at Wan Ben and said, Are you sure you didn't read it wrong? The first isn't Naruto? Nor Zuoleng? How can it be Ling Xiao? Master Baiyun didn't believe it. Wan Ben didn't believe it either. However, all the military merits were not calculated by hand, but by a treasure. There was absolutely no mistake. In the True Spirit Palace, Naruto and Zuoleng's attack didn't look good. However, they didn't dare to directly question Wan Ben. Master, there's a special situation here. Ling Xiao cooperated with Lin Zhe to kill a 9th-tier ninja clan expert, so he got more military merits. Governor Wan, you're wrong. Lin Zhe said, the military merits are calculated by a treasure. Ling Xiao got 90% of the military merits for killing the 9th tier ninja clan expert, and I only got 10%. I should be the one cooperating with him, not the other way around. Okay, now's not the time to care about this. How many military merits did you get after killing the 9th tier ninja clan expert? Master Baiyun interrupted Lin Zhe and asked. Killing the 9th tier ninja clan expert was a total of 500 military merits. Ling Xiao got 450 points. Wan Ben replied. But even a 9th tier ninja clan expert wouldn't have so many military merits, right? Master Baiyun asked. It's like this, Master. This person has the Shadow Martial Spirit, which is a great threat to Sky Cloud City. If he doesn't die, it's very likely that the war will change the direction, so he got so many military merits. Lin Zhe replied. Master Baiyun still couldn't believe that a peak 7th stage martial vein stage martial master could get more points than a 9th stage martial vein stage martial master. La forget it. Continue reading. He wanted to compare and see if there was a problem with the military artifact. Second place, Ming Tian, 350 points, 3 RD place, Ling Yixue, 200 points. Fourth place, Zuoleng, 190 points. Wan Ben read out the points of the 12 disciples. Other than Ming Tian and Ling Yixue, the rest didn't have more than 200 points. However, Ling Xiao actually had so many more merit points than Ming Tian. This was simply too abnormal. Even if he killed the invisible assassin, he still had 610 points after deducting 450 points. That was almost double of Ming Tian's points. The rest couldn't compare at all. There must be a problem with the military artifact. Otherwise, it's impossible. Fei Yu and the other Sky Enduring Academy disciples all stood up and questioned. On the other hand, the Latent Dragon Camp martial artists were very calm. They had seen Ling Xiao's performance. Without Ling Xiao, they would have lost the war long ago. They wouldn't have waited until the end. Ming Tian only sneered at Ling Xiao. He thought, it's fine if you cheated, but you actually faked so many points. Don't you know that Master hates people who cheat? Ling Xiao, hand over your military artifact. Master Baiyun said to Ling Xiao with a gloomy face. Yes. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of being accused. He didn't cheat anyway, so he wasn't afraid of Master Baiyun checking. He knew that Master Baiyun was biased towards Zuoleng and Ming Tian, but he wasn't a black-hearted person. The facts proved his thoughts. After Master Baiyun checked the military artifact, he returned it to Ling Xiao and said with a frown, there's no problem with the military artifact. I also checked the records. Ling Xiao's points are normal. Master, how is this possible? Ming Tian stood up. He couldn't believe it. What? You don't even believe your master? Master Baiyun frowned. Disciple doesn't dare. Alright, one of the main reasons why Ling Xiao received so many military merit points was because he blocked the wolf-shaped beast. That gave him 300 military merit points. Including the points for killing the invisible assassin, that's a total of 750 military merit points. Master Baiyun was clearly afraid that Ming Tian would think too much, so he went out of his way to explain, the other 310 points are from him killing enemies. He's very fast, and with the special effect of 13 swords transformation, his killing speed is much faster than a normal person. Ming Tian still couldn't believe it. Master Baiyun nodded and said, but this Ling Xiao has already perfected his skills. Even I can't do that. When he kills his enemies, he kills them in one move. Every move hits the vital points. His efficiency is much higher than yours. However, this is just a trick. You don't have to pay too much attention to it. Although Master Baiyun believed in Ling Xiao's military points, he was still dissatisfied with Ling Xiao's focus on combat skills. However, unlike him, Ming Tian was filled with anger and unwillingness. Ling Xiao not only killed his father in the battle, but also took first place in the military points. He even got 3 times more points than him. How could he accept this? He was a martial vein level 9 martial master and Master Baiyun's direct disciple. He couldn't accept that he lost to Ling Xiao in military points. The disciples of the Heavenly Ninja Academy were indignant. The higher Ling Zhao's military points were, the more ninjas and blue-eyed clan warriors he killed. It was a double hatred. On the other hand, the geniuses from the latent dragon camp were already used to Ling Zhao's miraculous performance, and they all smiled happily. Okay, the rest of you can go to the Technique Inheritance Hall to receive your rewards. Ming Tian, Zuoleng, you two stay. Master Baiyun noticed that something was wrong with Ming Tian, so he intentionally asked his two most valued geniuses to stay. After Lin Zhe, Wan Ben, Ling Xiao and the others left, Master Baiyun said gently, I know that the two of you are still holding a grudge over the military points. In fact, there is no need. Ling Zhao's combat skills are indeed excellent. Even I am not as good as him. But that is useless. In my opinion, among the 12 of you, only the two of you have the chance to enter the Yuehua school and reach the Transcendence Realm. Master Baiyun was full of pride as he spoke. In his life, the proudest thing he had done was to take in these two disciples. Obviously, no matter how good Ling Zhao's performance was, in his eyes, nothing more than a strange skill. It was not worth mentioning. Ming Tian and Zuoleng smiled when they heard Master Baiyun's words. Thank you, Master. Ming Tian and Zuoleng were extremely excited. So what if Ling Xiao got first place? Isn't he still inferior to us? So what if your combat skills are excellent? If you can't reach the Transcendence Realm, you will be trampled under our feet for the rest of your life. After leaving the True Spirit Palace, everyone went straight to the Technique Inheritance Hall. In the past, they could only go to the Border General's mansion to receive their rewards. Now, they could go to the Technique Inheritance Hall, which was of a higher standard. Although everyone knew about the past of the human race, it was definitely not something that could be resolved in a short period of time. Therefore, the Latent Dragon Camp and the Heavenly Ninja Academy were like fire and water. Especially this time, Ling Xiao actually suppressed Ming Tian and Zuoleng. How could the Heavenly Ninja Academy accept this? The two sides entered the Technique Inheritance Hall one after the other and went to calculate the rewards they wanted to receive. At this time, Zuoleng and Ming Tian also arrived. Ling Xiao, you're not bad. You can kill a 9th-level martial vein expert at the peak of the 7th-level martial vein. I'm really amazed. The one who spoke was Ming Tian. However, his tone was full of hatred and sarcasm. But I don't know if you have the qualifications to enter a hidden sect. Hehe, actually, I hope you can also enter. That way, we can compete. No problem. Ling Xiao said indifferently, I just hope that senior brother Ming Tian won't let his guard down. Maybe my cultivation will soon surpass yours. To be honest, Ming Tian and Zuoleng were indeed talented and had amazing potential. Coupled with Master Baiyun's full cultivation, he had long been left behind. However, the more it was so, the more excited he was. If a person didn't have a goal to pursue, they would definitely lack motivation. Ha ha ha, let's wait and see. Ming Tian laughed and went to choose his reward with Zuoleng. Ling Xiao didn't waste any time. He had more than 1,000 military merits and could exchange for a large number of things, including martial arts manuals, heaven and earth treasures, divine weapons, and so on. However, having a lot of military merits was also a blessing. He had to make some more careful choices. He didn't need to choose martial arts manuals for the time being. For offense, he had Snow Lotus Sword Art. For defense, he had Heavenly Dragon Golden Body. For movement, he had Cloud Dragon Divine Walk. These were all transcendent martial arts. As for inner force cultivation methods, he also had the quasi-transcendent martial art Snow Lotus Truth. However, he didn't find any advanced version of it in the Technique Inheritance Hall. With these, plus his martial soul and some secret techniques, it was definitely enough. Ling Zhao's current weakness was his cultivation. Ming Tian was already at the early stage of the 9th level of the martial vein, while he was only at the peak of the 7th level. Since he had lost at the starting line, he had to quickly make up for it. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao began to flip through the Spiritual Medicine Secret Codex in the Technique Hall. This so-called Spiritual Medicine Secret Codex was actually a book in the Technique Hall. The medicinal herbs and pills recorded in it were all owned by Master Baiyun. He could choose according to his military merit points. Xianyuan Bone Changing Pill, a spirit pill for tempering the body. It can be used to increase the realm of defensive martial arts, and at the same time, it can also temper the body and lay a good foundation for advancing to the transcendent realm. Requires body potential of 90% of 4 stars and a cultivation of at least the 8th level. 3 Heart Soul Condensing Pill, a spirit pill for tempering the soul. It can be used to increase the strength of the soul and increase the soul power, laying a good foundation for advancing to the transcendent realm. Requires soul potential of 90% of 4 stars and a cultivation of at least the 7th level. High-grade True Essence Pill, a spirit pill for tempering the martial vein. It can be used to increase the strength of the martial vein and increase the true essence, laying a good foundation for advancing to the transcendent realm. Requires internal energy potential of 90% of 4 stars and a cultivation of at least the 7th level. There is a note at the back of these 3 pills: if not taken according to the requirements, it may cause chi deviation, bleeding from the 7 orifices, or even death on the spot. Each of the 3 types of elixirs required 150 military merit points. This was simply robbery. The military merit points required for a single pill was actually more expensive than a quasi-transcendent martial arts manual. However, you get what you pay for. Such an expensive thing naturally wouldn't be cheap. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and simply took 2 of each pill. In this way, he directly spent 900 military merit points. As for the remaining 160 military merit points, Ling Xiao used them all to exchange for gold. Because in the previous battle, in order to repair his body, he used up all of his gold. Although the consumption was terrifying, he still managed to save his life. Considering this point, he felt that gold was quite important to him. 160 military merit points were directly exchanged for 16 million gold taels. Otherwise, why would it be said that the higher the cultivation, the less important gold was? The total amount of gold in the ninja auction house was almost this much, but Master Baiyun could easily exchange so much gold for his disciple. Of course, other than Ling Xiao, no one else would exchange military merit points for gold. After all, the higher one's cultivation was, the less useful gold would be. Other than basic necessities, there was almost no need for gold. After the exchange, Ling Xiao returned to his residence and began cultivating. Of course, the first thing he chose to cultivate was the Snow Lotus Truth. This was because it was the only and most powerful inner force cultivation method he had at the moment. If he wanted to increase his cultivation, he absolutely had to practice the Snow Lotus Truth. Moreover, after the battle that day, a lot of remnant strange power had surged into his body, including Grandmaster Baiyun's quintessential essence and the wolf-shaped ferocious beast's quintessential essence. He could feel that in the process of refining this external true essence, it should not be a problem for him to raise his cultivation to the 8th level of the martial vein. As long as his cultivation reached the 8th level of the martial vein, then the Heaven Essence bone-changing pill could be used. He did not want to take the risk. After all, he only had one life. Although he was anxious, it was better to cultivate step by step. After swallowing a high-grade quintessential pill, the quintessential essence in his body surged like a tide. In the Mountain River world, a wolf-shaped shadow and Grandmaster Baiyun's shadow were fighting. Ling Zhao's shadow stood at the side, accumulating strength, ready to find an opportunity to take down these 2 quintessential essences in one fell swoop. Suddenly, his shadow rushed out. Taking advantage of the weakening of the wolf-shaped shadow and Grandmaster Baiyun, it turned into a golden dragon and swallowed the 2 quintessential essences. Although the quality of the 2 quintessential essences was much stronger than his Snow Lotus quintessential essence, they did not have much of an advantage compared to his Sky Dragon quintessential essence. Coupled with the fact that they were in a weakened state, they were instantly swallowed by him. And then digested. 7 days later. Ling Xiao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The 8th martial vein in his body had finally been opened. The breakthrough to the 8th level of the martial vein was much easier than he had imagined. It was as if the conditions were right. However, he did not assimilate the wolf-shaped beast's Scarlet Flame quintessential essence and Grandmaster Baiyun's Thunderbolt quintessential essence. It was not that he could not do it, but that he did not do it. Because he found that once assimilated, the 2 quintessential essences would be reduced to the same level as his Snow Lotus quintessential essence. This was simply not worth the loss. Therefore, he isolated these 2 quintessential essences, just like the Sky Dragon quintessential essence, independent of the Snow Lotus quintessential essence, and used them as his trump card. Now, he had 8 martial veins. One martial vein was the Sky Dragon quintessential essence, one martial vein was the Scarlet Flame quintessential essence, and one martial vein was the Thunderbolt quintessential essence. The remaining 5 were all Snow Lotus quintessential essence. To be able to do this, it was all thanks to the 8th special ability he had obtained after reaching the 8th level of the martial vein, 9-vein spiritual body. The advantage of this ability was that the 9 martial veins could store 9 different quintessential essences, and they would not hinder each other. Of course, the quintessential essence obtained from others was limited. After it was used up, one could only use the Snow Lotus quintessential essence or the Sky Dragon quintessential essence to fill it up, or obtain other quintessential essences from others to fill it up. An ordinary martial artist would have at most 2 quintessential essences in their body, and it was impossible to have more. However, he could have 9 quintessential essences. The higher the level of the mountain and river martial spirit, the greater the surprise it would bring. At the same time that his cultivation was promoted to the 8th level of the martial vein, his Snow Lotus quintessential essence had finally reached the 9th level of perfection. This was all thanks to the previous battle, which allowed him to gain a lot of insights from the battle with the transcendent martial artists. Therefore, the speed at which he cultivated the quasi-transcendent martial arts had significantly increased. To have such achievements in 7 days, even he himself felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. However, the gap was still very far. It was a pity that he did not have any high-grade quintessential essence pills. He swallowed a few low-grade quintessential essence pills to consolidate his cultivation. This process took him 3 days. After that, he swallowed the 3-heart soul condensing pill and began to condense his soul and improve his soul force. He had once used the 7-star flower to test his potential. All 3 of his potential should be above 7 stars, so he felt that he had to use all 3 at once. In this way, after advancing to the transcendent realm, his foundation would be even more solid. The soul ignition art was the same as the Snow Lotus quintessential essence. It was also a quasi-transcendent martial art. After 7 days of continuous cultivation, his soul force had obviously improved by a lot, and his soul had also become much stronger. The most obvious feature was that he felt that his thoughts had become clearer and faster. Things that he could not understand before, he could now quickly understand now. Things that he could not remember before, he could now quickly remember now. Not only that, because of the improvement of his soul force, the effect of the terrifying finger had also become more terrifying. It was not inferior to the Snow Lotus sword art in the slightest. To a certain extent, it was even more terrifying. The soul ignition art had been promoted to the great perfection realm. In the future, other than using it in battle, he could temporarily put it aside. Next, he would take the quintessential bone-changing pill to cultivate the heavenly dragon golden body. During this period of time, his heavenly dragon golden body had not made any progress. It had always been stuck at the 2nd level, unable to advance an inch. However, this time he had exchanged for the quintessential bone-changing pill. Coupled with the breakthrough in his cultivation and soul, it was estimated that it was time for the heavenly dragon golden body to be promoted. This time, he did not dare to use the shadow cultivation secret technique because it involved too many things. If something went wrong, it would be dangerous for him to go berserk. His cultivation had advanced to the early 8th layer. His soul power had skyrocketed. The Snow Lotus Truth and Soul Ignition art had both been cultivated to the Great Circle. This provided Xianxia with a good condition to cultivate the Sky Dragon golden body. He had 2 Heaven Essence bone-changing pills in his hand. Each Heaven Essence bone-changing pill was full of medicinal power, so he planned to take one first. After all, this Heaven Essence bone-changing pill required a cultivation of the 8th layer and above to use, which had higher requirements than the other 2 pills. Taking 2 at a time, he was afraid that he would not be able to bear it. After swallowing 1 Heaven Essence bone-changing pill, Xianxia knew that his inference was correct. At that moment, his body felt as if his bones were completely shattered. That kind of pain was really not something that an ordinary person could bear. After 7 days and 7 nights, Xianxia could not even move and was tortured every day. But he held on with a firm will. In addition, his cultivation had already reached the 8th layer of the martial vein. Coupled with his vigorous true essence, he would not go mad or bleed from his 7 orifices. The only trouble was the pain was almost unbearable. No wonder this heaven essence bone-changing pill required a cultivation of the 8th layer and above to use. This kind of pain, this kind of impact, was really not something that a martial artist below the 7th layer could bear. After 7 days and 7 nights, the pain finally subsided. At this time, Xianxia fully operated the Snow Lotus Truth and Sky Dragon Golden Body, bringing the absorption power of the mountain and river martial spirit to its limit. The crazy medicinal power continued to pour into his body. He could clearly feel that the shackles of the 2nd layer of the Sky Dragon Golden Body began to collapse, and there was a faint feeling of advancing to the 3rd layer. The degree of toughness of his body also increased by leaps and bounds, and the speed was extremely fast. With the great circle of the Snow Lotus Truth and the miraculous fusion speed of the mountain and river martial spirit, after about 10 days, the medicinal effect of this heaven essence bone-changing pill was finally completely absorbed. Xianxia could not help but explode with a shout, expelling the waste gas from his body. He opened his eyes and slowly stood up. He could clearly feel that the toughness of his muscles, bones, skin, and flesh had greatly increased. Especially the toughness of his bones, it was not inferior to a high-quality treasure. And this was just the strength of his body before he used the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body. At the same time, due to the repeated use of the Snow Lotus Truth during this process, his cultivation base was also improving imperceptibly. Although it was not as fast as when he took the high-grade True Essence Dan, from the looks of it, advancing to the middle stage of the 8th level of the martial vein was just around the corner. At this time, his cultivation had already reached the peak of the early 8th level of the martial vein, and he was close to breaking through the limit. He was only a paper away from the middle of the 8th level. And his Heavenly Dragon Golden Body had finally broken through the shackles of the 2nd level under the medicinal effect of the Qianyuan bone-changing pill, and advanced to the 3rd level. The 3rd level of the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body not only strengthened the body, but also had 2 special signs. One was to produce Heavenly Dragon tendons, and the other was to condense Heavenly Dragon scales. There was no order in these 2 symbols. Xianxia first comprehended the Heavenly Dragon scale. When he integrated his true essence into the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body cultivation method, a layer of golden scales began to appear on the surface of his body. However, these scales were still transparent for the time being, faintly discernible. Even so, the terrifying defense brought by the scales was much stronger than the 9 transformation golden body technique of the 9 transformation. From now on, Xiao's defense had taken a qualitative leap. Heavenly Dragon Scale Armor, this was not only eye-catching, but its defense was also terrifyingly powerful. And the most amazing thing was that the Heavenly Dragon Scale Armor could be used to strengthen the attack according to the different parts of the armor. For example, if one wrapped the hands with the Heavenly Dragon Scale Armor, the attack would be much stronger. In addition, when the Heavenly Dragon Scale Armor was attached to the entire body, it was equivalent to a perfect absolute defense. Even if he was surrounded by tens of thousands of martial artists, as long as they could not break his defense, he would not be harmed at all. At this level, the number of people basically did not have much meaning to him. If the enemy wanted to use the human wave tactic to eliminate him, it was tantamount to a fool's dream. Of course, there was a reason why the Heavenly Dragon Scale Armor was condensed and not born. The reason was that Xiao's current quintessential essence was not enough to sustain the Heavenly Dragon Scale Armor. Generally speaking, for a transcendent martial art like the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body, even if it was a peak 8th level martial master, being able to sustain the Heavenly Dragon Scale Armor for 20 breaths was already considered very powerful. Therefore, the Heavenly Dragon Scale Armor was like many defensive artifacts. It was basically used as a life-saving item. Unless it was a critical moment, it would not be used. Xiao's current quintessential essence was very dense. It was much stronger than the quintessential essence of a peak 8th level martial vein martial master. Basically, it was about the same amount of quintessential essence as a peak 9th level martial vein martial master. Therefore, it was not a problem for him to maintain the Heavenly Dragon Scale Armor for 100 breaths of time. In addition, his mountain river martial spirit could devour quintessential essence, so the more enemies there were, the more beneficial it was for him. Normally, he did not dare to keep condensing the heavenly dragon scale armor, but when facing an army of thousands, it would not be a problem even if he kept condensing it. This was because the quintessential essence that he devoured was enough to maintain the heavenly dragon scale armor. He had estimated. Without using the heavenly dragon scale armor, martial artists below the late 8th level of the martial vein would not be able to injure him at all, unless they had a divine weapon. And once he used the heavenly dragon scale armor, with his current cultivation, even if it was a peak 8th level martial vein martial master, he would still be in an invincible position. He could completely exhaust his opponent to death. As for the early 9th level martial vein martial master, it was still very difficult for him to deal with them. However, at the very least, he could ensure that he would not die. In the next half a month, Xianxia did his best to consolidate the cultivation of the 3rd level of the heavenly dragon golden body. At the same time, he completely absorbed the remaining medicinal strength. He also tried to familiarize himself with the use of the heavenly dragon scale armor. After all, this could be considered a skill. When to use the heavenly dragon scale armor and where to use it, these were all very particular. Covering the entire body would definitely have the worst defensive effect. If it was a partial defense, the defensive power would be condensed to a single point, which would naturally have the best effect. The key was what kind of enemy he was facing. Fortunately, he had a martial spirit avatar, so he could repeatedly try and practice. Half a month later, his use of the heavenly dragon scale armor had reached perfection, and the 3rd level of the heavenly dragon golden body had completely stabilized. It was just that the heavenly dragon tendon had yet to be cultivated. However, he was not in a hurry. Because he knew very well that being impatient would not allow him to eat hot tofu. The more anxious he was, the easier it would be for him to go berserk. His current cultivation speed was already very astonishing. There was really no need to take the risk. The gains would not make up for the losses. In this half a month, because he did not consume the Heaven Essence bone-changing pill and other spirit medicines, Xianxia once again used the shadow cultivation secret technique. His main body continued to consolidate the cultivation of the heavenly dragon golden body, as well as familiarizing himself with the use of the heavenly dragon scale armor. One of the 2 clones focused on improving his martial spirit, and at the same time, he was preparing to develop a new killing move. Because he had fused 2 brand new martial souls, this was necessary. The other one persevered in cultivating the divine prison king fist. The clone could also use the mountain and river martial spirit to analyze and comprehend, and the memories of the main body were also shared. Therefore, the benefits that Xianxia had obtained in the previous war could also be used by the clone. Finally, after half a month, one of the clones raised the ghost ship, giant sword, and Thunder Bear's remnant soul to 90%. Novel, Law, using the Blood Shadow martial soul and 13 swords of shadow, he comprehended a new killing move, Blood Shadow Destruction. The Blood Shadow Destruction was different from the Giant Spirit Kill and was different from the Blood Blade Shadow King Kill. It was an assassination move. It disappeared and reappeared in an instant, catching the enemy off guard. The other clone also successfully cultivated the second move of the Divine Hell King Fist, Horseface Crush. Oxhead and Horseface were originally 2 moves that were combined. Now that he had completely comprehended the 2 moves, its power had naturally increased by several times. Moreover, his soul power had skyrocketed. Although the Divine Hell King Fist was only a quasi-transcendent martial art, its attack was probably not inferior to an entry-level transcendent martial art. His cultivation speed was so fast and his comprehension ability was so strong. Of course, it was due to the magical effect of the Mountain River martial soul. It was no wonder that so many people kept fighting for this martial soul. Although it could lead to a fatal disaster, the benefits this martial soul brought were also huge. Anyway, he had decided that he would never expose the Mountain River martial soul in front of others unless it was a situation of certain death. This thing was a double-edged sword. It could bring you great benefits, but it could also bring you great danger. At this point, Xianxia had cultivated for more than a month. There were less than 2 months before the expansion examination of the hidden sections. It would probably take some time to travel, so he only had a little more than a month to improve his strength. However, after cultivating in seclusion for a month, he was physically and mentally exhausted. his body had sunk into sluggishness. Although he knew that time was tight, Xiao still temporarily stopped cultivating and prepared to go out to eat some delicious food and take a rest. When he was cultivating in seclusion, he ate dry food like jerky, which was very bad for his body. Under the transcendent realm, no matter how strong he was still immortal. It was impossible not to eat good food. Delicious and nutritious food was very effective for the recovery of the body's functions. After leaving the cultivation room, Xiao asked the little Taoist boy to help prepare the food. Although he was only a disciple of Master Baiyun, his position in Baiyun Temple was not something the little Taoist boy could compare to. Did anything interesting happen recently? After the food was served, Xiao ate while asking the little Taoist boy. Reporting to young Master Ling, in the past month, the biggest thing was young Master Xuelung's advancement to the 9th level martial vein. The little Taoist boy replied. Another 9th level martial vein? Looks like I need to work harder. Xiao thought. What about Ming Tian? Did his cultivation advance? Young Master Ming Tian's cultivation has also advanced from the early 9th level of the martial vein realm to the late 9th level of the martial vein realm. What? Compared to Xuelung advancing to the 9th level of the martial vein, this news undoubtedly shocked him even more. It seems like Grandmaster Baiyun is giving these two special treatment again. I have to painstakingly use my military merit points to exchange for pills, but these two can use them as they please. This was truly enviable. Of course, even if Master Baiyun's special treatment was excluded, the potential of these two people was extremely rare in the entire Baiyun province and even in the Heavenly Dragon continent. Ming Tian reached the late stage of the 9th level martial vein at the age of 16. Xuelung advanced to the 9th level martial vein at the age of 16. This made the surrounding geniuses dim. No wonder Master Baiyun thought that only the two of them could enter Yuehua school. Ling Yixue and Xiao were behind at the starting line in life, so they did not look as monstrous as the two of them. Is there anything else? Xiao calmed down after being slightly surprised. In the past, there were many geniuses with higher cultivation than him, but he was already catching up. The gap between him and Ming Tian and Xuelung was getting smaller and smaller. Therefore, although he felt a sense of urgency, he did not feel inferior. Instead, his fighting spirit became even stronger. Yes. The little Taoist boy thought for a while and said, about 10 days ago, someone claimed to be Master Baiyun's nephew. He came to Baiyun Temple to talk to Master Baiyun. They did not have a good conversation and even fought. Fought? Yes. Young Master Ling, you probably don't know. Master Baiyun was actually not a match for his nephew. He was defeated after only 20 moves. Young Master Ming Tian and young Master Xuelung saw it. The little Taoist boy suddenly lowered his voice and said. He probably felt that this kind of thing could not be made public. Xiao was shocked. How long had it been? Grandmaster Baiyun, who was once an invincible existence in northern Han and even in the human race's sacred dynasty, had already been defeated twice in a row. The world was too big and there were too many experts. Okay, put away the food. I'm done eating. By the time Xiao asked that question, he had already finished his food. The little Taoist boy's words made him feel a strong sense of urgency. He went back to his room to rest for a while. When he felt that his body had recovered, he went back to the practice room and continued to cultivate. The huge pressure turned into a strong fighting spirit. Xiao cultivated even more desperately. Buzz, under the influence of his powerful fighting spirit, he was in his peak state. His mountain river martial spirit underwent a huge change. What was originally a small mountain village had now turned into a town with even more residents. This was only the appearance. The more profound benefit was that the acceleration effect had increased again. The fusion between the mountain river martial spirit and Xiao's soul had deepened. Previously, the fusion rate was less than 1%, but now, it had reached 10%. This was a tenfold increase. The higher the fusion rate, the more stable Xiao's control of the mountain river martial spirit became. He believed that one day, the mountain river martial spirit would completely fuse with his soul. At that time, the mountain river would be him and he would be the mountain river. There would be no distinction between them. the mountain river martial spirits effect would also be fully displayed. The benefits of the fusion were immediate. A wave of energy gushed out from the mountain river martial spirit and spread throughout his body. It made him feel as if he was soaking in a hot spring. He did not waste this opportunity and hurriedly operated the heavenly dragon golden body. This time, the cultivation lasted for another half a month. Every meridian in his body had completely transformed into the heavenly dragon tendons. This also meant that he had completely mastered the 2 states of the 3rd level of the heavenly dragon golden body. What the heavenly dragon tendons brought was a comprehensive increase in strength, stamina, flexibility, speed, and so on. Not only that, after cultivating the heavenly dragon tendons, his cultivation had broken through continuously. He had actually broken through from the early 8th level of the martial vein to the late 8th level of the martial vein. He could feel that his current strength was absolutely astonishing. No one below the 8th level was his match. Even if it was a top genius, they would be helpless against him. Even if he were to face an early 9th level martial vein martial master, the chances of victory would be 50-50. He might even be able to exhaust his opponent to death by relying on the heavenly dragon scale armor. However, this breakthrough speed was too fast. Ling Xiao was afraid of attracting attention, so he adjusted the model to the early 8th level of the martial vein. This way, he wouldn't be suspected. Furthermore, there were many benefits to hiding his cultivation. After stopping his cultivation, Ling Xiao stepped out of the training room. Outside the door, the sky had just brightened and a red sun slowly rose from the horizon. "Young master, you've finally come out." Cold Plum leaned against the corridor outside the door. When he saw Ling Xiao, his face revealed a look of ecstasy. Your cultivation has already reached the peak of the 7th layer martial vein. Not bad, not bad. Cold Plum's body's potential was also very high. In the past, he just didn't have the right conditions. Now that he had become Master Baiyun's disciple, his cultivation speed naturally increased by leaps and bounds. I'm nothing. Shirlei, Sister Yishui, Diao Wu, Zhu Hua, and Fei Yu have all reached the early 8th layer martial vein. Dai Yuling has reached the late 8th layer martial vein. Zuoleng has reached the early 9th layer martial vein. Ming Tian has reached the late 9th layer martial vein. They are all stronger than me. Cold Plum smiled bitterly. Don't worry. Your cultivation was just lower in the past. You will catch up. Ling Xiao comforted. Young master, don't worry. Cold Plum will not be discouraged. Cold Plum smiled. That's good. But why are you waiting here? Yes, Master said that you should head to the True Spirit Hall immediately after you come out of seclusion. There's only a little more than a month left before the recruitment of the hidden sections. I'm afraid he's preparing to select 3 recommendations. Cold Plum replied. Let's go together. Ling Xiao nodded and the 2 of them quickly walked to the True Spirit Palace. In the True Spirit Palace, except for Cold Plum and Ling Xiao, everyone else had already arrived. What arrogance. Master called a meeting and you dare to be late? Fei Yu had just broken through to the 8th layer martial vein, so he felt that his chance for revenge had come. He seemed to have sensed that the matter of revenge could not be delayed any longer. If this continued, Ling Xiao would surpass him sooner or later. At that time, there would be no more chances. When he saw Ling Xiao today, he had the intention to provoke him. Let the other party make the first move, and then he would propose to have a showdown on the cliff of life and death. This way, revenge would be a matter of course. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao did not pay attention to him at all. Instead, he bowed to Master Baiyun and said, I just learned that Master has summoned me. It's fine. Have a seat. Master Baiyun waved his hand and did not blame Ling Xiao. In fact, the reason why the meeting was delayed until today was because several disciples were in closed-door training. Based on the aura of each training room, he guessed that the disciples would come out today. It was just that Ling Xiao came out of seclusion a little later, because there was no point in blaming him. Thank you, Master. Ling Xiao sat down cross-legged. Alright, since everyone is here, let's get down to business. At this point, Master Baiyun looked at Ming Tian and Zuoleng dotingly. Without a doubt, these 2 were his most valued disciples, and they did not disappoint him. They broke through to the 9th level martial vein at the age of 16, which was very rare. Although Ming Tian's cultivation was only at the late stage of the 9th level martial vein, in terms of strength, he was almost invincible within the 9th level. Even Lin Zhe, Master Baiyun, and Wan Ben were left behind by him. Suoleng had just broken through to the 9th level martial vein, but he also had the strength to fight with Lin Zhe and the others. This was a genius. Naturally, they were different from ordinary people. Every improvement of a genius was several times or even dozens of times that of an ordinary person. In a month, the Yuehua School's disciple recruitment ceremony will begin. I wonder if you have the confidence to pass the Yuehua School's assessment? Master Baiyun's tone was full of anticipation. Rest assured, Master. Not only will I pass the assessment, but I will also become the most outstanding disciple of the Yuehua School. I will definitely not embarrass you. I won't be worse than Ming Tian. Ming Tian and Suoleng said one after another. Before the others could speak, Master Baiyun had already laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, good, good. You are indeed my most outstanding disciples. I absolutely believe in your words." It seemed that in Master Baiyun's mind, only these two people were qualified to pass the assessment. Therefore, he threw the other disciples aside and did not pay attention to them. After a while, he said, I have 3 recommendations. 2 of them will be given to Ming Tian and Suoleng. Do you have any objections? Ling Xiao could not help but frown. Although he had known that this would be the result, he still felt a little uncomfortable that Master Baiyun had given 2 recommendations to Ming Tian and Suoleng without any assessment. As a master, he was a little too biased. Moreover, this was not the first time. However, because there was still one more recommendation, he did not say anything. After all, apart from Ming Tian and Suoleng, the others were no match for him in terms of strength or potential. Since he did not say anything, the others did not dare to say anything either. Well, I called you here today for this matter. Now go back and cultivate. When the remaining 10 people were waiting for Master Baiyun to decide on the 3rd recommendation, Master Baiyun waved his hand and motioned everyone to go back and cultivate. Master, isn't there still one more recommendation? Dai Yuling could not help but ask. Apart from Ming Tian and Suoleng, she had the highest cultivation. Of course, Ling Xiao was an exception. Therefore, she was very concerned about the 3rd recommendation. I have already decided on the 3rd recommendation. It would be a waste to give it to you. After all, this is the first time in tens of thousands of years that such an expansion has happened. It may only happen again in the next few years. If you can't pass the assessment, it would be a complete waste. Master Baiyun said expressionlessly. What? Master Baiyun's words made the other 10 people dumbfounded. Not only did he give 2 recommendations to Ming Tian and Suoleng, he even gave the remaining recommendation to someone else. This was too much. Disciple is not convinced. Dai Yuling was the one who could not accept it the most. After all, she was Master Baiyun's true disciple. Not convinced? Master can tell you that the other candidate has the same potential as Ming Tian and Suoleng. His strength is on par with Suoleng. Do you think you have a chance? Master Baiyun stared at Dai Yuling and said, That's enough. Don't make trouble. After all, you are Master's true disciple. In the future, Master will do his best to train you. Although it is not as good as joining a sect, it is still possible for you to advance to the transcendent realm. Dai Yuling sat back in her seat, her face pale. Master, disciple is not convinced either. Ling Xiao slowly got up and looked at Master Baiyun calmly. At this point, he could no longer stay silent. No matter what, he had to fight for a place to enter Yuehua School. It was a chance to open a new world, and it might even be the only chance. You are not convinced either? Master Baiyun frowned and said, Do you think you are better than Ming Tian and Suoleng? That's right. Ling Xiao replied indifferently. Ha 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 ha. Over there, Ming Tian laughed unscrupulously. Suoleng also showed a disdainful sneer. He had seen overconfident people, but he had never seen such an overconfident person. Master Baiyun also sneered, Good, good, good. This old man wants to see how capable the genius Lin Zhe is and see if this old man will regret it. Master, why listen to this kid's nonsense? Just expel him from the sect. Ming Tian said. That's right, master. This person betrayed his master. What's the use of keeping him? Swolung also said. That would make me seem narrow-minded. How about this, Ling Xiao, this old man will give you a chance. What kind of opportunity does master want to give me? Ling Xiao looked at Master Baiyun with indifference in his eyes, but there was no hatred. Master Baiyun's actions made him feel cold. However, Master Baiyun had saved his life, so there was no need to hate him. At most, they would be strangers from now on. Ling Xiao, you think you're quite strong. There are very few young masters in Baiyun province who can defeat you. Master Baiyun said slowly, but I don't know if you dare to challenge Swolung. If you can tie with him, Swolung's recommendation will be yours. Hearing this, everyone in the latent dragon camp was a little angry. Swolung was an early-stage 9th-level martial vein martial master. Ling Xiao was only an early-stage 8th-level martial vein martial master. The gap was too big. It was better not to give such an opportunity. The people from the Heavenly Ninja Academy were gloating, waiting to see how Ling Xiao would make a fool of himself. Seeing that Ling Xiao didn't speak, Master Baiyun continued, of course, if you don't accept this opportunity, I won't force you. But don't mention the recommendation. He wasn't giving Ling Xiao a chance. He just wanted to dispel Ling Xiao's arrogant idea. Because in his opinion, even if Ling Xiao didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, he wouldn't be stupid enough to challenge Swolung. However, he was wrong again. In the past 2 months, Ling Xiao's strength had increased by more than just a little. He had long wanted to find someone to test his strength on. Swolung was a suitable opponent. Thank you, master. I'm willing to seize this opportunity to challenge Swolung. Ling Xiao said without changing his expression. Are you sure? Master Baiyun was stunned and asked. Very sure. Ling Xiao nodded. Master, I'm a ninja warrior, and he's a human warrior. In the previous war, this kid killed many of our fellow ninjas, including Mingtian's father, who was also my master. So, I request to go to the Life and Death Cliff. Life and Death Cliff, the first thought that came to everyone's mind was that Swolung was too ruthless. He wanted to use the competition as an opportunity to kill Ling Xiao directly. That depends on whether Ling Xiao agrees or not. Grandmaster Baiyun glanced at Ling Xiao and said. He actually didn't stop them. It seemed like this great Master Baiyun really spoiled Swolung and Ming Tian too much. He wasn't even willing to stop them from trying to kill someone. Ling Xiao had no other choice but to accept, at least for now, he had no other way to enter the 12th sects. He didn't want to give up on this opportunity. I agree. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. Hearing this, everyone from the Heavenly Ninja Academy revealed expressions of schadenfreude. The last time Ling Xiao and Li Xinghui fought to the death on the Life and Death Cliff of Baiyun Monastery, Li Xinghui was killed. However, at that time, the difference in cultivation between the two of them was not that great. However, today was completely different. Swolung was an early 9th-level martial vein stage martial master. His cultivation was much stronger than Ling Xiao's. The result of this battle was obvious, Ling Xiao had to die. The people from the latent dragon camp looked worried. Junior brother, you have to think twice. This time even Ling Yixue, who had always believed in Ling Xiao, was worried. After all, Ling Xiao was too important to her. Yes, young master, please think twice. Lung Plum also hurriedly said. The rest wanted to agree but were stopped by Ling Xiao. Don't say any more. I've made up my mind. I'm going to the Life and Death Cliff. On the Life and Death Cliff. Swolung's lips curled into a sneer. He was laughing ferociously in his heart. Ling Xiao had killed so many ninja warriors. As a ninja genius, he had long wanted to make Ling Xiao suffer. Of course, more importantly, Ling Xiao actually dared to challenge him. He thought that Ling Xiao was looking down on him. Looking down on him, therefore, he must let Ling Xiao know that he, Swolung, must let everyone know that his dignity was not to be underestimated. The two of them stood face to face. The next moment, a dazzling black flame bloomed from Swolung's body. The flame had a strange pure black color, and it wrapped around his body like a suit of armor. At that moment, it gave people an illusion that Zwiling's body was no longer made of flesh and blood, but an elemental body made of flames. Amaterasu Black Flame Divine Art. And it seems to be at the Great Perfection realm. He has already cultivated the Amaterasu Flame Armor. The Amaterasu Black Flame Divine Art is a very powerful quasi-transcendent martial art. Once it is cultivated to the Great Perfection realm, not only is it invulnerable, but it is also impervious to fire and water. It is much stronger than different levels of body refining techniques. Yes, I heard that even a defensive demon beast of the same level is not as terrifying as this martial art. With the protection of the Amaterasu Flame Armor, even if Ling Xiao has cultivated the 9 Transformation Golden Body technique, it is meaningless. The Amaterasu Black Flame Divine Art is much more powerful than the 9 Transformation Golden Body technique. It is even close to a transcendent martial art. Hehe, I already said that Ling Xiao is courting death. In fact, even if Zwiling does not use a defensive martial art, it is very easy for him to crush Ling Xiao with his cultivation. Ling Xiao did not pay attention to the discussions of the people from the Sky Ninja Academy. He looked at Zwiling's body and smiled. I did not expect Senior Zwiling to cultivate such a strange martial art. However, I also cultivate a defensive martial art. I wonder who is stronger. As he spoke, Ling Xiao's true yuan circulated, and his body bloomed with a bright golden light. Gradually, a layer of golden scales appeared on his body, covering his entire body. He looked like a human-shaped golden dragon. Heavenly Dragon Golden Body 3rd level, Heavenly Dragon Scale Armor, and the Heavenly Dragon Tendon hidden in his body. Whoosh, the True Spirit Palace was suddenly in an uproar. Many people knew that Zwiling had the Amaterasu Black Flame Divine Art. Combined with Susa's soul, this guy's defense was definitely ranked first among Master Baiyun's disciples. In this aspect, he was stronger than Ming Tian. However, no one knew about Ling Xiao's Heavenly Dragon Golden Body. They all thought that he was using the 9 Transformation Golden Body technique. Because these two defensive martial arts looked too similar on the surface, but the difference in grade was too great. No matter what, in terms of momentum, the two defensive martial arts used by the two were actually on par. In the end, which one was stronger, would depend on the final result. Zwiling's face was full of disdain. If Ling Xiao had used the offensive martial art that injured Ming Tian, he might have been afraid. However, his opponent had also used a defensive martial art. He was really reckless. Did he think that a random defensive martial art could be compared with his perfect realm Amaterasu Black Flame Divine Art? Interesting. Then let me see how powerful your defensive martial art is. With a sneer, Zwiling's body leaned forward slightly. In an instant, a sonic boom sounded. His speed reached the extreme, and a black flame afterimage appeared behind him. In terms of speed, he seemed to be not much worse than Ling Xiao. He should also be using some kind of extraordinary body technique. When he was less than 3 meters away from Ling Xiao, Zwiling suddenly struck out with his right palm. This palm strike had a faint sound of lightning. His true essence was completely condensed on his right palm, and the sound of air being torn apart was particularly ear-piercing. The sound of zzz was constantly heard. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and took a step forward. His body also rushed out, and his speed was even faster than Zwiling's. When he was about 3 meters away, he met the attack with his left fist. Facing Zwiling, Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless. This thunderbolt true origin came from Master Baiyun, but after being transformed by the mountain and river martial spirit, it was not exactly the same. Novels, law, therefore, even if Master Baiyun saw it, he would be fine. At most, he would be surprised. Bang, a palm and a fist, both entwined with purplish-blue lightning, collided together. The air was rapidly compressed and then splashed out in all directions. Electric currents were everywhere. On the life and death cliff, the huge rocks were shattered and broken. Gravel flew in all directions as if meteorites were falling. Even the mountain trembled violently. Except for Ming Tian and Master Baiyun, the onlookers all moved away. After exchanging blows, the two retreated almost at the same time. Both of them could not control themselves. Then, they stopped almost at the same time and steadied themselves. So strong, both of them are so strong. It can be seen that Zwiling's palm is more powerful, but Ling Zhao's fist art is more exquisite. It actually caused part of Zwiling's palm power to leak into the air, which did not cause any threat to him. This is why they are evenly matched. Master Baiyan's eyesight was indeed good. He could see the reason for the current situation at a glance. Judging from the current situation, the two of them should be evenly matched, but Zwiling should just be probing with his attack. That's right. He is the most cautious person. He won't show his strength all of a sudden. Ling Zhao's suffering is still to come. That should be right. The rest of the onlookers were also whispering, but obviously, they felt that Zwiling had held back while Ling Xiao had used all his strength. In the end, they still did not believe in Ling Zhao's strength. However, this was normal. They could not think of any other reason why an early-stage 8th layer martial artist and an early-stage 9th layer martial artist would fight like this except for Zwiling holding back. After standing firm, Zwiling suddenly looked at Ling Xiao with a strong sense of surprise in his eyes. He also seemed a little embarrassed. He originally thought that with his early-stage 9th layer martial vein cultivation, he could easily defeat Ling Xiao even with an ordinary attack. However, he was a cautious person and had even deliberately used a defensive martial art at the perfection stage. He only wanted to completely turn Ling Xiao into ashes with a single palm strike, so as to avoid any unexpected changes. One had to know that it was not a problem for him to kill a Class 9 demonic beast with a single punch. Could it be that not only was Ling Zhao's swordsmanship outstanding, but his body was also so strong? If that was the case, then this kid was too monstrous. Perhaps his master, Great Master Baiyun, had misjudged him. Of course, the stronger Ling Xiao was, the more Zwiling wanted to kill him. He didn't want to be killed like Li Xinghui. He absolutely couldn't let Ling Xiao grow. Otherwise, he felt that if they met on the battlefield in the future, he could only run for his life. I want to see how long your golden skin can last. Suddenly, Zwiling launched another attack. But this time, he didn't use his palm technique to attack. Instead, he drew out a sword with electric currents flowing around it and stabbed forward. The purplish-blue treasure sword transformed into a series of sword shadows. Every sword strike was a killing move, every sword strike was extremely ruthless. Ling Xiao recognized that the treasure sword in Zwiling's hand should also be a fine-grade precious weapon, the same as his floating snow sword. However, in the face of such a fierce attack, he still didn't intend to use his weapon. Although this battle was a battle of life and death, once he entered the soul imprint state, there would be no surprises in his eyes. He didn't use his weapon because it wasn't worthwhile. After all, Zwiling was still hiding his strength. He didn't need to display his full strength and waste his true essence. Both sides, one with a sword and the other with a fist, exchanged a total of 50 moves on the life and death cliff. After 50 moves, Zwiling was obviously somewhat impatient. He suddenly retreated with a hideous grin on his face. You're very strong, but you must die. At this moment, Zwiling actually completely gave up on defense and began to use almost 80% of his true essence to attack. Perhaps in Zwiling's opinion, relying on the defense of the heavenly flame armor, there was no need to defend. Once he gave up on defense, Zwiling's attack speed instantly increased and his moves became even more fierce. At this time, if Ling Xiao chose to continue the balance of attack and defense step by step, then he would definitely suffer. With the opponent's attack speed and fierceness, coupled with the powerful true essence of the early 9th level martial vein, it would definitely cause him a lot of damage. If he chose to completely defend, then he would completely fall into a passive position. What's more, that wasn't Ling Xiao's fighting style. Thinking quickly, Ling Xiao simply threw caution to the wind. His aura instantly soared and expanded to the late 8th level martial vein level. Then, he actually gave up the idea of defense and used all his true essence to attack. His fists wrapped in thunderbolts repeatedly blasted out. Clang, pa, Zwiling's sword pierced Ling Xiao's body. It actually splashed out a few sparks, but there was no effect at all. Ling Xiao's fist blasted on Zwiling's body. The sound was very loud, but there was no effect at all. Zwiling sneered again and again. Not only did he not withdraw his sword, but his attacks became even more fierce. Anyway, he already knew that Ling Xiao couldn't hurt him. In that case, what was there to be afraid of? Let's see whose body would collapse first. Clang 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 clang, for a moment. Ling Xiao and Zuoleng didn't dodge at all. They just stood there and attacked each other. Both of them didn't know how many times they had been attacked. Almost every inch of their body was taken care of. Zuoleng's sword even pierced Ling Xiao's throat a few times. Ling Xiao's fist also blasted a few times on Zuoleng's head. The onlookers couldn't accept it for a moment. This kind of crazy fighting style was really not something that anyone dared to try. They didn't defend or dodge. It was a completely back and forth exchange of attacks. This scene was really strange. Two lunatics, even if you beat me to death, I don't want to fight with them. That's right. Their defense is too terrifying. I reckon that our attacks will be no different from scratching an itch on their bodies. Zuoleng cultivates the heavenly black flame divine art. What kind of martial arts cultivation method does Ling Xiao cultivate? Why does it not seem inferior to Zuoleng? Who knows, it's definitely not the 9 transformation golden body technique. This kid has too many secrets. It's not good to provoke him. Seeing this, even Master Baiyun was a little regretful. Ling Xiao's performance was completely beyond his expectations. He wasn't thinking about losing face, but if Ling Xiao really died like this, it would also be a loss. Sigh, if only I stopped them from coming to the life and death cliff. He sighed, but in the end he didn't stop them. He only felt pity for Ling Xiao, but it wasn't to the point where he had to protect him. If it was Zuoleng or Ming Tian who encountered such danger, he would definitely save them. They exchanged another 50 moves. After 100 moves, Zuoleng was obviously a little anxious. He couldn't take down Ling Xiao with his early 9th level martial vein cultivation. This made his anger grow stronger and stronger. Ling Xiao's defense was really beyond his expectations. It seemed that the level of his defense martial arts was definitely not lower than his. What made Zuoleng even more worried was that his true essence was being consumed very quickly, but his opponent didn't seem to be exhausted at all, and even had a smile on his face. This forced him to change his strategy. He intended to decide the outcome with one blow, so as to avoid any unexpected problems. Black sunburst. Zuoleng suddenly jumped back, and then the lightning on his long sword disappeared, replaced by a burning black flame. As he retreated, he lightly tapped on the rock, and his body seemed to bounce back, his speed even faster than before. After fighting for so long, you finally used your martial skill. Good. Ling Xiao suddenly pulled out the drifting snow sword and stabbed out. Giant spirit kill. At that moment, the surrounding yuan qi seemed to be absorbed by the giant sword remnant soul, and completely integrated into the sword. Boom, before the two swords came close, the terrifying true essence power had already collided. It was the first time that the giant spirit kill was so easily blocked. In the air, the snow-white true essence and the black and red true essence constantly collided, producing a crackling sound that was very unpleasant to hear. Whoosh, Ling Xiao quickly retreated, and in an instant, he was dozens of steps away. He had lost his Zuoleng in terms of attack. It could be seen that Zuoleng had increased his true essence output to more than 90%, close to 100%. Under such circumstances, the advantage of his cultivation was revealed. Zuoleng wouldn't be merciful after the successful attack. He chased after Ling Xiao like a shadow, and the long sword wrapped in black flame shook again, stabbing at Ling Xiao. The giant spirit kill couldn't defeat the opponent, so it should be the disadvantage of his martial soul. Ling Xiao made this judgment when he retreated. In that case, he would use his complete martial soul to fight the enemy. In an instant, the giant sword remnant soul behind him retreated, and was replaced by the clearer blood shadow martial soul. This was Ling Xiao's highest grade martial soul, belonging to the second grade of the complete soul, void body. Blood blade shadow king kill, a sword slashed out, and blood danced. Ling Xiao's figure was actually faintly discernible. Ding! This sword hit the weakest part of Zuoleng's long sword, and finally blocked Zuoleng's continuous attacks. But even so, it didn't cause any harm to Zuoleng. Neither side was able to do anything to the other. The Black Sun Explosive Sword is a quasi-transcendent sword art that is complemented by the Amaterasu Black Flames divine art. Together, its power is no weaker than an entry-level transcendent martial art. That's right. This sword contains the divine fire of Amaterasu. Its power is very domineering. Ling Xiao actually managed to block it. He was able to block it because of his skill. Otherwise, he would have been defeated. Master Baiyun's voice sounded. As expected, he was very disappointed with Ling Xiao's obsession with improving his skills. Perhaps it was because of this that he felt a sense of dislike towards Ling Xiao. Let's see how you block this move. Zuoleng retreated again. Then, the ninja soul behind him pulled a strange big bow. Zuoleng used the fine quality sword in his hand, which was wrapped in black flames, as the arrow of this big bow. By now, Zuoleng could see that the power of his move was definitely above Ling Xiao's, and Ling Xiao was relying on his skills to deal with it. Therefore, he had to use a move that even Ling Xiao couldn't see through. In other words, this was the move that he was brewing, the transcendent martial skill that belonged to him. The terrifying power directly locked onto Ling Xiao, and the terrifying pressure was constantly exerted on him. This made him feel that this move really couldn't be avoided or blocked by pure technique. He could only meet force with force. Boom, the mountain shook violently again. The long sword pierced through the air and directly pierced towards Ling Xiao. Divine fire of Amaterasu. Ling Xiao had encountered many opponents in the past, but this was the first time he had encountered someone as difficult to deal with as this one. But he didn't find it strange. How could a disciple that Master Baiyun picked not have any strength? What's more, Zuoleng was already at the early 9th level of the martial vein. He was only at the late 8th level of the martial vein. But even so, he didn't think he would lose. Wasn't it just a transcendent martial art? He also knew it. These thoughts only flashed through his mind in the blink of an eye. He had already decided what he was going to do next. He held the drifting snow sword in his right hand and pointed it at Zuoleng. Without any fancy moves, he just lightly pierced the sword. Whoosh! No one could describe the speed of this sword. When they saw Ling Xiao's hand tremble slightly, a sword light had already shot out. The sword light condensed the terrifying snow lotus true essence, which actually froze the air in its path. It turned into a white light that was hard to see with the naked eye, and directly split the black flame into two. Not only that, the black flame seemed to have met its natural enemy, and actually condensed into ice cubes and fell to the ground. Puff, a red dot appeared between Zuoleng's eyebrows. A trace of blood seeped out. He didn't even have any reaction. The combination of Snow Lotus True Essence and Snow Lotus Sword technique was simply the most perfect combination. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao didn't use True Essence of a higher grade. What kind of sword technique is this? How can it be so fast? How can it be so powerful? After the sword strike, there was complete silence on the life and death cliff. After a while, someone exclaimed. But Master Baiyun had already pounced on Zuoleng. He was thinking of all kinds of ways to save Zuoleng's life. Even he didn't have time to react to Ling Xiao's sword strike, which was enough to show the terrifying speed. You actually killed him. Master Baiyun struggled for a long time, but to no avail. Zuoleng had completely lost his breath. This sword strike didn't just simply pierce through his head, it even directly destroyed his soul. Even an immortal wouldn't be able to save him, not to mention Master Baiyun, who was just an ordinary extraordinary warrior. Due to his rage, Master Baiyun's terrifying aura surged violently, scaring everyone around him. The first to bear the brunt was Ling Xiao. He didn't want to suffer such a loss, so he had already used the Cloud Dragon Divine Travel and was dozens of feet away from Master Baiyun. He knew this old man very well. He was very biased. Even though it was a battle of life and death, he killed Zuoleng, so this old man would definitely fight with his life on the line. He wouldn't stupidly stay in the same place and wait for death. In terms of speed, Master Baiyun might be faster than him, but he had the Blood Shadow martial spirit, so he could escape and hide at the same time. As long as he was far enough away, he wouldn't be afraid of this old man killing him. Yes, I killed him, but this is the life and death cliff. Life and death are predestined. Master, are you going to avenge him? Ling Xiao was very uncomfortable, so he spoke very impolitely. Ling Xiao, don't add fuel to the fire. Da Yuling was a little anxious. She and Ling Xiao were friends, so she really didn't want to see Ling Xiao killed by the furious Master Baiyun on the spot. Let him speak. Master Baiyun's beard kept trembling. Obviously, he was very angry. Ming Tian and Zuoleng were his two favorite disciples. Now that one of them was killed, he really couldn't calm down. Master, you agreed to a battle of life and death. Originally, his cultivation was higher than mine, so you thought he could kill me, right? I'm sorry, I've disappointed you. Ling Xiao's face was full of sarcasm. Don't call me master, I don't have a disciple like you. Master Baiyun roared. Humph, I really don't want to be your disciple. A biased and unfair person like you disgusts me. Ling Xiao snorted coldly and made preparations to escape. Today, even if they completely shed all pretense of cordiality, it wouldn't be a big deal. I'll kill you. Master Baiyun actually moved, and a terrifying palm was blasted out. Bang! Master Baiyun's palm strike landed on a boulder, which instantly turned into dust. Ling Xiao did not move from the beginning to the end. Through his mountain river martial spirit, he could tell that Master Baiyun's attack was not aimed at him. Behind the boulder, a figure flashed out. This person was dressed in black and his body was covered in dust. He was in a sorry state. He probably did not expect Master Baiyun to create a diversion. Ha ha ha, Martial Uncle Baiyun is really not old. You actually noticed me. When this person appeared, his true origin vibrated slightly. The dust on his body immediately disappeared, and he returned to his original appearance. At this time, a silver moon palace pattern was clearly exposed on his clothes. He definitely did not look more than 30 years old. He had a smile on his face, but there was anger and embarrassment in his eyes. Why are you here again? Master Baiyun's expression was somewhat ugly. In fact, he had already noticed that someone was spying on him. He took this opportunity to vent his anger. He was indeed very angry that Ling Xiao killed Zuoleng. He even wanted to slap him to death. However, no matter how biased he was, he still had a bottom line. In the end, he could not do it. Moreover, Zuoleng was already dead. If Ling Xiao died as well, his loss would be great. In the end, he only regretted that he could not stop this life and death battle. Of course, Ling Xiao did not know what he was thinking. He was also not interested in knowing. He was shocked that this person in black was so close to him, but he did not notice him. It was enough to show that this person was very strong. Thinking of the little Taoist boy saying that someone injured Master Baiyun a few days ago, there was no doubt that it was this person. He quickly distanced himself. Then, the figure of the blue-clothed woman he met in the Dragon Submission Mountain range appeared in his mind. The reason was that both the blue-clothed woman and this person had a silver moon palace pattern on their clothes. Could they be disciples of the same sect, Moon Palace Pattern, Yuehua School? Master Baiyun was also a disciple of Yuehua School. This made sense. Martial Uncle, you're old. It's a waste to keep such outstanding disciples. How about you give me 2? I don't want much, just 2. As he spoke, the black-robed man's gaze lingered on Ming Tian and Ling Xiao for a moment. Clearly, he wanted Ming Tian and Ling Xiao. Don't mention this again. I've already said that they are all my disciples. They will definitely be able to enter Yuehua School. There's no need for them to become your disciples. Grandmaster Baiyun waved his hand and said resolutely. At this moment, the 11 disciples, including Ling Xiao, were a little nervous. This young man who suddenly appeared should be stronger than Master Baiyun. Otherwise, with Grandmaster Baiyun's temperament, he would have already attacked. He would definitely not have stopped. What if you become my master's disciple? The black-clothed man said with a smile. Your master? Yes, my master. He entered Yuehua School at the same time as you, Martial Uncle Baiyun. However, your talent seems to be limited. You're only at Transcendent LV1 now. However, my master broke through the shackles of Transcendent LV9 3 years ago and successfully entered the Celestial Being realm. As he said this, the black-clothed man showed a very proud expression. He looked at Grandmaster Baiyun with a hint of mockery and disdain. As for whether his words would anger Grandmaster Baiyun, he didn't seem to care at all. Because he was stronger than Grandmaster Baiyun, and his master was stronger. What? He actually entered the Celestial Being realm? Grandmaster Baiyun's body shook violently. His face was extremely pale. Obviously, he couldn't accept this situation. Yes, after my master entered the Celestial Being realm, he successfully became an elder of Yuehua School. Now, he has a very powerful force in Yuehua school. The black-cloaked man seemed to think that this wasn't enough, so he continued. Grandmaster Baiyun's face became even uglier. He knew very well what being an elder of Yuehua school meant. He also knew what being in the celestial being realm meant. Even if his disciples entered Yuehua school, as long as they were targeted by this man, they would be in endless trouble. Now, Martial Uncle Baiyun, you understand my painstaking efforts. Let the two of them go with me. My master can forget about the past grudges and spare your other disciples. The black-cloaked man laughed. Humph, I don't believe Yuehua school can let him do whatever he wants. Grandmaster Baiyun snorted coldly. He seemed to have recovered some of his confidence. He couldn't, but his disciples were geniuses. They are really stubborn. Since I can't get them, I'll destroy them now. Otherwise, it will be difficult to deal with them after they enter the school. It was a very simple reason. If Ming Tian and Ling Xiao were not disciples of Yuehua school, he could kill them. But once the two of them joined Yuehua school, it would be very troublesome. It might even involve the internal struggle of the sect, which was very complicated. Therefore, the black-cloaked man wanted to kill Ling Xiao and Ming Tian. Now was the best opportunity. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly approached Ling Xiao rapidly, and he was already prepared to kill him. However, the black-cloaked man didn't expect that. A martial master at the late stage of the 8th level of the martial vein had sensed the danger before he moved and quickly avoided it. Huh? He let out a cry of surprise. When he was about to continue chasing, Grandmaster Baiyun had already pounced on him. If you want to kill them, you have to get through me first. Vital essence flowed in Grandmaster Baiyun's palms. He had exerted nearly 100% of his strength, trying to kill the black-cloaked man on the spot with one blow. That's strange. Martial uncle, didn't you want to kill this guy just now? Facing Grandmaster Baiyun's full blow, the black-cloaked man smiled and said. Then he casually raised his hand. A gloomy aura suddenly burst out and collided with Grandmaster Baiyun's blow. Boom, the terrifying aftershock spread out like an explosion. It actually shattered a pavilion on the life and death cliff. The ground was also directly flattened by the residual force. Fortunately, the others knew the terrifying power of the battle between Transcendent Realm warriors, so they hurriedly moved far away. Otherwise, they would definitely be smashed by the terrifying force. Swoosh, 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 Grandmaster Baiyun didn't stop after his attack failed. He continued to attack continuously. His body was suspended in midair, which was completely different from the warriors below the Transcendent Realm. Generally, warriors below the Transcendent Realm could stay in midair for a while. However, as long as a Transcendent warrior had enough vital essence, it wasn't a problem for them to stay in midair for 15 minutes. Of course, there were also special cases. That was the kind of weirdo like Ling Xiao. However, he was a one-in-a-million monster after all. He couldn't be judged by common sense. At this moment, the two transcendent experts were continuously fighting in midair. The ground exploded from time to time. The entire life and death cliff was almost turned into a world of gravel and powder. A perfectly fine mountain was gradually flattened just like that. Terrifying. Ling Xiao had been maintaining the soul entrancing state. His soul power was very powerful now. Even if he maintained the soul entrancing state, he could still maintain it. It was just that the consumption was relatively large. However, the situation was critical now. He couldn't care less. Under the state of soul imprint, only he was able to clearly see the situation of the battle. Not good. End of chapter 232. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.